weeping back to mother's home. Without opening her eyes, Su Qing was enveloped by the sorrowful cries of a woman, feeling herself being carried away by an unseen force. Her head spun, and it took her some time to regain control over her body. When she finally managed to open her heavy eyelids, she discovered that it was night. The dim moonlight barely illuminated her surroundings. She found herself being cradled by a woman, who, while weeping, trudged forward, murmuring to herself. In the pitch darkness, a chilling wind swept through, causing Su Qing to shiver, especially her bare feet, exposed without shoes or socks. How could she not feel cold? Who was this woman, wandering at such an hour, carrying her away? Hadn't she been on the brink of death? Had she been taken from the hospital? Su Qing's last memories were of her deteriorating condition, with doctors unable to provide any solutions, resorting only to painkillers to alleviate her suffering. Su Qing had no family, never married, and lived a life steeped in solitude. She suffered from severe social anxiety in her youth. She was able to interact with others and even held a job, but as her condition worsened, she became a recluse. Over time, she found herself unable to speak, her personality evolving into one of aloofness and indifference. Her sole solace lay in reading online novels, escaping into a woven tapestry of fantasy to pass the time, often fantasizing about becoming a radiant protagonist living a splendid lie. If only life could truly begin anew, I would endeavor to step beyond the confines of my heart and lead a normal existence. That a sudden, excruciating pain engulfed her, plunging her into darkness. And when she regained consciousness, she found herself being carried by a woman along a path. Who is she? Where's this place? Why does she weep so heart-wrenchingly? Where could they possibly be headed in the dark? Su Qing's mind was a whirlwind of questions as she lay against the woman's back. She could see the long hair flowing down the woman's shoulders, accompanied by the fresh scent of grass. Bathed in the feeble glow of the moonlight, she discerned that they were traversing a street flanked by shadowy houses and walls. Where could this possibly be? As she moved her hand, a jolt of shock coursed through her. This was not her hand. The it was so diminutive. Had her hand shrunk? It was unmistakably the palm of a child. Could the woman be her mother? The memories of her parents were hazy at best. All she knew was that her father had departed and her mother had vanished, leaving her to grow up in a community orphanage, nurturing a solitary and withdrawn demeanor that rendered her unappealing to those around her. Fortunately, the social welfare system was commendable. Education was free, and the community provided her with a monthly stipend for living expenses until she turned 18. Upon entering the workforce, she found herself ill-equipped to navigate the harsh realities of society. The onslaught of disdain, contempt, and insults bore down upon her, making her already introverted nature tense and on the brink of collapse. She longed to escape. The grotesque facades of people's society was far too intricate, and the human heart was terrifying. She resigned from her job, retreating into the confines of her home, subsisting on various online gigs. As long as she could avoid face-to-face interactions, she managed to lead a semblance of a normal life. She became a peculiar being, devoid of friends, relatives, romantic entanglements, and marriage, her vitality waning as she squandered her years, until illness struck and she found herself confined to a hospital. The woman wandered the streets for approximately 10 minutes before halting outside a gate. With one hand grasping the child trailing behind her, she knocked on the door with urgency, her voice laced with tears, calling out, "Mother, it's Mingwan. Please open the door." Suddenly, the previously dark room illuminated, revealing a woman in her 50s who emerged to unlock the gate, her tone imbued with astonishment. After securing the door, she entered the house and, under the dim light, noticed her granddaughter clad in scant attire, her delicate little feet bare. Angered, she scolded her daughter, "Mingwan, why are you bringing the child over so late at night? You didn't even dress Qing properly, and she's barefoot. Look at her little feet, they're freezing." Zhu Xuyin chastised her daughter while gently holding the child's feet. As she looked into her granddaughter's large, dark eyes, she instinctively moved to tuck the child under the covers. "Mama." Su Mingwan, upon seeing her mother, could no longer contain herself and fell into her mother's embrace, bursting into tears, evoking a heart-wrenching sense of despair. It was then that Zhu Shuyun sensed something amiss with her daughter. The dim light in the room had initially caught her attention, Su Mingwan, with tear-stained eyes, sobbed, "Mother, Mubai wants a divorce. He no longer desires us." "What did you say? Divorce?" Zhu Ziyan's mind was engulfed in shock, her vision darkening as she nearly collapsed onto the bed. Shaking her head to regain composure, she inquired, "Out of the blue, why are you getting divorced? When he married you back then, what did he say?" "It was all mere bluster. The Li family is being excessively domineering. That if your father were still alive, would he dare to act this way? If it weren't for that Li Mubai, would your father have met such a tragic end? That heartless wretch." Su Mingwan sobbed, "Mother, the Li family's direct line has produced a 7th tier with elemental ability practitioner who has been admitted to the academy in the Central Star SYSD. The entire Baikan Star is in an uproar. She insists we divorce immediately. Even Qing and the others have turned their backs on her, deeming her a mere girl with no talent or abilities. What am I to do, mother?" Tears streamed down Su Mingjuan's face as she recalled the hurtful words from the Li family, her heart heavy with pain and injustice, a breath caught in her chest. Zhu Xiaoyun, listening to her daughter's lament, felt her heart shatter. 10 years ago, the Li family had committed an offense on Baikan Star and was exiled to Menuet Star, a primate Eve planet, settling in Shanquan village. At that time, Li Mubai was still young. Mingjuan's father, Su Jing, was the village chief, wielding some authority. Li Chuanzhong and Zhang Liang, a couple, made every effort to curry favor with him. The Li family, having been exiled, arrived in the village destitute, without a home, land, or money, struggling to manage even the simplest household chores. Were it not for Mingjuan's father, Su Jing, looking after them as village chief, the Li family would have perished from starvation. They were simply not cut out for hard work. Chapter 2. Returning defeated Zhu Xiaoyun, seething with anger, abruptly rose to her feet. "Mingwan, I am going to confront Li Chuanzhou. Zhang Liang must clarify why they have rejected you. After all these years of servitude to the Li family, sustaining them, and your father sacrificing his life to save Li Mubin, do they not possess a shred of conscience?" Once the village chief's daughter-in-law, Zhu Xiaoyun was known for her fiery temperament. She quickly donned her outer garments, assisting her daughter in finding a suitable coat, determined to hold the Li family accountable. She tucked her little granddaughter under the covers, saying, "Qing, grandmother and mother will be out for a while. You must behave and sleep soundly at home." Su Qing nodded, gazing at the middle-aged woman before her. Beside her, Su Mingwan looked on with a complex expression, her beautiful face etched with sorrow, still in disbelief that her husband desired a divorce. With her mother taking charge, the duo was resolute in seeking answers. She could not fathom that her devoted husband would abandon her and their daughter. They locked the door behind them, ensuring the child would not wander, and set off to demand an explanation from the Li family, leaving the child safely behind. As the door clicked shut, silence enveloped the room, leaving Su Qing alone. She tossed aside the covers and sat up, surveying her surroundings. The house was a modest structure of earth and stone, and the wooden bed beneath her was equally unremarkable. The furniture and decorations bore the marks of many years of use. Having just arrived, she was still unfamiliar with her new environment, gradually piecing together her situation. The woman named Mingwan was her mother, and the elderly lady was her grandmother. Alas, to arrive and be thrust into such a melodramatic scenario, where a man, upon achieving success, would forsake his wife and children. Bending down, she spotted a pair of shoes beneath the bed. She leaped off and slipped them onto her feet. However, her own feet were far too small, rendering the shoes 3 sizes too large. Su Qing tugged at the shoes and wandered around the room. This dwelling possessed an intriguing layout, with a bright central living area flanked by 2 dark bedrooms. Constructed from stone and wood, its structure was quite rudimentary. Yet, within the house lay peculiar items whose purposes eluded her comprehension. The outer door was securely locked, preventing her from escaping. Peering through the crack of the door, she glimpsed a small courtyard adorned with trees, flowers, and a few miscellaneous objects. 2 dark rooms flanked either side, obscured from clear view. A series of cooing sounds emerged, prompting Su Qing to pat her stomach, feeling an acute pang of hunger. How could Su Mingwan neglect her daughter's nourishment? No wonder she was so thin and small. In the living room, she discovered a cabinet resembling a refrigerator. Climbing onto a stool, she strained to open the door, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. What on earth was this? The cabinet, akin to a refrigerator, contained numerous bags filled with liquids of various colors: green, yellow, red, and white. What were these substances? Beverages, or perhaps yogurt? Indeed, it resembled a refrigerator emanating a faint chill, yet devoid of any food. Only these peculiar items without labels, leaving her uncertain of their drinkability. Su Qing, wary of unfamiliar objects, hesitated to touch anything, and after searching the lower shelves, finding nothing but those bags. She could not reach the top shelf and thus closed the door and descended. As she gingerly donned her shoes, each step required her to shove her feet back into them, lest they slip out in an inconvenient manner. In her exploration of the 3 rooms, it appeared that the kitchen resided in a side building of the yard. The interior bore no remarkable traits, merely exhibiting a somewhat rugged style that starkly contrasted with the meticulously refined settings to which Su Qing was accustomed. Some furnishings were perplexing, and a television-like object hung on the wall, but after an exhaustive search, Su Qing could not locate the switch, ultimately resigning herself to the absence of entertainment. She wandered through the rooms, seeking any clues to elucidate her surroundings and the era she found herself in. Why did she possess no recollection of this place? Was she not reborn into her childhood, but rather transported to an alternate realm? Her memories of early life were but a haze. All she recalled was the disappearance of her father and mother, and that she had grown up in a community orphanage. The image of her home was a blank slate, and she could not even ascertain whether her mother's name was Su Mingwan. Curiosity enveloped her regarding this household. Her grandmother must have been a woman of cleanliness and efficiency, for the room was immaculate, and items were arranged with precision. A wooden shelf in the corner brimmed with potted plants, the nature of which was unknown to her. The shelf towered above Su Qing, and she had to stretch her toes to barely graze the pots. She peered up, only to find a singular flower, which failed to pique her interest. In accordance with typical narratives, her mother was destined to be callously abandoned, the man undoubtedly ascending to a higher station, with the first act being the replacement of his wife. As a mere child, she felt powerless to intervene and decided to gradually familiarize herself with this new world instead. Extending her small arms and legs, she exerted considerable effort to climb onto the bed, pulling the blanket over herself, and soon succumbed to slumber. In a haze of confusion, she heard the sound of weeping, a wave of irritation washing over her. Who could it be, disturbing her peace? Did they not recognize she was a patient? Su Qing opened her eyes and discovered the room was illuminated, though dawn had yet to break. Where was she? This was not a hospital. As her mind gradually cleared, she realized she had dreamt of becoming a child. Was it truly a dream, or had she somehow transcended into another reality? Leaning against the wall, Su Mingwan sobbed quietly, while Zhu Xiaoyun continuously wiped her tears, her voice trembling with indignation as she exclaimed, "The Li family's wicked matriarch deserves no mercy. Her conscience has been devoured by dogs." Li Chuanzhong is equally shameless, having forgotten how he once groveled before our esteemed old song. And what of Li Mubai, who consumed countless resources from our household? Your father and I scrimped and saved, yet you foolish girl offered it all to that ingrate. Your father paid the ultimate price, and now they wish to cast you and your mother aside. Is there truly such a heartless family in this world? With a choked voice, Su Mingwan replied, "Mother, what shall I do now? Qing will no longer have a father." Zhu Xiaoyun, fiery in spirit, contrasted sharply with her daughter's gentle and naive nature. They had shielded their child too well from the treachery of the world, and now they lamented their naivety. "We went to the Li residence, and you witnessed Zhang Liang's true colors. They are determined to abandon you. Given the circumstances, you must accept your fate and pursue a divorce. Let them compensate you and Qing. Tomorrow, I shall enlist your second uncle and the village chief to accompany me to the Li home. If they refuse my terms, they shall not escape from Shangquan village. The daughters of the Su family are not to be trifled with." Chapter 3. Severance of Ties. Su Mingwan paid no heed to her mother's words, consumed instead by her tears. Even now, she could scarcely believe that her childhood companion, Mubai, had cast her aside. Her heart felt as though it were being cleaved in two, a pain profound and relentless. Su Qing silently observed the mother and daughter. It was no surprise that they had been met with scorn and subsequently shown the door. "Mingwan, for what wretched family are you weeping? You've awakened the child. Hurry and sleep. Tomorrow morning, we shall gather some people and confront the Li family," Su Qing urged. Su Mingwan glanced at her younger daughter, wiped away a tear, and obediently climbed into bed, though sleep eluded her. The man she was willing to defy her parents for had abandoned her. Qing bore a striking resemblance to Mubai, sharing the same delicate features and fair complexion. The love she once held had transformed into an equal measure of hatred. Biting her lip, her mind became a tumult of memories, flashing through scenes of her past. At the tender age of 10, Su Mingwan was utterly captivated upon first meeting Li Mubai. Her father had prompted her to address him as Brother Mubai. The naive Su Mingwan had never encountered a boy as refined and handsome as Li Mubai, whose fair skin and neat attire set him apart. He sat there, a smirk on his lips, his eyes glimmering with pride and disdain. From that day forth, the Li couple visited the Su family daily, fawning over her father in hopes of securing leniency and arranging for them lighter tasks. The Li family had been exiled to Dream Moon Star and had arrived with little more than the clothes on their backs. Observing their ineptitude for rural labor, her father felt compelled to extend a modicum of assistance. Day after day, Su Mingwan trailed behind Li Mubai, enamored with him in every regard. In the blink of an eye, years had passed, and they had all matured. Li Chuanzhong and Zhang Liang, concerned about their youngest son failing to find a wife, set their sights on Su Mingwan. Li Mubai, who had been pampered by his parents since childhood, continued to be coddled even when the family faced exile, with all adults tending to his needs. This upbringing fostered a character that was indolent and reliant, and he proved less industrious than his own nephew. Although he possessed handsome features, in Shangquan village, no family would consider marrying their daughter to a man who depended on others for sustenance. Su Mingwan, the only daughter of village chief Su Jing, was beautiful, innocent, and capable. She adeptly managed the family's fields, gathered medicinal herbs in the mountains, and hunted exotic beasts, excelling in all. As the object of affection for many young men in the village, her hand in marriage was highly sought after. Should Li Mubai wed Su Mingwan, the couple would feel assured about their son's future, leading them to frequently urge him to pursue her. Despite his laziness, Li Mubai was charming and eloquent, having grown up alongside Su Mingwan, which fostered a strong bond between them. Once he launched his romantic advances, Su Mingwan quickly capitulated. By the time her father learned of this, it would be too late for objections, despite the heartfelt pleas from Zhu Xiuyun and village chief Su. They struggled to penetrate the haze of love clouding their daughter's judgment. Dear daughter, the Li family is not of our kind, though they have fallen on hard times. They carry an air of arrogance. And as for Zhang Liang, her temper is fierce and her nature overbearing. How can your gentle disposition thrive under such a domineering mother-in-law? Su Mingwan pouted her lips and said, Mom, and Zhang is not as bad as you say. Every time I visit her house, she treats me exceptionally well. Furthermore, let me tell you, Mubai mentioned that the Li family is quite affluent. When we come to our place, his father brings numerous valuable items. Once we are married, we will establish our own household. Zhu Xiuyun observed her daughter, whose face radiated dreams of the future, and realized that no matter what she said, it would be futile. If they could indeed live independently, it might not be so bad. With the two of them together, they could support each other and lead a decent life. However, Su village chief's expression darkened as he turned away from his daughter and spoke heavily. If you insist on marrying Li Mubai, you will cease to be my daughter. If you suffer hardships, starve, or are mistreated by your in-laws, we will not come to your aid. I have warned you that this union is unsuitable, yet you refuse to listen. If you choose to disregard our guidance, then go ahead. Zhu Xiuyun gasped. Old man, she is our only daughter. Mingwan, please agree with your father and do not fixate on Mubai. We can find you another suitable young man. This was Su village chief's final opportunity for his daughter. Having raised her, he understood that children often fail to grasp the profound love and far-reaching considerations parents have for them. Disobeying one's parents is akin to plunging a knife into their hearts. He was determined to see whether parental bonds mattered more than that smooth-talking young man. After observing the Li family's character for over a decade, he had formed his judgment. Father, mother, please forgive your unfilial daughter. I love Mubai and wish to build a life with him. I cannot imagine my life without him. Su Mingjuan's slightly flushed face was contorted with distress, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, unable to believe that her parents would truly abandon her. The village head, Su, clutched his chest, feeling a pain that had lingered since childhood. The precious daughter he had cherished had dealt him a grievous blow. Then get out. I shall not tolerate a daughter who disregards her parents' kindness and lacks shame. Dad. Zhu Xiuyun grasped her husband's arm, but he forcefully pushed her away. With a stern gesture, he rebuked, for the sake of that unworthy man, you forsake your parents? Then leave. The Su family will not have a daughter who, in her folly, chooses a man over her own kin. Su Mingwan was terrified by her father's furious reprimand. Yet, Recalling Aunt Zhang's words, she summoned her courage. She and Mu Bai were genuinely in love, and they would honor their parents together in the future. No matter how much she pleaded or begged, her father remained adamant against her union with Mu Bai, hurling insults at her. Overwhelmed with indignation, tears streamed down her face, and with a cry, she fled from the house. Mingwan! Mingwan! Don't run away! Zhu Xiaoyan chased after her. The village head shouted, clutching his chest, tears streaming down his face. As a man, he seldom wept, yet he had long foreseen his daughter's tragic fate, spending her life as a servant to the Li family, toiling to support them. How could he not grieve for his beloved daughter of 20 years? Defying her parents' opposition, Su Mingwan resolutely married Li Mubai, severing ties with her family. Little did she know the miscalculation she had made. The village head cut off all relations with her, harboring an intense loathing for the Li family. Previously, he had offered care without hesitation. Now, he ventured into the mountains to gather herbs and capture strange beasts. The Li family could not evade their responsibilities. Failure to complete their tasks would result in diminished rations, leaving them perpetually hungry. The situation has left the Li family in deep distress. The eldest son, Li Muyun, and his wife, Lin Fong, seizing the opportunity, clamored for a separation, ultimately realizing their desire to live independently, while the elderly couple remained with their youngest son. Chapter 4. A calamity in the mountains. Su Mingwan's dissatisfaction proved futile, as Li Mubai's sweet words easily made her forget the Li family's fickleness. However, it was only after the separation that Su Mingwan began to suffer. With Li Muyun and his family living separately, the remaining 3 members of the Li family were solely dependent on Su Mingwan, a mere 20-year-old bride, for sustenance. She toiled in the mountains to gather firewood, cultivated the fields, foraged for wild vegetables, and accompanied the village men on missions to hunt ferocious beasts. While other families sent their men into the mountains, it was Su Mingwan who was burdened with these tasks. Desperate, she sought her parents' intervention, but the village head, Su, denied her entry. Observing her once vibrant daughter now reduced to a mere shadow of her former self, Zhu Xiaoyun could only shed tears, urging her, "My dear, how can you say such things? I married Mu Bai to spend a lifetime with him. I will never consider divorce." In a fit of anger, Su Mingwan ran away. How naive it was for a girl in love to think about her husband's family's treatment of her. She clearly understood their disdain. Yet her husband treated her with kindness, showering her with warmth every day. The mere thought of it filled her heart with sweetness, rendering her willing to endure any hardship. Watching her daughter run off, Zhu Xiaoyun's eyes glistened with tears. "Oh, foolish child, why won't you listen? Who do you think we are doing this for?" As they witnessed their precious daughter being worn down, the hearts of Su's parents bled with sorrow, for their child remained oblivious to the depths of her parents' love. Zhang Liying ruthlessly tormented Mingwan, seeking to compel her husband to relent. "If you neglect my family, I shall make your daughter suffer." Village head Su, equally callous, turned a blind eye to his daughter's plight. The Li family endured the whims of Su Mingwan, choosing their own path, even if it meant crawling through a trail of blood. Although Su Jing was merely a village head from a primitive planet, lacking in worldly experience, he possessed a sharp intellect that allowed him to discern the Li family's intentions. Thus, he gritted his teeth and persevered, determined to see who truly possessed a hardened heart. If he were to show compassion for the child, the entire Li family would eventually become parasites, feeding off the 3 of them. He remained indifferent, believing that once the child awakened to her reality and departed from the Li family, it would not be difficult for her to find a kind-hearted family, given their resources. Regrettably, while Su Jing's thoughts were noble, fate had other plans. Su Mingwan became pregnant. At this juncture, Zhu Xiaoyun could no longer contain herself. They had but one daughter. And with the child expecting, how could she bear to see the Li family treat her as mere livestock? Thus, she began to surreptitiously provide Su Mingwan with nourishment and sustenance. Just as she delivered the provisions, they would find their way into the mouths of the Li family. Su village head forbade his wife from her fruitless endeavors, as their daughter received not a morsel. The energy-rich food was costly, earned through their hard labor. Yet it only benefited the shameless Li family. Observing his son-in-law's idleness, Su Jing saw no alternative but to assign Li Mubai the task of delivering goods to the town. The villagers would gather wild vegetables, herbs, and exotic beasts from the mountains each day, bringing them to the town's purchasing station in exchange for interstellar currency. This work was relatively easy and lucrative, sufficient for their sustenance. As for raising children, he thought it better that the Li family starve than rely on them. When her granddaughter was born, Zhu Xiuyun could not help but go to assist her daughter during the confinement period. Otherwise, Zhang Liang might impose upon Mingwan, expecting her to attend to the needs of their entire family during this time. Zhu's presence would compel Zhang Liang to exercise some restraint, for she would not dare to offend the Su family too severely. The granddaughter was named Qing. In the Galactic Empire, children are required to undergo aptitude testing upon birth to determine whether they possess the talents of an extraordinary ability user or an interstellar warrior, and to assess the level of their potential. Those identified as exceptionally gifted would receive support from the Empire for their training, while their education would be entirely free. The most outstanding among them could even gain admission to prestigious academies in the Central Star systems. Regrettably, when Qing was tested at the town's medical center at the age of 1, she exhibited no talents whatsoever, leaving many deeply disappointed. Her father, Li Mubai, possessed the aptitude of a third-tier interstellar warrior, while Su Mingwan had the second-tier talent of a planter. Village chief Su could not fathom why his granddaughter lacked any ability. Individuals like Li Mubai and Su Mingwan, whose talents fell short of the Empire's training standards, could only pursue personal development if they had the financial means. Otherwise, they would simply lead ordinary lives, as a lack of talent severely restricted their future prospects. Regardless of their efforts, they could not surpass the genetic limitations imposed by their lineage. Su Mingwan was indeed an ordinary person, and although Li Mubai had decent physical attributes, he still fell far short of the criteria required for joining the imperial military, where the minimum standard began at the 6th tier. Thus, the Li family held little regard for this granddaughter who displayed no talents. Su Mingwan, occupied with her work during the day, had little time to care for her child, often leading to irregular feeding and care for the baby. The birth of Qing compelled Su Jing to endure in silence, reluctantly accepting Li Mubai. He resolved to instill discipline in this indolent son-in-law, for a man ought to provide for his family. It was inconceivable for an entire household to rely solely on his daughter. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. During an expedition into the mountains to hunt ferocious beasts, Su village's leader encountered a rampaging bear. Amidst the chaos, while everyone brandished their weapons in combat, Li Mubai, paralyzed by fear, fled in disarray, inadvertently attracting a swift wolf. With insufficient manpower to confront the threat, Su village's leader commanded a retreat, while others remained unscathed. Li Mubai was not only terrified to the point of losing control but also unable to run, proving less capable than the average villager. It was baffling to consider what he occupied himself with on ordinary days. As Li Mubai lagged behind, the swift wolf, renowned for its speed, lunged to deliver a fatal bite. It was Su Jing who risked his life to pull him back, but Li Mubai, in a moment of panic, shoved his father-in-law aside. This caused Su Jing to stumble, and in that fleeting moment, he found himself confronted by the wolf's gaping jaws. He brandished his axe in a desperate attempt to defend himself, and villagers witnessing the scene cried out, attributing the peril to Li Mubai, who had been saved by the village leader's good intentions only to place him in such grave danger. Trembling and shedding tears, Li Mubai lamented, "I did not mean to. I was merely frightened." Yet, in response, they scoffed, questioning how one with such innate talent could cower before a beast, challenging his very manhood. Silence. Quickly gather around the village chief. Everyone hurry over. Despite the fierce struggle, the wolf still clings to life. As we pry its jaws apart, we find the village chief's neck is a gruesome sight, blood and flesh in disarray. We hastily apply a hemostatic agent and bind the wound. Some carry the village chief, while others bear the lifeless body of the wolf, rushing down the mountain towards the village. Thankfully, the ferocious bear is slow, unable to pursue them. Upon reaching the village, they find solace. The otherworldly beast dares not descend, for nearby military presence offers protection. They must swiftly transport the village chief to the town hospital. Chapter 5. The proposal of divorce. Before they could carry Chief Su into the village, he breathed his last. Zhu Xiuyun clutched her husband, overcome with grief, unleashing her sorrow in anguished cries while hurling accusations at Li Mubai. On his knees, Li Mubai wept profusely, insisting it was not his intention. He had merely acted out of fear. Su Mingwan could only weep, caught between her father and her husband. What could she do? "Mother, please forgive Mubai. He did not mean it." Zhu Xiuyun gazed at her daughter in disbelief, finally grasping the profound implications of her husband's words from years past. Her daughter had become utterly enchanted by the Li family. All the love and care her father had bestowed upon her seemed futile, with her father deceased. She could still plead for her husband, exhibiting little sense of sorrow. "Son, rise, You are blameless. Zhang Liang rushed in, seeing her son on his knees, and shouted, Zhu Xiaoyun, let me make this clear. The death of Chief Su has nothing to do with my son. Had it not been for your insistence that my son venture into the mountains, would he have encountered such peril? I never consented to Mu Bai hunting otherworldly beasts. Is my son suited for such hazardous work? I have yet to hold the village chief accountable for this. It was his duty to protect my son, after all. He is my son as father-in-law. His demise is merely unfortunate. Zhu Xiaoyun's heart pounded violently, nearly forcing forth a spurt of blood. Confronted with the brazen and shameless arguments of an unscrupulous individual, she exclaimed, Zhang Liang, is your entire family composed of beasts? Instead of confronting the monstrous creatures, you await the winds of the northwest. How dare you suggest that my husband, who perished while saving your son, was merely unfortunate? It was your son who pushed him. Her voice, hoarse from exertion, echoed her last desperate words, her face ablaze with fury, as though she longed to consume the mother and son whole. Zhang Liang's words were devoid of compassion, utterly inhumane. Any person of decency would refrain from uttering such sentiments. After all, death is a grave matter. Shrinking back momentarily, Zhang Liang soon regained her composure, defiantly stating, My son claims it was unintentional. What more do you desire now that a life has been lost? Should my son pay with his life, or shall your daughter become a widow? She then urged her son, We must leave. Grasping the kneeling Li Mu Bai, she prepared to depart. Humph. In the past, Su Jing was the village chief, and she had been cautious, hoping to secure a good job to earn a few more interstellar coins. Now that a life had been extinguished, what was there to fear? The surrounding villagers exchanged glances, their indignation palpable as they contemplated confronting her, ready to reproach the Li family. However, one among them restrained the group, whispering a few words into his ear, prompting him to suppress his rage and glare at her. Zhu Xiaoyun was consumed by anguish, her heart aching painfully. Her daughter could only weep, and she wiped her tears as the villagers and Su village chief's brother arranged the funeral. Disappointment in her daughter, Su Mingwan, left her speechless. It was not until 2 years after the village chief's passing that Zhu Xiaoyun began to emerge from her sorrow, showing her daughter a semblance of kindness, motivated solely by the presence of her precious granddaughter. Ultimately, she deemed that a mountain girl from a primitive planet was unworthy of her beloved son, and thus, she orchestrated their divorce, confronted by her husband's silence and the disdainful gazes of her in-laws. Su Mingwan reflected on the sacrifices she had made since marrying into the Li family. Her father had even perished in an attempt to save Mu Bai, while her mother reproached herself for this tragedy. Having invested so much, she could hardly believe that now, as the family was on the brink of prosperity, they would cast her aside. With a hopeful gaze directed at her husband, she implored, Mu Bai, you cannot possibly agree with this, can you? Mingwan, he replied. Divorce would be beneficial for both of us. We are fundamentally from different worlds. Our paths crossed by chance, but ultimately, we must part ways. I cannot adapt to this environment, and you cannot integrate into my life. If you persist in this union, you will come to regret it. Su Mingwan stared at her husband in disbelief. Mu Bai, what do your words signify? Did you not profess your love for me, vowing it would endure eternally? You claim to cherish me for who I am. Now you assert we are incompatible? I refuse to accept that. Zhang Liang scoffed derisively. What is there to doubt? It was all a ruse to placate you. Otherwise, how could your parents have supported our family? Could you possibly sustain us with your tireless efforts? My son is exceptional. Just look at you, perpetually reeking of dirt and fish. You are hardly worthy of him, especially with that talentless daughter of yours. It would be best for you to leave our Li family without delay. Su Mingjuan's lips quivered as her parents had repeatedly warned her that the Li family sought to exploit her and had no intention of treating her well. She had never taken their words to heart, but now, with her mother-in-law laying bare the truth, it felt as though her heart had been pierced. Her gaze remained fixed on her husband, while Li Chuanzhong remained silent, allowing his wife to take the lead. Once she had finished speaking, he essentially rendered a verdict on the matter. Tears streamed down Su Mingjuan's face. Whether for her husband's heartlessness or for the years of toil she had endured seemed uncertain. What pained her most was the realization that her beloved brother Mu Bai, who had vowed to love her for a lifetime, would waver in his affections. Upon returning to her room, she beheld her little daughter, who lay with her fingers in her mouth, and her tears surged forth even more violently. They had forsaken even Qing. Was not Mu Bai the one who adored their daughter the most? Why had everything changed so abruptly? The happiness she had once believed to be genuine was merely an illusion. Li Mubai entered, his voice faltering as he said, Mingwan, your parents never approved of our union. Now that we are divorced, your mother must be overjoyed. Why do you cry? You should be happy. Hearing her husband's words, the vows they had exchanged felt like a cruel jest. In defiance of her parents, she had sacrificed her father's life only to be cast aside. In a fit of rage, she raised her hand and struck Li Mubai across the face. Li Mubai, are you a beast? Is that how a human speaks? With her child in her arms, she declared, Qing, we are leaving to find Grandma. Tears fell drop by drop onto her heart as she stumbled out the door. Li Mubai, covering his face, shouted, Hey, Mingwan, where are you going at this hour? You can move out tomorrow. His words shattered her heart into a million pieces as she fled in despair. At that moment, Su Qing found herself transported into the body of the little girl, arriving at Su Mingwan's parental home. Unbeknownst to her, the past loomed large. After Zhu Xiaoyun turned off the lights, silence enveloped the room. How could the mother and daughter find restful sleep amidst such turmoil? Chapter 6. The displeasing meal. Only Su Qing slept soundly, oblivious to the passage of time. Suddenly, a voice called out to her, Qing, wake up, it's time to rise. Su Qing opened her eyes, and after a few moments, she realized that she had indeed traversed into the body of a 3-year-old child, not merely caught in a dream. In her dazed state, she felt a pair of hands lifting her from the bed, her grandmother. Zhu Xiaoyun dressed her in clothes and socks, then carried her to the bathroom. The restroom was quite modern, equipped with a flushing toilet. Zhu Xiaoyun filled a basin with warm water to wash her face. With her large, dark eyes, Su Qing glanced at her grandmother, noticing the absence of her mother. Sensing her granddaughter's confusion, Zhu Xiaoyun explained, Your mother has gone to invite your second uncle and the village head to discuss matters. The Su family had been long-standing residents of Shangquan village for hundreds of years, holding significant respect within the community. It was no wonder that Su Jing had been elected as the village head. However, after his passing, the Su family lacked a capable successor, and the position had to be relinquished to another family. Though the title of village head may seem minor, it wielded control over all aspects of village life. The current village head, Wu Yud, was relatively fair-minded, albeit lacking the astuteness of Su Jing. Nevertheless, Shangquan village was not a bustling metropolis, and Wu Yud managed the role competently. Su Jing had a younger brother named Su Feng, who had 2 sons, both of whom remained unmarried and were rather simple folk. They possessed a level 3 talent as interstellar warriors, but had not pursued any specialized combat skills or physical enhancement techniques. As for the breakfast options presented to Su Qing, they consisted of pink radishes, green spinach, white wheat, and yellow corn. Su Qing blinked in bewilderment. Was this truly sufficient for a meal? She remains perplexed by her circumstances. Fortunately, her mother is preoccupied with sorrow, and her grandmother has limited interaction with her, thus failing to notice her peculiarities. She chooses to observe discreetly, gradually attempting to comprehend this world. There is an unsettling aura in her household. Despite the ordinary items in use and the absence of language barriers, she senses something amiss. Why must the food be prepared in a paste-like consistency? Is it perhaps specially formulated for children? Choosing to remain silent, she points towards the yellow corn-flavored option, opting for a cautious taste. She never imagined breakfast would come in a bag. She resolves to treat it as corn porridge. Zhu Xiaoyun opens the yellow nutritional paste, pours it into a bowl, and presents it to her. Su Qing gazes at the yellow liquid in the bowl and sniffs it, detecting no notable aroma. When she tentatively takes a sip, she is struck by an overwhelming sensation akin to consuming sawdust, with only a faint hint of corn flavor, so dissimilar to the corn she had previously enjoyed, which had been cultivated with fertilizer. Could it be that this place is not Earth? With great effort, Su Qing manages to swallow the paste, but the thought of consuming more is unappealing. Observing her reluctance, Zhu Xiaoyun gently encourages, Qing, please finish it all. You won't feel hungry, and your grandmother will prepare a delicious meal for you this evening. Zhu Xiaoyun understands that synthetic food lacks palatability. When her husband was alive, they enjoyed energy-rich food daily, thanks to the subsidies provided by the empire, as well as their bountiful harvests from the mountains. Their family was never deprived of good sustenance. However, after her husband's passing, their financial situation became precarious. The savings she had accumulated must be preserved for future needs, making it difficult for her to justify spending. Consequently, she is resigned to feeding her child these unappetizing meals, knowing full well that children seldom find them appealing. Su Qing was no child. Her pickiness was merely a reflection of her discontent with the unpalatable fare. As long as her hunger was satiated, it sufficed, and she gulped down the remaining corn porridge in one swift motion. Zhu Xiuyun wiped her mouth, and just then, the sound of the courtyard gate creaked open, signaling the arrival of guests. Su Qing turned her gaze to see Su Mingwan entering with two middle-aged men, none other than the village head, Wu Yud, and her uncle, Su Feng. Before Wu Yud could settle himself, he anxiously inquired, "Sister-in-law, what troubles you?" Mingwan won't speak of it, only weeps incessantly. Has the Li family been tormenting her again? Su Feng, upon entering, greeted her with a simple sister-in-law before taking a seat in silence. His taciturn nature and lack of eloquence were evident as he smiled and affectionately ruffled Su Qing's hair. Family disputes are notoriously complex, and the entanglement between the Su and Li families was no exception. Mingwan seemed content, yet who would stand up for her when a family of outsiders bullied her? If such was the case, divorce appeared to be the most fitting solution, but it should not come at the cost of their dignity. They ought to compensate Mingwan for the years of youth lost, having toiled like a servant for their family. The men of her household had perished for the sake of that wretched Li Mubai, leaving behind a family of ingrates devoid of humanity. Wu Yud's anger flared upon hearing this. Is this true? Let us go at once. Shangquan village is not a place where the Li family can come and go as they please. Su Mingwan was a remarkable young woman, once the object of affection for all the young men in the village, only to be taken away by a family of outsiders. Her son had been seething with resentment ever since, and to this day, he remained unmarried. Even the typically irritable Su Feng found himself provoked. There is no family that treats people as poorly as the Li family. His niece, once seemingly brainwashed, had devoted herself entirely to the Li household, even sacrificing her elder brother's life in the process. How could he not be enraged? Yet, what could be done about a wayward niece? She was the apple of her uncle's eye, cherished since childhood. He lamented that children are often spoiled, lacking discernment, and consumed by self-interest. Notions of love mean little when it comes to sustenance. The only merit of that Li lad was his handsome appearance and a few commendable traits. The thought of his brother's tragic demise gnawed at his heart. If divorce was the path ahead, so be it. The Su family is not to be trifled with, and they would not allow themselves to be discarded once their utility was exhausted. Su Feng contemplated. His wife was no stranger to confrontation, ready to rally support for her sister-in-law. Zhang Liying, that headstrong woman, could indeed stir up quite a commotion. Zhu Xiuyun cradled Su Qing, accompanied by her daughter and the village head, as they made their way to the Li residence. If this matter could not be resolved amicably, the Li family should not expect peace. The decision of divorce was not theirs to dictate. The imperial laws are robust and provide comprehensive protection for women and children. The Moonlight Star is rather remote, and many villagers remain ignorant of the law. Nevertheless, Zhu Xiuyun, as the village head's wife, possessed at least some understanding of legal matters. She understood that as long as the wife remained resolute in not seeking a divorce, and with children involved, the court would not issue a decree of dissolution. Even in the event of a divorce, the wife and children were entitled to unyielding support. Many men of the empire hesitated to pursue divorce, primarily due to their inability to afford alimony. The Li family took advantage of the villagers' ignorance of the law, but today they would learn that they had encountered a formidable obstacle. Chapter 7. Confrontation. Su Qing nestled in her grandmother's embrace, surveying the surroundings. Each household was constructed from stone, fortified with walls. In the early morning, not a wisp of smoke curled from any chimney. Did the villagers forego breakfast? The attire donned by the locals bore a striking resemblance to the fashion of Earth in the 1990s, and the streets lacked any public amenities. However, an abundance of trees adorned the landscape, and some households cultivated flowers that bloomed vibrantly. In the distance lay fields, with individuals tending to the crops, watering and weeding, reminiscent of rural life on Earth. This was his homeland, a modest celestial body, vastly superior to Dream Moon Star, which was merely a remote and primitive planet. For a decade, he had struggled to endure. Their conversation flowed freely, with no one noticing the absence of two family members. The Li family had never regarded Su Mingwan and her daughter with any significance. In their eyes, they were merely free help. Even though Li Muyun exhibited commendable character, he was accustomed to viewing the inhabitants of Dream Moon Star as inferior beings. Suddenly, the gate swung open with a loud bang, kicked from the outside, prompting the Li family to frown in unison and peer out, wondering who possessed such a lack of manners. Zhu Xiuyun entered with Su Qing in her embrace, followed closely by Wu Yud and Su Mingwan, along with Li Chuanzhong and Zhang Liying. "You two shameless wretches, come out here. I shall strip the facade from your disgusting faces." Zhang Liang rushed out, hands on her hips, her voice a furious shout. Zhu Xiuyun let out a cold laugh. "Zhang Liang, it is ironic that you often boast about coming from a grand place, preaching manners and propriety, while looking down upon us mountain folk. The most ill-mannered among us are none other than your family, the Li clan. Ungrateful and shameless, your actions hardly qualify as humane. Are you truly oblivious to who bullies whom? Bah, a family of ingrates, utterly lacking in shame. Have you forgotten how you appeared when you first arrived in the village? Now you dare to show your teeth at me? Li Chuanzhong, step forward. We must have a discussion about how you once groveled before my old Su. He perished while saving your son, and yet you repay that sacrifice by mistreating my daughter. You are unworthy of being called human. Not only have you tormented my daughter, but now you wish for your son to divorce her? Your family's conscience must have been devoured by dogs. Zhu Xiuyun's tirade was relentless, each word laced with indignation towards the Li family's shamelessness. Out of respect for her daughter, Zhu Xiuyun had refrained from tearing away this veil of pretense. But now that divorce was on the table, she felt no obligation to show any grace. Su Qing gazed at the middle-aged woman who had rushed out, a vision in a long dress, with fair skin and hair neatly styled at the back. Though she remained silent, her presence exuded the air of a noble woman. Yet, once she spoke, she revealed the temperament of a shrew. Apart from Zhang Liang, who remained unperturbed and thick-skinned, the others in the Li family flushed with embarrassment, their expressions soured by the undeniable truth. In the eyes of the Li family, the villagers were deemed lowly and inferior. Despite their banishment, they considered their lineage far superior, never regarding the villagers as their equals. Zhu Xiuyun had now exposed the truth, tearing away the facade of respectability that the Li family had clung to. Their actions were inherently unscrupulous, destined to be met with widespread disdain in the realm of Baichengxing. Yet, to treat those they deemed inferior as inconsequential was nothing new. No one would hold them accountable. How shameless, they scoffed, regarding the villagers as ungrateful and heartless. To them, the mere ability of these commoners to serve their family was a privilege. Could these lowly beings ever compare to them? They were of noble blood. And even in their downfall, they considered themselves superior. Zhang Liang cast a scornful glance at Zhu Xiuyun, a mere commoner unworthy of even carrying her shoes. What of utilizing their family? To her, those beneath her were akin to swine. You are truly shameless, Zhu Xiuyun retorted, taken aback by the audacity of Zhang Liang, who took the kindness shown to her for granted, exploiting others whilst viewing them as beneath her. How had she not seen through their repugnant facade before? They had played their roles too convincingly. Enough, sister-in-law, cease this futile chatter. Where are the men of the Li family? Why are they hiding? They can commit shameful acts and yet fear the truth being revealed. It is not a matter of divorcing Mingwan. Rather, we should discuss the terms. Otherwise, your family should not expect to leave Shangquan village unscathed. We, the mountain folk, are known for our hospitality and sincerity, yet we are not to be trifled with. If you truly take our kindness for granted, I wonder who among you would dare to do so. Weid has served as village chief for several years, developing an air of authority, and his words resonate with conviction. Zhang Liang regards him with a sidelong glance, showing no respect. Li Chuanzhong, being a man, cannot hide behind a woman and must step forward. With a facade of insincerity, he remarks, "Oh, the village chief has arrived. Please, take a seat inside." The quarrel among the women is not something for us men to interrupt. Wu Yud's expression darkens, his gaze fixed intently on him as he states, "Rest assured, our mountain girls will not cling stubbornly. If you wish to divorce, let us discuss the terms. If we are satisfied, your family may relocate. If not, let us see how you can depart from Shangquan village." It is often said that poverty breeds cunning. The mountain folk are simple, kind-hearted, and fiercely united. Should one of their own be wronged, the entire village rallies in support. Reasoning with them is futile. They adhere to their own sense of justice, often resorting to force. When the Li family first arrived, had it not been for their flattery towards Su Jing, and later, when Su Mingwan married Li Mubai, they would have been dealt with long ago by the villagers. Li Chuanzhong understands the current situation well. He glances at Zhu Xiuyun, who cradles a child, and Su Mingwan, whose eyes are swollen with tears, harboring a hidden resentment towards these two impoverished women who dare to negotiate with him. However, under the circumstances, one must bow their head beneath the eaves. With a forced smile, he says, "Very well, Mu Yun, please hasten to bring out some stools for everyone to sit." Several stools were moved out, and Zhu Xiuyun, cradling her child, was the first to take a seat. Wu Yud, unceremoniously, plopped down on another chair. A glint of sharpness flashed in Li Chuanzhong's eyes, yet he maintained a smile as he settled down. Li Muyun then brought over a square table and poured a cup of water for everyone. Zhang Liang observed her son's attentiveness with a hint of dissatisfaction, but remained silent, recognizing it as basic courtesy, albeit wasted on a few lowly individuals. Chapter 8. The conditions for divorce. Su Qing speculated that the elderly couple must be her grandparents, and the one moving the chairs was her uncle. She wondered why her father had not yet emerged. After all the commotion, he remained indoors. What sort of man could compel Su Mingwan to sever ties with her parents and marry him? Zhu Xiaoyun stormed over to the Li family to settle the score, and soon a crowd had gathered at their doorstep, pointing and whispering among themselves. Su Feng and his wife, fueled by anger, rushed over with their son, standing beside their sister-in-law to lend their support. How naive you are. Do you think marriage is something you can enter or exit at will? All these years, my daughter has poured her youth and sweat into this, not to mention the life of our dear Su. How will the Li family compensate for that? Zhu Xiaoyun's voice rose to a crescendo, tears streaming down her face. If it weren't for my daughter, for Li Mubai, would her husband have perished, leaving her a widow? Where is Li Mubai? Let him come forth, the ingrate who brought ruin to our dear Su. In the past, out of regard for my daughter, we refrained from pursuing matters. Now he seeks to abandon her and revel in comfort? First, let us calculate how he shall repay us. The Li family, devoid of any sense of shame, conducts themselves with utter disregard for morality, treating others as mere tools for their own benefit. With the husband deceased, she demands even greater compensation, for she has never regarded the people around her with respect, valuing only her foolish daughter as precious. The Su family casts venomous glances toward the Li family, a clan of heartless ingrates, incessantly criticizing their lack of manners and sophistication, labeling them as unsophisticated bumpkins. Yet, the Li family is cold-hearted, ruthless, and shameless, embodying the very essence of mediocrity. They prefer to remain in the tranquility of Shangquan village rather than confront their disgrace. Despite considering the villagers as beneath them, the Li family still possesses a semblance of conscience. Even if they are exiled to this place, they cannot entirely shed their noble pretensions, as their moral compass is not entirely lost. Li Chuanzhong, with a grim expression, inquires, "What do you wish to do?" Wu Yud responds, "Let Li Mubai come out." The couple intends to divorce. They should face the consequences of their actions instead of hiding away in their home, as if they feel too ashamed to confront others. Snorting in disdain, Li Chuanzhong gestures for his eldest son to summon the younger one. Moments later, Li Mubai, hesitantly, steps into the courtyard, positioning himself behind his father. Upon seeing Li Mubai, Su Qing's eyes light up. Indeed, he is quite a handsome young man. Li Mubai possesses a tall, slender figure, fair complexion, and striking features, exuding an air of refinement that starkly contrasts with the rustic demeanor of the mountain folk. Such captivating looks could easily enchant the simple-minded Su Mingwan, and it is no wonder she is utterly smitten. As the saying goes, beauty is justice, for those blessed with good looks often find themselves surrounded by admirers. Wu Yud then asks, "Mubai, do you truly intend to divorce Mingwan? This child has been nurtured by everyone, yet his sole flaw lies in his laziness. He shies away from labor and is timid, a result of the indulgence from the Li couple. In this day and age, who among those endowed with the talents of a star warrior would risk their lives for a meager existence, unless they secure a respectable job in a sprawling metropolis? Thus, the villagers hold men like Li Mubai in contempt. His brother dares to venture into the mountains to confront otherworldly beasts, displaying commendable prowess and providing for the family, while he merely relies on his wife's support, rendering himself a mere wastrel. Li Mubai bowed to Wu Yud and expressed, "I can only apologize to Mingwan. No matter how much animosity you harbor towards me, our marriage must come to an end. We inhabit entirely different worlds, and binding ourselves together will not yield happiness. Have you not endured enough torment from my parents? Our divorce would be a liberation for you." Wu Yud snorted derisively and retorted, "No matter how eloquently you speak, it cannot disguise your shameful act of abandoning your wife and child." Before Li Mubai could further elucidate, Li Chuanzhong interjected, displeased. His younger son possesses remarkable talent and striking looks. Enough of this meaningless chatter. My son wishes to divorce. Let us hear your terms. Zhu Xiaoyun regarded him with disdain. Terms? If you wish to divorce, very well. According to imperial law, You should know what that entails. Do not underestimate us mountain folk. The Galactic Empire safeguards the rights of women and children. If you do not wish for Mingwan and Qingqing to be with you, that is acceptable. Simply provide sufficient child support. Otherwise, you shall not divorce us, and we shall remain steadfast in our resolve. Li Chuanzhong initially believed that getting a divorce would be a straightforward affair. Given the couple's usual demeanor towards Su Mingwan, he assumed the Su family would be eager to grant their consent. To his astonishment, this mountain woman possessed a remarkable understanding of the law. How much alimony do you desire? Qingqing must be supported until she reaches the age of 18, and as long as Mingwan remains unmarried. She is entitled to support for each day. Let us set aside 10 years for her, considering the life of our Su family member. No amount of compensation could suffice. I would prefer him alive. The expressions of the Li family shifted dramatically. Zhu Xiuyun truly dared to make such an exorbitant demand. 2 million. One must realize that even during their most prosperous days, their total assets barely reached 5 million. Her opening bid of 2 million was indeed audacious. Su Qing sat in Zhu Xiuyun's embrace, observing the varied reactions of the onlookers, while Su Mingwan remained indifferent, her red-rimmed eyes fixed upon her husband, Li Mubai. The man she loved with all her heart had evidently never harbored feelings for her. To him, she was merely a tool. Li Mubai averted his gaze, refusing to look at her. They had shared moments of happiness, yet Mingwan was not his preferred type. Had he remained in Shangquan village, he might have resigned himself to fate, but now that he had the opportunity to leave, why prolong this unsatisfactory union? Su Qing felt a mocking sense of disdain. All men were alike. Where in the world could one find love that surpasses even gold? Such ideals were mere illusions. The most despicable aspect of the Li family was their exploitation of an innocent girl, reducing her to servitude, devoid of any semblance of dignity. A piercing scream shattered the air. Zhu Xiuyun, you wretched hag, I have long had enough of you. If you desire money, you shall find no way to obtain it. Humph, if you refuse to pay, let us see who can endure until the end. Regardless, we shall not divorce. Should you dare to leave, I will report your son to the town authorities. Abandoning one's family is a grave offense in the Empire, once publicized on the Star Network. Your son's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, and a significant blemish would mar his record. If the superbrain confirms the veracity of these claims, you may as well visit your son in the prison star. It would be preferable to exile. Zhu Xiuyun was well aware that these were words previously spoken by Su Jing. The village chief, Su, was a man of great foresight, keenly interested in current affairs and well-versed in the empire's matters, often sharing examples with his wife. He frequently discussed divorce, especially due to his reservations concerning his daughter's marriage, preparing for the worst. Li Chuanzhong's face stiffened. Nonetheless, one cannot demand an exorbitant sum of 200,000. We were exiled to Dream Moon Star a decade ago. We hardly possess any wealth. Mingwan, you claim to be infatuated with Bai, willing to do anything for him. Your mother's opinion holds no weight. The marriage is yours. How much alimony do you desire? Realizing that Zhu Xiuyun was not an easy adversary, he shifted his focus to Su Mingwan. Chapter 9. Alimony. I do not know. Mubai changes his mind so easily. What is truly real? I will heed my mother's words. Upon being questioned, Su Mingwan first expressed surprise and confusion, followed by a faint, sorrowful smile, stating calmly that she had previously been disobedient and now aimed to be a dutiful daughter. Su Qing tugged at her grandmother's sleeve and asked softly, "Grandmother, how much does one need each month? What is the tuition for school?" In order to survive, one must consume genetically modified food daily, with a mere 100 interstellar coins sufficient for a month. However, even 10,000 interstellar coins are inadequate for the procurement of energy foods. The expenses of attending school in town are relatively modest, yet a yearly sum of 5,000 coins is required for city visits, not to mention the need for accommodation. Zhu Xiuyun was momentarily taken aback. Qingqing was speaking to her. Was this child not thought to be mute? Everyone assumed she could not articulate her thoughts, yet she spoke. Had it not been for her association with the Li family, Zhu Xiuyun would have leapt for joy. Su Qing pondered that the genetically modified food must be the unpalatable drink she had that morning, while energy food referred to natural sustenance. With a monthly expenditure of 10,000 coins, that amounts to 120,000 coins annually, or 1.2 million coins over a decade. She shook her head. The Li family would not provide such funds, especially considering her schooling and her mother's support fees. The courtyard was bustling with noise as Su Feng's wife and Zhang Liang engaged in a heated argument. Su Feng's wife demanded compensation for a life lost, while Zhang Liang retorted that she had no money and refused to be taken advantage of. Li Chuanzhong and Wu Yud furrowed their brows, oblivious to Su Qing's newfound ability to speak. With a decisive thump on the table, Wu Yud exclaimed for silence, asserting that quarrels would not resolve their issues. Turning his gaze to Li Chuanzhong, he stated, "As the head of the family, you hold the authority. The laws of the empire safeguard the rights of women and children. First, declare how much you can allocate for Qing's support and how much for Mingzhuan's alimony." Li Chuanzhong's mind raced with calculations. He had not previously considered his daughter-in-law and granddaughter, and now he was compelled to part with a sum of money that felt akin to having his heart ripped out. Why should these worthless women expect him to finance their sustenance? Yet, without financial contribution, divorce would be unattainable, for the laws of the empire loomed large. Who allowed Mu Bai and Su Mingwan to obtain their marriage certificate, thus becoming a legitimate couple? Traditionally, the people of the mountains do not emphasize the formalities of marriage certificates. A simple ceremony suffices to mark their union. However, Su Mingwan refused to comply, asserting that without a marriage certificate, they could not be considered a true couple, and thus her father would never forgive her. The Li family, not wishing to prolong the matter, readily acquiesced. Reflecting upon the past, they lamented that had they known better, they would have refused from the start. Given their son's capabilities, Su Mingwan would have eventually agreed, revealing the latent dangers of their decision. After much contemplation, he finally spoke. "Village chief, as you are aware, our family has been exiled. We lack financial resources. Over the years, we have not had any significant income. At most, we can offer them 100,000 interstellar coins." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiuyun, disregarding Qing, immediately reacted with indignation, exclaiming, 100,000? How dare you utter such a sum? Do you recall how you deceived Mingwan back then, claiming that your family was affluent? You brought a fortune of interstellar coins and treasures from Beeching Star, worth no less than 10 million. How is it that you now feign poverty? Zhu Xiuyun's words ignited a flicker of cold light in Li Chuanzhong's eyes as he swiftly turned to his son. How could they disclose the existence of over 10 million and various ancient artifacts so carelessly? Were it not for the promise of this sum, would their family have fallen to such straits? Li Mubai shrank back, for he had merely heard snippets from his mother regarding the extravagant claims made during the pursuit of Mingwan. He was unaware of the truth. Those were merely boastful words from youth, and yet you take them to heart. Our family's wealth was confiscated long ago. Do we still possess any funds? A dilapidated boat still has 3 nails left, he retorted. I refuse to believe you have nothing. Regardless, the minimum is 200,000. Or else you may take Qing with you. I have no desire to nurture your lineage. After speaking, she feigned a gesture and sent the child towards Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang, as if her tail had been stepped on, sprang up with great agility and exclaimed sharply, "You cannot expect to thrust this girl upon us. My son cannot bear a burden if he is to court a noble lady." Upon hearing this, Su Mingwan suddenly lifted her head to look at her, while Zhu Xiuyun seethed with rage, finally grasping the intentions of the Li family. Li Mubai's face turned crimson. He wished he could vanish into the ground, overwhelmed by humiliation. Li Chuanzhong's expression darkened. "You wretched woman, what nonsense are you spouting? Such delusions are not to be entertained." The couple from the Li family had once embodied a certain noble demeanor in Bai Qingxing, yet no amount of nobility could sustain one without food or drink. After 10 years in Shangquan village, they had assimilated into the lives of the villagers, and Li Chuanzhong felt that his wife had devolved into a shrew. Whether your words are baseless, you know in your hearts. I wonder why the urgency for divorce. Are you contemplating trading our son for wealth and status? Zhu Xiuyun's piercing words laid bare the schemes of the Li family, revealing the depths of human selfishness and shamelessness. Su Mingzhuan's mind was in turmoil. They had not yet divorced, yet her mother-in-law had already envisioned a match for Mu Bai with a wealthy girl. Was she so naive? Having never strayed far from her hometown, with the furthest she had ventured being the market town, her limited experience allowed her to be swayed by a man's outward charm. And with a few flattering words, she had been willing to sacrifice everything. Now she realized that she had foolishly entrusted her heart to someone unworthy, defying her parents in her determination to marry this irresponsible man, which indirectly led to her father's untimely death, an outcome of her refusal to heed her parents' counsel. A surge of resentment ignited within Su Mingwan as she cast a fierce glare at Li Mubai. Zhang Liang raised her head high, speaking with an air of arrogance. Since we are destined for divorce, we shall sever all ties henceforth. Your opinions on our plans are of no concern to us. While we may not interfere with your aspirations, we expect a divorce to be feasible. Compensation can facilitate discussions, but without it, do not entertain the notion of an easy resolution. 2 million is certainly out of the question. How much can you possibly afford while residing in Mountain Spring Village? Mingwan is capable, yet she cannot provide for Qing alone. Even if Li Chuanzhong possesses wealth, he has no intention of supporting that mother and daughter duo. He can only continue to grind away at this issue. You may concern yourself with how much I can spend, but with financial means, we would live comfortably, provide our child with education, and ensure a bright future at a prestigious school. The child is of your Li family's lineage, should you choose not to care for her. Do not expect us to bear the burden alone. With a scoff, Zhang Liang retorted, a mute, attending what school? Zhang Liang, this child carries your family's bloodline. Your disdain for her is a disdain for yourself. How cold-hearted and unfeeling must one be to abandon their own flesh and blood? Zhang Liang shot her a disdainful glance, asserting, our family harbors no speechless waste. Every member of the Li family is exceptionally gifted. We have no desire for a child tainted by inferior blood. As the women continued their relentless bickering, Wu Yud, sensing the conversation veering off track, interjected quickly, sister-in-law, what is your minimum demand? Please state a precise figure. Zhu Xiuyun pondered for a moment, realizing that even if the Li family had the means, they would not readily agree. She intentionally proposed a substantial sum to initiate the negotiation, knowing that otherwise, the Li couple would likely wish to offer no more than 100,000 for Qing and her mother. 1 million, it cannot be lower. My family has lost old Su, and no amount of compensation can suffice. 1 million. We truly cannot afford it. Sister-in-law Su, I admit, it is all our fault. I have failed in my duty as a parent, and we owe an apology to Mingwan. Mubai simply cannot continue with Mingwan. If you insist on 1 million, we cannot produce it. We might as well take Mingwan and her daughter with us. Chapter 10. Reaching an agreement, Li Chuanzhong smiled insidiously. After all, he hailed from a significant place, his thoughts deep and cunning. He had long realized that Zhu Xiuyun would never agree to let Su Mingwan and her daughter leave with them. Although they had never intended to take the pair along, it was still possible to deceive the other party. As those words were spoken, Su Mingjuan's eyes lit up, while Li Mubai and Zhu Xiuyun's expressions darkened. Father, how can you say that? Zhu Xiuyun felt a surge of panic, yet her face remained composed. So how much are you willing to offer? You possess 10 million. Yet you are unwilling to provide your granddaughter with 1 million for her upbringing. How ruthless you are. Very well, take Qing away. But I will only accept 80,000 for my daughter. Come on. Mutual destruction. Li Chuanzhong's intentions were clear to her. Wasn't it just like before? Watching her daughter suffer while the couple remained indifferent? Had it not been for Mingjuan's pregnancy, would they have lost? This compromise came at the cost of her husband's life. Today, she was resolute. Even if they took Qing away, she would not oppose it. Li Chuanzhong was somewhat taken aback. This woman possessed remarkable strength, which he had previously overlooked. It was evident that Qing and her companions would never desire her, yet the substantial sum offered was indeed hard to dismiss. Su Qing stood beside her grandmother, listening intently as both parties engaged in a fierce exchange of negotiations. Her ebony eyes flickered toward her disheartened biological mother, then cast a glance at her unfamiliar father, but she felt nothing. Having been sent to an orphanage at the tender age of 2, Su Qing had never anticipated the warmth of parental affection. Now, as a mature soul, she was indifferent to the presence or absence of parents. However, this couple was truly extraordinary. One was mindless and passionately reckless, while the other sought ease and indulgence, ready to abandon wife and child at the first sign of comfort. Both were morally bankrupt, egocentric individuals, self-serving and oblivious to the feelings of their kin. Su Mingwan, though seemingly pitiable, had subjected herself to the disdain of her grandmother and deceased grandfather in pursuit of her own love, ultimately reaping the consequences of her choices. After a heated exchange filled with sharp retorts, it was finally settled. The Li family would provide Su Mingwan and her daughter with 500,000 interstellar coins as support, while all the village properties and farmland would be bequeathed to Qing. Under the auspices of Wu Yud, they proceeded to the village chief's office, where they accessed the only optical computer in the village to download the divorce agreement, meticulously drafting the terms. Su Mingwan and Li Mubai signed the divorce papers online and arranged to finalize the procedures in town. At this point, the entanglement between the two families came to a definitive close. Li Chuanzhong transferred 500,000 interstellar coins to Zhu Shiyun, requiring merely a video confirmation and signature on the quantum brain to make it irrevocable. He harbored no fears of Su Mingwan retracting her agreement. The two families exited the village chief's office with expressionless faces. Zhu Shiyun held on to her daughter, Qing, while Li Mubai paused as he passed by his daughter. He crouched down and said, Qing, I am deeply sorry. Your mother and I are getting divorced, and I will not be able to be with you anymore. Please do not harbor hatred towards your father. Li Mubai had generally been kind to Qing, as she was his own daughter. However, he was lethargic and disinterested in taking action. Su Mingwan, who worked outside, entrusted the care of their child to Zhang Liying. Before Qing turned 1, Su Mingwan paid her some attention, but after assessing her potential, she lost interest, deeming a talentless child of no use. After her first birthday, Qing was often confined at home and frequently reprimanded. Li Mubai would defend his daughter, and initially, Qing was quite attached to her father. Su Qing gazed at him, contemplating that it would be unlikely for her to see her biological father again. They would no longer share the same planet, a distance greater than that between heaven and earth. She had just witnessed the village chief using the quantum brain to process her parents' divorce application and realized how peculiar the world was. Despite the people's attire and housing not being particularly advanced, the village possessed a quantum brain, whose technology far surpassed that of Earth's computers, enabling holographic communication with individuals afar. Thus, both parties could confirm their divorce application online before proceeding to the government for formalities. Truly remarkable. Su Qing nodded at Li Mubai, understanding her father's choice, albeit recognizing that the method was somewhat unscrupulous. Li Mubai gazed at the diminutive figure before him, barely a meter tall, with delicate, pale skin, albeit somewhat frail. The child bore a striking resemblance to him, which tugged at his heartstrings. After all, she was his daughter. He removed a verdant jade pendant from around his neck and draped it around Su Qing's neck. Lifting his daughter into his arms, he turned to leave. Zhang Liying chided him for bestowing the jade pendant, a gift from her grandfather, upon that waste. Li Chuanzhong reprimanded her with a few terse words, silencing her. Zhang Liying fell silent, fearful of any further complications before their departure from this desolate place. She could scarcely endure the past decade, during which the once vibrant essence of her life had withered away. Su Qing silently watched as the Li family receded from view, her small hand gently caressing the emerald jade pendant. The village government of Mountain Spring Village featured a spacious courtyard, housing a row of buildings, including the village chief's office and a duty room where villagers took turns keeping watch at night. The remainder of the space was filled with storerooms, brimming with village supplies and machinery. Su Qing marveled at the abundance of advanced technological apparatuses. The village chief's office was equipped with a holographic computer, while the roof boasted a panel resembling an air conditioning unit. The warehouse's entrance seemed to be directly linked to the village chief's holographic computer, controlled by an intelligent system. Confusion enveloped her. What manner of world had she traversed into? A realm where the primitive coexisted with high technology, infused with supernatural abilities and interstellar warriors. Was it possible that there were interstellar fleets engaged in cosmic battles? The strangeness of it all overwhelmed her. Yet, she was still young and would gradually come to understand this world. Taking her grandmother's hand, she stepped out of the courtyard. The ability to start anew in life is of paramount importance. Perhaps this is a parallel universe of Earth. Otherwise, how could it retain its original name? She may have transcended into her parallel self or had her spiritual essence awakened in another realm. Zhu Shiyun expressed her gratitude incessantly to the village chief, while Wu Yid smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Su Feng's wife, Wang Sanmei, spoke candidly. Su Mingwan abruptly stood up, her voice filled with anger as she declared, "I refuse." She hastily strode to the doorway of the inner room, flung aside the curtain, and dashed inside, collapsing onto the bed in tears. Her sorrowful cries pierced Zhu Shiyun's heart, causing tears to cascade down her cheeks. She understood that her daughter harbored resentment towards her for not supporting her, allowing the Li family to take her away, insisting that she divorce Li Mubai. "Sister-in-law, please do not cry. Mingwan is young and inexperienced. She does not realize that once we leave Shanquan village, we become nothing. The distance between Baikan Star and Mengyue Star spans several star systems. She has been wronged, and we are powerless to intervene. It is possible that we may never meet again." Handing a handkerchief to her sister-in-law to wipe her tears, she felt a surge of sorrow herself. Had it not been for Mingjuan's insistence on marrying Li Mubai, her elder brother would still be alive. and they would still be the village chief, leading a better life. Chapter 11. The chubby Mengli Su Feng and his two sons watched as their sisters-in-law's eyes reddened. Their fists clenched in silent frustration. They felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. The entire Li family was despicable, exploiting Mingwan, and when she became of no use to them, they cast her aside. Su Qing glanced around, pondering what could possibly be sorrowful. Her grandmother's actions were justified, without family or friends to support her. And struggling to adapt to her surroundings, she was undoubtedly subjected to ridicule, feeling as if life was unbearable. Li Mubai would eventually divorce her. So it would be wiser to seek a swift separation now, securing some financial compensation. Time, after all, is a remedy for all wounds. Gradually, her mother would come to understand, and if she failed to do so, it would be a sign of profound folly. While the adults engaged in conversation, Su Qing quietly slipped outside to familiarize herself with the environment. The houses in the village appeared quite ordinary, and although the objects were somewhat peculiar in design, she could discern their purposes. Her curiosity was piqued by a mysterious structure beyond the courtyard, built from unidentified materials and resembling a vegetable greenhouse. Surely it couldn't be for growing vegetables, could it? That seemed implausible. It was spring, and crops would require sunlight to thrive. Unfortunately, she could not enter. She pushed against the door, but it did not budge, so she reluctantly abandoned her exploration. Qing, what are you doing? Su Qing was startled and turned to see a chubby little boy, around 8 or 9 years old, dressed in a short coat and shorts, clutching a bamboo rod. With bronzed skin and a round, dumpling-like face, he appeared quite adorable. Who are you? Su Qing inquired with her soft, youthful voice. I am Mengxi. Don't you remember? Every time you visit your grandmother's house, I play with you and even secretly share half of my persimmons with you. Su Qing shook her head. What memories could a 3-year-old possibly retain? I do not remember. Ah, Mengxi exclaimed, jumping in surprise. You, how can you talk? Su Qing furrowed her delicate brows, pondering whether her speech seemed peculiar. Indeed, at the tender age of 3, she had yet to utter a single word, leading others to label her as mute. The village children shunned her company, and her grandmother forbade her from venturing outdoors. Su Qing blinked, reflecting on her past. Could it be true that she was once mute? Surely not, for she could speak. It was undoubtedly the Li family's mistreatment, either through scolding or withholding food, that had caused her to withdraw. How could Su Mingwan be a mother, fixated solely on Li Mubai? I am not mute. I can speak. I simply chose not to before. Oh, really? The chubby boy's eyes rolled skeptically. Su Qing nodded vigorously. While she grappled with social anxiety, she felt no trepidation when interacting with young children. Her communication was generally unproblematic. It was merely the presence of many people that left her mind blank. Of course. By the way, what is the purpose of that locked shed? The chubby boy frowned. If you can speak, how have you forgotten about your grandmother's planting fields? You're the foolish one. I'm just young and don't remember much. True, with your lack of talent? It's likely your mind isn't sharp either. The boy feigned understanding, nodding as he echoed what the adults at home often said. Qing has no future. She possesses no talent and will have to rely on others for her entire life. You, Su Qing retorted angrily, it is you who lacks intelligence. Yet, she quickly reminded herself not to stoop to the level of a child. You mentioned this as a planting field, but why is it still covered? It could very well be left open. Oh, you. The chubby boy gazed at her with pity, pondering the peculiarities of Qing's mind. How could energy plants be cultivated outdoors? Even if they weren't ravaged by birds or beasts, their energy would be so volatile that direct consumption would be impossible. Only genetically modified crops could thrive in open fields. The wild fruits and exotic beasts in the mountains were frequently foraged and hunted, weren't they? Su Qing recalled that her grandfather had once ascended the mountain to hunt exotic beasts, only to be bitten by a gale wolf. The chubby boy, no longer perplexed by Su Qing's lack of understanding, explained directly. The flora and fauna in the outside world possess excessive energy and cannot be consumed directly. They must be sold to specialized companies for proper processing before they can be eaten. Only those who are level 5 or above, such as adaptability users or interstellar warriors, dare to consume them directly without fear of energy overload. Su Qing nodded, interpreting this to mean that the energy levels of the flora and fauna were too intense for ordinary individuals. Only crops grown within protective barriers could be safely ingested. Oh, survival is indeed quite challenging. At that moment, Zhu Shiyun was escorting the Su family out, and, upon seeing the two children, remarked with a smile, Mengqi. Make sure to spend more time playing with our Qing. She feels rather lonely. I understand, Grandma Zhu, the chubby boy replied with a nod. Zhu Xiaoyun felt a significant weight lift from her heart, her spirits considerably brighter, and a smile graced her face. Reassured that her daughter would eventually come to terms with things. Although Meng Qi had a good heart, he was already 9 years old and had little interest in playing with a 3-year-old. It was best to take his leave. Be careful, don't fall, she called out as the chubby boy darted away swiftly. Qing, are you craving some vegetables? Upon seeing Qing standing outside her cultivated garden, Zhu Xiaoyun instantly sensed the child's appetite. Not only the child, but she herself had also refrained from indulging in energy-rich foods for quite some time. With the vegetables now ripe, she had taken them to sell, fearing the day when unforeseen circumstances might leave her financially vulnerable. Zhu Xiaoyun pressed the password lock of the garden, calling out, Qing, come, let us explore what you wish to eat. Today, your grandmother is in high spirits. Feel free to indulge. As the gate to the garden swung open, Zhu Xiaoyun guided Qing inside. The space encompassed over an acre, constructed from a unique material that allowed sunlight to permeate, fostering plant growth. Upon entering, Su Qing felt an immediate sense of comfort. The air was refreshingly crisp. Although the outside was not uncomfortable, the garden exuded an invigorating essence that was simply delightful. Within, crops flourished in neat clusters, showcasing a variety of vegetables, grains, and even fruit trees, laden with unripe fruit. There was also a designated area for raising livestock, home to chickens, pigs, and rabbits. Qing, look, the tomatoes are ripe. Let me pick one for you. Would you like some cucumbers? Zhu Xiaoyun inquired, eager to cater to her granddaughter's preferences. She would spare no expense for the child, who had endured hardships at the Li household, where she scarcely dared to speak, a result of her mother's misdeeds. Her daughter was not spoiled, yet possessed a simple disposition. Once the Li family departed, they agreed to leave the house and land to Qing, continuing to allow Ming Wan to tend to it. She would be able to provide for herself and her child, free from the burdens of a family that hindered their progress, paving the way for a brighter future. Su Qing observed that the cultivation field was adorned with a variety of homegrown vegetables, alongside a modest yield of corn and wheat, insufficient to sustain the family. Consequently, her grandmother's refrigerator was filled with genetically modified foods, which she could hardly bring herself to consume, preferring instead the energy-rich produce from their own land. The two gathered a basket of vegetables, which contained merely 2 tomatoes, a cucumber, 2 ears of corn, and several eggs. Chapter 12. Energy Food. Zhu Xiaoyun would never indulge in the luxury of eating fresh corn. Upon seeing Qing lost in thought while gazing at the wheat and corn, she reluctantly snapped off an ear. She went in the chicken coop and collected several eggs, placing them in the basket, and tossed a handful of grass into the pig pen and the cages of the chickens and rabbits. Thank you, grandmother. Indeed, the Su family's kitchen was situated in the eastern wing of a small house, resembling a modern kitchen in many respects, yet peculiarly. Beneath the range hood was a traditional earthen stove that burned wood. Next to the vegetable cutting counter was an apparatus reminiscent of a juicer. Zhu Xiaoyun meticulously washed the vegetables, intending to prepare a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a cucumber salad, and boiled corn, an extravagant meal for her. As she usually refrained from such indulgence, reserving the best for her daughter and granddaughter. When her husband was alive, they managed well enough. With a stable income and the village head, though not influential, earning a salary. As Zhu Xiaoyun crouched down to kindle the fire, Su Qing approached and said, Grandma, let me help you with the fire. She too possessed the ability to ignite a flame. After all, the children at the orphanage had experienced a multitude of tasks. In her childhood, conditions were less than favorable, and heating was achieved through the use of a stove, as central heating was a luxury unrecognized by them. The older children were entrusted with the responsibility of tending to the stove and replacing the coal balls. Qing, you are still young. Just observe as I tend to the fire, Zhu Xiaoyun instructed, arranging firewood beneath the earthen stove. She grabbed a handful of straw and, using an object akin to a lighter, ignited it and placed it within the stove. The wood crackled to life, and the process of stir-frying tomatoes ensued, nothing particularly special. Just oil and beaten eggs, followed by the tomatoes being tossed into the pan. Zhu Xiaoyun then added a ladle of water to the pot, rinsing the egg bowl within it. As the water reached a boil, she sliced the cucumber ends and added them along with a sprinkle of salt, transforming it into a delightful soup. Su Qing observed with keen attention, realizing how reluctant her grandmother was to waste even a morsel of nourishing food. She hesitated to wash the frying pan, opting instead to create a soup. It became evident that energy-rich food was indeed a precious commodity. Corn had also been cooked in an appliance resembling a rice cooker, emitting a fragrant aroma that made Su Qing involuntarily swallow. Energy-rich food was undeniably delectable, and it was no wonder that it was held in such high esteem. Zhu Shiyun opened the refrigerator and retrieved several bags of special provisions, calling into the inner room. Mingwan, come out for dinner. After we eat, we will head out to work in the fields. Su Mingwan emerged with a sullen demeanor, her displeasure evident on her face. Zhu Shiyun felt a pang of frustration but replied, "Very well, you may rest. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to the town to sell the energy-rich vegetables from our home." Su Mingwan sat in silence, wearing an expression as if the entire world owed her something. She glanced at the dishes on the table, seized a corn cob, and took a hearty bite, savoring its flavor. "Mingwan, put that down. It's meant for Qing. You can have the porridge. There are still stir-fried tomatoes and cucumbers," her mother admonished. Hearing that it was for Qing and realizing she had no share of it, a wave of grievance washed over Su Mingwan, prompting her to devour the remaining half of the corn with fervor. Zhu Shiyun, exasperated by her daughter's lack of composure, chose to ignore her and served 2 spoonfuls of tomatoes and cucumbers into Qing's bowl, while she herself settled for the synthetic porridge. With a smile, Zhu Shiyun encouraged, "Qing, you eat up, Grandma won't." Qing understood that her grandmother would not partake, but being the younger one, she felt compelled to offer respect to her elder. She cast an unsatisfied glance at Su Mingwan, who was eagerly gnawing on the corn cob, a look of satisfaction on her face. Unbeknownst to her, Su Mingwan was preoccupied with her own discomfort, failing to notice that Qing had spoken. Qing, typically reserved, had been even more withdrawn in recent days, oblivious to the fact that she had indeed spoken. Her eyes, however, sparkled with newfound alertness. It seemed that this world was harsh. The impoverished could scarcely afford proper sustenance. On the table, Zhu Shiyun took a chopstick full of the dishes and mixed it with a bowl of white porridge. Su Mingwan followed suit, carelessly transferring a generous portion of vegetables into her bowl and eating in a haphazard manner. "Qing, merely eating vegetables won't fill you up. Grandma will prepare some porridge for you to mix in." Su Qing nodded, contemplating that perhaps this porridge served as their staple food. To stave off hunger, she resolved to take a few bites. Zhu Shiyun poured her a modest half bowl of the porridge and added the remaining tomatoes and cucumbers into her bowl. "Grandma, you should eat too. Why are you giving everything to me?" Su Qing remarked, scooping some into her grandmother's bowl. The porridge was rather unpalatable, and there was scarcely any vegetable left in Zhu Shiyun's bowl. It was hard to fathom how she could manage to eat. Zhu Shiyun smiled, graciously accepting her granddaughter's goodwill, and lowered her head to begin her meal. Su Mingwan had already finished a bowl, letting out a satisfied burp, enjoying the meal after such a long time without such indulgence. After the meal, Zhu Shiyun began to tidy up the dishes. Su Qing wished to assist by wiping the table, but was gently halted by Zhu Shiyun. Standing on a chair, the petite granddaughter was more of a hindrance than a help. There was a washing basin in the room, and with a simple rinse, the dishes could be cleaned, as they were quite pristine. The soup had been completely consumed by Su Mingwan and Zhu Shiyun. Su Qing furrowed her brows, reflecting on the hardships of their lives. The essence of existence lay in sustenance, and if they couldn't even manage to eat well, what could be said of anything else? Casting a peculiar glance at Su Mingwan, who sat there motionless, she pondered the situation. Was this truly the timid daughter-in-law of the Li family? The persona seemed misaligned. She resembled more of a spoiled child, oblivious to responsibility, neglecting to cook, snatching the better portions during meals, and disregarding the cleaning of dishes post-dining. The portrayal seemed decidedly off. Zhu Shiyun sighed in resignation. "Very well. You can lie down. I will tend to the fields myself." In the mountains, how delicate can one be? Year-round, the labor remains uncompleted. Mingwan, having married into the Li family, has unfortunately adopted the worst of habits. Instead of acquiring useful skills, she has mastered the art of laziness and gluttony. She competes with the children for food, and on days when her mood falters, she refuses to work. This is hardly the demeanor expected of a mountain girl. Chapter 13. In the fields, Zhu Shiyun, accompanied by Qing, set off in a small cart laden with fertilizer and farming tools, intending to head to the fields beyond the village. "Come, Qing, sit tight and hold on," she instructed, lifting the child into the cart before driving towards the outskirts of the village. The villagers of Mountain Spring Village are remarkably industrious. Every few days, Under the leadership of the team captain, each household contributes a laborer to venture into the mountains to hunt exotic beasts and gather medicinal herbs. The proceeds, in interstellar currency, are evenly distributed among the families. Most women and children remain at home tending to the fields, which are divided into two types, one requiring protective shields for growing energy foods, which are personal and can be consumed or sold by the individual. The expansive fields outside the village belong to the collective, yet are allocated to each household according to their registration. Here, only genetically modified crops may be cultivated, known as synthetic food. These genetically modified organisms boast resistance to diseases and do not absorb the unique energies of the cosmos, yielding high quantities but lacking in flavor. Their sole advantage lies in their affordability. They serve as the raw material for low-grade nutrient solutions, which are supplied in abundance to the impoverished citizens of the city. Possessing an exceedingly unpleasant taste, worse than the gruel consumed by Qing. Ordinary grains and vegetables, even when imbued with energy from the external fields, are disregarded by the procurement stations due to their low energy content and vast quantities. Consequently, the practitioners of supernatural abilities have neither the time nor the energy to manage them, leading to the widespread cultivation of genetically modified crops in the fields. As May has just arrived, the fields are adorned with crops that have only recently sprouted to a height of half a foot, predominantly consisting of corn and wheat. Some families also cultivate peanuts, beans, spinach, carrots, and other vegetables. A glance across the landscape reveals a patchwork of verdant crops, and Qing observes with great attentiveness, noting that it bears no difference from the farmlands of the earth. In 2 months, the corn and wheat will reach maturity, ready for harvest by July, allowing for a subsequent planting. Most prefer to sow frost-resistant vegetables such as cabbage, radishes, and spinach, ensuring an ample supply of supplementary food before winter descends. Having grown up in the city, Qing is not well versed in farming. However, her extensive reading and the rise of the internet have afforded her some knowledge through various videos, albeit lacking practical experience. After lunch, every household descends to the fields to labor. Zhu Xiuyun's plot is adjacent to Su Feng's, originally divided to allow for mutual care between the two families. Following Su Mingzhuan's marriage and Su Jing's untimely passing, only Zhu Xiuyun remains, tending to a modest piece of land that she manages with difficulty. Her two nephews, Su Ping and Suan, frequently come to assist their aunt, and during the harvest season, the two families join forces in their labor. You may play at the edge of the fields while grandmother fertilizes the crops, but do not wander off. Grandmother, I will help you. I am capable of working. Zhu Xiuyun smiles at the small figure before her, reminiscing about her daughter's childhood, when she too was equally obedient. Qing, you cannot manage this yet. Be good. As long as you do not run about, grandmother will be very happy. Initially, it was deemed sufficient for the child to remain at home. However, Qing insisted on accompanying them. Thus, Zhu Xiuyun took her along. It is commonplace for adults to work while bringing their children, provided they do not venture into the mountains or near the river, as the village presents no inherent dangers. Observing that Zhu Xiuyun would not permit her to assist, Qing glanced at her diminutive arms and legs, resigning herself to the fact that she was merely 3 years old. There was no need for pretentiousness. She would engage in activities befitting her age. With a sweet nod, she assured her grandmother, "Do not worry, I will play nearby and not wander off." Zhu Xiuyun nodded in agreement, confident that the vast expanse of farmland posed little threat. She hefted a bag of fertilizer and a hoe, making her way to the fields where she began digging a hole at the base of the corn plants, scattering fertilizer within before covering it up and repeating the process. The sun blazed overhead, and soon she was drenched in sweat. Glancing up, she noticed her granddaughter picking wildflowers at the edge of the field, which put her mind at ease, allowing her to continue her laborious task. Qing was filled with curiosity about her new surroundings, examining even the wild grass and vegetables sprouting from the ground, pondering how they differed from those on Earth and why they could not be consumed. She observed that aside from the crops in the fields, the local flora thrived abundantly, with the wild grass reaching over 1 meter in height, accompanied by various wild vegetables. Many villagers were engaged in labor. Some were fertilizing, others watering the crops, while more were diligently weeding. The wild grass grew rapidly, exhibiting remarkable vitality, necessitating weeding every few days. Otherwise, the crops would suffer. Qing plucked a common tuft of grass from the ground and examined it closely, finding nothing peculiar. Her gaze wandered elsewhere, and a smile graced her face as she spotted a sweet flower, blooming vibrantly. This was a familiar sight to her. She knew that by plucking the flower and placing its base in her mouth, it would yield a delightful sweetness. She took a tentative taste, merely to ascertain whether the unfamiliar flora was indeed inedible, and licked it lightly. As she extended her hand to gather a blossom, a burst of sugary flavor blossomed on her tongue, indistinguishable from that of earth. However, being a prudent adult, Su Qing refrained from indulging further and lowered her head to continue her search for more recognizable wild vegetables. In her elder years, the consumption of wild vegetables had become a trend, though the exact reasons eluded her memory. It was commonly understood that these greens were rich in nutrients, contributing to better health. Common varieties such as shepherd's purse, dandelion, bitter herb, red root vegetable, and broomweed had all found their way to the dining table. With the arrival of spring, many city dwellers ventured into the countryside to forage for wild greens and gather tree buds from the mountains. Although Su Qing did not partake in these excursions, she had come across numerous online videos showcasing wild vegetables, thus familiarizing herself with a variety of them. In the fields surrounding her, only weeds and wild vegetables were prevalent, and the assortment was rather limited. Clusters of purple and yellow flowers from the February orchid and dandelion bloomed vibrantly, prompting Su Qing to gather a handful. Qing, did you come with your grandmother? Are your mother and she working in the fields? Su Qing lifted her head and spotted the Su Feng family of 4, who had also arrived with 2 carts. Just reaching the fields, they inquired if she was Aunt Wang Sanmei. Her uncle, aunt, and both maternal uncles were absent as her mother was weary. Only her grandmother was in the field fertilizing. Oh my, how well you speak now, Qing. I always said the Li family was ungrateful, even their own granddaughter suffers. Insisting the child is mute. Yet our Qing speaks so fluently. Wang Sanmei, not dwelling too much on this, reminded Qing, indeed. Su Qing nodded. Chapter 14. Foraging for wild vegetables. The Su Feng family began their labor, carrying fertilizers and wielding hoes as they entered the fields. The men worked swiftly. Su Ping and Su Wen, being young men, swung their hoes vigorously, soon creating a neat row. Su Feng and Li Sanmei followed behind, fertilizing and leveling the soil, soon catching up to Zhu Xiuyun. Su Qing observed the family of 4, then glanced at her solitary grandmother, wishing she could grow up quickly. There were few earth roots, and the roots required for both types of wild vegetables possessed cooling and detoxifying properties. Did grandmother know this? Regardless, it was of no concern. She picked up a branch and began to dig. In the field, Zhu Xiuyun worked while chatting with her siblings. Her own plot of land was not extensive, and within an hour, she had finished fertilizing. She then squatted to pull weeds. As soon as the weeds surfaced, they had to be removed. Otherwise, they would absorb all the nutrients, hindering the crop's growth. She had not yet inquired, intending to wait until the Li family moved away before discussing it. Mingwan felt quite despondent, still struggling to accept the reality of her divorce. Let her take her time. Li Sanmei nodded in agreement. In the mountainous regions, it is quite rare for couples to part ways. They typically grow old together, sharing their lives until the end. By the way, sister-in-law, I discovered that Qing can indeed speak. Whenever she is mentioned, Zhu Xiuyun's face lights up with joy. Indeed, this morning at the Li household, she discreetly inquired about the annual cost of meals and education, revealing her intelligence. It appears she has been capable of speech all along. It was merely the fear instilled by Zhang Liying that silenced her. I can understand why. That woman is quite unpleasant, having lived in our village for a decade without any sign of improvement. Nevertheless, let us not dwell on them, as they will soon depart, and we shall likely never see them again. Bai Changxing is far removed from us, separated by several star systems. However, sister-in-law, life in a medium-sized star system must surely surpass that of our dream moon star. Have you not seen the broadcasts on television? Everyone is impeccably dressed, navigating through towering skyscrapers, and flying cars abound. Children have access to superior education, paving the way for respectable careers, unlike us, who toil endlessly in the fields. Will Mingwan and her daughter regret abandoning such a life? Regret what? The Li family has never regarded Mingwan as worthy, initially. Li Mubai sought a wife solely to tend to the household, and that family has never truly accepted her as one of their own. Zhu Xiuyun and her husband see the situation clearly, yet it is unfortunate that their daughter remains oblivious to it. Such is the nature of things. This afternoon, our family will also irrigate the wheat, and it would be ideal to do so together. With the 5 of us, we can certainly tend to our few acres of land effectively. Li Sanmei is eager to help sister-in-law with the irrigation, as farming alone can be quite arduous for a woman. Very well, then, it is settled. Zhu Xiaoyun, bearing a hoe, emerged from the fields, acutely aware of her siblings' intentions to ease her burden. In the spirit of familial ties, she felt no reluctance in accepting their kindness. Su Qing, diligently excavating dandelions and burdock, had amassed a small pile. Qing, why are you gathering these wild herbs? They are inedible, she inquired. Grandma, won't eating wild vegetables cause a stomachache? Not at all. An occasional indulgence poses no danger. However, moderation is key. Even cultivated grains and vegetables should be consumed sparingly. Frequent consumption leads to discomfort, igniting a fiery sensation within. This is precisely why we cultivate within the energy shield. Only through energy filtration can we avoid such explosive reactions. Su Qing, still brimming with questions, recognized that Zhu Xiaoyun was not a teacher, and many concepts remained elusive to her. The notions of energy and genetic modification were merely whispers she had heard, lacking true comprehension. Nonetheless, the residents of Shangquan village had survived for generations, intuitively knowing what was safe to consume. You have much to learn. Once you attend school, your teachers will enlighten you. There is plenty that even your grandmother does not comprehend. Su Qing nodded in agreement, resigned to the fact that she would gradually acquire knowledge about the world as she grew older. It was a fascinating prospect. Grandma, may I take these home, wash them, and dry them? I can brew them into tea and have a little each day without any trouble. Ah, certainly. Our Qing is quite thoughtful, taking such care for her sustenance at such a tender age. Zhu Xiaoyun paused momentarily, quickly realizing that the child was concerned about going hungry. Thank you, Grandma. Su Qing smiled as she placed 2 types of wild vegetables into the truck bed. Zhu Xiaoyun regarded this as a child's playful endeavor, after all, who had not engaged in make-believe games of house, washing, and cooking during their youth. Upon returning home, Su Qing found a small basin in the kitchen to wash the wild vegetables. Zhu Xiaoyun, wishing not to dampen the child's spirit, filled a bucket with water and set it beside her, ensuring that Su Qing could reach it without difficulty. Su Qing's small hands were no larger than a teacup lid. As she diligently cleaned the dandelions and the roots of the earth, she requested a flat bamboo basket from her grandmother to place the wild vegetables in, leaving them to sunbathe in the yard. Zhu Xiaoyun changed into a fresh outfit, gathering all the dirty laundry in the house, and sat in the courtyard to wash clothes. Watching her industrious granddaughter, she reminisced about the happy days of her daughter's childhood when their family of 3 was filled with laughter. Now, with her husband deceased and her daughter appearing devoid of joy, her heart ached in turmoil. Qing, tomorrow we will go to the town. It may not be convenient to take you along. Will you be all right at home? I will have Meng Qi keep you company, and he can have lunch at our place. I'll prepare everything so he can simply heat it up for you. That is fine, Grandma. But please don't lock us inside. We can continue foraging for wild vegetables in the fields. That is permissible. But you 2 must not venture near the river or into those dangerous mountainous areas. Su Qing cheerfully replied, I understand, Grandma. I'm not a little child. In her heart, she mused, I may be in my 30s with little societal experience, but I am more than capable of living independently. Kiki, dear child. Zhu Xiaoyun smiled as she looked at Qing, who resembled a little adult. Qing was remarkably different from other children, exhibiting an unnerving level of understanding, all instilled by Zhang Liying's frightening methods. Su Qing's obedient demeanor evoked a sense of pity. What kind of environment could mold a child of less than 3 years to possess such a disposition? Mingwan seemed to struggle with motherhood, her heart and mind solely occupied by Li Mubai. How could she neglect the care of her own daughter? Observing Meng Qi's cherubic face, round and robust, with plump arms and legs, contrasted starkly with Qing, whose slender limbs resembled mere twigs, indicative of inadequate nourishment. Su Qing felt a surge of joy, contemplating the prospect of exploring the village thoroughly. Tomorrow seemed an opportune moment, for that little chubby boy would not be easily deceived. She endured considerable hardship, having to feign the innocence and naivety of a child despite being decades older. A moment's lapse could reveal her true maturity. Fortunately, the original Qing was a child of few words, maintaining her silence as the perfect guise. After finishing the laundry, Zhu Xiaoyun took Su Qing to the fields to plant crops, feed the pigs and chickens, and harvest the right vegetables, placing them in a basket for sale in the town the following morning. Su Qing observed that Zhu Xiaoyun fed the animals solely with commercial feed, unlike the rural practices on Earth, where feed was often mixed with wild greens. She decided it best to refrain from speaking too much, choosing instead to observe closely, with hopes of experimentation in the future. At dinner, Zhu Xiuyun prepared a tomato and egg soup. With each spoonful of broth came a mouthful of mush. Gradually, Su Qing grew accustomed to this staple, no matter how unpalatable, for hunger would be far worse. The coarse remnants of food were nearly impossible to swallow unless reduced to a creamy consistency. However, why did grandmother turn all the grains into porridge? Instead of preparing just a little to eat, is this truly more convenient? Chapter 15, Resentments of the Heart. Su Qing buried her questions deep within, silently eating, fearful of revealing any signs that might cause them to suspect her. It was not until just before dinner that Su Mingwan discovered her daughter could speak. Though her mood was dismal, she forced herself to feign happiness. At times, Su Mingwan harbored resentments toward Qing, lamenting why her child was not more gifted. If only her talents were a tad higher, she might earn the affection of the entire family. The Li family's direct lineage had a child with a talent of the 7th tier, which caused quite a stir worldwide, while her own child was merely of the 2nd tier. If Qing could achieve a 5th tier talent, Mubai would surely not abandon them. Su Mingjuan's gaze toward her daughter was fraught with complexity. There was affection, yet also disdain and loathing. Had it not been for her pregnancy with Qing, her father would not have pressured Mubai to support the family, and he would not have met his demise. Qing spoke only at the age of 3, devoid of any talents. Could she truly be a harbinger of misfortune? In the past, when Zhang Liang scolded her, she claimed that she had given birth to a disaster, stating that even before her birth, she had caused her grandfather's death. Previously, she had dismissed such words, but now, with her father's passing and her divorce from Mubai, Su Mingwan found herself mired in troubling thoughts. Though she recognized her reasoning was flawed, the anguish of losing her beloved had left her psyche somewhat unhinged, and she sought a scapegoat for her husband's abandonment. Qing became the convenient target. Su Qing was engaged in conversation with Zhu Xiuyun when she caught a glimpse of Su Mingjuan's hateful expression from the corner of her eye. With a slight frown, she wondered in confusion if her seemingly oblivious mother had lost her mind, casting such a look upon her own daughter. Forget about her. She is likely overwhelmed with sorrow. Her mind may be deteriorating. The following morning, upon awakening, Su Qing discovered that she was alone in bed. While the voices of her grandmother and mother resonated from the courtyard, she rose, donned her clothes, neatly arranged her bedding, and slipped on her shoes. Upon seeing her, Zhu Xiuyun smiled and said, "Qing is awake. Come, let grandmother take you to the restroom." Su Qing nodded silently and followed her into the bathroom, where she attended to her needs first. With her grandmother's assistance, she rinsed her mouth and washed her face. Although Zhu Xiuyun offered to help her with the washing, Su Qing declined. After drying her face with a towel, Zhu Xiuyun placed it on the towel rack and disposed of the water used for washing. "Qing, shortly I and your mother shall head to the town. If we delay, we will miss the first bus. You must watch over the house diligently. I have prepared garlic eggplant, mixed with corn porridge. It is quite fragrant. Please have your breakfast. I have arranged with Mingqian's mother that he will take you out to play this morning. There are 2 boiled corns in the kitchen reserved for your lunch." "I understand, grandmother." Returning to the main room, Zhu Xiuyun combined the half bowl of corn porridge left for Su Qing with the garlic eggplant and served it to her. At that moment, Su Qing was indifferent to the taste. In her hunger, she could consume anything. She grasped the spoon and began to eat, one bite at a time. Once she finished, Zhu Xiuyun cleaned the dishes and called out to the inner room, "Mingwan, change your clothes. We are about to leave." Su Mingwan had risen early and first accompanied Zhu Xiuyun to water the crops, pull weeds, and tend to the pigs and chickens. Although these tasks had become second nature to her, thoughts of the Li family's fields filled her mind. She worried about what would happen to the chickens and pigs if they went unfed for an entire day. "Mother, I suppose I should go to the Li family and tend to the pigs and chickens. After all, I neglected them yesterday, and my mind is uneasy. It is, after all, a task I have grown accustomed to performing daily. Yesterday was overwhelming, and I simply could not focus. What is the point in going? That family would hardly leave anything of value for you, aside from the house, which cannot be taken with them. They will surely consume everything that can be harvested from the fields. As for the pigs and chickens, they will undoubtedly sell them. Do you genuinely believe that the Li family would perish without you? Hardly. They simply wish to avoid work. Now that the divorce is finalized, you are no longer connected to them. Today, they obtained the divorce certificate in town, and from here on, they shall each walk their separate paths. They are no longer kindred spirits and will inevitably part ways. Once they relocate and transfer ownership of the Li family house to Qing, you are free to reside there if you wish. For now, however, it is best to address the matters at hand. Su Mingwan, upon receiving a scolding from her mother, could only nod in silence, too accustomed to being reprimanded over the years. She found it strange if she did not hear Zhang Liang berate her at least a few times in a day. Whenever Zhang Liang displayed even the slightest kindness towards her, it left her in a state of astonishment. Thus, when her mother expressed her anger, it oddly brought her a sense of relief. The mother and daughter changed into clean clothes and instructed Qing to keep a close eye on the house, reminding her that the key was on the table and to lock the door when going out to play. Zhu Xiuyun and Su Mingwan each carried a bamboo basket filled with various vegetables and eggs, preparing to sell them at the collection station. The village is quite safe, allowing Su Qing to stay home alone without concern. The villagers have lived here for generations, each family sharing a bond of kinship. Whenever someone steps out, they look after each other's children. Thus, Zhu Xiuyun and her daughter felt comfortable leaving. Once they had distanced themselves, Su Qing's spirit soared, reveling in the joy of solitude. She cherished the freedom to act as she pleased, unperturbed by the judgments of others. In the courtyard, she inhaled deeply, stretching her limbs, savoring the delightful sensation of unrestricted liberty. She ventured into the storage room and discovered a small backpack, remarkably suited for a child. Alongside it lay an array of tools, neatly arranged on a wooden shelf. These must have belonged to Su Mingwan in her childhood. The sight of them revealed how dearly her parents had cherished her. Unfortunately, this naive and unworldly girl had been manipulated by the Li family for years, squandering her youth as a caretaker for them. Once her utility waned, they unceremoniously cast her aside. Standing on a stool, she retrieved a small bamboo basket, along with a tiny shovel and a small hatchet, placing them in the backpack. La la la, she sang, eager to venture into the world. Grabbing the lock and key from the table, she secured the courtyard gate. However, as she tiptoed to reach the lock, she realized it was far beyond her grasp. Oh no, she lamented, why can't I just grow a bit taller? Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts, causing her to jump in fright. Having grown accustomed to solitude in her previous life, the unexpected presence behind her was startling. She had just slipped into her solitary mode, unprepared for any intrusion. Turning around, she saw the chubby Meng Qi gazing at her in confusion. I am going out to forage for wild vegetables. You're just in time to help me lock the door. I can't reach it. Meng Qi's round face displayed a look of reproach. Qing, your grandmother asked me to keep a close watch on you at home. You were so small. What can you possibly do? Su Qing replied with a calm demeanor. As I mentioned, I'm going to dig for wild vegetables. The chubby boy's eyes darted. What use are wild vegetables if they can't be eaten? We might as well go to the foot of the mountain and pick some juicy mulberries. Grandma said it's fine to forage for wild vegetables, but we mustn't go near the river or the hills. Humph. Little kids only think about eating and playing, but they shouldn't interfere with my grand plans. Meng Qi, naturally fond of play, was reluctant to accompany a 3-year-old girl. Upon seeing Qing preparing to go out, he wanted to take her to the foot of the mountain, where the woods were abundant, and he could also gather some wild fruits or catch bird eggs for fun. He eagerly persuaded Qing, at the foot of the mountain, there is plenty to enjoy in the woods, far more entertaining than the fields. There is no danger. With me around, what is there to fear? Meng Qi patted his little chest, assuring her that his martial skills had reached the first level after 3 years of training in the town, making him unafraid of ordinary small beasts. Chapter 16. At the foot of the mountain, Su Qing studied him for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right, let us go take a look, she said. Handing the key and lock to the chubby boy, Meng Qi stepped forward to secure the yard gate. Qing, let us not take the key with us. Leave it at my house. My grandmother is always at home. After a moment's consideration, Su Qing agreed, not wanting to risk losing the key. With a feigned nonchalance, he waved his hand and said, Come on, Qing, let me take your hand. The chubby little hand reached out to her. I can walk by myself. No need for you to pull me. Su Qing coolly rejected, taking small steps forward. The chubby boy blinked in confusion, wondering what had happened. Ever since Qing learned to speak, her temperament had changed. She was once so adorable, obedient to whatever she said. He had no choice but to hurry after her, saying, Qing, you don't know the way, just follow me. I must warn you, if you get tired, I won't carry you. The chubby boy was merely teasing. At 3 years old, he could still carry her, as he was the older brother who would certainly look after his little sister. In her previous life, Su Qing had been an old woman, far too serious to engage in playful banter with a child, which was entirely contrary to her nature. Whatever Meng Li said, she brushed aside, her expression as still as the surface of a tranquil lake, her gaze cold and distant as she looked ahead. The chubby boy had grown accustomed to her demeanor. After all, Qing rarely spoke, and he was the one doing all the talking. It seemed he understood that Su Qing was unfamiliar with the world, having rarely ventured outside. He felt compelled to explain everything in detail. Whose house was that? What was that place for? Where did the path lead? In which family grew the tastiest fruits? Su Qing found the chubby boy somewhat loquacious. Yet he was rather pleasant company, allowing her to gain a better understanding of her surroundings. In her former life, Su Qing had been a quintessential recluse, rarely stepping outside unless absolutely necessary, leaving her physically frail and seldom given the opportunity to walk outdoors. In stark contrast, the inhabitants of Mountain Spring Village prefer to walk wherever they go. This inclination arises from their agrarian lifestyle and the mountainous terrain that surrounds them, rendering distant travel unnecessary. Hence, each villager relishes the act of walking, only resorting to their electric scooters when tasked with transporting goods. Though Mengshi may appear stout, his endurance while walking is commendable. Su Qing, on the other hand, lags considerably. Her small frame, merely 3 years of age, has seldom ventured beyond the confines of home. Her little legs have yet to build the strength required for such journeys. As they tread beyond the village, her pace diminishes, and soon, she struggles to continue. Qing, why do you stop? The foot of the mountain is still quite a distance away. I can't walk any further. Had I known it was this far, I would have refrained from coming. Let us instead forage for wild vegetables nearby. I've noticed plenty at the field's edge. Oh, what pleasure can be found at the field? It's merely wild grass. The woods are much more entertaining, with an abundance of small creatures. Su Qing cast a sidelong glance at him, acknowledging the presence of snakes, insects, and rodents, which instill fear even in girls like herself. Very well, I shall carry you, he offered. You weigh scarcely a dozen pounds. With you on my back, I can still run. Despite being merely 10 years old, Mengshi possesses a robust physique, towering over a meter in height. His natural aptitude is commendable, having already achieved the status of a first-tier warrior. Carrying a 3-year-old around the village is well within his capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qing deemed it a suitable opportunity to familiarize herself with the surroundings. With someone willing to bear her weight, she nodded in agreement. Mengshi crouched down, and Su Qing nestled against him as he hoisted her onto his back. Continuing onward while chattering away. This mountain near our village, though the most desolate range within the Dream Moon Star, may lack abundant resources, rare herbs, and extraordinary beasts. Yet it sustains our entire village. There is little we can do, for our talents are limited and our finances insufficient to pursue more profound martial arts and various skills. Those in the town lead far better lives than we do. From her conversation with Mengshi, Su Qing learned that although the Dream Moon Star is a primitive planet, it is not as backward as Mountain Spring Village. In the town and the city, there are towering buildings, and the standard of living is significantly higher than theirs. To further one's education, one must either possess wealth or exhibit exceptional talent, for the empire nurtures the gifted without charge. Alas, it resembles the impoverished regions of Earth, where some children merely tend sheep to earn a livelihood, marry, and raise families. At least Mengshi and his companions have received a few years of education. In her previous life, during her old age, education was already quite commendable. Though remote areas could not compare with major cities, illiteracy had been eradicated, marking considerable progress. Mengshi, what do you study at school? Startled by Su Qing's question, Mengshi paused, taken aback that she would initiate a conversation with him. We learn a great deal. Aside from the foundational subjects such as mathematics, language, and history, the most crucial courses are those on exotic beasts, spirit plants, alchemy, weapon forging, and martial arts. These subjects form the bedrock of our survival in the future, yet they are quite challenging. I can manage to pass the courses on exotic beasts, spirit herbs, and martial arts, but I am utterly clueless about alchemy and weapon forging. As long as I pass those 3 subjects, I can graduate. I merely need to study for 3 more years, and then I shall be free. For children, learning is the greatest burden. No child is born with an innate love for study. Suddenly, a thought struck Su Qing. Would you be willing to teach me? You wish to learn? Mengxia could not comprehend why Su Qing, this little one, would desire to learn. Learning seemed rather uninteresting. She thought that once Su Qing reached the appropriate age, there would be ample time for her to pursue education at school. Well, when you have some free time, do teach me. Anything would suffice. The spark in Su Qing's eyes was ever bright, for books were the swiftest conduit to understanding the world, and having Meng Xie instruct her was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. After spending 2 days at home, Su Qing noticed the absence of books and newspapers, as well as other sources of information such as the television or radio. She suspected that the LCD screen mounted on the wall was a television, yet her grandmother had never turned it on, and she herself hesitated to inquire, fearing she might be mistaken. The chubby boy, unaware of Su Qing's thoughts, casually replied, "Beasts, elixirs, history. Otherwise, you could simply bring all your books for me to peruse." "Ah, you might as well come to my house to read," she suggested. "That way I won't have to trouble myself, and you can directly access my learning device." Su Qing inquired, astonished, "What is a learning device?" Children from affluent families are unaccustomed to using public resources. They disdain the outdated and limited functions and prefer to purchase new ones, while the children in our village, coming from humble backgrounds, can only make do with what is freely available. As their conversation unfolded, time passed swiftly, and they scarcely felt fatigued from walking. Before long, they arrived at the foot of the mountain, where a vast expanse of woodland awaited them. Numerous paths, trodden by human feet, meandered through the forest. And it was no wonder Meng Xie enjoyed playing here. The trees stood in varied heights, adorned with wildflowers, edible greens, mushrooms, and wild fruits not far off. A gentle stream flowed, confirming that this was indeed a delightful place to explore. Chapter 17. A startling surprise. Meng Li carried Qing on his back, though it was no small feat for a child of his age. After setting Su Qing down, he took a moment to catch his breath, seating himself upon a large stone. This area served as a playground for the village children, filled with their hidden sanctuaries, thickets adorned with various wild fruits, and rolling hills. Qing, this place is truly delightful. Soon, I will take you to savor some delicious treats," he exclaimed. Su Qing, puzzled, inquired, "Did you not say that one should not indiscriminately consume things found outside? A little indulgence is harmless. The village children have grown accustomed to it, and even the adults, despite their reservations, partake occasionally. It is only the city dwellers who are overly fastidious, requiring that food be processed or infused with energy by an ability user before they dare to consume it, making such provisions exorbitantly expensive." Oh, Su Qing comprehended, realizing that certain plants likely contained minimal energy, posing little risk to one's health. Otherwise, parents would have long prohibited their children from foraging. Meng Li led Su Qing through the woods, weaving through the underbrush, gathering dark berries, wild strawberries, and mulberries, startling numerous grasshoppers and locusts, and occasionally encountering mice and grass snakes. Being a boy, Meng Li was bold and mischievous. He found a stick and began to rummage through the foliage with abandon. Though Su Qing appeared as a 3-year-old girl, her spirit was that of a woman of many decades. While she harbored a fear of snakes, it did not cause her to scream. Instead, her brow furrowed in concern. After their playful escapades, Meng Li began to climb trees, disturbing the nests of the birds. He even managed to collect a handful of wood ear mushrooms and some wild fruits. The small basket on her back was hardly spacious, and it soon brimmed with their foraged treasures. Upon glancing upward, Su Qing observed Meng Qi scaling a towering tree, which elicited a surge of concern for the portly boy. She called out loudly, "Meng Qi, come down at once. It's perilous." Unfazed, Meng Qi boasted, "What is there to fear? I am a master tree climber." As he clutched the trunk with one hand and waved the other triumphantly, eager to showcase his prowess. In truth, among the village children, his abilities were rather lacking. His corpulence and first-tier martial skills rendered him less favored for play. The others refrained from inviting him, fearing he would drown in the river or falter in the face of formidable beasts on the mountain, as he was not swift on his feet. Meng Qi, feeling indignant, sought to prove himself today. Su Qing, however, remained apprehensive as the bird's nest neared the tree's summit. Meng Qi gazed at the nest, tantalizingly close, then glanced down, feeling dizzy at the sheer height of over 10 meters. "No, I must take my time," he thought, contemplating descent, but ultimately decided to retreat. As he began to inch downwards, a sudden crack echoed. One of the branches could not bear his weight and snapped. In an instant, Meng Qi lost his footing, and with a startled cry of awe, he plummeted, unable to grasp anything for support. Su Qing, terrified, momentarily forgot her own childhood, instinctively feeling the weight of responsibility as an adult to protect the child. She dashed toward the tree, intent on catching Meng Qi, but before she could reach the base, her foot caught on an unseen obstacle, sending her sprawling. Pain shot through her hand as something pierced her fingertip, blood oozing forth. With little regard for her injury, she hastily wiped her hand on her clothing, sucking on her finger to stem the flow, and scrambled to her feet to check on Meng-Chi. At that moment, fortune favored the portly boy. His foot had landed on another branch, halting his descent. Clinging tightly to the trunk, he was left pale with fright. Su Qing, filled with trepidation, patted her heart. The mischievous child had frightened her greatly. Unbeknownst to her, the jade pendant hanging around her neck absorbed a significant amount of the blood that flowed from her finger, and a fleeting azure light shimmered momentarily. Meng-Chi, be mindful of where you step. Descend carefully, you little rascal. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I absolutely cannot allow you to climb trees again. If you were to fall and injure yourself, how would I explain it to your parents? In her anxiety, Su Qing spoke without restraint, slipping into a maternal tone. Meng-Chi cautiously descended from the tree, also feeling a tinge of fear, and failed to grasp what Su Qing had uttered. Oh dear, this time it was my oversight. Rest assured, next time I shall certainly reach that bird's nest. The chubby boy insisted stubbornly. Children are prone to forgetfulness. He soon waved enthusiastically at Su Qing. Upon touching her small hand, she let out a startled yelp. Ouch. That hurts. Let go of me. Su Qing, still preoccupied with fear from the boy's earlier reckless behavior, did not notice the absence of bloodstains on her clothing. This time, she did not resist. It was better for the mischievous child to remain tethered, lest he run off again. After walking for a while, Su Qing found herself unable to proceed, especially with the small basket she carried, which made her cheeks flush with embarrassment at the thought of a child bearing her load. Meng-Chi, oblivious to her discomfort, squatted down and offered his back to her. We still have ample time before we reach home. First, we shall tend to your hand. Then we can boil the bird eggs for a meal. Don't let my grandmother see. Otherwise, she'll scold me again. Once we've eaten, we can head to my house. Don't you wish to see what we study daily, and then have my mother prepare us a delicious lunch? No, Grandma has prepared lunch for us. It just needs to be heated before we can indulge in it. 2 ears of boiled sweet corn, to be precise. Indeed, your grandmother has truly cooked sweet corn for me. Upon hearing that there was boiled corn, the chubby boy swallowed hard. Su Qing nodded, indicating that there were only 2, 1 for each of us. It would be fortunate to have 1, as the crops currently growing in the open fields have yet to ripen. Who would dare to consume the corn from the planting fields? It is only after they mature and are made into cakes that we are permitted to savor them. Eating them now would be a waste of precious food. Su Qing rolled her eyes while perched on the chubby boy's back, exclaiming as if he had no desire to eat. Su Qing believed that the box resembled a medical kit. Indeed, it contained several vials of medicine and a small tool. Meng-Chi took out the tool and pressed a button, unleashing a burst of light. Come here, Qing. Extend your hand, and the pain will vanish instantly. Intrigued, Su Qing stretched out her hand, pondering whether this device could actually heal wounds without the need for disinfection, ointment, or bandaging. The radiant glow enveloped her palm, imparting a sense of warmth. The wound began to itch, visibly mending itself. All right, does it no longer hurt? Be more careful when walking in the future. The chubby boy tidied away the healing device and stored the medical kit, reciting his mother's oft-repeated advice. Su Qing inwardly scoffed at the irony. How could he still have the audacity to speak when he knew the reason behind her injury? Qing, I shall go boil the bird eggs. You can go to the kitchen and boil them yourself, and while you're at it, please fetch me a bucket of water. I need to wash these wild vegetables. We will prepare a cold dish to enjoy later. What is there to savor in wild vegetables? They are bitter and astringent. Meng-Chi verbally expressed his intentions as he stepped into the kitchen to fetch a bucket of water. After placing the bucket down, he proceeded to prepare some bird eggs, only to discover 2 ears of perfectly boiled corn nestled within the rice cooker, causing his mouth to water in anticipation. He removed the corn, placed the eggs in to boil, and called out to Qing, come in and enjoy the corn. Su Qing cast a glance at him, recalling her grandmother's words that the corn constituted their lunch. Observing the corn on the table, Meng-Chi recognized the value of nutritious food. Yet he was reluctant to consume the wild vegetables, which even the pigs and chickens at home refused. Sensing his aversion towards the wild greens, Su Qing reassured him. You can try a little. If it's unpalatable, just take a few bites. Reluctantly, he accepted the situation, understanding that during spring, food supplies were scarce for every household. Granny Zhu had asked him to keep Qing company, promising that he would have at least 1 meal, and he figured that even a porridge-like concoction would suffice. Su Qing meticulously cleaned all the wild vegetables, washing them thoroughly, and placed some wild fruits in a clean basin to soak in salted water. Curious, Meng Qi approached and inquired, Qing, why do we soak the wild vegetables in salt water? With an unwavering expression, Su Qing explained, the things from outside are quite dirty and harbor bacteria. Soaking them in salt water serves as a means of disinfection. Meng Qi countered, that method seems inadequate. There's a UV sterilization lamp in the kitchen that could do the job in no time. Why not use that? Su Qing responded with curiosity. A disinfection lamp? Where is it, and how does it work? She then noticed a peculiar tool in the kitchen. Reflecting on how the residents of Shangquan village lived in such an odd blend of primitive and modern lifestyles, always leaving her in wonder. Allow me to handle it. Meng Yu was, after all, quite grown up, tall in stature. He found an empty basin, retrieved the vegetables, and pressed against the wall, causing a tray to emerge. He placed the basin inside, and a violet light enveloped it. After a minute, a series of beeping sounds indicated that he had turned off the switch. He set the tray upon the cutting board. This was sufficient, as the sterilization process required only a few seconds. Soaking in salt water proved ineffective. I had never cooked before. So how could I know? There were many things I had never touched. Indeed, with a grandmother as fierce as yours, she surely forbade you from doing anything. My mother often remarked that perhaps she didn't want you to attend school. Once you were old enough to work, she would have you labor in the fields, much like Aunt Mingwan, toiling for the Li family. Su Qing remained silent. After all, the Li family would soon be moving away, and there would be no opportunity for them to meet again in this lifetime. Discussing such matters was futile. Hey, Qing, why are you adding sugar? Can wild vegetables be eaten like this? Shouldn't they be stir-fried or boiled into soup? I've never tried wild vegetables mixed this way, he questioned. Su Qing shot him a glance and replied, did you not say that eating wild vegetables grown in the open wouldn't kill you? Thus, there is certainly no issue. You can eat without worry. The chubby boy nodded. Eating them once wouldn't pose a problem. My grandmother often recounted that centuries ago, during the interstellar war, the trade routes between Dream Moon Star and other galaxies were severed. Soon, the world's supply of energy stones was depleted. Aside from electricity, which could still be sustained, our hovercars and energy shields were rendered useless, and the supply of genetically modified crop seeds had also been cut off. In a world devoid of synthetic food and unable to cultivate genuine energy sustenance, many individuals resort to consuming whatever they can find. Some fortunate souls manage to ascend to the 5th tier, while the majority either perish from physical collapse or succumb to poisoning. In contrast, we villagers, nourished by crops grown in the open air, face minimal repercussions. At worst, a daily bout of diarrhea and some feverish discomfort. Rest assured, our village is under divine protection. Were it not for the delectable taste and exorbitant cost of energy food, we would not have resorted to cultivating crops under energy shields. Su Qing speculated that the seclusion of Mountain Spring Village within the remote Dream Moon Star region resulted in a scarcity of that mysterious energy, leading to diminished absorption by flora and fauna, thus exerting a lesser influence on the villagers. The frequent digestive disturbances, she believed, were merely the body's method of detoxification. The chubby boy raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the wisdom passed down through generations. Yet, for the sake of their health, no one was willing to take risks anymore. Although synthetic grains were unpalatable, they sufficed to satiate hunger and boasted higher yields. Then I can rest easy, knowing that a meal won't upset your stomach, he reassured. Meng Li's bird eggs had also finished cooking, and he retrieved them to cool in water. Su Qing directed Meng Li to fetch bowls and the paste from the refrigerator, heating it for a few seconds in an appliance akin to a microwave before pouring it into a bowl. Su Qing required only half a bag, while the chubby boy eagerly claimed the remainder for himself. Qing, let us begin our meal, he proposed. Su Qing nodded, and they each took a cob of corn, savoring the delightful flavors. Delicious, the chubby boy exclaimed, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Su Qing sampled a bite mixed with dandelion, experiencing a harmonious blend of sour, sweet, bitter, and salty flavors that was surprisingly refreshing and delectable. With a mouthful of corn, a bite of wild greens, and a sip of porridge, even the most unpalatable mixture transforms into a delectable feast. Meng Shi observed her relish the meal and eagerly picked up a pair of chopsticks to sample the wild greens himself. Upon tasting, the little one's eyes sparkled with delight. The flavor was surprisingly pleasant, prompting him to reach for more. To Su Qing, This meal seemed exceedingly modest. In her past life, she had been meticulous about nutritional balance. Meat, eggs, dairy, vegetables, and fruits were essential at every meal. Such a repast would barely qualify as breakfast. Yet, she found herself savoring each bite. The portions were limited, and both children had hearty appetites. A large bowl of mixed vegetables, along with a bowl of porridge and a boiled ear of corn for each, were swiftly consumed. After the meal, Mengxi took the initiative to wash the dishes. Qing, unable to reach the sink, was spared the indignity of being teased by her older brother. Though she suggested standing on a stool, he insisted on taking care of it himself. As autumn approached, the school would break for the harvest, allowing all students to assist their families. Thus, washing a few dishes posed no challenge for the little boy. He diligently scrubbed the bowls clean and placed them on the drying rack. Qing ventured into the kitchen to fetch some wild fruits, and after their meal, they enjoyed a delightful dessert. "Let us go, Qing. We're full now. Come play at my house. Don't you want to see my textbooks? And I need to tell my grandmother that I've eaten. All right, let us go." When it came to learning, which entailed grasping the essence of the world, Qing felt a surge of excitement, her social anxiety evaporating as she eagerly nodded in agreement. Mengxia locked the courtyard door and took Qing to his home. The two families lived not far apart, and their courtyards and room styles were quite similar. In Shangquan village, the houses were uniformly constructed from stones and timber sourced from the mountains, supplemented by some building materials purchased from the town. The villagers built their homes with their own hands. While they may lack aesthetic appeal, they were notably sturdy, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. To reside in a well-constructed house, one would need to hire a construction team from the town, which was a costly endeavor beyond the means of the villagers. Only the courtyard of the village government was built by a hired construction crew. In the courtyard, a woman in her 50s was washing clothes. Upon seeing her grandson enter, she called out, "Slow down, watch your step. You, child, are always in such a hurry." Initially, Mengxia's grandmother had not noticed the little girl following her grandson. It was only when he mentioned Qing that she noticed the petite figure clad in blue fabric, which beautifully contrasted with her fair skin, large watery eyes, and two small braids. She was undeniably adorable, albeit a tad slender. "Hello, Grandma Meng, I am Qing," the girl greeted. "Oh my, Qing has arrived. Such a polite child. Go inside and play with your brother," the grandmother replied warmly. Qing nodded and followed the chubby boy into the house. Mengxia's home featured a layout of both light and shadow. Initially, the chubby boy shared a room with his parents, but as he grew, his father had sent him to live with his grandmother in the same room. The room contained a wooden double bed, neatly piled with blankets, a large red cabinet, two sofas, and a desk cluttered with numerous books and a learning machine. Chapter 19, Galactic Empire Qing. If you wish to learn this subject, I shall teach you. Fortunately, I have retained my old textbooks. First, teach me to recognize characters. Once I can read, I will be able to study independently. Mengli nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed. Since you do not recognize a single character, you must first learn to read." He rummaged through a pile of books and produced one titled Language Arts. As Qing was not tall enough to reach the desk, Mengli kindly allowed her to lean over the edge of the bed to read. He even fetched a chair for her and gently helped her onto it. Eagerly, Qing began to flip through the language book. To her delight, the characters were identical to those on Earth, and she recognized them all. This was splendid. There were no barriers to her learning now. Mengli was quite attentive as a novice teacher, guiding her to pronounce the words in the book. Qing followed along, repeating after him diligently. Before long, Mengli was left astounded. My goodness, Qing is astonishing. She remembers everything after just one lesson. How is her mind so extraordinary? I struggle to memorize each new character after writing it 10 times. Yet she retains everything after just one reading. Undeterred, Mengli retrieved his mathematics textbook. His astonishment at Qing's remarkable talent leaving him bewildered as he gazed at her, as if she were a marvel. Sometimes, when students are exceedingly gifted, it can be a source of frustration for teachers, particularly when there is little left to teach. Qing, how do you learn so swiftly? Qing blinked. Is it fast? I find it quite simple. Once you say it, I remember it. It's not difficult at all. Mengxi was struck by immense despair, yearning to weep. Nothing seemed difficult, yet everything felt insurmountable. Alas, it was not the knowledge from the books that proved challenging, but rather his own perceived ineptitude. With a sorrowful expression adorning his plump visage, Mengxi lamented, acknowledging that the fault lay within himself. Just as his teacher had remarked, his intellect was in deficit. Qing, however, had little time to concern herself with the little chubby boy's inner turmoil. Regardless of his emotional state, his demeanor suggested that even if he were not foolish, he certainly lacked acumen and failed to recognize his own peculiarities. What was there to wait for? Mengshi, please show me the history book. The history book was Su Qing's primary objective. To comprehend a nation, one must first grasp its history. While the little boy continued to mournfully reassess himself, upon hearing Su Qing's request, he rose to retrieve a history book for her. This prompted Su Qing to settle down quietly, obediently lying on the bed engrossed in her reading. It turned out that the nation they inhabited was known as the Radiant Galaxy Empire, a monarchy with emperors and ministers, ruled by the Yin family. The current year was 202,021 in the cosmic calendar. The Radiant Galaxy Empire governed dozens of star systems, with a population in the trillions and millions of habitable planets, boasting a history spanning over 20,000 years. The Dream Moon Star, where they resided, was the most remote region of the empire, referred to as a primitive and savage land. When the fleets of the Galaxy Empire arrived here 3,000 years ago, Dream Moon Star was still in the nascent stages of civilization, having been forcefully annexed by the Galaxy Empire. It took 3 millennia for it to evolve into its present state. The Galactic Empire is divided into 3 regions: the primitive star systems, the intermediate star systems, and the central star systems. The capital planet, Tianlong, is situated in the central star systems. The demographic composition of the empire is intricate, encompassing various social strata and a plethora of specialized professions. The central star systems represent the pinnacle of development, where the average lifespan exceeds 200 years. Typical interstellar warriors and psychics may live for several centuries, and those who cultivate to advanced stages may even attain lifespans in the thousands. The texts also elaborate on numerous historical events, the establishment of the empire, the legends of various heroes, and the cultural customs of different planets. This revelation instills within Su Qing a profound understanding of the vastness of the Galactic Empire, far exceeding her previous imaginings. Whether she will ever venture beyond Dream Moon Star to explore the entirety of the empire remains uncertain, yet a flicker of ambition ignites within her. The universe is boundless, and she longs to witness the grandeur of colossal spaceships, the formidable imperial fleets, the prowess of mech warriors, and the myriad of resplendent civilizations, including psychics, botanical cultivators, alchemists, and weaponsmiths, among many other wondrous professions. The world is undeniably magnificent. In contrast, the plump boy finds himself at a loss in the presence of Qing. He has books strewn across his desk for her to peruse at her leisure. Qing reads with remarkable speed, effortlessly finishing volumes and retaining their contents. He feels no pangs of jealousy, for the disparity between them is too vast to incite comparison. As Su Qing flipped through a book on mythical beasts, her eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue. This was fascinating. She began to peruse it slowly. The textbook of the chubby boy unveiled a wondrous realm to her. Initially, subjects like mathematics and language seemed quite simple, and she was mentally prepared for history. However, the courses on mythical creatures, spiritual plants, alchemy, and artifact crafting opened her eyes wide with astonishment. She had never encountered such subjects before. It turned out that the true marvel of this world lay within these realms. The empire not only boasted advanced technological civilization with various cutting-edge techniques and the ability to traverse between star systems, but even the flora and fauna, energy systems, and medical practices exhibited astonishing developmental trajectories. Overall, it could be considered a cosmic fantasy world, a notion that felt profoundly unbelievable. What a peculiar world this was, filled with countless mysteries awaiting her exploration. The more information Su Qing acquired, the deeper her fascination with this world grew. She yearned to wander through the cosmos, experiencing the diverse cultures of different planets. As for the chubby boy, he had long ceased to concern himself with her. The young teacher's duties concluded in less than 30 minutes, reflecting on how remarkably talented the students were, learning effortlessly and rendering the teacher's role seemingly obsolete. As they could self-study, he turned on the learning device on the table and began to entertain himself. It contained numerous educational games designed for children, aimed at enhancing their reflexes and memory, though he regrettably failed to pass each challenge. Meng Ma, whose name was Wang Qian and who was 30 years old, was an ordinary-looking woman from the mountains. "Mom, what are we having for lunch?" Meng Lin inquired of the elder. "Just a bowl of porridge, accompanied by the pickled vegetables we have at home. Meng Li has had his fill at the Su family, so the 3 of us will manage with this for now. And I will prepare dinner later." Upon hearing that her son was satiated, the three adults managed to make do, cherishing even the smallest savings. Wang Qian inquired, "Mother, what is the child doing?" She then quietly asked, "Mengyi mentioned that Qingqing can speak. Is that true?" Mengyi's grandmother nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that little girl, Qingqing, is quite polite and even greeted me." Wang Qian decided to step inside to take a look. She entered the east room, driven by curiosity about how Su Mingzhuan's little daughter had suddenly acquired the ability to speak. Upon entering, she found her son engrossed in a video game, while a petite girl sat on a chair, leaning against the bed's edge, diligently reading a book. Wang Qian paused, sensing that the scene appeared somewhat incongruous. The two should have been switched for better harmony. As Su Qing lifted her head and spotted the young woman with slightly tanned skin entering the room, she immediately recognized her as Mengyi's mother and promptly descended from her chair. Oh, Qingqing, what a good child. Come here for an embrace, dear." The sweet, childlike voice nearly enchanted Wang Qian. She had no daughter, only a chubby son, and she often longed for the delightful presence of a lovely little girl. Wang Qian quickly crouched down to embrace Su Qing, who was fragrant and soft, distinctly different from her son. The little chubby boy, witnessing his mother hugging Su Qing, rolled his eyes in exasperation, thinking, "Is it really necessary? I'm adorable too. Mom, please put Qingqing down. She is quite timid and you might scare her into tears." "All right, I understand," Wang Qian replied. "Qingqing, Auntie likes you, so don't be afraid. I will prepare something delicious for you." Filled with joy, she resolved to share the treats she had reserved for her son with Su Qing instead. "Oh dear, such a good child. Far more sensible than that mischievous boy," Wang Qian said affectionately as she gently patted the little girl's head. "All right, you play with your brother indoors. I shall go have my meal now." Su Qing nodded. Her small hand clenched tightly, her body rigid, unaccustomed to the intimacy with strangers. She exerted immense restraint to prevent herself from pushing away Meng Xi's mother. Once Wang Qian departed, Su Qing lost her desire to read at the Meng household. She was greatly apprehensive about interacting with unfamiliar faces. The Meng family consisted of grandparents, parents, and several others, and the larger the gathering, the more anxious she became. "Sure, these are all my old textbooks anyway. You wouldn't understand my new books this year, so why not start with the first grade ones?" "Thank you, Meng Xi. After I finish the first grade book, may I borrow the second grade one from you?" The chubby boy lugged the books and pulled Su Qing along to the outer room, where the Meng family of three was seated at the table, ready to dine. Grandma Meng smiled and inquired, "Su Qing, why aren't you playing a bit longer?" "I understand, Mom. We're leaving now." "All right, let us go." Wang Qian waved her hand. "Goodbye, Grandma Meng, Uncle and Aunt. I'm off now." Su Qing waved her little hand to bid them farewell. Goodbye." The Meng family nodded eagerly as they escorted the two children to the door. "Oh my, I truly cannot get used to this. This child is so polite. Children from the mountains. They would usually just call out uncle and aunt when playing at someone else's house and would tumble about together. Yet here, they greet each other with hello and bid farewell when leaving." Madame Meng sighed and remarked, "What do you know? Although the Li family may lack integrity, they hail from a mid-level star system, which means their living conditions differ significantly from ours. Their standards are undoubtedly higher. And this girl has surely inherited the traits of the Li family." Wang Qian and Ming Lin nodded in agreement, noting that the Li family was the only impoverished family in the village that prided itself on its manners. Their speech was distinct, filled with elaborate phrasing. Phrases like hello, thank you, and I am sorry were perpetually on their lips, seemingly embodying politeness, yet their eyes revealed a complete lack of warmth. Su Qing, being an adult, outwardly played the role of a chubby caregiver entertaining Qingqing, ensuring she faced no dangers. However, she was mentally adopting the persona of an elderly guardian, vigilantly observing the mischievous child. Meng Li, fidgeting restlessly as if grass were growing beneath her, proclaimed with a stern expression, "No way. You are only 3 years old. How could you stay home alone? I promised Grandma Zhu that I would watch over you." Su Qing thought to herself, "I am quite grown. Do I really need supervision?" Noticing the little chubby boy's resolute demeanor, she was inspired to engage him in conversation. "Why don't you tell me about your daily journey to school? What is it like there? Who are your teachers? Have you encountered any amusing incidents?" To engage the child, one must draw upon familiar topics. And Su Qing seized the opportunity to gain insight into how the children of Shanquan village attended school and spent their days there. The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he responded, "Since you want to hear it, let me share our school experiences with you." Through the narrative of the chubby boy, Su Qing learned that children from Mountain Spring Village must attend school in the town when they reach the age of 8 or 9, where they study fundamental cultural subjects alongside vocational courses for a duration of 6 years. If they wish to pursue further education, they must relocate to the city, necessitating boarding, a financial burden that few villagers can bear. Only town residents typically afford to send their children for additional studies, which again spans 6 years. To delve into more advanced vocational skills, one must participate in the Imperial Unified Examination and apply to prestigious institutions across the Empire. Generally, the children of Dream Moonstar aim for schools within their own planet, with only a mere fraction, 1 in 10,000, possessing talent exceeding the 5th rank, qualifying them for free admission and the opportunity to secure high scores for schools in affluent star systems, thus enabling them to escape their primitive origins and uplift their families. The population of Dream Moonstar has remained stable over the years, largely due to imperial laws which impose exile as punishment for crimes, resulting in the frequent dispatch of offenders from other star systems to Dream Moonstar. Generations later, these individuals become native residents. The inhabitants of Dream Moon Star share similarities with those on Earth, yet they lack the advancement of the central star systems of the Galactic Empire, with lifespans typically reaching only 80 to 90 years, far shorter than those of the central system's denizens. Indeed, Meng Li's understanding was rather superficial. Much of Su Qing's insight stemmed from her analysis of various circumstances. In the eyes of those from the primitive star systems, the individuals from the central systems appeared almost divine, capable of commanding the elements, traversing the clouds, and vanquishing colossal beasts of the cosmos. In reality, they were merely individuals endowed with formidable abilities. Su Qing's inner self let out a sigh, lamenting the situation. Wherever one goes, it remains the same. Even as humanity steps into the interstellar era, class disparities and unequal distribution of resources persist. The inhabitants of primitive star systems possess a narrow worldview, lacking exposure to the lives of those in developed regions and the nature of advanced living environments. In Dream Moonstar, a staggering 90% of the populace has never ventured beyond their hometowns. With such limited perspectives, it is no wonder that they regard powerful plant cultivators, artifact smiths, alchemists, psychics, and interstellar warriors as deities. The plump boy spoke at length, feeling parched and fatigued. "Qing, I need a drink. My throat is sore," he said. Su Qing, snapping out of her reverie, noticed his flushed complexion and remarked, "Oh, it seems you might be experiencing heat stroke. Let me prepare some dandelion tea for you." "What kind of tea? Is it drinkable?" "I've heard that tea is an exquisite beverage, one we cannot afford. It's merely dried wild herbs steeped in water," she explained. Rushing to the yard, Su Qing retrieved a few dried dandelions from yesterday's harvest. She instructed Meng Qian to wash them thoroughly, shake off the excess water, and place them in a thermos before adding hot water to steep. The resulting infusion was a pale green hue. The plump boy took a sip and grimaced at the bitter taste. "Qing, this water is unpleasant. It's bitter. Good medicine is often unpalatable, yet it benefits the ailing. Did you not find the dandelions we had for lunch delightful? It's perfect to drink more water. If you have a bout of diarrhea tonight, the heat will subside," she advised. "All right, I shall have another cup," he conceded, though he did not fully comprehend her reasoning. Regardless, his thirst compelled him to drink 2 cups in succession, and soon the bitterness became familiar to him. Chapter 21. Burdensome studies. After finishing his water, the chubby boy felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him and let out a yawn. "Meng Qi, you should take a nap on the bed. I can manage the reading on my own." "Very well, but you must not sneak out to play by yourself," he replied. Meng Qi indeed wished to rest for a while. After all, he was just a child, having played outside all day and carrying Su Qing on his back. The afternoon lethargy began to set in. Yet, he still reminded Qing, demonstrating his responsible nature. "Do not worry, I am currently engrossed in my book. I wouldn't dream of venturing outside." Meng Qi felt a twinge of frustration. He had never encountered a child so captivated by reading. All the children he knew found reading to be a source of headache. If not for the necessity of studying, who would willingly indulge in books? Disheartened, the chubby boy retreated to the inner room for a nap. He often visited Grandma Zhu's home to play, feeling no need for formalities. During her lonely moments, it was largely thanks to Grandma Meng bringing the chubby boy that she had someone to keep her company. Thus, Meng Qi was quite familiar with Grandma Zhu's home, feeling entirely at ease, as the two families shared a solid bond. As the chubby boy drifted into slumber, Su Qing continued her reading. The textbook before her was on spirit botany, which began with the assertion that spirit plants are those imbued with energy. Through specific processes, they can be refined into various medicinal liquids. For those aspiring to become pharmacists, the entry point is the study of spirit botany. Starting with the most basic herbs such as hemostatic grass, spirit-gathering grass, bone growth flower, calming flower, and silver leaf grass, among many other commonplace spiritual medicines. The text instructs on recognizing spirit medicines, understanding their properties, and learning which combinations yield distinct medicinal concoctions. However, Su Qing was unfamiliar with any of the spirit herbs mentioned in the text. They were all types of flora that did not exist on Earth. In contrast, the theories of traditional Chinese medicine regarding the earth remain unrecorded in any texts. To her, the wild vegetables could easily be considered medicinal herbs. Yet not a single mention of them exists in the literature. In her previous life, Su Qing spent her days at home, penning articles for various websites to earn a living, which necessitated extensive reading. She had perused numerous resources on traditional Chinese medicine, including compendium of materia medica, herbal manuals, and various medical classics, which had become essential in her household. Even if she had not memorized them, she possessed a considerable understanding. Su Qing found it peculiar that these wild vegetables, which undoubtedly held healing properties, were entirely absent from the texts. According to the principles of traditional Chinese medicine, all things can be used as medicine, and at times, the treatment of ailments requires some rather unusual medicinal catalysts. The literature on spiritual botany only covered a handful of commonly recognized spiritual herbs, which constituted a first-year curriculum. However, the knowledge derived from each type of spiritual herb was extensive, often requiring several days to fully comprehend a single one. While this posed a challenge for Meng Li, it was relatively simple for Su Qing, as her adult soul granted her comprehension and memory capabilities far superior. Su Qing borrowed a total of 5 books, including those on spiritual botany, spiritual beasts, the fundamentals of alchemy, the basics of artifact forging, and the foundations of supernatural cultivation. She was profoundly intrigued by all 5 texts. As she was inherently a bibliophile, finding joy in reading anything, even the most mundane tomes. With these 5 books, she anticipated many hours of delightful reading ahead. The study of extraordinary beasts primarily delved into the various species inhabiting distant planets, their behaviors, and their utility to humanity. The foundation of supernatural ability cultivation lies in the practice of movements and meditation to develop extraordinary powers. This endeavor necessitates a certain degree of talent, prompting the entire empire to mandate that infants undergo testing at local medical facilities within their first year of life, with results duly recorded. While developed star systems fare better. In primitive star systems, a significant number of children lack access to cultivation resources and may never successfully develop supernatural abilities. Nevertheless, the cultivation of such powers remains a compulsory subject throughout the empire. Many gifted individuals do manage to cultivate their abilities and are subsequently prioritized for development. Even if they remain confined to their planets, they are destined to achieve noteworthy accomplishments, ensuring a future free from worry. The concepts of weapon forging and potion brewing are self-explanatory and easily comprehended. However, the chubby boy's studies extend far beyond these subjects. He delves into various disciplines such as mineralogy, talisman studies, and formation theory, alongside foundational courses in mathematics, language, history, politics, and geography. Su Qing genuinely worries for the chubby boy. Given his intellect, it is commendable if he manages to excel in several subjects. The curriculum encompasses not just the foundational knowledge of a single planet, but spans the entirety of the universe, making the volume of content overwhelming. Thus, 6 years are spent on basic education, evoking sympathy for the burdensome academic environment faced by interstellar children. Many exotic beasts and spiritual plants remain unseen by those in primitive star systems, truly a hardship for the children of such realms. With her eyes fixed intently on the text, Su Qing resolved to study diligently, aspiring to leave Dream Moonstar and witness all that was described within the pages. Suddenly, the courtyard door swung open with a loud bang. Su Qing closed her book and hurried to the entrance, where she saw Zhu Shiyun and Su Mingwan entering the courtyard. Their previously filled bamboo basket now empty, indicating that the vegetables had been sold. However, the expressions on the faces of the mother and daughter were far from pleasant. Su Mingjuan's eyes were still tinged with red, and it was evident without inquiry that she had just finalized the divorce with Li Mubai, severing all ties. Naturally, she felt a profound sense of sorrow and reluctance. On the contrary, Li Mubai appeared to be entirely liberated from the situation. Despite Su Mingjuan's lingering attachment, it could not alter his resolve. Zhu Xiaoyun, upon seeing her granddaughter, broke into a smile. Qing, have you eaten? Have you been well at home? Yes. I had a meal with Meng Li, and he is now resting in the inner room, she replied. Is that so? Zhu Xiaoyun set down her burden, while Su Mingwan placed the 2 items she had brought into the storage room, casting a peculiar glance at her daughter. After all, she was her own flesh and blood, and Su Mingwan could sense the growing distance from Su Qing. Was it her own fault? A wave of confusion washed over her. The memory of visiting the town today to officially conclude her marriage with Li Mubai pierced her heart like a thorn. The sight of Qing sharing a light-hearted smile with her mother felt painfully jarring. Her own parents' divorce seemed to leave Qing utterly unfazed, as if she would never again see her biological father, such an ungrateful little wretch. If Su Qing were aware of Su Mingjuan's thoughts, she would surely scoff, indifferent to the separation of her parents, as they were never truly familiar figures to her. Zhu Xiaoyun settled into a chair and retrieved 2 garments and a pair of blue canvas shoes from her bag. Qing, your grandmother has bought you some new clothes and shoes. Do you like them? After all, it would not be appropriate to visit the Li family again, which would only stir her anger further. Zhu Xiaoyun had taken the opportunity during her trip to the town to procure these items, ensuring that her granddaughter had something fresh to wear. Thank you, Grandma. I love them. Su Qing gazed expectantly at her grandmother, wondering if the cup, towel, and toothbrush she desired had been purchased. It had been 2 days since she last brushed her teeth, a situation she found quite uncomfortable and unsanitary. Oh, her grandmother had also bought these for her. Look, aren't you delighted? Zhu Xiaoyun reached into her bag, retrieving a pristine white towel, 2 handkerchiefs, and a toothbrush. She had long noticed her granddaughter's keen attention to hygiene. Su Qing struggled to use her own towel for washing her face. Understanding that the Li family valued personal items, Zhu Xiaoyun decided to provide a set just for Su Qing. The little girl was genuinely overjoyed. Having her own toothbrush and towel was simply wonderful. She leaned closer to her grandmother, beaming, "Thank you, Grandma. You are so kind." Chapter 22. Venting frustrations. The chatter between the grandmother and granddaughter roused the plump boy. Mengshi. Rubbing his eyes, he emerged in a daze, murmuring, "Mengshi is awake. Thank you for watching over Su Qing this morning," Zhu Xiaoyun said, gently patting the boy's head. Su Mingwan also offered him a warm smile before retreating into the inner room. Zhu Xiaoyun reached into the bag on the table, pulling out a handful of candies. "Here, Mengshi, have some candy, and Su Qing can have some too." She divided the sweets between the two, and Mengshi chuckled as he unwrapped a piece, savoring it as happiness lit up his eyes. "It's delicious, Grandma Zhu, thank you." The little boy, having heard Su Qing express her gratitude several times, mimicked her. "You need not be so polite, my dear," Zhu Xiaoyun said, her gaze filled with affection for the 2 children. Qing consumed a piece of candy, which was rather unpalatable, likely synthetic. In this world, artificial food is quite inexpensive, albeit lacking in flavor, whereas energy foods, despite their delightful taste, come at a steep price. What perplexes Su Qing is how the ancients managed to survive before the Galactic Empire's conquest of Mengyue Star. Surely they required sustenance as well. In those times, there were no genetically modified crops, yet everyone seemed to thrive on energy foods without much difficulty. She would have to wait until she attended school to uncover the answers. "This child runs exceptionally fast," Zhu Xiaoyun muttered as she observed the little chubby figure dash away. Turning to Su Qing, she smiled and asked, "Qing, what did you do today? Do share with your grandmother." Su Mingwan emerged from the inner room, intending to pour herself a glass of water. Upon noticing the dandelions in the kettle, she frowned and remarked, "Qing, what did you put in the teapot? How can one drink water like this? It's dried dandelion. It can clear heat and detoxify. Mengqi and I brewed it for a drink. I knew you would meddle. How can one brew dandelion? It's bitter and astringent. It's better to drink plain boiled water." Su Mingwan shot him an annoyed glare, promptly emptying the kettle and replacing it with fresh boiled water. Su Qing merely gazed at her in silence. There was no need to elaborate on such trivial matters, and besides, they wouldn't comprehend her explanations. She was never particularly adept at articulating her thoughts. "All right, the child enjoys playing. It is hardly a grave matter. What does she know at such a tender age?" Zhu Xiaoyun disapproved of her daughter's attitude toward the child. Qing was such a well-behaved little one, yet Mingwan always appeared impatient. Was this the demeanor everyone in the Li family exhibited toward children that left Qing so frightened she dared not speak? Su Mingwan felt a sudden rush of anger. Her voice sharp as she exclaimed, "Mom, what is wrong with me? What did I say? I didn't even scold her." She was displeased with her mother's words, as if she were being unjustly accused. "Honestly, my point is, children playing games. What does Qing understand? You should adopt a gentler demeanor. After all, she is your own daughter. Think back to your childhood. How did your father and I treat you? Haven't you made your fair share of foolish mistakes? Those little farming tools were crafted by your father for you. As a mother, one must exercise patience and speak with tenderness." Su Mingwan, already feeling a swell of grievance, was further provoked by her mother's remarks, leading her to throw aside the curtain and retreat into the room in frustration. Zhu Xiaoyan clutched her chest, bewildered by the transformation in Mingwan, who was now quarreling with her 3-year-old daughter. "Grandma, please don't be upset. Have some water first. Have you eaten? Were you tired from the journey? It must have been arduous walking all that way." Su Qing, perceptive as ever, hurriedly fetched a glass of water for Zhu Xiaoyun to divert her attention. "I hope you don't get too stressed. You know heart disease runs in the family, right?" "Qing, I'm fine. Don't worry. I understand your mother is just having a rough day." Zhu Xiaoyun sipped the water, finally managing to catch her breath. "I'm a bit weary. I'll rest in the house for a while. You play by yourself and don't go outside." "Understood, Grandma." Zhu Xiaoyun glanced towards the west room, noting the silence, before deciding to rest in the eastern bedroom. Having been out for most of the day and only grabbing a few bites for lunch while fuming over Zhang Liang's attitude during the paperwork, she certainly needed a moment to recuperate. Su Qing, now in her 30s, had experienced much in life. Her serene face was as calm as still water, as she continued to read quietly. The earlier dispute between her and her mother had no effect on her, stirring not the slightest ripple of emotion within. Although the argument seemed to revolve around her, it was evident that Su Mingwan was merely venting her frustrations due to her own discontent. After more than an hour, the courtyard door was pushed open once again, and Wang Sanmei entered. Upon entering, she called out, "Aunt, my grandmother is resting as she is tired. Please have a seat. I shall bring you a glass of water." "Oh, Qing, so well behaved." "No need for that, and is not thirsty," replied Su Qing, who remained unfazed by the interruption. Wang Sanmei settled beside Qing and, noticing a book in front of her, exclaimed, "Qing, are you reading? Do you recognize the characters in that book?" With a composed demeanor, Su Qing nodded. "I can read. Mengli taught me." "Goodness, Qing, how impressive. You can recognize characters at such a young age. You must take after your grandfather. You are quite clever." In Wang Sanmei's eyes, her eldest brother was the epitome of brilliance. Unfortunately, a tragic accident had befallen him, leaving his wife to navigate life alone. Su Qing managed a faint smile in response. Just then, the curtain of the east room was lifted, and Zhu Xiaoyun emerged. "Sanmei, you're here. I'm a bit fatigued from my outing. I'll take a moment to rest. Then I must tend to the fields. We need to water them well." "That is fine, sister-in-law. As long as you're not too tired, let us finish watering the fields today." "Yes, Mingwan. Your aunt has come to help us with the fields. Will you join us?" Zhu Xiaoyun insisted on involving her daughter, as they had agreed to collaborate on the task, and she could not manage it all alone. With her daughter as assistance, they could accomplish much more. Furthermore, as spring has just begun, it has been decided that the Li family's land will be entrusted to the mother and daughter, Qing. There are still 2 seasons of crops to be sown and harvested, and at that time, assistance from the younger siblings' family will undoubtedly be required. In past years, during the busy farming season, the members of the Li family would lend a hand. Once they depart, Mingwan will undoubtedly struggle alone, and will still need to rely on her brother-in-law's family for support. Mingwan is not unreasonable. She simply finds herself in a melancholy mood. When she hears her mother call her, she emerges and greets Wang Sanmei, saying, "Second aunt." Wang Sanmei, with a polite demeanor, responds, "Oh dear. Mingwan doesn't seem to be in good spirits. Perhaps you should rest at home." "It's nothing, second aunt. I'm not that delicate. Let us head to the fields," Mingwan insists. When it comes to working in the fields and planting crops, Mingwan is indeed quite adept. Zhu Xiaoyun also steps outside, retrieving the necessary tools from the storage room and placing them onto the small cart, a common sight in every household, primarily used for transporting goods. Akin to an electric vehicle on Earth, Mingwan promptly assists in carrying the items, for under normal circumstances, she is a dutiful daughter, eager to take on her share of the work. "Grandma, may I join? I will just gather wild vegetables at the edge of the field." Chapter 23. An odd feeling. Mingwan raised her eyebrows, about to speak, but Zhu Xiaoyun preempted her, saying, "Of course, our Qing is truly industrious. Just like your mother was in her youth, always keen on digging for this and that. Su Qing smiled gently, entering the storage room to fetch her small bamboo basket, which contained a little shovel. It is quite customary for the villagers of Shanquan village to take their children to the fields. However, Qing has always been confined at home. Mingwan stood lost in thought, pondering why she held the belief that children ought to remain indoors, behaving quietly. Indeed, it was her former mother-in-law, Zhang Liying, who incessantly lectured her on how a young girl should behave. She herself felt some truth in those words, having never allowed Qing to venture outdoors and play with her peers. At the time, she did not perceive this as abnormal. Children from the village had been frolicking about freely since they learned to walk. Yet, for Qing, Zhang Liying forbade her from stepping outside, claiming the outside world was filthy and that the village children lacked manners, fearing they would corrupt Qing. Was her mind clouded by some misfortune to have obediently complied? Su Mingwan could not comprehend this. The ancients had long proclaimed that one who associates with the red will become red, while one who associates with the black will become black. Having lived with the Li family for 4 to 5 years, she was no longer that innocent and virtuous girl from the mountains, greatly influenced by their mindset. For instance, their selfishness, always prioritizing their own needs, and their superficiality were evident in their disregard for children. Because Qing lacked talent, the Li family did not value her, and consequently, Su Mingwan did not invest much of her heart into her child. Were it not for her inherent maternal instincts, Qing would have fared even worse. Zhu Shiyan, oblivious to the change in her expression, opened the courtyard gate and pushed the cart out, calling to her, "Mingwan, bring Qing to the car. We are leaving." Upon arriving at their own plot of land, Su Feng and Wang Sanmei's family of 4 had already arrived. The 6 of them busied themselves with the tasks at hand. First connecting the water pipes to the source, then transporting them to the fields to turn on the switch, unleashing a stream of water to irrigate the crops. They would thoroughly water one section of land before moving to the next, working in pairs with 3 sets of water pipe stands, perfectly suited for the task. The adults toiled diligently in the fields, while Su Qing yearned to continue foraging for wild vegetables. She believed that having a bit of mixed wild greens during mealtime would make the otherwise unpalatable synthetic food more bearable. Its aroma hinted at flavor, yet the texture was as unyielding as wood shavings. Previously, Su Qing had seldom delved into biological studies, and the phenomenon surrounding the dream moon star struck her as peculiar. Why did flora and fauna behave in such a manner? Observing the bustling individuals around her, she felt helpless and could only entertain herself at the edge of the field. With a small spade in hand, she began to unearth wild vegetables, particularly fond of dandelions, shepherd's purse, and rehmannia. As she excavated a wild plant and lifted it, ready to toss it into her small bamboo basket, she suddenly felt a tremor in her fingers, accompanied by a tingling sensation that coursed through her hand. She shook it off, and soon after, she unearthed a rehmannia root, which appeared to be rather aged. Its long rhizome made extraction quite laborious. When her fingers grazed the rehmannia, the inexplicable tingling intensified, akin to an electric current surging through her body, accompanied by a fleeting green luminescence at her heart. What on earth is this? Could there be a spirit? It was not unusual for Su Qing to entertain such thoughts. The Galactic Empire was an extraordinary realm. The study of exotic beasts had revealed various branches, including demon beasts, magical beasts, spiritual beasts, and divine beasts. Some high-ranking exotic creatures, upon reaching the pinnacle of their cultivation, could even transform into humanoid forms, akin to fairies. Earth's mythologies abound with tales of not only animals achieving sentience, but also flowers, grasses, and trees evolving into conscious beings. Su Qing stared intently at the rehmannia for an extended period, observing no discernible change before examining it thoroughly in her hands. Was it merely a figment of her imagination, exacerbated by mental disarray, or perhaps a byproduct of her transmigration syndrome, resulting from a misalignment between her soul and body? Everything seemed fine. To the untrained eye, it appeared to be merely an ordinary wild vegetable, yet it possessed medicinal properties. As she casually tossed it into her small basket, she failed to notice the jade pendant around her neck glimmering with a subtle green light. Su Qing dismissed the peculiar sensation, attributing it to her recent transmigration, where her soul and body perhaps did not yet harmonize. Soon, her basket brimmed with foraged greens, small enough for a 3-year-old to carry. It held little volume. Su Qing regarded this endeavor as mere amusement. After all, what could a child do but play? She could not possibly spend all her time engrossed in books. The chubby boy harbored no suspicions, believing her to be clever, But the adults were a different matter, especially Su Mingwan, her own mother. If she were to discern anything unusual, it would certainly complicate matters. Estimating that their tasks would still take some time, Su Qing pondered what else she could do. She glanced around for something novel, but the fields paled in comparison to the allure of the woods. It seemed she would need to venture to the mountains more frequently. Qing, what is the matter? Why have you stopped gathering wild vegetables? Grandma, my basket is full, there is no more room. Zhu Xiuyun, contemplating her granddaughter's sudden halt, resolved to find her something else to entertain herself. She noticed a thicket adorned with blooming morning glories and vibrant hues of red, white, and purple. Surely her granddaughter would delight in them. Qing, look at those splendid flowers over there. Go and pick a few to weave into a garland. Her mother had enjoyed such pastimes in her youth, crafting them to wear upon her head, creating a lovely sight. Su Qing raised her delicate brows, unwilling to indulge in such childish games. Nevertheless, she acquiesced, recognizing that as a mere 3-year-old, play was indeed her rightful occupation. To be overly sensible would be quite unnatural. Very well, Grandma, I shall craft the most beautiful garland for you. Go on and play, but do not wander too far. Acknowledged. Su Qing dashed toward a nearby thicket, a thorny grove at the edge of the field known as wild juju trees, which bore small sour fruits that turned red and were sweet and tangy when ripe. The trees were entwined with climbing vines, specifically morning glories. Su Qing exerted herself to pull out a substantial vine, intending to casually weave a floral crown. Fortunately, the flowers were not too tall, allowing her to reach them. However, the moment Su Qing grasped the morning glory vine, a powerful tingling sensation surged through her hand. At that moment, she could no longer deceive herself into believing this was merely a case of transmigration syndrome. It was evidently a physical issue related to the plants. What troubled Su Qing was that even though she understood her condition stemmed from contact with the flora, she could not fathom the reason behind it. The wonders of the interstellar world were far too numerous, and materialism offered no explanations. Science seemed utterly impotent. Chapter 24. The Jade Pendant. After perusing the small pudgy boy's textbook, Su Qing had already shattered her previous worldview, yet she remained unfazed. Perhaps it was simply due to her age. Having encountered transmigration, what else could possibly move her? Regarding her own predicament, Su Qing felt utterly helpless and preferred not to confide in anyone, choosing instead to observe the unfolding situation. Anything that was not life-threatening could be temporarily disregarded. The tingling sensation in her hand appeared to correlate with the size of the plants. Wild vegetables caused less sensation than vines, vines less than shrubs, and so forth. Surely, shrubs could not compare to large trees. Perhaps it was related to the energy contained within the plants. However, she could not discern the specifics at present. With deft fingers, she crafted a circle and adorned it with various colored flowers. The field was not only home to morning glories but also to wild chrysanthemums, dandelions, and February orchids. A plethora of wildflowers were in full bloom. In the thicket, various insects such as grasshoppers and crickets occasionally leaped forth, bearing no significant difference from those on Earth. Su Qing pondered why the external world's offerings were deemed inedible. Genetically modified foods were unpalatable, and the produce from cultivated fields was too precious to consume, as it was intended for sale. Ming Li had remarked that the protective shields for the fields were activated by energy stones, which were quite costly. Most villagers needed to sell the fruits, vegetables, and poultry they cultivated to save money for these energy stones, retaining only a small portion for their own consumption. The inhabitants of Mountain Spring Village felt a profound sense of contentment as long as they were not starving. Although they wished to prioritize their children's education, they found themselves powerless to do so. The tuition fees were not exorbitant. The initial 6 years of primary education required minimal expenditure. The crux of the issue lay in advancing to the intermediate level, which necessitated traveling to the city for schooling. Not only did this incur costs for accommodation and meals, but the curriculum demanded extensive practical exercises, far exceeding the meager supplies provided by the school. Students were compelled to purchase their own materials for continuous practice. The cultivation of martial skills and supernatural abilities also required a significant influx of resources, which typical families could scarcely afford. From the intermediate level onwards, children were required to specialize in one subject based on their strengths, abandoning others. This specialization extended to the imperial examinations, which were categorized by discipline. Faced with such a heavy financial burden, the villagers of Mountain Spring had never contemplated furthering their education. Naturally, no exceptionally gifted children had emerged from their community. The only specialized courses available were martial arts, agriculture, and the study of extraordinary beasts. Success in these areas was rare, as many children who studied other subjects for 6 years still failed their exams, illustrating the villagers' lack of innate talent. The villagers are content as long as they have food and drink, and none ponder the questions that Su Qing contemplates. After crafting a floral garland, Su Qing, in her boredom, began to explore the various plants around her, finding an unexpected delight in the activity. Unbeknownst to her, as she encountered an increasing variety of flora, the jade pendant around her neck transformed from an unremarkable piece into a vibrant emerald, glistening with brilliance. Initially, it was a mediocre quality jade given to her by Li Mubai, but now it radiated with an exuberant lushness. Engrossed in her quest for different plants, she remained oblivious to this change. After more than an hour, the members of the Su family finally finished watering all the fields and emerged together. The villagers of Mountain Spring Village had little in the way of nightlife, leading lives dictated by the rhythm of sunrise and sunset. Zhu Xiaoyun called over Qingqing, complimenting her on the beauty of the garland she had woven. After changing into fresh clothes, she took it upon herself to wash the dirty garments of both girls and scrub their shoes clean. Su Qing watched quietly, puzzled by her mother, Su Mingwan, who had been so eager to work at the Li household, now appeared lethargic in the presence of her own mother, relying on Zhu Xiaoyun to do her laundry. For the farmers, washing clothes was a straightforward task, involving a few rubs and a rinse before hanging them out to dry. Zhu Xiaoyun hung the garments on the line and said to Qingqing, "Dear, let us take a bath together later. You haven't tea washed in 2 days. And I bought you a new outfit today." Su Qing nodded in agreement, reflecting on how her mother, Su Mingwan, seemed less concerned for her daughter than Zhu Xiaoyun, who played the role of a caring grandmother. When Su Mingwan emerged from her bath and noticed her mother had washed her clothes, she paused for a moment but quickly regained her composure, asking, "Mom, what is for dinner? After a long day, let us have something nice. Go to the fields and pick 2 persimmons and 2 cucumbers, grab an egg and 2 bowls of flour. We shall prepare a delightful dish of noodles with sauce." Zhu Xiaoyun sensed her daughter's melancholic mood and thought it prudent for the 3 of them to enjoy a hearty meal. The household's supply of flour amounted to merely 20-odd pounds, which they usually hesitated to consume. I shall go at once, with the prospect of a satisfying dinner." Su Mingjuan's face brightened with a smile. Su Qing, however, gazed skyward in silence, pondering whether her mother was simply innocent or foolish. As a child, she could not concern herself with such matters. She dashed into the house to retrieve her new clothes. Bathing took precedence. Cooking was no challenge for Su Mingwan, as she was well acquainted with the kitchen's contents. Zhu Xiaoyun opted to accompany Qingqing to the bathroom, and by the time they emerged, Su Mingwan had already commenced rolling out the dough. "Mama, I added a bag of dough mix to the flour. I feared the 2 bowls of energy flour would be insufficient, so I included an extra bag. The flavor should not deviate too much. Indeed, it will taste quite similar. It is essential to mix the good with the mediocre, otherwise, even the best will fall short. In a couple of months, we shall need to purchase more energy stones, which will cost several thousand interstellar coins. Ever since your father passed away, I have ceased such expenditures. You should understand, it amounts to 300 interstellar coins a month. I have no funds to spare. Why should I even consider it?" Zhu Xiaoyun's tone carried a tinge of sorrow. Life had drastically declined following her husband's demise. Aside from selling some vegetables and eggs to save a little money, her other income barely sufficed for their sustenance. When the late village chief Su is mentioned, both mother and daughter fall silent, for it is a pain that lingers in their hearts, an indelible sorrow. The demise of village chief Su has plunged the Su family into a steep decline, for few families in the village could afford interstellar television. While Su Mingwan had grown up watching it, reminiscing about her deceased father fills her with guilt. However, what could she have done at that moment? Her father was gone, and could she demand a life in return from Mubai? Her mother had been so furious that she had not spoken to her for 2 years, and the ache within her was profound. Now, cast aside by Li Mubai and facing divorce, the fears of her parents have materialized, forcing her to confront the anguish of losing a beloved. Tomorrow, she hopes to accompany Ming Li to the foot of the mountain to search for a miraculous herb. As images can never compare to the authenticity of the real thing, the flora at the base of the mountain is notably more diverse. Chapter 25. Interstellar Television. Qingqing is having her meal. Zhu Xiaoyun brings in a large basin of noodles, followed by Su Mingwan, who carries a portion of tomato sauce and a plate of shredded cucumber. "I'm here, Grandma." Su Qing has long savored the aroma, the nostalgic scent of familiar food. Qing, you must be hungry. Go ahead and eat. Zhu Xiuyun serves her a bowl of noodles, drenched in sauce, accompanied by cucumber shreds. Thank you, Grandma. Su Mingwan swiftly serves noodles for herself and her mother, already indulging in her meal. Su Qing mixes the noodles and begins to eat, exclaiming, delicious. The trio devours the noodles with great enthusiasm, and soon, the large basin is empty. The mother and daughter finish the noodle broth, sighing contentedly as they pat their stomachs. Su Mingwan rose to wash the dishes. At that moment, the sky darkened. The old-fashioned wall clock chimed, indicating it was nearly 6 o'clock. By 8, night would have fully descended. When darkness fell, most people would retire for the night, though some families, like that of village head Wu, would remain awake. Qing, have you finished your meal? Meng Shi, the chubby boy, burst in like a cannonball. Su Qing nodded, and Zhu Xiuyun chuckled. Meng Shi, you still want to play with Qing? Are you becoming addicted to being a little teacher? Grandma Zhu. I'm here to take Qing to the village head's house to watch the interstellar television. All right, go ahead. But you must take good care of Qing and ensure no one bullies her. She is quite timid. I understand. She is really scared of people and hardly speaks. Yes, I know. Come on, Qing. Meng Shi took Qing's hand and dashed outside. Qing, I know about your situation. My mother told me to look after you well and treat you like a sister. I'll take you with me to the village head's house to watch the interstellar television. Su Qing nodded. Watching television would allow her to learn more about the state of the empire. For this reason, she could endure being around strangers and strive to overcome her previous shortcomings. When Grandfather Su was still around, watching interstellar television was convenient, as she didn't have to go to Grandfather Wu's house. Meng Shi, aware that Qing was oblivious to these matters, deliberately explained it to her. In Mountain Spring Village, very few families could afford interstellar television. Although the television sets themselves were not prohibitively expensive, the monthly fees were quite steep, and the villagers were reluctant to spend their money. The village chief must be well informed about the outside world, diligently watching current affairs and significant developments within the empire each day before deciding to allocate funds. As the village head, he benefits from substantial subsidies provided by the empire, ensuring a comfortable financial standing. When the two children arrived at the home of village chief Wu Yud, his courtyard was already filled with people. Wu Yud had mounted a television on the outer wall of the house, allowing everyone to have a clear view. The adults sat on stools, engrossed in the broadcast, while the children stood, unfazed by the exertion. At that moment, the television was already on, captivating Su Qing's attention with a myriad of content ranging from national affairs and current events to the dynamics of interstellar warfare and commerce. Though much of it flashed by too quickly for her to fully comprehend. For the first time, she beheld the Emperor of the Empire, an exceptionally handsome man, accompanied by his splendidly graceful wife, young Manlin, at a gathering. This esteemed couple exuded opulence and elegance, drawing the gaze of all. While the camera occasionally panned to their eldest son, the imperial prince, a strikingly beautiful young boy. After watching interstellar television, Su Qing learned that the empire was not the sole human nation established within the universe. Another human state existed, known as the Interstellar Federation Republic, which operated under a different system. The two nations occasionally found themselves in conflict, yet united against foreign invasions. At that moment, the Imperial fleet was engaged in battle with the insectoid race, and the images of war on the screen left Su Qing astonished, her mouth agape. The cosmos is vast and teeming with diverse intelligent life forms, yet the insectoids are the nemesis of all creatures, voraciously consuming everything and possessing formidable destructive capabilities. Fortunately, humanity is not without its own strengths, consistently managing to vanquish the insectoids, maintaining peace for centuries. As the scene shifts, we find ourselves at the graduation ceremony of the Imperial Military Academy. One by one, students clad in uniforms ascend the warships, officially becoming soldiers of the Empire. Their gallant demeanor evokes a sense of envy in all who behold them. Meanwhile, the first comprehensive academy of the Central Star System has commenced its enrollment, with the admissions office releasing the latest requirements: a minimum aptitude level of 10, a 10 in supernatural abilities, and a specialization score exceeding 80. This esteemed institution stands as the pinnacle of education in the Empire, nurturing only the most elite talents. Such matters hold no interest for the villagers, as they seem too distant from their reality. They have never dared to dream of the academy on Dream Moon Star, let alone the first comprehensive academy of the Central Star System. Hardly anyone pays attention. It is merely a fleeting mention. Following the news, advertisements commence, showcasing everything from intelligent household robots to various holographic devices, communicators, home appliances, and everyday necessities. After the commercials, a television drama unfolds, a youth idol series that continues to captivate audiences. Qing watches intently, not so much for the plot, but as a means to glean insights into the lives of the imperial citizens. This particular series revolves around a female protagonist studying pharmacology and a male lead specializing in botany. At just 3 years old, Qing has exhausted herself after a long day of play. Upon returning home, she climbs into bed and promptly falls asleep. Su Mingwan resides in the West Wing, while the East Wing is home to only Zhu Xiuyun and her granddaughter Qing. Zhu Xiuyun, too, is weary and quickly succumbs to slumber. In the darkness, faint breaths can be heard, and suddenly, a brilliant green light surges forth, emanating from the jade pendant resting against Qing's chest. This radiant glow coalesces into an ethereal figure, resembling smoke that seems as though it might disperse with a mere breath. Where am I? How did I awaken here? The spiritual energy in this place is so thin. How long has it been since a descendant of mine with a wood elemental root has emerged? It must surely be due to the inferior genes of the Li family, lacking in sufficient spiritual energy to sustain themselves. I hope my descendants will provide me with ample spiritual essence, or I shall truly fade away. The soft, melodious voice of a woman gently dissipates into the darkness, as the light gradually wanes. At dawn, Zhu Xiuyun and her daughter rose to tend to the fields, feeding the pigs, chickens, and rabbits. The villagers gathered, all engaged in labor, with scarcely a moment to spare. Qing opened her eyes, finding herself alone in bed. She swiftly donned her garments and tidied her bedding before stepping out of bed and putting on her shoes. Chapter 26. Zhu Xiuyun's plans. After resolving her personal needs in the restroom, she retrieved her cup and toothbrush, standing on a stool to brush her teeth. In the mirror, the reflection of Qing appeared, her hair cascading around her, a delicate face no larger than a palm, skin as white as snow, and eyes as dark as ink, truly a beauty in the making. Qing paid little heed to her appearance. A woman who had once been a matriarch had long ceased to care for such matters. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, she found neither her grandmother nor her mother in the kitchen or living room. They must have gone to the fields. Qing, you are awake. Yes, Grandma. Good morning. Mom, I was just about to look for you. Qing resolved to draw closer to Su Mingwan, recognizing that she was Qing's mother. Maintaining a cordial relationship was essential. Otherwise, the estrangement between mother and daughter might sow seeds of suspicion between the two women. To her surprise, Su Mingwan smiled at her daughter and gently patted her head. Come here, let me braid your hair. In the past, it was Su Mingwan who always styled Qing's hair, but these past few days, overwhelmed by sorrow, she had neglected her. Zhu Xiuyun set down her farming tools and said, Qing must be hungry. We shall dine shortly. Mingwan, prepare a soup with the cabbage leaves while I heat a few bags of corn porridge. Su Mingwan acknowledged her request, neatly braided her daughter's hair, and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the soup. The refrigerator contained only a few remnants of the various paste she had ground, which were originally intended to last a week for Zhu Xiuyun alone. However, with the addition of her daughter and granddaughter, they had dwindled to almost nothing in just 3 days. Zhu Xiuyun sighed inwardly. Life was arduous without a man in the household. The scant harvest from their fields and the limited avenues for earning in the mountains left them in a perpetual state of financial strain. When her husband was alive, she had never worried. Their family's livelihood was comfortably sustained on the village chief's modest salary. It seemed she would have to venture into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs, as she believed it would not pose significant risks along the outskirts of the mountain range, providing at least some income. Zhu Xiuyun understood well that the genetic lineage of the Li family was superior to that of the Su family. As for why Qing seemed lacking in talent, it could be attributed to her tender age. Perhaps the medical facility had not detected anything previously. She was resolute in nurturing Qing, determined not to let her potential go unnoticed, which would require considerable funds. With just herself and Mingwan, they could certainly ensure that Qing attended an intermediate school. As long as Qing could excel in a vocational course, she would undoubtedly achieve great success. Zhu Xiuyun was adamant that her child should not languish in the mountain village for a lifetime. Her husband had often said that knowledge could alter one's fate, and she regretted not allowing her child to continue her education. Even a teaching position in town would have sufficed. After the three of them had eaten, Zhu Xiuyun and her daughter prepared to head into the fields to weed, as the grass was growing particularly fast. Qing expressed her desire to visit Meng Shi, and Zhu Xiaoyun escorted her to the Ming residence. Once their grandmother departed, Su Qing's demeanor swiftly transformed. Her eyes sparkled as she turned towards the chubby boy. Meng Shi, exclaiming, "Let us venture out to play." However, Meng Shi appeared rather lethargic today, for the commencement of school was imminent, and he still had a plethora of unfinished homework. "I too long to play," he lamented, "but my assignments are overwhelming. It's incredibly challenging to remember all those mystical plants and exotic beasts, not to mention history class. My goodness, the empire boasts a history spanning over 10,000 years. His cherubic face contorted into a frown, clearly distressed. Su Qing, wishing to comfort her portly companion, attempted to pat his head, yet her diminutive stature rendered her unable to reach him. Instead, she reassured him, "There's no need to rush with your homework. Once I complete all my courses, I shall assist you, and then we can make our way to the foot of the mountain. I wish to see if the mystical plants mentioned in our books are truly there. What treasures could possibly be found at the foot of the mountain? We must ascend. The deeper we venture into the mountains, the higher the grade of the spiritual herbs. The outer regions have been largely depleted over the years," he replied. "There are myriad plants within the mountains. I wish to familiarize myself with them and study their medicinal properties." Meng Shi gazed at the petite figure before him. Barely as tall as the table, yet possessing such grand aspirations of researching medicinal plants. This struck him as the most ludicrous notion he had ever encountered. He earnestly advised his little sister, "Qing, you are still quite young. Do not aim too high. You have yet to attend school. Yet you wish to learn about pharmacology and healing? That is simply unattainable. One must eat a meal bite by bite, and knowledge must be acquired gradually. These pursuits are for when you are older." The little chubby boy had likely absorbed too much of the teacher's discourse, delivering his words with an air of pretentious profundity. Su Qing raised her gaze to the heavens, dismissing the childish imitation of others with a casual wave of her hand. "All right. There are only a few days until school starts. The knowledge in your textbooks is rather elementary. In just 2 days, I shall complete the first grade curriculum for you. Within a week, I shall certainly be able to assist you with your homework." In Su Qing's perspective, the children of Mountain Spring Village possessed average capabilities, and their academic performance was similarly unremarkable. Helping with homework would hardly be detrimental. At most, she would provide some tutoring to the little chubby boy later on. Meng Qi tilted his head in contemplation. Indeed, Su Qing was astute and a quick learner. Mastering the 3rd grade material in a week was certainly feasible. At that point, with Qing's help on his homework, all would be resolved. How splendid. He could finally venture out to play. "Come, let us go enjoy ourselves. It is merely at the foot of the mountain, after all. I shall carry you," he declared to his grandmother in the courtyard. "Grandmother, I am taking Qing out to play. It is far too dull at home." The village children were quite mischievous, either toiling alongside adults or frolicking freely throughout the village. The grown-ups only offered reminders to be cautious. Otherwise, they allowed the children to roam as they pleased. Meng family had but one child, Meng Qi, who was not required to undertake any chores. Thus, he was free to play as he wished. 2 children dashed out of their home, racing towards the mountains at the edge of the village. Before long, Qing could no longer keep up, and Meng Shi carried her on his back, sprinting joyfully. Su Qing, in her exuberance, began to sing a cheerful song from the beloved character Pleasant Goat. Meng Shi listened for a while and soon learned the melody, filling the air with their harmonious voices, singing about pleasant goat, beautiful goat, lazy goat, and boiling goat. Su Qing, liberated by the moment, sang loudly, her laughter ringing out joyously. She felt that perhaps in this lifetime, she would never again succumb to her previous shyness, and that her social anxiety would dissipate. As she reveled in the sweetness of happiness, Meng Shi ran wildly, quickly reaching the foot of the mountain. Along the way, Qing had already laid down rules: no climbing trees to disturb bird nests, and to avoid alarming any snakes hidden in the grass. They were uncertain whether the snakes here were venomous, but it was likely safe. The villagers had lived at the foot of the mountain for generations and would certainly caution their children if there were poisonous snakes. Nonetheless, it was clear there would be many snakes in the grass, and as they searched for various plants, they would inevitably wander about. Meng Shi pouted, reluctant, and remarked, "Qing, you're only 3 years old. Why do you sound like my mother nagging me?" He added, "Walking through the mountains without parting the grass is far more dangerous." The chubby boy then picked up a long stick, continuously prodding the underbrush to clear a path, for he knew that if Qing were to step on a snake, she would surely cry out in fright. Su Qing furrowed her brows in silence, grappling with her lack of understanding. Chapter 27. Ascending the Mountain. The foot of the mountain was teeming with a myriad of plants, and Su Qing delighted in touching them all. Whenever she encountered a medicinal herb, she would eagerly dig one up. It was early summer, and many plants had already begun to bloom and bear fruit. She also collected some seeds, intending to plant them in her garden. These were all medicinal plants, albeit not classified as spiritual herbs, and her textbooks offered no insights into them. To this day, she had yet to see what a spiritual herb truly looked like. There was an abundance of wild medicinal materials, yet the villagers merely considered them as weeds, with no one bothering to harvest them. Each plant sent a tingling sensation through her fingers, as if some energy were flowing into her meridians. This sensation was particularly pronounced with the towering trees. As she grew accustomed to it, a warm and pleasant feeling enveloped her, intensifying her desire to discover a spiritual herb and test its effects. Mainly, I yearn to see what a spiritual herb truly looks like. Where can we find one? Su Qing exclaimed eagerly. All right, let us ascend the mountain and take a look, he replied. She was perplexed as to why touching plants allowed her to absorb energy, and she was fervently curious about what might occur upon encountering a spiritual herb. In truth, the periphery of the mountain posed little danger. Many children in their early teens ventured into the mountains to gather herbs and hunt small animals to supplement their family's income. Occasionally, they would catch mountain chickens or wild rabbits, enjoying a hearty meal despite the risk of an upset stomach. However, the villagers did not face mortality as city dwellers did. The latter, upon consuming unprocessed foods, often experienced symptoms akin to poisoning and required hospital intervention. Thus, city folk often mocked their rural counterparts, deeming them impoverished and wretched. Yet, having grown accustomed to hardship, the villagers possessed a robust resistance. They could consume toxic flora and fauna without succumbing. Indeed, their resilience was remarkable. The chubby boy also wished to accompany them. However, the task of gathering medicinal herbs was deemed suitable only for girls, who dismissed him. While the boys scorned him for his low martial skills and slow pace, he envied others who could ascend the mountain. Now that he had matured somewhat, he felt confident in his ability to scale its heights, albeit merely to meander around the vicinity, as he lacked the courage to venture far. In the village, Wang Kai and Zhao Ming dared to explore deeper into the mountains. Being an only child, his parents frequently admonished him against playing in the mountains, fearing for his safety. As their family did not rely on his meager earnings from such excursions, his friends excluded him, and Meng Qi had only entered the mountains a few times under his father's supervision. At this moment, upon seeing Qingqing's desire to locate a genuine spiritual plant, the chubby boy donned an expression of unwavering determination and declared, "Qingqing, let us go. I shall lead you." In truth, the mountains were frequented daily by numerous children from their village, gathering herbs and catching wild chickens and rabbits. Merely indulging in frivolity, none of them had a penchant for studying. Reflecting a lack of ambition, it was evident that he excelled academically among his peers. Su Qing gazed at him in astonishment, her mind reeling at the thought that, given the chubby boy's level of understanding, he was considered the best student in the village. One could only imagine the academic prowess of the others, who likely drove their teachers to tears on a regular basis. The two gradually ascended the mountain, with Su Qing discreetly continuing her exploration of various plants. The mountain was abundant with diverse flora, yet also teeming with mosquitoes. Before long, Su Qing found herself bitten twice, leaving her with 2 swollen welts. Frowning, she turned to Ming Qi and inquired, "How do people protect themselves from mosquito bites when venturing into the mountains? Look at all these mosquitoes. They've bitten me." "Ah. It appears that a certain insect repellent spray is being employed. During the summer, everyone sleeps under mosquito nets, and when venturing outside, they thoroughly arm themselves. It is only in the mountains that the spray is used, and it comes at a considerable cost. Why not use mosquito coils?" "What are mosquito coils?" "I have never heard of them," the chubby boy inquired with curiosity. "They are incense made from various herbs, shaped into sticks or discs, and when ignited, their fragrance serves to deter mosquitoes and other biting insects." "I have never seen the mosquito coils you speak of. I only know of the insect repellent spray, which is quite expensive. My mother is reluctant to use it, only applying it to my father when he goes into the mountains, reasoning that since insects cannot kill, he is safe due to his tough skin, as she says. But that cannot be right. Some mosquitoes carry viruses that can cause illness." "You worry too much. I have never heard of anyone succumbing to a mosquito bite," the chubby boy scoffed, dismissing the concerns of someone who has not been educated. Su Qing gazed up at the sky, reflecting on the terror of ignorance. As they continued on their way, they heard the chatter of girls nearby. The girls spotted the two of them, and Wu Lijun stood up, stretching lazily. Upon noticing the chubby boy from the Meng family accompanying Qing up the mountain, she immediately waved her hand. "Meng Li, what brings you up the mountain? Aren't your parents concerned?" "Of course not. I am simply accompanying Qing for some fun." "Qing. This is Sister Lijun from Grandpa Wu's family. She is in the 5th grade this year. Over there are Xiaolon, Xiaohong, and Manman. They are all from our village." Qing obediently greeted her as sister, and 3 or 4 girls, all around 10 years old, gathered around. "Oh, this is Qing. Your skin is so fair. Indeed, it resembles the charming dolls from the Starry View. Utterly adorable." A few girls, had it not been for their dirty hands, would surely have approached Qing, who, frightened, hid behind Meng Yi. "Hey, don't frighten Qing. She has never been outside and is quite timid," Wu Lizhen chuckled. "I've heard so much about Aunt Mingwan's beautiful daughter, yet I rarely see her. Now that I finally do, I feel a bit excited." "Qing, don't be afraid. Come, let me treat you to some wild strawberries." She dashed to where the baskets were placed and retrieved several plump, red strawberries from a cloth bag, distributing them to the chubby girl and Qing. The chubby girl, disregarding cleanliness, popped them straight into her mouth, while Qing cautiously placed hers into her basket, whispering, "Thank you, sister." "Oh dear, I'm getting goosebumps. What else with the thanks? Wild strawberries are abundant in the mountains. One only needs to search slowly, but do refrain from eating too many. By the way, Liz Hen, did you find any spiritual herbs?" Qing eagerly inquired, yearning to see what true spiritual herbs looked like. Yes, they're all in my basket, but just ordinary spiritual medicines, none of them particularly valuable. Only by joining a hunting team can one gather the more precious ones, Wu Lizhen replied, revealing a few types of spiritual herbs. Qing leaned in for a closer look, taking them into her hands. Chapter 28. Ginseng. Indeed, spiritual herbs are distinct, brimming with immense energy. The vitality of ordinary plants feels merely like a mosquito bite, whereas the potency of spiritual herbs is akin to a sharp sting. This is merely a first-tier spiritual herb. The higher the tier, the greater the energy. Yet, why does my body absorb this energy? This perplexed Su Qing deeply. "Thank you, sister. I have finished reading it and am returning it to you. You are too polite. We are from the same village, and such formalities are unnecessary. Only those from the city are so particular about these things." Su Qing nodded, her gaze wandering in hopes of discovering a few spiritual plants herself. "Meng Qi, let us search for other spiritual herbs as well." "All right, I will guide you." The mountain is quite different from the flatlands. Though Meng Qi was young, she adeptly looked after Qing. The mountain harbored certain dangers, especially given Qing's tender age. If anything went amiss, she wouldn't be able to run away. They were all merely adolescents, preoccupied with their own matters. "I understand, Li Jun." The little chubby one waved her hand, sighing internally. Women can be quite troublesome. Grabbing onto Qing, she waved the branch in her hand haphazardly, ensuring no snakes or insects lurked before proceeding. Su Qing felt akin to a mouse that had fallen into a rice barrel. The energy of the plants in the mountains was considerably more abundant than that found by the fields or at the foot of the hills. "You don't comprehend, do you? You think it's easy to cultivate medicinal herbs? Many have tried, but it simply doesn't work. Each plant thrives in different environments. Only in the mountains can they flourish. We cannot cultivate them on a large scale. Perhaps we could manage to nurture a single pot. I have heard that those extraordinary individuals in the big cities can grow spiritual medicines, but ordinary people cannot. Every extraordinary individual is a significant figure on Dream Moonstar." "Oh, I see. Then I shall come to the mountains to gather herbs." People from the Galactic Empire undergo a talent test shortly after birth, typically possessing abilities up to the 5th tier. However, having talent does not guarantee the activation of extraordinary powers. Su Mingwan also has a 2nd-tier talent, yet she remains unable to do anything. In the village of Shangquan, most individuals possess talents limited to the 2nd and 3rd tiers, yet none have activated any extraordinary abilities or obtained professional certifications. This is primarily due to the prohibitive costs of postnatal training, which appear astronomical to the residents of Shangquan, rendering it unaffordable. It is not just them. Across the entire Dream Moonstar, only a mere fraction, 1 in 10,000, has the opportunity for higher education, predominantly concentrated within the upper echelons of society. The lower classes are preoccupied with earning a meager living, leaving them little chance to invest in the education of the next generation. Moreover, The narrow-mindedness of the chubby youth limits their understanding of the world. Their perspectives barely extend beyond the town, and few have ever ventured into the city. Their knowledge of the Empire, and indeed, of Dream Moonstar itself, is minimal. Were it not for the availability of interstellar television and the necessity of attending school in the town, the children of Shangquan would have even less exposure to the outside world. They remain puzzled as to why, despite living in an interstellar era, the development of primitive star systems progresses at such a sluggish pace. The upper structures aspire for rapid advancement, yet are thwarted by a scarcity of resources. Many cultivation materials are reliant on supplies from more developed star systems. Consequently, their only recourse is to sell raw materials at low prices. This situation has led Su Qing to feel that life in the village resembles that of Earth in the 1980s, with the villagers' thoughts and behaviors appearing remarkably antiquated. Yet, paradoxically, it is the interstellar age, showcasing the high level of imperial civilization, creating a peculiar contrast. The villagers are largely content with their current circumstances. Even when aware of the stark differences beyond their borders, curiosity and the desire to explore are rare. Few aspire to change their fate through education, to leave Shangquan, or even Dream Moonstar, to see other planets. Their singular wish is to live a stable life within their own modest plots of land. Su Qing was acutely aware that she would never be like them. She set her sights on the entire universe, vowing to traverse the vast expanse of stars and seas. Thus, she resolved to diligently master all the textbooks of the chubby boy within a week. While on the mountainside, they encountered several other young women gathering herbs. Exchanging a few words before parting ways, the hunting boys were further afield, and Mingqi dared not venture any deeper, especially with Qing nearby. Su Qing's small hand was clasped by Mingqi, her eyes wandering amidst the myriad of peculiar plants. Many herbs resembled those on Earth, such as honeysuckle, mint, and banlongen. Although Su Qing was not well versed in herbal medicine, she was intrigued. Suddenly, she halted, her gaze fixed on a large tree nearby. Qing, let us go. Why have you stopped? We must hurry down the mountain, she urged. Mingqi, look over there. There's a plant with red flowers. I wish to take a closer look. What's so special about it? There are plenty on the mountain, Mingqi replied. Are there really many? Su Qing exclaimed, her eyes widening with excitement. Mingqi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, we have seen many. My father mentioned that there are even more in the deep mountains. They are not only common, but also particularly resilient. Each one can thrive for many years and withstand the cold, never succumbing to frost. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Su Qing, for that was ginseng, the revered tonic, capable of reviving those on the brink of death with just a morsel. Here, it was treated as mere wild grass, while the ginseng in these mountains must have aged into something extraordinary. He had no tools at hand, so he cupped his hands around his mouth and called out to Wu Lizhen in the distance, Sister Lizhen, come over and help Qing dig up a wildflower. Wu Lizhen, not far from them, immediately rushed over upon hearing the chubby boy's call. What wildflower are you digging up? Wu Lizhen had a fondness for Qing, the tender little girl who spoke with such politeness, reminiscent of the teachers at school. Qing's arms and face bore several bright red mosquito bites, which stood out against her fair, translucent skin, causing Wu Lizhen to feel a pang of sympathy. She picked up the shovel in her hand and began to dig up the ginseng. Su Qing, standing nearby, anxiously cautioned, Sister Lizhen, be gentle while digging. Don't hurt its roots. I know, Wu Lizhen replied. You may be young, but you understand quite a bit. Having collected herbs on the mountain for several years, Wu Lizhen had honed her skills in foraging. Some precious herbs required careful handling of their roots. Digging up a ginseng was not particularly challenging, and at most, it might result in minor damage to the roots. When the ginseng was finally unearthed, Su Qing's eyes sparkled with delight as she held it in her hands. The ginseng was dense with fibrous shoots, and its roots were dark and sturdy. Although its exact age was unknown, it was undoubtedly quite old. It could fetch a fortune in the market, enough to buy a house on Earth. Chapter 29. The transparent Granny Meng Li. Go fetch a large leaf, she instructed. The chubby boy scampered off to pluck a large leaf. Qing laid the leaf on the ground, placed the ginseng atop it, buried it with the soil from where it had grown, and then wrapped it up with the leaf. Wu Lizhen pulled a few blades of grass to help bind the leaf securely, fashioning a makeshift strap for carrying. Thank you, Sister Lizhen, Qing expressed gratefully. You're welcome. It's no trouble at all. Mingqi, take Qing and hurry down the mountain. Understood, we shall depart at once. Mingqi picked up the ginseng and grasped Qing's hand as they made their way down the mountain. Wu Li's hen waved goodbye with a smile, feeling as if she were conversing with a teacher at school. The villagers rarely engaged in such formalities. Qing was indeed different, possessing a demeanor and appearance reminiscent of the Li family. Qing, you are quite particular for simply picking a wildflower. You even wrapped it in leaves and brought along some soil. It's nothing of great value. There are plenty in the mountains that wild boars won't even touch. Mingxi scoffed dismissively, unconvinced that Qing understood anything. She must be speaking nonsense. All right then. We have an agreement. Every morning we will venture into the mountains to gather herbs, and in the afternoon I shall study at home. Very well, Mingxi readily agreed. For there was little danger in the mountains, aside from a few insects. As for his parents' disapproval of his excursions, he thought it best to keep that from them. Qing, I must insist that we keep our mountain escapades a secret from my parents. They disapprove of my frequent visits. Su Qing nodded, recognizing that Mingxi's parents were perhaps overly concerned for him. In truth, the mountains were not as perilous as they imagined. Otherwise, the village chief would not permit his granddaughter to gather herbs daily. Qing placed her small bamboo basket in the courtyard and washed her hands in the water basin before entering the house. In a sweet, childlike voice, she called out, "Grandmother, drink slowly, don't choke." Upon hearing this, Granny Ming emerged from the inner room to see her grandson, drenched in sweat, drinking water fervently. Noticing the fair-skinned young girl greeting her politely, she smiled and asked, "Qing, did you enjoy yourself outside?" The little girl, with her adorable and endearing demeanor, melted her heart. Qing truly possesses remarkable beauty, a stark contrast to her grandson, who is rather dark-skinned. The village children are all similarly tanned, but Qing's fair complexion renders her particularly unique. "Grandma Ming, it's so much fun outside. I gathered an abundance of herbs, and Ming Li is taking great care of me. He is such a good child." Su Qing nodded solemnly and urged the chubby boy to offer a few kind words. Ha! Su Qing's delightful little expression and earnest tone of voice elicited hearty laughter from Grandma Ming, who longed to embrace the little girl and plant a kiss on her cheek. Aware of Qing's shyness, she merely patted her on the head. It was no surprise to see the child tremble slightly, yet she did not shy away. When she first encountered Qing in Xiuyun's embrace, she sensed that this child was extraordinary. At that time, Qing was merely 2 years old, still unable to speak. Quietly nestled against her grandmother, not crying or fussing. Her large, luminous eyes gazed intently at those around her, while one tiny hand clutched tightly to Mingjuan's clothing, as if fearful of her mother's departure. Grandma Ming recognized that this child was likely often startled and wary of strangers. Despite her own humble upbringing in the mountains and limited exposure to the world, she understood that typical children do not behave this way. However, she refrained from criticizing Mingjuan's parenting, as Qing was not her own granddaughter, and it felt inappropriate to voice her concerns. The fact that Qing could speak brought immense joy to Zhu Xiuyun, yet the child's ingrained fear of people persisted, albeit improved. It's all the fault of the Li family, she mused, for not nurturing their own flesh and blood properly. Su Qing suppressed her feelings, enduring the gentle caress of Grandma Ming's hand on her head. Determined to overcome her own apprehensions, she managed to stretch her lips into a smile directed at Grandma Ming. Grandma Ming glanced at the bamboo basket in the courtyard, filled with wild grass, and inquired, "Qing, what do you intend to do with these weeds? They are not suitable for feeding pigs or chickens." "Grandma Ming, these are medicinal herbs. Once dried, they can be used for healing," Qing replied. "Oh, Qing, how did you come to know this?" "I saw it in books. It's all in Mingxi's textbook." "Is that so? Our Qing is truly remarkable." The chubby boy set down his cup and rolled his eyes, muttering, "Qing certainly has a vivid imagination. Not a single wild vegetable she gathered appears in his textbook. Come, Qing, let us have some water. You must be thirsty after being outside for so long." Mengqi quickly called out to Qing, anxious that she might divulge more to Grandma and inadvertently betray him. For Qing was still quite young and understood little about keeping secrets. Su Qing cast a glance at him and obediently hurried over to drink water. Grandma Ming chuckled and said, "Mingqi, take good care of Qing. There are biscuits in the cupboard. Take them out for both of you to enjoy while I check on the planting field." "Understood, Grandma." Mengqi opened the cupboard to find a paper packet containing biscuits. He grabbed a handful and shared a few pieces with Qing. "Here, eat these. My father bought them for me when he went to the town to sell herbal medicine." Qing held the biscuit in her hand, noting its rough texture. Having been accustomed to the delicate pastries found around the world, She was seeing such primitive confections for the first time. Surely, these were synthetic foods. She took a bite, finding a hint of sweetness and a milky flavor, though the texture was coarse and gritty. After taking a sip of water, Su Qing managed to swallow the biscuit, which was somewhat more palatable than the staple foods, yet still rather unremarkable. It was evident that not everyone in the empire consumed such fare. It was likely reserved for the impoverished lower class. Otherwise, to whom would the energy-rich crops cultivated in the fields be sold? In what era will the affluent and the impoverished ever attain equality? It is the impoverished who generate value through production, yet it is the wealthy who reap the benefits. Su Qing, not being a politician, is perplexed by the societal dynamics at play. She merely laments the situation, resolute in her determination to strive towards prosperity and ascend the hierarchy of wealth. Mengli, observing her take a bite and then set aside her food, inquires, "Is it not to your liking?" "Well, I'm just not accustomed to it. You go ahead and eat. I'll read. Please hand me your second-grade history book." Reluctantly, Mengli relinquishes the cookie and fetches her a book, encouraging her, without reservation, to give it another try. If she does not enjoy it, she need not partake. Such is the simplicity of childhood. The exchanges between children are candid and straightforward, devoid of the convoluted manners often exhibited by adults. Thus, Su Qing finds solace in the company of children, yet is intolerant of adult interactions. Sitting on a small stool, she immerses herself in her book, contemplating that the galactic empire is not the first human nation. The nations in the cosmos, much like the dynastic changes on Earth, rise and fall. As one nation collapses, another swiftly emerges, establishing a new regime. In this eternal cosmos, empires ebb and flow, while humanity has thrived in this vast universe for countless trillions of years. Each new human civilization evolves through distinct trajectories, often influenced by the central star systems, accelerating the pace of civilization and ushering in interstellar society. Chapter 30. Encountering Dream Moon Star unfolds with the realization that thousands of years prior, it was still an era of ancient civilization. By the natural course of development, it would take no less than 2 millennia to reach the present pinnacle of civilization. History meticulously chronicles the entirety of human civilization since the advent of written language, a tapestry so intricate and multifaceted that what is taught in elementary classes represents but the most rudimentary aspects. As one progresses to intermediate levels and even institutions of higher learning, the curriculum becomes increasingly complex, encompassing the histories of various intelligent life forms, a task that can be quite daunting. At noon, a simple meal of noodle soup was prepared, water was brought to a boil, and 3 packets of porridge were gradually introduced into the bubbling liquid. Fresh leaves from the cabbages in the field were plucked and finely chopped before being added, followed by a splash of beaten egg, resulting in a rather satisfactory dish. While the porridge soup lacked exquisite flavor, it was palatable enough, and the 3 diners relished their meal. Su Qing, having exhausted her capacity to critique the taste of her food, accepted this humble fare. As the villagers of Mountain Spring Village were accustomed to such sustenance, abstaining meant enduring hunger. At merely 3 years of age, she found herself powerless to effect change, instead choosing to bide her time, awaiting the moment when she could soar to great heights, determined to provide a better life for her mother and grandmother. In her past life, she had overlooked the significance of education. In this new beginning, she embraced her identity not as a child, but as a mature individual, possessing the wisdom to discern the essence of society. Despite the existence of social strata, she recognized that some individuals from humble origins could transcend their circumstances, rising swiftly to success, with the foundation for breaking free being the pursuit of knowledge. The imperial landscape offers a plethora of vocational choices, and a vibrant world awaits her exploration. Su Qing requested a flower pot from Zhu Xiuyan, planting the ginseng she had unearthed. Each encounter with the ginseng sent tingles through her fingers, a sensation she gradually grew accustomed to. Su Qing carefully excavated some soil from her courtyard, unwrapped the leaves enveloping the ginseng, and gently replanted it along with the original soil into a pot, watering it afterward. Unable to move it further, she placed it beside a tree. The disciplines of exotic beast studies and spirit botany captivated Su Qing's interest the most. With her remarkable memory, she found it easy to memorize an entire book within 2 or 3 days. In her previous life, she was renowned for her exceptional recall, having perused something once. She could nearly retain 90% of it, making learning a straightforward endeavor. However, alchemy and artifact forging posed a greater challenge. influenced by her prior fixed mindset. Su Qing found it difficult to grasp these concepts initially, but she believed that with time, she would adapt. The study of supernatural abilities merely focused on how to awaken such powers and cultivate them, while martial techniques encompassed various combat styles akin to martial arts. Su Qing concluded that she lacked innate talent in both supernatural abilities and martial skills. Thus, she devised a plan to major in spirit botany and aspire to become a plant cultivator, while gaining a general understanding of other subjects. In reality, the Empire offered a plethora of specialized professions, and the introductory classes covered only a few primary areas, leading to daily lamentations from the children of Dream Moon Star. Wealthy families could provide their children with gene evolution fluid, enabling physical enhancements and significantly boosting mental acuity, often surpassing ordinary individuals by several folds, thus facilitating their learning process and allowing them to withstand the rigors of education. In contrast, impoverished families lacked the means to purchase the exorbitantly priced gene evolution fluid, which could cost millions of interstellar coins per vial, forcing them to settle for basic education before seeking to make a living. Those not belonging to their world seldom pondered such disparities, as different individuals led vastly different lives. Even those with high aptitude and academic excellence could not compete with genetically enhanced humans, especially since considerable resources were necessary for sustained advancement. Undoubtedly, Qing remains blissfully unaware of these matters. The secluded little village of Mountain Spring severely restricts her exposure to the vast world beyond. Nevertheless, primary education poses little challenge for Su Qing, as her excellent memory enables her to easily grasp and memorize the content. Standing atop a stool, she meticulously cleans the herbs in the basin and lays them out to dry in a basket, alongside a few sun-dried dandelions and rehmannia. She takes a cloth bag to gather them, hoping to accumulate a modest supply for potential future use, pondering whether her grandmother might consent to preparing a personal medicine cabinet for her. However, she suspects that such a request would be futile. No matter how much her grandmother dotes on her, she likely would not acquiesce. Examining her small hand, slightly larger than an egg, she wonders what it is truly capable of. She yearns for time to leap forward by a decade, so that she might reach her teenage years and embrace the myriad of possibilities that come with growing up. The following day, Zhu Xiuyun once again escorts Qing to the Meng family, taking her daughter along to tend to the fields. Once the adults depart, only Grandma Meng remains, and the two children promptly request to venture outside to play. Grandma Meng, fully aware of their intentions, does not object. She is well cognizant of where the children are headed. After all, children from Mountain Spring have been scurrying about the village since they learned to walk. Her son and daughter-in-law cherish Meng Li, and with the mountains nearby posing no significant dangers, no fierce beasts would descend from the hills. She allows them the freedom to play. As they walk along the path leading into the mountains, Meng Li carries a slung cloth bag on his back, which Su Qing insists he take, claiming her own basket is too small to accommodate the herbs. The plump boy scoffs at her, referring to certain wild vegetables as herbs. Yet he acquiesces and hoists the bag onto his back, indulging her in hopes of pleasing her and assisting him with his homework. Not long after, Mengyi encountered Wu Li's hen and her companions, alongside a few boys venturing into the mountains to capture small exotic creatures. These young lads, though still in their youth, had already grown to a height comparable to that of adults. Apart from their youthful faces, they bore little distinction from grown men. Li Dahu, the leader of the village children, was a robust youth in the 6th grade, poised to graduate after just 1 year of study. The group of boys dashed out of the village, and upon spotting the girl named Qing, whom Mengyi was carrying, Li Dahu slowed his pace and approached him with a curious inquiry. "Little fatty, whose girl are you carrying?" Mengyi, filled with admiration for Li Dahu, replied with bright eyes, "Big brother Dahu, are you heading into the mountains?" "Indeed. Whose little girl is this?" "I don't recognize her," he responded. "Oh, do take care of her. Avoid letting snakes, ants, or blood-sucking worms bite her. Just look at her delicate face, so tender and soft." As soon as little fatty mentioned homework, the expressions of all the boys darkened. It was as if he had opened a can of worms. They were all troubled by the burden of assignments, resigned to the fact that they might as well ignore them altogether. Among the village, Mengyi was the top student. For the others, school felt like a foreign language, save for their proficiency in martial arts classes, where they performed decently. Li Dahu declared, "All right, let us proceed into the mountains. Let us see if our traps yield any rewards." A group of boys, aged around 10, jogged off, disappearing into the dense forest. their hurried movements eliciting laughter from the girls. Wu Lizhen, although her academic performance was average, managed to pass all her subjects and had completed her homework, which was commendable in its own right. Meng Qian gazed enviously at their retreating figures. Knowing that Big Tiger and the others must have surpassed the second tier in their martial arts, their speed remarkable. Meng Qian, what tier are you in your martial arts? I'm merely at the initial stage of the first tier, far from catching up. Then, when you have some free time, would you teach me? I can't comprehend your martial arts textbook. Ha ha ha, all right, all right. Meng Qian laughed joyfully, realizing that even Qing struggled with her studies. Chapter 31. The Li family departed. Wu Lizhen had longed to carry the delicate young girl, but halfway there, upon seeing the chubby boy beginning to pant, she smiled and said to Su Qing, Qing, how about I carry you for a while? Meng Qian is getting tired. Meng Qian was not unable to carry Qing, but a brief respite would be welcome. He turned to Su Qing and suggested, Qing, would you allow Lizhen to carry you for a bit? Su Qing nodded. She understood that Meng Qian had been carrying her for quite some time and was weary. She had been diligently training and had already walked a much longer distance today than during their first outing. Wu Lizhen placed Qing in the large bamboo basket on her back, just enough to accommodate a child. Meng Qian helped Su Qing with her small backpack. Though Wu Lizhen was not yet an adult, her strength surpassed that of Meng Qian, and with her frequent labor, carrying Su Qing was effortless, not hindering their pace. She even jested, Qing, you weigh less than a basket of grass. Make sure to eat more in the future. After shedding some weight, the chubby boy ran with even greater enthusiasm. The world of children is simple, and Wu Lizhen, being somewhat of a child herself, though more sensible, also enjoyed playfulness. Their journey was filled with laughter and joy. Upon ascending the mountain, Su Qing and Meng Chong continued to meander around Wu Lizhen. Su Qing gathered various medicinal herbs and unearthed a ginseng root, this time prepared with a small spade. As they wandered, she also stumbled upon a patch of yam, a precious find that could only be harvested in autumn, so she instructed Meng Chong to remember its location. At that moment, the hills were adorned with flourishing honeysuckle blossoms. Su Qing invited Meng Chong to join her in gathering a considerable amount. Once dried and steeped in water, honeysuckle is known for its anti-inflammatory and detoxifying properties, particularly beneficial for sore throats. Meng Chang, with flowers in hand, casually remarked, what do villagers do when they fall ill? She stuffed the blossoms into her backpack and replied, they go to the health clinic in town. For minor wounds, every household possesses a treatment device. Su Qing recalled that just 2 days prior, when her finger had bled, Meng Chong had swiftly used a device to remedy the situation, revealing the advanced technology of their interstellar society. And what if one contracts a cold or fever? Su Qing inquired. They take medicine. Every household keeps a stock of effective remedies. Only in cases of severe injuries from alien beasts, where internal issues arise, do they visit the town clinic, where a medical pod awaits. You simply lie inside, and recovery is almost instantaneous, though it is exceedingly costly. Unless absolutely necessary, no one resorts to it. Most prefer to purchase some medicine for minor ailments. My mother once said that a single use of a medical pod could deplete years of income. In her heart, Su Qing lamented the futility of her herbal gathering ambitions. Realizing that traditional herbs held little value in the interstellar realm due to their inefficiency, it became clear that only potions crafted from spiritual plants were deemed mainstream, relegating Earth's herbal remedies to obsolescence. Of course, the common folk still relied on chemically synthesized medicines, which often carried certain side effects. However, in comparison to the efficacy of healing, the side effects can be deemed negligible. The crux of the matter is that for the impoverished, even the most effective medicines remain unaffordable. Su Qing's motion of gathering flowers slowed, since the herbal remedies proved to be of little use. She resolved to simply collect some for infusion. Her aspirations of practicing medicine and pharmacology were abruptly curtailed before they even commenced. Henceforth, she decided against expending energy on concocting medicinal materials, and instead, she would delve into the realm of sustenance, contemplating ways to cultivate energy-rich foods that do not require energy shields. Losing her enthusiasm, Su Qing called out to the chubby boy, all right, let us go fishing at the small river tomorrow. There are plenty of children playing there, and the water is shallow. With a nonchalant expression, Su Qing remarked, very well. Let us bid farewell to Wu Lizhen, and the two children descended the mountain. The path through the mountains, forged by the ancestors of the villagers, was not particularly arduous. They soon reached the foot of the mountain, with Su Qing descending on her own, albeit feeling quite fatigued. I can go no further, Meng Qi. Let us take a moment to rest. Su Qing nodded. If the trek was not too difficult, she would consider it akin to a warm-up exercise. She resolved to engage in diligent physical training henceforth. Otherwise, how could she venture into the mountains to gather herbs? Ordinary plants were of no use. Yet spiritual herbs were invaluable, whether for personal research or for sale. She was determined to cultivate these spiritual herbs, firmly believing that the villagers lacked the aptitude for research, and that such endeavors could only bear fruit once she grew a bit more. Mastering martial techniques was also imperative, for the mountains harbored dangers. Even animals had acquired supernatural abilities. At the very least, she needed to be swift enough to evade the pursuit of ferocious beasts. After a brief respite, Meng Qi hoisted Su Qing onto his back, and they made their way back to the village. Along the way, they encountered villagers who greeted them warmly, many of whom were meeting Qing for the first time and engaged her in conversation. Suddenly, Meng Ling came to a halt, prompting Su Qing to wonder why he had stopped. Qing, your father and the others are about to leave. Look, that flying vehicle is surely meant to take them to the aviation port in Minghua City. Otherwise, no one in the village would squander money on such transport for a mere outing. It is evidently a journey of significance. Su Qing stretched her neck to peer over the shoulder of the chubby boy, and at that moment, she noticed a small spacecraft resembling a flying ship parked at the entrance of the Li family home. The members of the Li family were busily carrying their luggage inside, each of them impeccably dressed, a stark contrast to the villagers. Zhang Liang was adorned in a long gown, her hair elegantly styled, and her face lightly made up, making her appear significantly younger, exuding an air of nobility. Soon, several people boarded the craft in succession. Li Chuanzhong locked the door with a mocking smile. Expressing relief at finally leaving this desolate place, handing the key to the village chief, Wu Yud. Chief, thank you for your care over the years. To all the relatives here, we are departing, and it is likely we shall never meet again in this lifetime. I wish you all well. With that, they boarded the flying vehicle, which instantly powered up and ascended into the sky, disappearing from view. No wonder he looked down upon Mingwan. We are simply not from the same world. Indeed, it is as you say. Hey, don't mention it. Mingwan is here. Su Mingwan, upon hearing the news, dashed frantically towards the village. Though she had appeared composed these past few days, internally she had been tormented by a burning anxiety. Upon learning that the Li family had hired a flying vehicle to depart, she grew frantic, longing for one last glimpse of Li Mubai, but alas, she was too late, catching only a fleeting sight of the ascending craft as it vanished into the horizon. Tears streamed down her face. She had permanently lost her beloved and would never behold him again. Over a decade of affection is not easily erased. It is said that the Li family lacks compassion. Yet Mubai treated her with kindness. They had never quarreled. They had truly loved each other. Mingwan, here are the keys. From now on, this house and the cultivated fields, including the several acres planted this year, belong to you and your son. Next year, I will reallocate according to the household registration. We had handed a set of keys to Su Mingwan, sighed, and departed, feeling particularly grateful that his daughter had not been ensnared by that irresponsible young man. Li Mubai. Otherwise, it would have been his daughter who wept. Chapter 32. A scene of devastation upon arriving at Shangquan village. That pretty boy, Li Mubai, enchanted all the young women in the village. As he matured, countless girls fell for him. With discerning taste, he chose Mingwan. Who could have foreseen the events that would later unfold? Truly, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. Su Mingwan, clutching the keys, opened the door to her former home, with Su Qing and Meng Qi following closely behind. Zhu Xiaoyun, aged and less agile than her daughter, had to tidy up the abandoned farm tools and load them onto the cart. Just as she arrived at the Li family doorstep on her small electric vehicle, she noticed her daughter's despondent demeanor, her face darkened and brows furrowed. Had she not been aware of the outcome all along? Was there still sorrow? What value does love hold? It does not provide sustenance. Despite the affection her parents held for their daughter, they had still thrust a knife into her heart. Their own flesh and blood were left helpless, enamored by an irresponsible pretty face. What merit did he possess that led Mingwan to disregard everything, displaying no filial piety towards her parents? He no longer wanted her, and yet she mourned so deeply? Zhu Xiaoyun was overwhelmed by a sense of frustration. Lamenting the inadequacy of Li Mubai, a man who squandered his days and could not provide for his family. What redeeming qualities could he possibly possess? Mingwan had truly lost her sense of reason. She parked the car at the entrance and strode into the courtyard, observing her daughter meandering from room to room. Upon entering one of the rooms, her expression darkened immediately, and she erupted in anger. Aside from the bed and the wardrobe, anything of value had vanished. Even the cups, bowls, and kitchen utensils had been taken. It was as if they had left Mingwan with nothing at all, an utter desolation that surpassed even that of a robbery. Remarkable indeed. Such thoroughness. Mingwan, stop looking around. This afternoon, we will return to tidy up the house. For now, let us inspect the fields and see what havoc has been wreaked. As long as the energy stones remain, we must hasten to plant another crop. Tomorrow, we will return to the fields to pull weeds, which have undoubtedly overrun the place after days of neglect. Zhu Xiaoyun was a woman of decisive action. Lamentation served no purpose. Life necessitated sustenance, and all else was trivial in the face of survival. Su Mingwan wiped her tears. What could she do? She could only acquiesce to her mother's wishes. Yet a seed of resentment lingered in her heart. Taking the keys, she headed to the planting fields beside the yard. The Li family's cultivation area was quite substantial. Originally intended for a family of 6, it had been divided when Li Mubai's elder brother established a separate plot. Upon entering, Zhu Xiaoyun immediately sensed something amiss. The once thriving vegetables and corn cultivated by Su Mingwan had vanished. What was most infuriating was the devastation wrought upon the once fertile land, trampled beyond recognition. Many seedlings that had yet to mature would surely perish, and the corn had been stripped bare, leaving only the stalks behind. The pigs and chickens were also nowhere to be found, as if locusts had descended, an all too familiar trait of the Li family. Zhu Xiaoyun had mentally prepared herself for this scenario. Yet the atmosphere within the fields felt distinctly wrong. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her complexion paled. This is bad, Mingwan. Quickly, go check if the energy stones are still there. She dashed toward the energy supply area of the protective shield. Upon opening it, she was taken aback with fury. True to the Li family's method of operation, not a trace remained. Fuming, Zhu Xiaoyun exclaimed, "Wretched scoundrels! You promised to leave the house and the planting fields to you and Qing, along with everything within. Yet, here we are, aside from what couldn't be moved or sold. Everything is gone, leaving you both with nothing but an empty shell. And you still mourn for a family of ingrates. Look how they have treated you." Any semblance of humanity would have prevented such ruthless actions, especially considering that Qing is of their own bloodline. Without the energy stones, the protective shield is rendered utterly ineffective, now merely a useless burden. If one refrains from cultivating crops, it is a waste. Yet planting requires the purchase of new energy stones, which are prohibitively expensive. Reluctance to part with one's hard-earned money is natural, especially since the compensation from the Li family must remain untouched, as it is intended for Qing's future education. Zhu Xiaoyun's expression darkened as she surveyed the damaged vegetables in the field. Discarding them is not an option, as they bear no monetary value. However, they can be salvaged for cooking or feeding the chickens. Do not weep. Life demands we look forward, she advised. Recalling the despair she felt when her husband met with tragedy years ago. At that time, she believed the world had crumbled around her. While you only shielded that ungrateful family, how did I endure? Zhu Xiaoyun, a woman of resolute character, had weathered numerous trials. What could be more disheartening than the betrayal of a cherished daughter and the brutal death of a husband, leaving her with a plethora of troubles to mend? Qing and the little chubby boy entered, gazing in shock at the disheveled state of the planting field. The sight of trampled vegetable leaves tugged at anyone's heartstrings, particularly since they were energy vegetables. Zhu Xiaoyun ventured into the Li family's courtyard to gather several baskets, retrieving a sickle and a shovel from the cart. The young corn had been entirely stripped, and even the corn stalks held no use. Yet, they could be harvested and sold to cattle farmers. The Li family, in their haste, had no time to gather them. Otherwise, not a single stalk would remain, as they could still yield some income. The two children assisted in uprooting the damaged greens, placing them into baskets, while Mingwan and her daughter took turns cutting the corn stalks and digging up the roots, simultaneously preparing the soil for future planting. In the past, Su Mingwan had managed everything alone, both at home and in the fields, where her crops were fewer than those of Zhu Xiaoyun. Only 2 pigs and a few chickens were raised, while the majority of the land was devoted to cultivating staple corn. The vegetables consisted solely of 3 varieties: cabbage, rapeseed, and green beans, with corn occupying more than half of the area due to its ease of management. Otherwise, one person could hardly manage the workload. The door to the planting field was pushed open as Su Ping and Suan rushed in. "Aunt, my mother sent us to help with the work." News had spread throughout the village that the Li family had departed on an aircraft, and Mingwan and her daughter were busy organizing their home and tending to the fields. Su Feng and the third sister had sent their 2 sons over to assist. "Su Ping, Suan, you have arrived just in time. Let us swiftly cut down this patch of corn stalks and turn over the soil." "Understood, Aunt Mingwan. You and the others rest. We shall take over." With the addition of the 2 young men, the pace of work accelerated significantly. Zhu Xiaoyu knelt to gather the damaged green vegetables, muttering curses at the Li family for their lack of conscience. Those who cultivate cannot tolerate waste. The seedlings would have been ready for sale in just over a month. Once a basket was filled with the small vegetable seedlings. Only a sparse few remained in the field, creating a rather desolate scene. Without energy stones, the remaining seedlings would not thrive enough to be sold. In a short span, the 2 tall nephews had finished cutting the corn stalks and were now digging out the stumps. Su Mingwan's father, being the village chief, enjoyed a relatively better life due to his slight authority, living in a sturdy and spacious house. There was also a side room. Whereas the Li family had arrived in a state of destitution, initially relying on the kindness of others, it was only with the collective effort of the villagers that they managed to construct 3 rooms. They had not built a granary, merely erecting a simple shed that sufficed for cooking and bathing. Chapter 33. Renovating the house. Su Ping and Suan meticulously examined the house, checking whether the roof tiles leaked and if the wooden beams remained sturdy. The construction had been somewhat rudimentary, and the Li family had lacked the financial resources to carry out renovations, forcing them to make do with what they had. Zhu Xiaoyun and her daughter wiped down the cabinets and tidied the beds. Fortunately, the bedding was still intact. It could still serve its purpose. The cabinets contained only old clothes, which they cleaned before sweeping the floors and wiping the windows. The bedding needed to be dismantled, washed, and reassembled for continued use. "All right, let us proceed." Su Mingwan stood in a daze, lost in her thoughts, while Zhu Xiaoyun found herself at a loss regarding how to engage her. Before long, Su Feng and his family arrived. Su Feng carried a tile cutter, followed by Su Ping and Suan, who rode on an electric cart laden with lime and cement. "Big sister-in-law, we are here," he announced. The 3 elder men convened to discuss how to reorganize the house. Su Ping and Suan set up a ladder to replace the broken tiles with new ones, securing them with cement to prevent any leaks, a task they could easily manage. As for the interior renovations, they decided to keep it simple to avoid unnecessary complications. The 3 of them could handle the work as long as they procured some materials from the town, which would not be overly costly. Su Feng suggested, "Let us install a ceiling, paint the walls, and lay a layer of tiles on the floor. We should also regrout the brick seams on the exterior walls to seal any cracks, ensuring that no pests invade the unoccupied spaces. A fresh coat of paint on the windows wouldn't go amiss either. Furthermore, which family lacks a proper storage room? We could purchase some bricks and cement, transport a few loads of stones from the mountains, and construct a large storage room on the east side, separating off a section for a kitchen, while building a shed on the west side for firewood." In the lives of ordinary people, their affairs are meticulously organized, and they even have plans to construct a house. However, the Su family, comprising 3 members, cannot manage this task alone and must seek assistance from fellow villagers, promising a meal in return. After deliberation, Su Qing and Ming Yi, with nothing pressing to attend to, informed Zhu Xiaoyun of their intention to visit the Ming family. Ming Yi, taking Su Qing by the hand, offers her comfort. "Qing, do not be disheartened. If your father is unworthy, you may simply choose another." A chuckle escapes Su Qing. "What a silly notion, to replace one's father. Come, let us go to your home and read." "I am not sad at all." Su Qing's perception of the Li family is thus: it is merely a matter of differing allegiances. The Li family, feeling wronged that their son has married Su Mingwan, inevitably harbors grievances, while the villagers view the Li family as ungrateful, having mistreated Mingwan and abandoned her after enjoying prosperity. Akin to a wolf that tears down the bridge after crossing it. As the adults toil, they pay little heed to Su Qing. She wonders whether she will be able to partake in lunch on time, as remaining at the Ming household until mealtime seems impractical. She occupies herself with reading until 11:30, when the members of the Su family come to escort her home. Su Mingwan struggles with her tasks, leaving Zhu Xiaoyun and the 3rd sister-in-law to manage the kitchen. They measure out the ingredients, pouring a bag of flour into a basin, adding a touch of white flour, eggs, scallions, and seasoning to taste. They begin to prepare pancakes in the large kitchen pot, with the sisters-in-law working in harmony, one tending the fire while the other cooks. Meanwhile, several people outside select the finest leaves, washing them for later consumption, while the remainder is finely chopped to feed the chickens. Su Mingwan remained silent, watching her painstakingly cultivated vegetables being wasted, feeling a deep sense of dissatisfaction within. The Li family did not lead an easy life, although they were not starving. The synthetic foods were truly unpalatable. The energy provisions at home were never sold, reserved solely for the family, and once the energy stones were depleted, her father-in-law would procure new ones. Thus, the Li family possessed a certain depth of resources. The fields were tended by themselves, producing energy-laden crops, yet she consumed the least. It was not that they withheld food from her, but rather she felt a pang of compassion for Mubai, often allowing him to eat the majority, leaving little even for Qing. The ordinary crops cultivated on the land allocated by the village were sold, with the profits remaining in her father-in-law's hands. She toiled tirelessly alone, unable to save a single coin throughout the year. The only way to earn money was by joining the hunting team to gather medicinal herbs, allowing her to keep her share. Otherwise, she had no funds for clothing or daily necessities. She often pondered why she once found such hardship bearable. Su Feng observed his niece and sighed internally, deciding to encourage his two sons to look after their special sister more in the future, assisting with the labor in the fields. It was evident that the emotional toll was considerable. Once she regained her strength, he would arrange for her to meet a suitable man, hoping she could lead a better life. The women proceeded to tidy the courtyard and continue organizing the rooms. In the afternoon, Su Qing wished only to remain at home with her books, feeling of no assistance elsewhere. Having completed all the first-grade textbooks, she was now engrossed in second-grade material. With the adults gone and the courtyard gate locked by Zhu Shiyun, she found herself unable to venture out. In the early summer heat, she felt drowsy after lunch, exacerbated by the fatigue of a 3-year-old's body, especially after 2 consecutive days of running up the mountains. Why did she feel so weary? As Su Qing lay on her bed, she quickly succumbed to slumber. Once she fell asleep, the jade pendant around her neck began to emit a radiant glow, from which a wisp of smoke emerged, slowly coalescing into a figure resembling a woman, her features indistinct. Finally capable of manifesting, yet the energy remains insufficient. What are my descendants doing? A melodious female voice resonated within the room. How chaotic is the heavenly order of this universe? It appears even more disarrayed than before my ascension. The spiritual energy and supernatural abilities are intertwined. How can humanity cultivate in such conditions? And where is this place? This is not the ancestral land of the Li family at all. My primordial spirit has extended several thousand kilometers, yet aside from this girl, not a single descendant of my bloodline can be found. Has it truly come to an end? That cannot be. I had calculated that 1,000 years hence, one of my descendants would surely ascend to the celestial realm, which is why I left behind a trace of my spirit. How could there be only one heir of my lineage? I refuse to believe that the Li family's fortunes have declined to the point of extinction. The hazy visage turned towards Su Qing. With a delicate gesture, she enveloped Su Qing in a luminous aura, which then surged upward, piercing through the roof and ascending into the heavens. Indeed, she has perfectly inherited my genes, possessing an exceptional wood-type spiritual root. Yet, given the current disruption in the heavenly order, with spiritual energy and supernatural powers intertwined, how shall this young girl cultivate? Unbeknownst to Su Qing, she was accompanied by an ancient ancestor, blissfully lost in her dreams. Ah, but I have it. A perfect filtration system. Absorb the spiritual energy while expelling the supernatural powers, akin to the act of breathing. Furthermore, a new set of cultivation methods must be devised based on the existing environment. Just wait. Dear girl, your ancestor shall guide you. Chapter 34. Meditation early the next morning. After breakfast, the Su family busied themselves with the renovation of the Li family's house. They divided their tasks, first inviting relatives and friends from the village to assist in digging the foundation and constructing a storeroom. They also needed to venture into the mountains to quarry stones and fell trees for the beams. There was much work to be done. Su Mingwan and her daughter rose early to tend to the weeds in the former Li family fields, which had been neglected for several days. If left unattended, they would become overgrown. The land cultivated by Li Mubai's elder brother had been allocated to Su Mingwan and her daughter by the village head, with plans to reallocate it next year. Zhu Xiaoyun hurriedly left her daughter Qingqing at the Ming family home to play with Mingxi, feeling reassured that Qingqing would be watched over. After all, the child was too young, and with the adults preoccupied with work, any lapse in attention could lead to accidents. The Ming family had grown accustomed to Qing's daily visits. Wang Qian particularly adored the fair and rosy-cheeked little girl. Under Qing's encouragement, she first reviewed his lessons and then guided her in completing part of his homework before they could venture out to play. Initially, the chubby boy resisted, insisting that they had agreed Qing would do his homework for him. Why was he still writing it himself? With a stern expression, Qing inquired whether he wished her to continue tutoring him. Mingxi pondered the situation and realized that without Qing's assistance, he would undoubtedly struggle to finish his homework. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced. Qing felt it was unfair to let the chubby boy down. He had always been there for her, and she did not want to hinder his academic progress. Since the last time he had mentioned being the best student in the village, surpassing others, Qing resolved to help him with his studies. Rather than completing his homework for him, she decided to guide him in finishing it himself. Dedicating a little time each day to this endeavor, Qing diligently explained the content of the textbook to him, while also imparting several mnemonic techniques to Ming, emphasizing that the key points in the book need not be memorized verbatim. Additionally, based on the assignments of the chubby boy, she devised 10 supplementary questions each day for Ming to tackle, employing a strategy of inundating him with practice to enhance his memory. When it came to serious matters, Qing exuded a commanding presence akin to that of a teacher, causing Ming to hesitate and refrain from arguing, obediently commencing his work. Once he completed the exercises, he found himself pondering why he had acquiesced to Qing, resolving to resist her influence next time. Regarding the study of supernatural abilities, Qing had dedicated several days to her research, and with a free day ahead, her curiosity compelled her to experiment. The chubby boy, seated cross-legged on the bed and holding a yin-yang symbol, inquired with confusion, "Why must one meditate in this position?" Having studied the subject for several days, Qing was quite intrigued by the concept of supernatural abilities, which, according to earthly terminology, could be referred to as superpowers, encompassing various elements such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and ice. Through meditation, one could absorb energy, commencing from the initial stage. With nothing else to occupy her time, she decided to practice a bit herself, and naturally, the chubby boy insisted on joining her. Initially, Meng was reluctant. The introductory class on supernatural abilities focused solely on fundamental knowledge and did not provide instruction on how to cultivate these powers. Only in the 6th grade would students begin to learn about meditation. Unfortunately, in the entire Huanglong town area, the pursuit of supernatural abilities was largely futile. It was a rarity for even 1 in 10,000 individuals to awaken such powers. Moreover, the teachers in the local schools were not necessarily endowed with supernatural abilities themselves, merely imparting the textbook knowledge to their students. If the teachers themselves were incapable of guiding effectively, Meng saw no reason to heed the directions of a mere 3-year-old child. He was not inclined to partake in such folly. Qing cast a sidelong glance at him, hands on her hips. "Mengli, do you know why a genius is called a genius? It is precisely because they are extraordinary. Can I be like you, whether you choose to learn or not? If I master it later and you wish for me to teach you, that will be quite a challenge." Mengli scratched his head, gazing at the small girl who barely reached his thigh. Could it be that Qing truly is an unparalleled prodigy, much like the tales depicted in interstellar films, where an ordinary youth is discovered to possess extraordinary talent, embarking on a legendary journey across the cosmos to become a formidable hero? But as he looked up and down, he could see no such signs in her. It was merely meditation. Perhaps it was worth a try. After all, no one in their region had ever awakened extraordinary abilities. The highest martial skill could only reach the 5th rank. Otherwise, how could the villagers of Mountain Spring dare to venture into the mountains to hunt exotic beasts? The villagers were undeniably fierce. The two of them sat cross-legged on the bed, following Qing's instructions to close their eyes and meditate. Yet Meng Li found it challenging to concentrate. His mind was a blank slate. After a short while, he secretly opened his eyes to glance at Qing. The little girl sat perfectly still, resembling a serene statue of Guanyin. Meng Li thought to himself that he could not allow himself to be outdone by a 3-year-old. He decided to try again, clearing his mind and focusing intently, striving to enter a state of emptiness. At that moment, Qing felt as though the world around her was utterly fantastical, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Why could she see these things after meditating? She sensed herself transcending her physical form, becoming a state of pure energy. Surrounding her were various forms of energy, each displaying a multitude of colors. Even more than a rainbow, There were shades of black and gray as well. What were those? Was meditation merely a means to perceive these distinct energies? How does one absorb it? The book does not explain. Su Qing, transformed into an energy entity, began to circle around the vibrant hues. With her movements, various energies began to shift, and more green energy bodies gathered, while energies of other colors were pushed away. The little chubby boy, utterly disenchanted with meditation, found it utterly futile and discreetly opened his eyes. However, the scene before him nearly sent him into a panic. Just as he was about to scream, he quickly covered his mouth. Meng Li had been studying for 3 years, including 3 years of learning about supernatural abilities. Although he had yet to attend a practical class, he was aware of the basic knowledge that one should not shout or touch others during deep meditation, lest they disturb the practitioner. At this moment, Su Qing's petite form was enveloped in a massive sphere of green light, reminiscent of a supernatural being depicted in cinematic special effects. The little chubby boy, mouth covered, marveled at the revelation that Su Qing was indeed an extraordinary genius. The sudden noise nearly terrified him, causing the hair on his neck to stand on end. Had he not covered his mouth, he would have already shouted in alarm, leaving him to panic silently within his mind. Oh dear. Grandma, there's a ghostly girl. Unfortunately, the old lady Ming was not home. She had gone to tend to the fields. Upon her arrival, the ancestral spirit nearly fainted from the overwhelming energy, choking on a breath of it. So it was meditation and concentration. Regrettably, without the proper techniques, the attracted energy could not be absorbed into the body. Since such an abundance of spiritual energy had been summoned, it should not go to waste. Let us share it equally. I shall assist you. The little chubby boy shifted his bottom backward, feeling terrified. What on earth was happening? It was as if he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. But what if she meant to harm Su Qing? Meng Shi covered her mouth, her face a portrait of anxiety, her eyes darting around in distress. Oh dear, there's a little chubby one. It's not good for you to have seen this. Best to forget it. She extended a delicate, pale finger, and before the chubby boy could utter a sound, darkness enveloped him, rendering him oblivious. The woman gently brushed over his head, erasing the recent memories from his mind. Turning her attention to Su Qing, who was surrounded by a swirling mass of green spiritual energy, she sighed softly. Truly, you are my bloodline descendant. Despite your ignorance, you can effortlessly attract the spiritual essence. Alas, I shall assist you. With that, she formed a series of hand seals, directing the energy to coalesce into a stream that entered Su Qing's Bai point, commencing a rhythmic flow through her meridians. Su Qing, lacking the initiative to cultivate herself, relied entirely on her ancestor to guide the energy. After several cycles of circulation, just as she was about to awaken, the ancestor gathered the remaining spiritual energy into a single mass and gently caressed it onto herself, causing it to vanish swiftly. Su Qing had been thoroughly enjoying her interaction with the green energy, feeling an innate affinity with it. Suddenly, the vibrant energy dissipated. Where did it all go? She wondered, and then felt a weightiness descend upon her. Her eyelids fluttered, and she abruptly opened her eyes. Immediately, she spotted the chubby boy sprawled unconscious on the bed. What happened? Did he faint during meditation? This is a disaster. Su Qing was horrified and hurried over, gently patting Ming Shi's face. Ming Shi, wake up. She then cradled his head, shaking it vigorously. Enough already. Stop shaking me, Qing Qing. You're awake now. How is it possible to faint while meditating? What fainting? I can't remember. Oh, what was I going to say? Meng Qi tapped his head, feeling as though he had witnessed something astonishing, yet his mind was blank, unable to articulate his thoughts. You're thinking about nothing. You haven't even meditated properly. Closing your eyes and dozing off is not meditation, Su Qing admonished in a childlike voice. The chubby boy, unfazed by the small child's reprimand, impatiently replied, All right, Qing Qing, I've followed your instructions to review the textbook and meditate. So now it's my turn to go out and play, right? Meng Qi had merely been accompanying Su Qing in her games. Oblivious to her earnest desire to guide him, his thoughts had long since drifted outside. Observing his lack of ambition, Su Qing sighed, conceding, Fine, let us go out and play. A balance of study and leisure is more effective. All right, let us head out. Didn't you say we were going fishing by the river today? Yes. Let us go. Staying cooped up at home is dull. There is so much fun outside. And we can splash water around. The two of them got out of bed and put on their shoes. Meng Qi shouldered his fishing rod and grabbed a bucket, leading Su Qing towards the door. Meng Qi, remember not to get too carried away with play. Keep a close eye on Su Qing and avoid any dangerous areas. Mengqi nodded. Got it, Grandma. Adults can be so tedious. There are no dangerous places in the village. Su Qing slung her little bamboo basket over her back and picked up a small shovel. These had become her standard gear. Meng Grandma, we're going out to play. So don't worry, I'll keep a watchful eye on Mengqi. Her large, sparkling eyes and her adorable demeanor brought a broad smile to Grandma Meng's face. Good girl, Qing, such a sweet little lass. No wonder they call her a little cotton-padded jacket. Grandma, we're off. Mengqi tugged at Qing's hand, dashing out the door with excitement, heading straight for the small river. Outside the village, a gentle stream meandered, a favored playground for the children. The water, shallow and formed from mountain springs, nourished the lush vegetation nearby. During the rainy season, the stream widened, but now, in early summer, it measured just over 2 meters. By the time Mengqi and Qing arrived at the stream, numerous children were already at play, some frolicking in the water, others fishing, while a few girls were digging for water caltrops along the shore. All were from the same village, familiar with one another. Mengqi greeted the group. The children were all quite young, as the older ones had gone to work in the mountains. The oldest among them was 8, while the youngest was merely 2, a gathering of little ones. Being the oldest, Mengqi naturally commanded respect, and the others affectionately called him Fat Brother. Rather than feeling offended, he took pleasure in the nickname. The village children were experiencing Qing up close for the first time. Standing amidst a throng of dark-skinned toddlers, her small face, no larger than a palm, with delicate brows, exquisite eyes, and rosy lips standing in stark contrast, made her appear like a swan among a flock of chickens. Her porcelain-like complexion radiated a quiet charm, and her deep, expressive eyes seemed to exude a unique allure. For a moment, the group of children fell silent, not comprehending the essence of elegance, yet instinctively sensing that there was something profoundly different about Su Qing. However, this does not hinder their affection for the fair and delicate girl, Qing. I am Arya, said one child. I am Gowa, chimed another. Do you like fish? Look at what I have caught. The children gathered around Su Qing, pushing Mengqi aside. They introduced themselves to Qing before dispersing to play. Su Qing was unperturbed by the children's company. Their innocence and vivacity contrasted sharply with the worldly demeanor of adults. Moreover, the villagers of Shanquan were notably simple-hearted, allowing her social anxiety to remain dormant in their presence. Mengqi sought a damp spot to dig for earthworms to use as bait, while Su Qing stood nearby, observing a few children foraging for water mushrooms. Water mushrooms are a type of plant that grows by the water's edge, with bulbous roots that are edible when cooked, offering a pleasant taste. They are a popular snack among the village children, albeit with the risk of an upset stomach following consumption, fortunately without any other adverse effects. With a single thrust of his spade, Mengqi unearthed several earthworms, which he carefully placed into a small jar. Su Qing addressed him, saying, Pangu Air, I will also go dig for water mushrooms. Arya says they are delicious once cooked. Go ahead, but be cautious. You are small. Stay away from the water's edge and stay close to Arya and the others, he advised, armed with a small shovel. Su Qing chose a spot and began to dig. At this time, the water mushrooms had yet to emerge, so she had to excavate randomly until she uncovered the tender, plump, oval-shaped roots that were indeed the water mushrooms. Su Qing, guided by her intuition, discovered an abundance of water chestnuts in this area. With a swift scoop of her spade, she unearthed one, placing it into her basket. Another scoop yielded more. Engrossed in her task, she was unaware that a subtle energy emanated from her being, enveloping the water chestnuts. Before long, she had gathered a small basketful. Arya, witnessing this, remarked with envy, Qing, you are truly fortunate to find such a vast patch of water chestnuts. You continue digging here. My basket is full, and I shall stop. Certainly. Thank you so much, Qing. For reasons unknown, Arya, who seldom expressed polite phrases in the village, reserved such expressions solely for her interactions with teachers at school. Yet, before Su Qing, it came so naturally. Not at all, Su Qing replied with a gentle smile, shouldering her small basket to seek out Mengqi. Mengqi had found a shaded spot under a tree, setting up his fishing rod while engaging in light-hearted banter with his friends about school incidents and heroic figures of the stars. However, when the conversation turned to interstellar warriors, an unexpected image of Qing kept surfacing in his mind. Why was that? His thoughts seemed to falter. The notion of Qing as a hero felt absurd, after all. It would be as likely as a sow climbing a tree. Hey Mengqi, look at my basket. It's brimming. Ah. Then sit here and keep an eye on the fishing rod. If a fish bites, just call out to me. All right. Su Qing had never fished before and found the experience intriguing. She even lifted the rod to check if the bait was still intact. Some fish were quite clever, consuming the bait without getting hooked. Sure enough, the bait was gone from the hook, and she called out to Meng Shi, "Fat brother, the bait is gone. Please put on another." Su Qing dared not approach those terrifying crimson worms. Meng Shi, in a fit of excitement, rushed over and spotted the bare fish hook, which had already been devoured. The fish in the stream were remarkably clever, knowing to feast on flesh without biting the hook. Chapter 36. Catching the big fish with the fishing rod firmly in her grasp, Su Qing found herself captivated by the art of angling. Mimicking the other children as she clutched the rod and focused intently on the bobber in the water. The fishing rods fashioned by the village children were exceedingly rudimentary, all crafted by hand. A bamboo pole secured with fishing line, a bent sewing needle tied on, and a few small metal weights affixed above the hook to ensure it sank beneath the surface. A feather served as a makeshift bobber, thus completing the simple fishing apparatus. Meng Shi sat beside Qing, engaging in light banter with his companions, while Qing stood at the riverbank, the small figure gripping the rod, prompting him to keep a watchful eye nearby. Su Qing tightened her grip on the fishing rod, her gaze unwavering on the bobber, an unseen energy emanating from her being, flowing through her arm, fingers, bamboo pole, fishing line, and hook, dispersing into the water. Suddenly, she felt a tug, the bobber plunging dramatically beneath the surface. Startled, she called out in a flurry, "Meng Shi, a fish is coming." Meng Shi, engrossed in conversation with his friends, sprang to his feet upon hearing Qing's shout. What? After half an hour of fishing without a bite, she casts in and instantly gets a catch? With a determined effort, he yanked the fish from the water, sending it tumbling into the grass with a splash. Wow, impressive. It seems to be a red carp, and quite a sizable one at that. Meng Shi felt the same way. It was probably over a pound. The fish in the stream were generally small, thriving in the flowing waters. For Su Qing, who was fishing for the first time, the experience was exhilarating, and she rushed over to inspect her catch. Among the grass, she spotted a vibrant red carp, about a foot long, stunning and lively, flopping around energetically. Su Qing quickly pinned it down. Suddenly, the fish ceased its struggles, allowing her to remove the hook from its mouth and place it into the water bucket. Meng Shi peered inside and remarked, "It's unusual for such a sizable fish to bite. They possess considerable strength." Qing, "I'm surprised you managed to hold it down." "Perhaps the little fish simply adores me," Su Qing chuckled. As she stirred her hand in the bucket, the fish playfully followed her movements, swimming joyfully, appearing particularly spirited. Meng Shi commented, "I have never caught a fish of this size." Beside them, Dan interjected, "Don't say that. No one in our village has ever caught a big fish." Qing is indeed fortunate. His tone was tinged with envy, as he had only managed to reel in 3 catfish after a long wait. The chubby boy's eyes twinkled as he quickly baited the hook anew and cast it into the river. "Qing, why not give it another try? Perhaps you might catch another one." In stories of interstellar heroes on television, the protagonists are often depicted as extraordinary individuals from a young age, favored by fate, experiencing remarkable fortune despite humble beginnings and hardships, always encountering good luck. Perhaps Su Qing was one of those individuals, he thought. Su Qing nodded, grasped the fishing rod, and gazed intently at the water's surface, reveling in the joy of fishing, which explained why so many people cherished it. She was raised in an orphanage, where she also assisted in caring for the younger children. As she grew older, she learned to live independently, but later, she became a recluse, seldom finding opportunities for play. Meng Yi and Dan observed intently, but after 3 minutes, they surrendered, realizing that fishing was not as simple as it appeared. Just as their gazes shifted, Su Qing suddenly exclaimed, "Meng Yi, there's a fish." Hua and the other boys were left in astonishment. Could it be that Su Qing was favored by the heavens? Within 10 minutes, she had caught 2 large fish. Typically, he would only manage to catch 2 catfish in a day, yet here, one after another, she reeled in sizable catches. It felt utterly unjust. Meng Yi laughed heartily, unable to contain his delight, and quickly changed the bait. Thus, every 3 to 5 minutes, Su Qing would catch another fish, until eventually, it lost its novelty for him. The boys, facing Meng Yi's pretentious display, couldn't help but grumble about luck. "Have some shame. Those are not your catches. It is Su Qing's skill. Are you so unaware of your own abilities?" Their gazes clashed fiercely. Su Qing shouted again, and this time, If it weren't for Meng Yi's quick reflexes, she might have been pulled in. Go Wa, don't just stand there. Come help. It's a big one. Su Qing, let go and step back. The boys, forgetting their envy, rushed over to grasp the bamboo rod together. 1, 2, 3, pull. They exclaimed in unison, managing to haul in a hefty black fish. Estimated to weigh around 5 or 6 pounds, its gaping mouth revealing sharp teeth. Several children managed to drag a fish ashore. A fierce black fish that would have escaped long ago if not for the hook embedded deep in its mouth. Even now, it struggled violently on the grass, resisting any attempts to subdue it, and none dared to remove the hook. They could only drag it further away from the water's edge. The startled cries of the children attracted even more onlookers, all captivated by the sight of such a large black fish, chattering excitedly among themselves. Wow, you guys are amazing. You've caught a big fish. It must be worth a lot at the collection station. One exclaimed. Indeed, this isn't the only one. There are several more in the bucket. Today, it's all thanks to Qing. Whenever she holds the fishing rod, a big fish is sure to bite. Really? Absolutely. I saw it with my own eyes. It was truly magical. Yet, some children expressed their skepticism, saying, but our creek is so shallow. How could there be big fish? I've never heard of anyone catching a large fish here. Of course, you wouldn't be able to. Only Qing possesses such luck. The fish are gifts from the heavens. Even in the era of interstellar travel, people maintained superstitions, clinging to ancient myths, creation deities, and religious beliefs. The chubby boys suddenly remembered that they had filled an entire bucket with fish, all caught by Qing. He, on the other hand, would boast for ages if he managed to catch 3 catfish. Such a large fish could be sold at the collection station, but it was all thanks to Qing, which left him in a dilemma. After struggling for a while, the black fish seemed to tire, lying motionless on the grass with its mouth agape. The children together held it down, carefully removing the hook and placing it into Dogwa's bucket, as Meng Shi's bucket had no space left. Meng Shi's round face displayed a serious expression. According to the village's rules for venturing into the mountains, the spoils must be evenly divided based on contributions. With so many fish to manage, he found himself at a loss and decided it was best to leave it to the adults. Dogwa and Meng Shi worked together to lift the bucket brimming with fish, while Lele stacked her water bucket with Dogwa's. With one hand grasping the water bucket and the other holding the fishing rod and cloth bag. The group of children laughed and chatted as they made their way back to the village, with Qing quietly trailing behind. As soon as they entered the Meng family's yard, they excitedly shouted, Grandma, Grandma, look at the big fish I caught. How large is it? Will it be enough for our family to enjoy? Chapter 37, Good Fortune. Duo was a tabby cat raised by the chubby boy, known for its remarkable appetite. Meng Shi and Dogwa placed the water bucket in the yard and called out, Grandma, Grandma, hurry and bring a big basin. My water bucket can't hold all this. Under the urging of her grandchildren, Grandma Meng emerged, questioning what was too big to fit. But when she saw the fish in the 2 buckets, she was momentarily speechless. Her expression quickly shifted, and she seized the chubby boy, exclaiming, Meng Shi, tell Grandma. Did you go to Tianhu? How could you be so disobedient and daring to venture there without an adult? What would have happened if something went wrong? Just wait until I give you a proper scolding. Grandma, I'm wronged. Please don't. I didn't go to Tianhu. I only fished in the small stream by the village. Right, Dogwa, Lele? Seeing Grandma's brows furrowed in anger, Meng Shi quickly protested, seeking his friends as witnesses to his innocence. Indeed, Grandma Meng, we truly lack the courage to venture to Tianhu. Many of our friends witnessed us fishing by the creek, Dogwa and Lele exclaimed in unison. Tianhu is the largest water source near Mountain Spring Village. Formed by the convergence of all the mountain springs, covering an area of over 100 square kilometers and connecting several small rivers, teeming with aquatic life. The town's fishing team operates near Tianhu. Do not be misled into thinking that the fish in Minjiwexing are as docile as those on Earth. While the smaller fish may be harmless, the larger ones can be quite ferocious. Upon entering the water, they may launch an attack on humans, leaving no trace behind if one is not cautious. Therefore, the children of Mountain Spring Village are warned by the adults to refrain from playing at Tianhu, with only a few skilled adults daring to cast nets there to catch fish for trade in the town. Upon hearing their words, Grandma Meng released her grandson and inquired, Then where did such large fish come from? Do not tell me you caught them in the creek. The 3 children nodded in affirmation. Yes, Grandma Meng. We caught them in the creek. It was all thanks to Qing. We helped pull them up together, especially this one you see here. It looks quite fierce. Grandma Ming gazed at the large black fish, still thrashing around in the bucket, measuring nearly 2 to 3 feet in length, adorned with patterns and armed with a mouthful of teeth. This is indeed a loach. It must fetch a handsome price. How could it possibly exist in the creek? It appears to be a juvenile. Otherwise, it would be astonishing for my grandson to catch it with such a rudimentary fishing rod. It is as such, Grandma Ming. It is all because of Qing. A group of children animatedly conversed, elucidating the matter at hand. Granny Ming, observing the tranquil figure of Qing standing nearby, was astonished, as one could well imagine. How fortunate this child was at such a tender age. The Li family truly lacked discernment. Dismissing Qing as devoid of talent and heartlessly disregarding their own flesh and blood. Qing, come here and tell Granny Ming how you caught the big fish, she beckoned. I simply adore fishing, Qing replied, attempting to sound more naive. I hold the fishing rod and gaze intently at the water, and then, lo and behold, a fish appears. In truth, she, too, was bewildered. She had no inkling why the fish came to her. It seemed as if they were drawn to her inexplicably. Granny Ming gently patted her head, acknowledging her own confusion. What could a child comprehend? Surely, it was merely a stroke of good fortune. Granny Ming returned to the house, fetching 2 basins, one for the eel and the other for the smaller fish. The eel was carnivorous and would soon devour the smaller fish within moments. As she contemplated how to distribute the catch, she realized that without Qing, these fish would not have been reeled in. However, without her own Ming Li present, Qing, a mere child, would struggle to haul such sizable catches. She decided to inform Xiaoyun and divide the catch equally, instructing her son to take it to the market that afternoon, lest they perish in the house. Qing, come let Granny Ming hold you, she said, embracing the child as she sat on the stool. This child was indeed a treasure. Once Xiaoyun arrived, she would discuss the importance of nurturing her properly. After all, there was a possibility that a remarkable figure could emerge from their humble village of Mountain Spring. Aside from initially feeling somewhat stiff, Su Qing quickly regained her composure. For the scent of old Madame Ming resonated with that of her grandmother, causing her psychological defenses to dissolve naturally. The chubby boy beside her felt a pang of sympathy, realizing that despite having caught a significant fish, he received no praise and nearly faced reprimand. He mused that it would have been preferable to gather flowers on the mountain instead. When Su Mingwan and her daughter came to retrieve Qing, old Madame Ming spoke of the fishing incident. Zhu Xiaoyun and her daughter exchanged astonished glances, first at the fish and then at Qing, their faces a canvas of disbelief. Had it not been for Meng Li's insistence on the truth of the matter, they would have found it utterly implausible that Qing could catch so many fish. It all felt so surreal. Even with Meng Li's assertions, Zhu Xiaoyun and her daughter attributed it to mere coincidence. Xiaoyun, after lunch this afternoon, I will send Meng Lin to the town to sell the fish. The eel is the most valuable and can fetch quite a sum of interstellar currency. We shall split it evenly among our family, remarked old Madame Ming. Zhu Xiaoyun vigorously waved her hands in refusal, saying, No, sister-in-law, we cannot accept this. Qing is merely a child. How could she possibly catch fish? It is all the merit of Meng Li. We cannot accept this money. Xiaoyun, being a few years your senior, I possess a bit more insight. This child, Qing, is extraordinary. As the old saying goes, those with great abilities often display unusual signs from a young age. Qing's fortune is indeed remarkable. Otherwise, after residing in the village for decades, who has ever caught large fish in the creek? You should nurture Qing well. Perhaps our village may produce a sage. In the empire, individuals distinguished by their professions are referred to as sages after the division into 10 tiers, and there are but few throughout the universe, representing the pinnacle of humanity, none residing in the entire primitive star system. Zhu Xiaoyun chuckled softly. Sister-in-law, she is just a child. What sage are you speaking of? Our entire dream moon star lacks even a single expert above the 9th tier, let alone a sage. Old Madame Ming insisted. Let's do as I say. The money from the sale will be split between our 2 families. After all, the children caught the fish together. Perhaps they think she is still too young to understand. Su Qing was indifferent, yet a sense of disappointment lingered as her plans to enjoy fish were thwarted. Qing, next time when Brother Meng Li is fishing, please don't cause mischief. Look, the fish were originally all his, and now he has to share half with us. It feels rather embarrassing. But, Grandma, without me, he wouldn't have caught any fish at all. Dagua and the others said that all Meng Li caught were small catfish. The reason he managed to reel in larger fish was purely due to my good luck. The fish were sent by the heavens. Otherwise, there would be no big fish in the stream. Zhu Xiaoyun opened her mouth to respond, but found herself at a loss for words. Could it truly be that Qingqing's luck was exceptional? She decided to let it go. After all, the child was still young, and it would be better to explain the complexities of human relationships when she was older. Su Qing continued, "Grandma, I actually want to eat fish meat. Not sell it all." Zhu Xiaoyun gently grasped Qingqing's hand and said, "Qingqing, the fish needs to be processed by an ability practitioner before we can eat it. Consuming it otherwise could make us ill, and it has a very fishy taste, which isn't pleasant." Chapter 38. Cooking wild mushrooms. Upon hearing her granddaughter express a desire for meat, Zhu Xiaoyun contemplated sending her 2 nephews to the mountains to catch some birds once she was less busy, perhaps a few sparrows to roast for her. She believed Qingqing's body could withstand it without causing any stomachache. "Once we complete the construction of the house, let your 2 uncles take you up the mountain to catch sparrows, shall we? They are quite delicious, and your mother relished them in her childhood." Walking behind, Su Mingwan gazed at her daughter, a surge of anger swelling within her. She harbored lingering resentment towards the Li family for abandoning her and her daughter. Her mood darkened by sorrow, disappointment, and regret, as a tumult of emotions intertwined within her. Though she appeared composed outwardly, an inner flame of fury roared within. At that moment, her resentful gaze fell upon Su Qing. Why was it only after her divorce from Mu Bai that she discovered Qingqing could speak? With Mu Bai's departure from Minjiwexing, it became evident that Qingqing was extraordinary, her luck astonishingly favorable. Was this child being deliberately elusive? She harbored a dislike for the Li family due to the ill treatment from her grandparents and the bullying from her brother. Intentionally remaining silent to lead others to believe she was mute, all while watching her mother and herself being forsaken. Those who are obstinate seldom heed the counsel of others, their thoughts confined to their own interpretations. "Mother, do you think Mu Bai would come to fetch us if he knew of Qingqing's remarkable fortune? What foolish dreams do you still entertain? At this juncture, have you not perceived the extent of their heartlessness? Why cling to any hope for that family, whose hearts are as cold as wolves and dogs? Is your mind clouded? What is paramount now is for you to live well in the village and raise Qingqing. Her good fortune is merely a fabrication of Sister Ming's exaggeration. You believe it, thinking it mere coincidence. Such words are not to be taken seriously. Do you truly believe them? Are you foolish?" Zhu Xiaoyun's words were delivered with a sternness that bordered on reprimand, directed towards Su Mingwan. She believed that if her daughter continued to be so lackluster, it would be the end of her. After spending years with the Li family, she had not acquired even a hint of shrewdness. Instead, she had grown more foolish, being adept only at labor while lacking in all other areas. Qingqing was fortunate. She could speak freely without consequence, yet adults took her words to heart. If they later realized the truth, it would only lead to more harm for the child. A mother who did not consider her child's well-being and was solely preoccupied with men was misguided. After all, one could not perish without a man. Su Qing tugged at her grandmother's sleeve, stating, "Grandma, Qingqing is not favored by heaven. Anyone with a fishing rod could catch fish back then." Su Qing understood her own limitations. The reputation of good fortune bore little merit. Fortunately, she noted in her textbook that such occurrences were indeed recorded. Yet only a few rare fish species exhibited such behavior, and not in their locality. Regardless, she sought a rationale. "It's true, our Qingqing is remarkable. She can read now." Yes, all thanks to Ming Li's excellent teaching. Upon hearing Qingqing's words, Zhu Xiaoyun felt a wave of relief wash over her. It was merely a stroke of luck after all. Qingqing was not as extraordinary as her sister-in-law claimed. Meanwhile, Su Mingwan, having been chastised by her mother, felt an even deeper irritation as she observed the cheerful exchange between the grandmother and grandchild ahead. For reasons unknown, the more she looked at Qingqing, the more displeased she became, perceiving her as a little adult who seemed to understand everything and appeared exceedingly clever. Yet, she was still just a foolish girl with no talent. Had she borne a son, he would surely be happily united with the Mu Bai family at this moment. A person's character, when initially extreme, may lead them to lose their rationality. To them, parents and relatives become mere obstacles, willing to go to any lengths to achieve their desires. Upon arriving home, they find Wang Sanmei already preparing a meal. She has enlisted the help of several villagers to construct a house, and the Su family is obligated to provide lunch for everyone. As they are all fellow villagers and no payment is required, to neglect this duty would be inappropriate. The sisters-in-law discuss making a large pot of vegetable soup accompanied by flatbreads. They combine regular flour with a bit of energy flour to create the bread. which is quite filling. The porridge is typically what the family consumes, aimed at saving costs, and is hardly suitable for entertaining guests. The synthetic flour lacks stickiness, requiring the addition of energy flour to bond together. Those with lesser skills may struggle to form proper bread. As spring arrives, each household plants their own plots with green onions, ginger, garlic, cabbage, spinach, and other crops. Although these cannot be sold for profit, they can still be consumed at home. During the summer, the consumption of energy stones in the fields decreases, eliminating the need to regulate temperature, allowing energy vegetables to flourish rapidly. The sisters-in-law busily prepare the meal, eager to serve the workers, who wish to resume their labor promptly, as none desire to waste time. Once the meal is ready, Su Mingwan hurriedly accompanies her second aunt to deliver it to everyone. Su Qing breaks off a small piece of the flatbread, only to find it not only hard but also unpalatable, lodging in her throat and requiring thorough chewing. Eating it causes her cheeks to ache. Furrowing her brow, Su Qing suddenly brightens. "Grandmother, I dug up some water chestnuts by the river. Could you please cook them for me?" The children in the village often consume various wild edibles, perhaps due to their habitual consumption, resulting in the residents of Mountain Spring Village developing a certain resistance to food toxins. Adults do not impose excessive restrictions, merely advising the children to eat less, as overindulgence can still lead to issues. Occasionally, adults, tempted by their cravings, might even catch a wild chicken to stew. "Qing, how did you find so many water chestnuts? Did you dig them all yourself?" "Yes, the water chestnuts are quite easy to unearth. With one scoop, I can gather several." Su Qing discreetly observed her grandmother's reaction. Indeed, Zhu Xiaoyun paused her movements momentarily, then swiftly began cleaning the water chestnuts, placing them into the rice cooker and pressing the cook button. This method was far more efficient than using a clay pot. Upon hearing Qing claim that the water chestnuts were easy to find, Zhu Xiaoyun felt a jolt of surprise. Others would spend considerable time searching for only a few, yet Qing managed to gather a whole basketful with just one scoop. She believed her words. Otherwise, how could Qing fill an entire bamboo basket? Could it be true what her sister-in-law said, that the child is inherently extraordinary? Zhu Xiaoyun shook her head, dismissing such notions as mere fanciful thinking. If there were any talents to be tested, they would surely reveal themselves in time. After all, fortune is an ephemeral concept, not to be taken too seriously. Third sister, Mingwan, hurry, it's time for dinner. After we eat, let us tidy up quickly and head out to pull weeds. Then go directly to the new courtyard to help. Zhu Xiaoyun called to the two, emphasizing the importance of building the house while not neglecting the work in the fields. Wang Sanmei first carried a large stack of bowls into the kitchen and called out, "Elder sister-in-law, what's cooking in the rice pot? It seems to be ready." Zhu Xiaoyun came over, pressed the stop button, and replied, "It's the water chestnuts Qing dug up. She wanted to eat them, so I decided to cook them." As the pot lid was lifted, an enticing aroma wafted into the air. Qing dug in for the first time, relishing the novelty, possibly discovering a densely clustered treasure. The water chestnuts were placed into a large dish, which Zhu Xiaoyun carried to the dining table. Su Mingwan had already begun to indulge in the soup and bread. Savoring each mouthful, Qing took a small bite of her bread, chewing diligently before slowly swallowing, her effort apparent. Zhu Xiaoyun felt a pang of sympathy. "Qing, your water chestnuts have arrived. Do try them. They are delicious." "All right, Grandma, Auntie, Mom, you should all have a taste. I harvested them myself," Qing exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable as she raised her chopsticks to grasp a water chestnut. Cooked to a tender pink, it proved challenging to pick up with the chopsticks. Zhu Xiaoyun chuckled. "Just eat it with your hands." She quickly followed suit, grabbing a water chestnut and taking a bite. The texture was pleasantly grainy with a hint of sweetness, truly delightful. "Sister Mingwan, you should try this. It seems even better than what we had in our childhood. The bitterness is entirely absent." Wang Sanmei and Su Mingwan were not particularly fond of water chestnuts, yet upon being urged, they took a bite. To their surprise, they found the flavor unexpectedly delightful. Could it be that they had simply forgotten how good they were? At that moment, Su Qing also abandoned her chopsticks, opting to eat with her hands. Delicious. It's reminiscent of a blend of taro, sweet potato, and potato with a delightful sweetness. Finally, after so long, I can enjoy proper food. The family, abandoning their bread and soup, eagerly began to compete for the water chestnuts, and soon the large bowl was emptied. Wang Sanmei swallowed her last bite and remarked, "How has the water chestnut suddenly become so delicious? We ate it when we were young, and it didn't taste like this." Zhu Xiaoyun casually replied, I believe it's simply that we haven't had it in so long. You've forgotten the flavor, and it feels novel. Let us hurry and finish our meal so we can get back to work. Wang Same pondered this, recalling that it had been over 30 years since she last tasted water chestnuts. In the house, only Su Qing remained. She sat on a stool, leaning over the dining table, engrossed in her studies and taking notes. The notebook and pen were borrowed from her late grandmother. They had once belonged to her deceased grandfather. As she flipped through earlier entries, they resembled some sort of ledger. Su Qing had to return Ming Li's textbook after reading it, and she diligently noted down the key points that were difficult to comprehend. No matter how sharp one's memory, time inevitably erodes it. Thus, she adhered to her habit of jotting down notes, occasionally revisiting them at home to reinforce her recollection. The courtyard was eerily quiet, save for the incessant chirping of cicadas in the trees. Were it not for the myriad of peculiarities surrounding her, Su Qing would feel little difference between this place and Earth. Yet, with each passing day, her understanding of this world deepened, bringing with it an increasing sense of bewilderment. Although her exterior resembled that of a mere 3-year-old, her intellect belied her age, possessing the wisdom of decades. She felt the urgency to plan for the future, recognizing that education was merely the first step, followed closely by the necessity of earning a living. What could she possibly do? In the village of Mountain Spring, the only place with internet access is the village chief's office, equipped with an antiquated optical brain. No other household possesses such a luxury. The children's learning devices are all standalone units, primarily due to the exorbitant cost of internet service, which the villagers are reluctant to afford. Otherwise, Su Qing might have found a way to earn money on the Star Network. Is your name Qing Qing? Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed in the quiet room, startling Su Qing to the core, her hair standing on end. Why you? Who are you? Please don't scare me. I know the 9-word incantation. In her panic, Su Qing struggled to articulate her words, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. Ha ha ha. Dear Qing Qing, do not fear. I am your ancestor. Your blood has activated the restrictions I left behind. The wood element's spiritual energy you continually absorb has awakened me. However, this is merely a fragment of my primordial spirit. My true form ascended eons ago. Do you comprehend what I am saying? Alas, you are too young. The ethereal voice of the woman left Su Qing gaping, clutching her chest in astonishment. After a moment of deep inhalation, she cautiously inquired, Ancestor, where are you? I cannot see you. How can you be certain that I am your descendant? Despite her initial fright, Su Qing was not a mere child. Her mind was mature. She quickly regained her composure. Ha, you are quite amusing, child. I like you. You truly are a worthy descendant of Luo Xylan. I reside within the jade pendant that rests upon your chest, a legacy I bequeath to my son. Should any descendant of mine possess a wood-type spiritual root, they may activate the seal I established by shedding blood, thereby binding this pendant, which once served as my spatial treasure. When I ascended to a higher realm eons ago, I left my progeny in this world. However, upon my exploration of this planet, I discovered that you alone carry my bloodline. How could it be that your entire lineage has dwindled to but a single soul? Where have the others vanished? As Su Qing gazed at the jade pendant upon her chest, she felt an overwhelming urge to seize it and cast it aside, yet trepidation held her back. Who could ascertain the veracity of the woman's words? There lurked a sinister possibility that a cultivator's essence might linger after death, concealed within certain treasures. Yearning to usurp a new host, fear gripped Su Qing as she pondered the fate of encountering an ancestor intent on possession. Nonetheless, she mustered the courage to inquire. Are you certain that your descendants remain on that planet after all these millennia? 2 nations have ruled over our star domain during this time. Certainly, some must still be present. With my cultivation at the time, I was on the brink of transcending this universe and entering a higher realm. The laws of the mortal world still allow for glimpses into the future. Moreover, my bloodline descendants cannot be deemed inept. I foresee that in a millennium, my son's lineage shall rise once more, producing an exceptionally gifted genius. I left behind a fragment of my essence to ensure the continuation of my legacy. Provided a wood-type spiritual root emerges among my descendants, the pendant shall recognize its master and awaken me. Originally, I could have restored myself directly, however. The energy in this place is too feeble, preventing me from materializing even now. Amidst her words, there lingered a hint of grievance, as though the descendants were rather neglectful, leaving the ancestor in a state of diminished energy. Through the woman's discourse, Su Qing discerned that her name was Luo Xylan, a formidable being. She comprehended the notion of ascension, which entailed shattering the void to enter another realm. Before her departure, filled with concern for her progeny, she left behind a fragment of her primordial spirit embedded within a jade pendant. Hoping that a prodigious talent would eventually arise among her descendants to inherit her skills and restore the family's former glory. It is a poignant truth that even celestial beings, burdened by the hearts of parents, remain troubled by their offspring. Su Qing, unsettled, inquired further, "Ancestor, are you certain that I am your descendant? Is it my blood that has awakened you?" "Indeed," she replied, "though I exist merely as a fragment of my primordial essence, I can still discern the essence of bloodlines, albeit with the potential for error." With determination, Su Qing pressed on, "Ancestor, your descendants are not surnamed Li, are they? Their family resides on Baikan Star." "Ah, yes. They bear the surname Li, though they do not dwell on Baikan Star. At that time, the entire planet was our family's domain, known as Xylem Star. Perhaps it has since been renamed. It appears my descendants have not fared well." Chapter 40. Exceptional talent. Su Qing was resolute in her belief that Luo Xylan was indeed her ancestor, and the Li family was not merely boasting. The Li clan had been quite illustrious a millennium ago, boasting an immortal ancestor and holding dominion over the entire planet. How could they not be proud? Regrettably, they had fallen into disarray, with some of their descendants relegated to primitive planets, explaining their family's bitterness. "Greetings, ancestor. I am your descendant, Su Qing." "Ah, why is it Su Qing?" Luo Xylan exclaimed in astonishment, transforming into a misty form that floated forth from the jade pendant. Su Qing stared in astonishment as a green mist emanated from the jade pendant at her heart, gradually transforming into a human figure before her eyes. Though indistinct, it faintly resembled a beautiful woman. "Due to my parents' divorce, I took my mother's surname," she explained. "Ah, your surname matters little. From now on, my ancestor will protect you and teach you the path of cultivation. Before my spiritual essence is exhausted, you shall undoubtedly attain the status of a sage." Su Qing's previously anxious heart suddenly found solace. She had been apprehensive about encountering an ancestor intent on seizing her body. Yet Luo Xylan's straightforward words suggested her candid and honorable nature, indicating she was likely not an evil being. Perhaps all she spoke was the truth. If it came to body snatching, Su Qing felt unafraid. Having faced death once, what more was there to fear? However, she hesitated. But what if there are others in the Li family with even greater talent? "I've heard that a prodigious wood element cultivator from the Li family has already gone to the central star system for study." The figure waved her hand dismissively. "It matters not. You activated the restriction, signifying that you are uniquely destined to be my successor. As for your family's descendants, you may care for them as your abilities grow." "Oh, but Qing, your spiritual essence seems rather peculiar." "How so?" Su Qing's heart jolted. Had she discerned the truth of her soul's transmigration? "Your spiritual essence does not resemble that of a child. It is remarkably powerful. Given that you have not practiced cultivation, how do you possess such formidable spiritual energy? Could it be that you are truly exceptionally gifted?" "Haha, splendid. At last, my lineage has produced a genius with extraordinary mental prowess. My legacy of blooming flowers has found a worthy heir. Truly, my wait has not been in vain." Luo Xylan's laughter was like a blooming flower, exuding an air of joy. Although Su Qing was somewhat advanced in age, she was merely an ordinary person. Much of what Luo Xylan said went over her head, causing a nagging anxiety within her, fearing that she might reveal that she was not the original host. Of course, the ancestor did not intend to converse with a 3-year-old. Rather, after a long silence, once she began to speak, she could hardly cease, lost in her own musings. "Yet, my dear Qing, you are rather peculiar. Other children your age would have been frightened to tears by such strange occurrences, yet you remain composed enough to engage with me. Indeed, it is evident that you are my descendant. Surely my genes are exceptionally remarkable." The Li lineage, however, bears inferior genetics, adversely impacting the intellect and talents of its offspring, resulting in a decline through generations. Su Qing was taken aback by the ancestor's startling remarks, first pointing out her unusual spirit, and then claiming she was unlike any child, which quickened Su Qing's heartbeat with fear. Subsequently, the ancestor began to boast, providing explanations without Su Qing needing to clarify anything herself, claiming that she was simply a lively and straightforward individual. "Oh, look at your pale little face. Have you been frightened into silence? Your intellect is quite elevated, which is splendid. We can commence your studies and cultivation sooner than I anticipated. I thought we would have to wait until you were 8 before we could converse normally. How fortunate I am to encounter such a clever descendant. Qing, do you realize that during your meditation today, you attracted a convergence of various spiritual energies? Luo Xilan's tone shifted to one of seriousness, shedding the initial gentleness for a more commanding presence. Su Qing shook her head. She had merely attempted to meditate, with no notion of how such energies had been summoned, pondering if those green lights were indeed the cause. Qing, you lack the cultivation methods and understanding of practice. Recklessly meditating and attracting a substantial amount of spiritual energy is perilous. Moreover, in this universe, where spiritual energy intertwines with foreign energies, absorption is not as straightforward as one might think. Without guidance and knowledge of the techniques, once you draw energy into your body, the consequence could be catastrophic, leading to your demise. You should refrain from such attempts in the future. Fortunately, I am here today. Otherwise, you would have been in grave danger. I am in the process of revising your cultivation methods, and soon you shall embark on your journey of practice. Before that, let us begin with the fundamental principles of cultivation. Su Qing, feeling a chill of fear wash over her, was drenched in cold sweat. She had narrowly escaped death, and the thought of a catastrophic explosion was terrifying. She quickly replied, "Yes, ancestor, I will earnestly study. In the vast universe, the human body is a microcosm, and humanity stands as the most remarkable species within it. To cultivate, one must first comprehend their own body. Through cultivation, humans absorb the spiritual energy of the cosmos, continuously evolving and strengthening themselves, ultimately transforming to reach their fullest potential and breaking through the barriers of the universe to ascend to higher realms. Thus, we shall commence with an understanding of the human body. The body is interwoven with meridians and acupoints, each with distinct functions. The meridians and acupoints represent the pathways through which spiritual energy flows within. Let us first familiarize ourselves with the acupoints and meridians. Luo Xilan began instructing Su Qing, who diligently took notes, a habit ingrained in all diligent students. Luo Xilan felt a sense of satisfaction, recognizing that Qing was indeed a bright and eager learner, who understood the value of note-taking. Su Qing meticulously jotted down over a dozen pages of notes, pondering the peculiar nature of her ancestor, who, with a seemingly carefree disposition, endeavored to elucidate the intricate meridians and acupoints of the human body to a mere child. It would be incomprehensible for an ordinary child, yet here she was, grappling with the complexities of this miniature universe of the human anatomy. The innate logic of a 3-year-old could hardly grasp the profound concepts she was being taught, rendering any inherent talent futile. The material presented by Luo Xilan was laden with specialized knowledge, enough to bewilder even a medical professional. What chance did Su Qing have? She felt the urge to weep, questioning her ancestor's reliability. Nevertheless, being an adult, she resolved to persevere, committing herself to memorization and recitation, ready to seek clarification on any points of confusion. Hurry and write. You shall not venture out to play until you've completed your work. How could you struggle with such simple problems? In the Meng family's east wing, Su Qing wielded a small stick, occasionally tapping it against Meng Yi, expressing her disdain for the arduousness of his homework. Meng Yi, casting an indignant glance at the diminutive Qing, felt a surge of frustration. How had their arrangement unraveled? Qing, whom he once deemed a trustworthy ally, had turned into a traitor. They had initially agreed that he would take her out to play while she assisted him with his assignments, yet now she had reversed her stance. Not only was she overseeing his studies with a watchful eye, but she also enforced a strict regimen, imposing 10 repetitions for every incorrect answer, proving to be even more stringent than their teacher. His resistance was met with unexpected consequences, as Qing, with her innocent yet persuasive demeanor, had managed to sway their parents and grandmother. He could never forget her sweet, childish assurances. Grandma Meng, uncles and aunts, rest assured, I will keep Meng Yi in check and ensure he studies diligently. If he neglects his homework, I will punish him by striking his palms and confine him at home, preventing him from playing outside. Listen to how this little girl can be so ruthless. She has treated Qing so well, taking her out to play, yet behind his back. This heartless little girl bullies him alongside her parents. Meng Qi, feeling aggrieved, was on the verge of tears. Chapter 41. Great aspirations. Meng Qi, with a bitter expression, looked up to find Qing gazing at him with a peculiar look. She sighed and said, Meng Qi, haven't you heard the saying, without hard work in youth, one will only lament in old age? This is your time to study. If you do not put in the effort now, you will regret it later. Do you not aspire to be like those interstellar heroes, to dominate the cosmos as a saint, traversing the vast seas of stars? Do you merely wish to remain in this small mountain village, achieving nothing? Humph, I would like that, but I lack the talent. Meng Qi rolled his eyes, incredulous at Qing's bold ambitions. He would be content to navigate the confines of Shangquan village. Meng Qi, while talent is indeed crucial for success, so is diligence. I have resolved to leave Dream Moon Star and witness the splendor of the Empire. If you can keep pace with me, I shall take you along. Let us begin our efforts now. Su Qing's words left Meng Qi speechless, astonished that a mere child could so firmly captivate him. In his mind, the notions of empires, interstellar fleets, and mechas were mere fantasies seen on television, distant and unattainable. His world had always been confined to the boundaries of Shangquan village, and he had never contemplated anything beyond. Yet, this small Su Qing harbored dreams of stepping beyond Dream Moon Star and venturing into the cosmos, a notion so fantastical that he had never dared to imagine it. While she boldly did, Qing truly embodies the noble lineage of the Li family, demonstrating extraordinary aspirations at such a tender age. Contemplating this, Meng Qi felt a surge of determination in his small chest. He refused to be underestimated, especially when compared to Qing. Humph, who says I lack grand ideals? I shall become the most formidable warrior of the Empire, enlist in the army, and command a fleet, instilling awe across the vast cosmos. Su Qing smiled and replied, Very well, the extent of your ambition shall determine your achievements. Let us seal this promise with a pinky swear. I shall wholeheartedly assist you in pursuit of your lofty dreams. With a solemn vow exchanged, the two children beamed with radiant smiles, unaware of whether their playful declarations would ever materialize in the years to come. However, Meng Qi soon regretted his commitment to Qing's educational endeavors, as the challenges proved daunting. Yet, a man's word is his bond, and he resolved to fulfill it, even if it meant enduring considerable hardship. Thus, he found himself hunched over his desk, laboriously completing assignments while Qing admonished him, occasionally tapping him with playful reprimands. She had already borrowed 4th and 5th grade textbooks from Sister Lizhen, and it seemed likely she would have borrowed 6th grade materials had they been available in their village. Qing's capacity for learning was astonishing. She could accomplish in a single day what others might take a month to achieve. Finally, after an arduous struggle, Meng Qi completed his homework, astonished at his own progress. It seemed that ever since Qing had taken it upon herself to guide him, his assignments had transformed from an insurmountable challenge to a manageable task, with only the occasional difficulty arising. Indeed, Qing's methods proved effective, but the humiliation of being chastised by a young girl was not lost on him. Thus, the chubby boy refrained from sharing his diligent studies with anyone outside. Indeed, this time was acceptable. Despite writing numerous times, you still cannot remember. Is your mind filled with nothing but straw? Furthermore, please write more neatly. Do you not understand that one's handwriting reflects their character? When you become a great general and are asked to sign for others, would you feel comfortable presenting such handwriting? Meng Qi has grown accustomed to Qing's reprimands, having developed a thicker skin, treating her words as mere background noise. All right then, Qing, I have completed my homework, and the holiday is drawing to a close. I must return to school tomorrow, so let us swiftly venture out to enjoy ourselves. However, I must clarify that I will not be fishing, as my grandmother forbids it. Last time, Zhu Xiuyun felt guilty for taking half of the fish-selling earnings and cautioned Su Qing that Meng Qi should not be allowed to cause any mischief if she went fishing again. If we are not to fish, let us instead take a stroll up the mountain. A trip to the mountain is quite pleasant. We may even find some snacks to enjoy. Indeed, the vegetation on the mountain is far more vibrant and rich in spirit than what she encounters in the village. The two of them dashed out to play, and Grandma Meng did not intervene. Her grandson, when with Qing, has become considerably more sensible, at the very least. He is diligent in his studies and manages to complete his assignments. What elder would not wish for their children to succeed? The children of Mountain Spring Village are not particularly gifted. Aside from excelling in martial arts, their abilities are rather dismal. In the Empire, the pinnacle of combat power rests with the ability users and mecha warriors. It is exceedingly difficult for those who are merely skilled in martial arts to gain recognition, unless they reach the level of a sage, which may help bridge the gap. Elder Meng shook her head and smiled, content as long as her grandson remained safe and sound. After all, hadn't their ancestors persevered through similar trials? The cinematic portrayals of heroes who could soar through the skies, engage in cosmic battles, and save entire planets were merely grand spectacles, devoid of any real connection to their lives. Meng carried Su Qing along the path, unburdened by homework, the chubby boy feeling lighthearted and delighted by everything around him. If you aspire to become a general commanding an interstellar fleet one day, you must begin learning the art of warfare now. Military strategy is a profound discipline, he remarked. Typically, it is the formidable psychics piloting mechas who are deemed the strongest. The heroes in films are celebrated interstellar warriors. How naive you are. Those tales are merely fabrications for entertainment. Can they truly be real? A genuine commander of a battalion may not be the most powerful psychic warrior. Yet he is undoubtedly the finest military strategist, well-versed in various warfare techniques, possessing sharp observational skills to lead his fleet in vanquishing foes. Allow me to share some military secrets with you. The chubby boy scoffed. Qing, you're at it again, trying to con me. You're so young. Yet you speak of war and strategy. Spare me the nonsense. Su Qing playfully tapped his head. Don't dismiss it so easily. I've heard these tales from my grandfather during his ramblings. The Li family isn't as straightforward as you think. All right. Then enlighten me. What fascinating insights have you eavesdropped on daily? There are two military treatises. One is the 36 Stratagems, and the other is the Art of War by Sun Tzu. Mastering them will equip you to handle any conflict. What on earth? Why hasn't school ever taught us about these? You understand, these are secrets, treasured within the confines of the family, and must not be learned publicly. If you manage to grasp them, consider it a stroke of luck. I shall take the time to transcribe them. You should memorize them during your idle moments. But truly, I have school tomorrow, and with the new semester upon us, I am already overwhelmed with coursework, let alone memorizing military secrets. What utility is there in that? With a sharp sound, Su Qing slapped Meng, exclaiming that he had squandered a rare opportunity. Did he truly wish to remain a sloth for the rest of his life? Fear not. I shall assist you in becoming a great general. The chubby boy furrowed his brow. For the first time, the carefree nature he had enjoyed led him to ponder whether his agreement with Qing had been too hasty. Could he retract his promise? Qing, may I refrain from learning? You know I have never been fond of studying. The notion of becoming a general is mere folly. Su Qing immediately countered. No, you made a pact with me. Your word must hold weight. Meng Yi's expression soured, realizing how foolish he had been to agree to Qing's insistence, undoubtedly influenced by her persuasive words. Now, could he not reconsider his decision? Chapter 42. The completion of the house. The two soon arrived atop the mountain, where they could frolic freely, uplifting their spirits immensely. Su Qing sought out lush plants to absorb the wood's spirit energy, channeling it into the jade pendant to sustain the ancestral spirit. Alas, she too faced her own challenges. As she felt the gentle energy coursing through her arm into the pendant, she noticed it becoming increasingly translucent. Surely, the ancestral spirit would awaken soon. However, the fundamental principles of the 5 elements, their interrelations, and the intricacies of breathing techniques posed a significant challenge for Su Qing to comprehend. She found herself in urgent need of her ancestors' guidance to dispel her confusion. Moreover, why does this world harbor a mixture of 2 types of energy? How should she cultivate in the future? Should she solely absorb one type of energy? Is it not permissible to absorb both? Why can animals, plants, and humans not consume energy directly? Must it first be processed by an ability master, resulting in ordinary people being unable to afford energy-rich foods? Why do synthetic foods taste so unpalatable, despite their outward appearance being indistinguishable from energy plants? Su Qing's mind was inundated with questions, yet no one provided answers. She could only educate the chubby boy to divert her thoughts. This world is both wondrous and perilous. Even a casual meditative pose almost led to self-detonation. A thought that sent shivers down her spine. Sometimes, having exceptional talent does not equate to an advantage, while the chubby boy meditates without a care. Her casual attempt nearly cost her life. It is wiser to adhere to the teachings of her ancestor and wait until she is older to attend school, where she can gain a deeper understanding of this world, avoiding reckless actions. Su Qing gathered some honeysuckle and wild chrysanthemum, both suitable for brewing, but she relinquished her pursuit of medicinal herbs. Ever since she became aware of this world's medical standards, she realized that some aspects of traditional Chinese medicine were ill-suited for this realm. Meng Li, on the other hand, was a different story, thick-skinned and quick to forget grievances. He effortlessly shifted from a frown to frolicking joy, having long forgotten his earlier troubles. Su Qing gazed at him with envy. Having a blissful childhood is truly a blessing. Unlike her, who spent her previous life in an orphanage, devoid of youthful innocence. Upon reopening her eyes in this life, her parents had already divorced. Had it not been for her grandmother, her situation would not have improved much from her past. Her biological mother, Su Mingwan, was a stubborn woman, indifferent to her daughter's needs. In her previous life, Su Qing had never experienced love or marriage. She was oblivious to how to connect with others, resulting in a profound solitude that lingered until her twilight years. In this lifetime, she has resolved to embrace fate, uncertain of what the future holds. She harbors a deep affection for children and intends to nurture Meng Yi, hoping to prevent him from languishing in a small mountain village, wishing instead for him to witness the splendor of the world. Perhaps she could even guide him to become a fleet commander or a general. Though she casts a disdainful glance at Meng Yi, who is currently tormenting small animals. Can this simpleton truly achieve anything? Zhu Shiyun had long asserted that this house belonged to Su Qing, and naturally, she felt compelled to pay attention, even though she could not voice her opinions at present. The once dilapidated courtyard and residence had undergone a remarkable transformation with just a bit of renovation. The walls were freshly painted, ceilings adorned, floors tiled, and the wooden windows received a new coat of paint, instantly illuminating the entire space. The storeroom was also completed, a spacious area divided into half for storage, with the remainder allocated for a kitchen and a bathroom. Essential furnishings had yet to be procured, which would be addressed once someone moved in. The courtyard was laid with gravel, and a few flowering trees were planted, creating a surprisingly pleasant environment that resembled a proper household. Su Qing walked through the premises, feeling quite satisfied. She contemplated moving in independently once she was older. The workers who had assisted her had long departed, leaving only the Su family members to complete the final touches. The father and son of the Su family were busy applying plaster and hanging robes in the side room. Such tasks were within their capabilities, as they did not wish to burden others unnecessarily. After all, who isn't busy earning a living? As Su Feng smoothed the last corner of the wall, he nodded in satisfaction at the house. Sister-in-law, this will do. The house is built, and the firewood shed is completed. All that's left is the planting field. Are you and your daughter still growing vegetables and raising chickens and pigs? Zhu Xiaoyun replied with a troubled expression. Let me think it over first. The land has already been turned, but to plant vegetables, I need to purchase new energy stones. The energy stones for my own planting field are depleted, and buying two at once is beyond my means. Su Feng nodded. Although a single energy stone can be used for a long time, its cost is exceedingly high. Well then, we've been so preoccupied with building the house that the fields must be in disarray. Let's tidy up the land for the three families first, and then the three of us will venture into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs. You and San Mei should stay on the outskirts, looking for items to sell. Avoid taking risks in the mountains. The exotic beasts are particularly fierce at this time. Zhu Xiaoyun nodded. Life in Shangquan village revolved around farming, foraging for herbs, and hunting exotic beasts for money. Yet danger lurked everywhere. Entering the deep mountains often leads to mishaps. While fatalities are rare, injuries are common. Minor wounds can be treated with portable healing devices, but severe cases require transport to the town hospital. From that day on, Meng Qi would begin school. Su Qing devoted her mornings to studying at home, learning cultivation from her ancestor. In the afternoons, she assisted Meng Qi with his studies and taught him the 36 stratagems. After dinner, the two would visit the village chief's home to stargaze, and a busy, fulfilling day would come to a close. Life was bustling yet rich, though it was regrettable that the ancestor could only manifest for 2 hours at a time before needing to recharge for several days. Under the tutelage of Luo Xylan, Su Qing has finally attained a rudimentary understanding of cultivation. She is now adept at memorizing the major meridians and acupoints throughout her body, as well as the attributes of all her organs. It turns out that the human body is the most enigmatic and intricate of all, particularly with the distinctions among the upper dantian, middle dantian, and lower dantian. The soul of a person is referred to as the primordial spirit, which can also be described as mental strength or consciousness. Those with formidable mental prowess possess the ability to influence others, a remarkable skill indeed. However, great mental strength alone is insufficient without a robust physique. Cultivation emphasizes the harmonious development of both the internal and external aspects, and there is an abundance of knowledge to absorb. The foundational theories alone took a week to cover, granting Su Qing a preliminary insight into the practice of cultivation. As for the peculiar questions that arose, Luo Xylan was not particularly certain, having been in slumber for 10,000 years. She merely offered her analysis based on her own logical reasoning. In my era, the two forms of energy had yet to intertwine. The dual cultivation systems functioned independently, without interference. We belonged to the Qi practitioners, who refined their bodies from within by absorbing spiritual energy. Conversely, those endowed with extraordinary abilities, known as ability warriors and practitioners, harnessed a different form of energy, referred to by various names. The cosmos is vast, with numerous planets, and distinct cultures give rise to diverse terminologies, such as magic, fighting spirit, and sorcery, too numerous to enumerate in a brief moment. After listening to the elder's words, Su Qing did not receive a definitive answer and inquired further about food. Luo Xylan remained silent for a while before responding. Chapter 43. Resource monopoly. Naturally occurring flora and fauna are safe for human consumption. The issue lies not with the food itself, but with humanity. Aside from certain high-energy beasts and spiritual plants that cannot be consumed directly, ordinary individuals cannot withstand the energy shock. However, most foods are acceptable. Those that are edible may possess slight toxicity, which the human body can expel. You have mentioned that before the Dream Moon Star was incorporated into the empire, everyone lived quite well. How is it that after several millennia, food and vegetables are deemed inedible without processing? Such a notion is utterly absurd. I perceive this as a monopoly on resources by the empire. The rulers deem the primitive planets to be underdeveloped in cultivation. They believe that the consumption of energy-based food by these primitives is a waste. Instead, they prefer to acquire these resources, providing synthetic food for the populace. This serves as a restriction imposed by the rulers on the primitive planets. Prolonged consumption of synthetic food will diminish the cultivation aptitude of the inhabitants, thereby ensuring the stability of the empire's rule while supplying an unceasing stream of inexpensive resources to the central star system. The humans of the primitive planets, after generations of consuming nutrient solutions and synthetic foods, will undergo changes in their digestive systems, leading to an intolerance towards energy-based foods. The so-called processing likely involves eliminating energy content while retaining the nutritional value of the food. Should one accidentally consume food containing energy, it could lead to severe consequences, even death, due to the body's hypersensitivity to energy. Su Qing stood in stunned silence. Realizing the truth, it was merely an exploitation of the lower classes by the ruling elite. It is no wonder that most city dwellers cannot consume even a morsel of natural food, having had so little exposure to it. Even the wealthy indulge in processed ingredients. Ancestor, there are also individuals with special abilities on Dream Moon Star. Surely they are aware of this. Why do they not strive for change? If a saint were to emerge from Dream Moon Star, it would elevate their status within the empire. You foolish child, why would they seek change? The upper class remains unaffected. The impact falls solely upon the common folk. Consider the people of Mountain Spring Village. Even if they possess great talent, what does it matter? They lack the ambition and the financial means to nurture their descendants. It may be preferable to lead a simple life. Such an existence is indeed quite commendable. Surely, the higher echelons of the planet possess their own thoughts on the matter. Everything must evolve gradually. The central star system was once a desolate wasteland, yet it was cultivated by generations of individuals. For the majority, mere talent is insufficient. Opportunity is equally paramount. The empire offers free training for those with innate abilities of the 5th tier and above, and amidst the waves of competition, a select few will inevitably rise to prominence. Consider yourself, born on Dream Moon Star. Had you not crossed paths with me, your life might have unfolded as that of an ordinary psychic, remaining far removed from the realm of cosmic power. I, Luo Xylan, hail from noble lineage, having shattered the void before reaching 500 years of age. I am an unparalleled genius in this universe, and you must not tarnish my reputation. It is no wonder that the Leaf family is determined to leave Dream Moon Star, resolutely rejecting the idea of having Su Mingwan as their daughter-in-law. They likely discern the genetic issues plaguing the lower classes and hold little regard for their granddaughter, Qing. Ancestor, though much remains beyond my understanding, I am committed to diligent study. Once I commence my education, I shall grasp more about this world. Haha, indeed. However, you must first memorize the alchemical formula thoroughly. I, Luo Xylan, am renowned as the universe's foremost alchemist, and you must not bring disgrace upon my name. Once you have cultivated your internal energy and developed your spiritual consciousness, you will be able to access the multitude of items I have left within the jade pendant, allowing you to practice the refinement of spiritual medicines diligently. Yes, ancestor, and may I also entrust my cultivation techniques to Mingyi? The chubby boy possesses only mediocre talent. Devoid of spiritual roots, he is incapable of cultivating true immortality, and the likelihood of awakening any extraordinary abilities is rather slim. However, I possess a commendable set of body-refining techniques that would suit him well. Body refinement is indeed a form of martial art, should he master it. It could pave a significant path for his cultivation. First, teach him the fundamentals of human anatomy, then allow him to commence his study of body-refining techniques. Martial arts entail harnessing the internal circulatory energies of the body, storing them within the dantian, which the ancients referred to as inner strength. As long as he can transcend the innate limitations, he could achieve the remarkable ability to soar through the skies, wielding formidable combat prowess, rivaling even the most skilled interstellar warriors. This is a foundational system of cultivation for humanity, relying solely on the strength of the physical body to break free from constraints. The ancestor, accompanying Su Qing, has watched numerous interstellar films, scoffing at the notion that even after a millennium, humanity still delights in producing such subpar cinema. He holds a dismissive view towards mecha and interstellar warriors, believing that relying on external forces is trivial. True strength lies in one's own prowess. Rest assured, I shall diligently teach Meng Shi. Su Qing patted her heart, acknowledging that the chubby boy possesses a masochistic personality, requiring pressure to spur his progress. Remarkably, it has not been long, yet he has kept up with his studies, memorizing the 36 stratagems and demonstrating a capacity for agile application, even employing cunning tactics with her. When Luo Xylan was awake, she imparted lessons to Su Qing for 2 hours. Having completed the fundamentals of body cultivation, they were now delving into the basics of alchemy, familiarizing themselves with spiritual herbs and their refinement. However, Su Qing lacked the ability to perform these tasks and could only begin by studying the properties of herbs and memorizing various formulas. Alchemy was no simple endeavor. It required extensive knowledge. Currently, Su Qing had yet to cultivate and possessed no spiritual energy. So Luo Xylan allowed her to grasp the steps of alchemy without going into intricate detail. It was astonishing that Su Qing, being so young, could comprehend even a fraction of the lessons. Her innate understanding surpassed even Luo Xylan's own at that age. Little did she know, the young teacher was striving to increase the workload for him. Would the chubby child be surprised or in tears upon learning this? With a finger composed of radiant light, Luo Xylan gently touched Su Qing's forehead, and a series of cultivation techniques filled her mind. Su Qing, she began. This set of 9 turns profound art is an unparalleled technique in body refinement. When practiced to perfection, transcending the void is not merely a fantasy. Take a look and see if you can comprehend it. I shall rest now, and in a few days, I will elucidate this technique for you. With that, the radiant figure rapidly dissipated, resembling a jade pendant, leaving Su Qing just enough time to wave goodbye. Time flew by swiftly. On this day, the adults had all gone to work in the fields, leaving Su Qing alone at home. Today, Luo Xylan was set to formally guide her in cultivation. So Su Qing had prepared herself early, eager to begin as soon as the adults departed. To ensure privacy, she locked the door and sat cross-legged on the bed in the eastern room, with Luo Xylan floating before her. With a serious expression, Su Qing declared, "Ancestor, I am ready." Luo Xylan chuckled softly. "Oh, Qing, there's no need to be so anxious. Just act as you usually do. Today marks the beginning of your practice in channeling spiritual energy into your body." The little girl sat down adorably, and Luo Xylan, who had only given birth to a son, realized she had never known the joys of raising a daughter. Since her interactions with Qing, she had grown increasingly fond of the sensible child. Pointing to Su Qing's forehead, Luo Xylan implanted a cultivation technique into her mind. This was a wood-based technique, a unique skill of Luo Xylan, transformed by her to suit the current environment for cultivation, like a rain of flowers cascading down. Assume a seated position and embrace the primordial unity. Follow the route of the technique to draw in spiritual energy. Give it a try. With your talent, you will undoubtedly succeed on your first attempt. Yes, ancestor. After reviewing the technique's operational route and the precautions imparted by her ancestor, Su Qing silently simulated the process in her mind a few times. She then realized how perilous her earlier impulsive attempt at meditation had been. Without a technique, the spiritual energy would recklessly surge through her meridians. What an unbearable experience that must have been. She began to guide the green spiritual energy into her body, following the designated route of the technique. Initially, the energy was somewhat unruly, but gradually it seemed to forge a pathway, rushing in all at once, accompanied by another form of energy. Chapter 44, The Formal Cultivation. The spiritual energy flowed through her meridians, expanding its territory, purifying and refining her physical form, until it settled firmly in Su Qing's dantian. Following this, another surge of energy was expelled through her skin's pores. After completing a full cycle, Su Qing opened her eyes, exclaiming excitedly, "Ancestor, I did it." "Huh, what is that scent?" "Indeed, I have observed that, given your qualifications, it is no surprise that you succeeded on your first attempt. However, your body harbors an abundance of impurities, which were significantly expelled during the cleansing process." Su Qing lowered her gaze to her own skin, which indeed emanated a rather unpleasant odor, its hue a murky grayish-black. "Oh dear ancestor, I must take a bath," she exclaimed, her cheeks flushing at the intolerable stench of herself, despite the fact that her ancestor, being a spiritual entity, was impervious to such odors. Su Qing hastily located her change of clothes and hurried to the bathroom. Climbing onto a stool, she turned on the shower, diligently rinsing off, scrubbing away large patches of dead skin. Naturally fair-skinned, Su Qing emerged from her bath with an even more radiant complexion, her skin now exuding a delicate pink hue, resembling a charming little jade doll. Regrettably, no one was present to witness her transformation. After completing her bath, she meticulously dried the bathroom and washed her clothes, hanging them outside from the chair. As she worked, she sighed, reflecting on the challenges of youth. There were many tasks she could not accomplish. The fact that Zhu Xiuyun could trust her to remain at home was the fruit of Su Qing's diligent efforts. Otherwise, she would not have had the opportunity for her ancestor to impart knowledge to her. If her grandmother and mother were to discover the presence of a spirit in their home, they would undoubtedly be quite alarmed. Despite living in an interstellar era where many might feign indifference to the supernatural, the innate fear of such entities remains deeply ingrained in human nature, rooted in their genetic makeup. Only those possessing extraordinary abilities might be untroubled by such fears. The set of physical cultivation techniques, the 9 transformations of the mysterious arts, which her ancestor had entrusted to her, she had already mastered and was now seeking an opportunity to teach Mingli. For instance, during the spiritual botany class, he might inquire whether the medicinal properties of the same type of spiritual plants differ across various planets. The origins of the mythical beasts, whether they are viviparous or oviparous, remain a subject of intrigue, as does their classification within the realms of mammals or reptiles. Meanwhile, Mingxi's foundational studies, encompassing subjects such as mathematics, language, and history, have experienced remarkable progress, astonishing his peers. The delight in receiving daily accolades is indescribably exquisite, prompting Mingxi to cease opposing Qing's tutoring and assignments. Instead, he has developed a burgeoning passion for learning, primarily to bask in the envy and admiration of others. The disparity in educational quality is stark, stemming from the differences in teachers and institutional resources between the primitive planets in the central regions. The gap in teaching standards is astronomical, rendering any comparison futile. Nevertheless, many students still struggle to pass all their courses, and upon the culmination of their 6-year tenure, they are left with mere certificates of completion from the primary school in Huanglong Town. Annually, only a third of the students manage to graduate successfully, with a mere 1% advancing to Anyang City or larger urban centers to pursue intermediate studies. Those who do graduate from intermediate classes attain a status within the planetary middle class. In the entirety of Anyang City, the number of students who complete their intermediate education and subsequently gain admission to higher institutions is exceedingly rare. The only prestigious academy, Xinghui College, is located in the planetary capital, Mingyue City, making access to such education a privilege reserved for the few. Ordinary families often find the costs of education prohibitive, unless one possesses extraordinary talent, which could merit a full scholarship and additional grants from the empire, a rarity indeed, with only a handful emerging from millions. It is therefore quite understandable that Mingxi would find himself coasting through school, and when he began to excel academically, his prominence became all the more pronounced. Even the principal believed that Huanglong Town was about to have an increase in graduation quotas, praising Mingxi's homeroom teacher for their exceptional teaching prowess. Under the commendations from both the homeroom teacher and various subject instructors, Mingxi was gradually indoctrinated, truly believing in his remarkable talent, considering himself a genius. Every day, he basked in the glow of success, naturally accepting Qing's guidance in his homework, which slowly cultivated in him a diligent study habit. Since the moment Su Qing first awakened her spiritual abilities, she began her daily practice of meditation, albeit only when the adults were away. As the absence of a private space posed a challenge, she longed for the day she could grow up swiftly. Luo Xylan would explain a portion of her unique techniques to her each day. This set of supreme skills, rain of flowers in the sky, was refined during the later stages of my cultivation. It integrates both offense and defense and involves intricate formations. Mastery of it requires at least a century of dedication. While you practice rain of flowers in the sky, you must also study formations, alchemy, artifact crafting, talisman drawing, and fundamental spells, as well as contemplate what your future personal magical artifact will be. Su Qing gazed at the ethereal figure of Luo Xylan and inquired, "Ancestor, you mentioned that spiritual energy and extraordinary abilities intertwine. While I practice my techniques, I can sense both energies. However, spiritual energy enters my dantian, while the extraordinary energy is expelled from my body. Why is it that I cannot absorb both energies? I understand your confusion regarding extraordinary abilities. In the future, as you encounter masters of such powers, you shall learn gradually. For now, I can only instruct you to expel the extraordinary energy during your practice. The energy you release is still quite valuable. It consists of pure wood-type extraordinary energy, which is excellent for cultivation, far surpassing the effectiveness of traditional agricultural methods." Su Qing asked in surprise, "Really?" "Indeed, it is true. I have observed the cultivation fields at your home. They merely utilize energy stones to create a pure space of anomalous abilities, isolating it from external energies, thereby enhancing the purity of the capabilities inherent in the flora and fauna. If you were to cultivate for a complete cycle within that space, the energy expelled would be even more refined than that of the energy stones, surely causing the plants to thrive remarkably." Su Qing exclaimed, "That's wonderful. The cultivation fields at the new estate lack energy stones, and I have been quite anxious about it. My grandmother is also quite distressed. If we can cultivate energy vegetables without the need for energy stones, it would solve a significant problem. Additionally, you could bring along that chubby boy. Allowing him to absorb the pure anomalous energy may very well stimulate his physical transformation," came the response. "As for him, I am uncertain. Recently, Meng Yi has been quite diligent in his studies and has received praise from his teachers at school. Qing, your aptitude for cultivation is exceptionally high. You are destined to become a formidable figure in the future. However, before you mature, you will encounter various challenges. Therefore, it is essential to cultivate a few loyal followers. That chubby boy is an excellent candidate for body refinement. In the early stages of your cultivation, he will surely protect you from harm." "Yes, I understand, Ancestor. However, to leave Dream Moonstar, mere effort is insufficient. Financial resources are also necessary, and I have yet to discover a suitable method to earn money." Chapter 45, Planting Vegetables. Suddenly, Su Qing clapped her hands and jumped up joyfully. "Oh, Ancestor, this is wonderful. It was you who reminded me. I never expected the benefits of cultivation to be so numerous. Now I have a plan for my school fees and living expenses." Luo Xylan chuckled at the rare childlike expression on Su Qing's face, which contrasted sharply with her usual demeanor of a little adult. Upon hearing the mention of the Li family, Su Qing quickly interjected, "Ancestor, that is a matter for the future. Perhaps I can manage it myself. Did you not say that alchemists are highly sought after? It is the most lucrative profession. I am certain I will not lack for money." "Very well. We shall see what happens when you become an alchemist. Do you think alchemy is that simple?" Luo Xylan laughed lightly. As their idle chatter came to a close, Luo Xylan commenced her lesson. Time seemed to fly during the practice of cultivation. "Qing, will you feel lonely at home? Once Brother Mingxi is on break, you can go visit him and play." Zhu Xiuyun felt helpless. She did not wish to confine Qing within the house, but the child was too young. Taking her out, especially leaving her unattended, was a source of worry. Now that the crops had grown taller, while they worked in the fields, they could not see the child unless they stood up. What if something were to happen to her? Moreover, with the heat and the abundance of mosquitoes, it was safer to keep the child locked inside. Other children were able to play outside with their friends, but Qing was timid and reserved, only willing to play with Mingxi. So this was the best arrangement for now. "Grandmother, I am not lonely. I can read. I study Mingxi's textbooks even better than he does." "Oh, is that so?" Zhu Xiuyun washed her face, not taking her words seriously. She turned to her daughter and said, "Mingwan, please wash the vegetables we picked from the garden. We will have them with dipping sauce for lunch while I prepare a pot of cornmeal porridge." Su Mingwan hurriedly washed her face and began to clean the vegetables, while Zhu Xiuyun entered the kitchen to light the fire and start cooking the porridge. Cornmeal porridge is made by breaking open corn kernels, soaking them until soft, and boiling them in a pot until fully cooked. Although the taste leaves much to be desired, it is filling. For villagers like them, having a variety of foods is a luxury. In the bustling cities, apart from the affluent, the impoverished are relegated to consuming nutritional liquids and various synthetic concoctions. To enjoy a meal of fresh vegetables, one would need to spend half a month's salary, a luxury few can afford. Of course, the residents of Mountain Spring Village had never ventured into the big city and remained oblivious to the hardships faced by the urban poor. Su Qing truly wished to avoid genetically modified foods. The genetic integrity of these plants had been compromised, rendering them unable to absorb energy efficiently. Not only did they taste unpleasant, but they also contained numerous impurities that could gradually stifle humanity's genetic potential. Yet, at this moment, abstaining from such food was not an option. Zhu Xiuyun was reluctant to indulge in energy-rich foods daily, considering it a treat to have them occasionally. That night, as Su Qing drifted into slumber, her dreams were filled with images of braised pork, sweet and sour fish, and rich, succulent meats swirling around her. After dinner, Su Mingwan attended to the laundry while Zhu Xiuyun washed the dishes. Su Qing approached quietly and whispered, "Grandma, may I go to the new yard to play in the vegetable fields? I've grown bored from reading at home all day. I find gardening quite fascinating. I even want to plant 2 ginseng roots there. I am certain they will flourish. Once the vegetables I plant mature, I will be able to sell them for a handsome profit." Zhu Xiuyun chuckled. Qing is truly obedient. At such a tender age, she already desires to learn how to cultivate vegetables for profit. Indeed, I can plant vegetables and water them. In the future, I will also raise chickens and pigs. The ones I rear will not be sold. They are for our own consumption. Grandma, I long to savor braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, and kung pao chicken. Su Qing remarked, her expression betraying an undeniable craving. As she spoke, her appetite intensified. Amused, Zhu Xiuyun responded, "Very well. All the pigs and chickens that you raise, Qing, will be for our own meals. None will be sold. You may cultivate the fields, but I cannot allow you to do so alone. Let me find a companion for you." Zhu Xiuyun pondered who among the neighborhood children would be suitable to accompany Qing, as she could not bear the thought of her being alone in the fields for hours on end. "Grandma, I do not wish to be with anyone else. You needn't worry. I will tend to the vegetables diligently and will not stray. I will simply wait for you in the fields," Su Qing insisted. After washing the dishes and drying her hands, Zhu Xiuyun replied, Qing, you are still too young to be alone in the fields. What if something were to happen?" Su Qing gazed intently at Zhu Xiuyun, remaining silent, clearly signaling that if she did not acquiesce, she would continue her unwavering stare. Su Qing found herself at an impasse. She did not wish to resort to the usual tactics of children, which often involved pouting and throwing tantrums. Instead, she could only quietly fix her gaze on her grandmother, hoping for her consent. Zhu Xiuyun observed the glistening eyes of her granddaughter, Qing, and felt that if she did not acquiesce, tears would inevitably follow. Unable to resist her granddaughter's heartfelt plea, she reluctantly agreed. Su Qing nodded and said, "Grandma, you must prepare some vegetable seeds for me. I do not wish for synthetic seeds. It would be best if you could also find some spiritual herb seeds. Mengqi mentioned that spiritual herbs are valuable, and I want to plant more so that I can sell them to cover the expenses for the interstellar viewing. If I do this, Mengqi and I will not need to visit the village chief's house every day just to watch television." Su Qing believed that interstellar viewing was an excellent avenue for understanding the world. How wonderful it would be if they could watch television at home anytime. Merely visiting the village chief for a short while each evening could hardly satisfy her desire to comprehend the world. Zhu Xiuyun nodded and replied, "Understood. I will gather both vegetable and herb seeds for you. Your grandfather's greatest dream during his lifetime was to cultivate spiritual herbs in the fields and sell them. He often said that if he could succeed, he would no longer need to take risks in the mountains. Unfortunately, despite numerous attempts, he never succeeded. Cultivating spiritual plants is a skill reserved for expert cultivators. How could an ordinary person possibly grow spiritual herbs?" "Grandma, do not worry. I am certain I can grow them." "Very well. If you manage to grow them and sell them, I shall pay the monthly fee for the interstellar television, allowing us to watch television at our leisure. Then it is settled." "All right." Zhu Xiuyun laughed in agreement. This child, with her playful spirit, was indeed different from others, reminiscent of her grandfather. who always emphasized practicality in everything he did. The following day, Zhu Xiuyun and her daughter took Qing to the newly established planting field. Unlocking the door, Zhu Xiuyun retrieved a small stool, a water jug, 2 tomatoes, and 2 books from the vehicle, along with a small wooden bucket containing a tiny spade. Chapter 46. Planting vegetables. Su Mingwan held a flower pot intended for ginseng, placing it on the ground, her voice tinged with annoyance. Mother, you indulge Qing far too much. Just because a child expresses a desire to do something, you readily comply. Does she even know how to cultivate vegetables? And look at how thoroughly you've prepared for her. You fret over her thirst, her hunger, her fatigue. You are excessively generous to this little girl. Is it really necessary? She cast a resentful glance at the vibrant tomatoes, wishing to taste them herself. Well, you are her mother. How can you not cherish your own child? Su Mingwan fell silent, muttering under her breath, no matter how precious. She is still useless. With a glare directed at Su Qing, she knew her daughter would merely assign her chores, and so she exited the planting field. Zhu Xiuyun, oblivious to her daughter's murmurs, was unaware that Su Qing, already deep in her own practices, heard every word. Her expression remained composed. She was indifferent to how Su Mingwan treated her. You show me kindness, and I will reciprocate. You scowl at me daily, and I shall disregard you. I am no longer a mere child in need of maternal affection. Qing, she said, Auntie and I have arranged to go up the mountain to gather herbs. You can play inside by yourself. The water and tomatoes are right here for you. If you feel hungry or thirsty, help yourself. Grandma, you all go ahead. Rest assured, I will take good care of myself. Su Qing silently prayed, Grandma, please depart. I am already in my 30s. There is no need for your worry. Once you leave, I can commence with my grand plans for cultivation. With a lingering sense of unease, Zhu Xiuyun departed. What else could she do? They still needed to venture into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs. She had arranged with several women from the village to collect herbs from a more distant area. The mountains held various spiritual herbs and wild produce that could be sold for profit, such as black fungus, white fungus, lion's mane mushrooms, and other edible ingredients. The residents of nearby Taohua village often sought to gather toxic flora and fauna for sale, a craft passed down through generations, well versed in the art of detoxification. Several women rode electric scooters straight up the mountain, stopping only when the path became impassable, at which point they dispersed to forage individually. Meanwhile, in the cultivation field, Su Qing was busy digging trenches to plant vegetables. Zhu Xiuyun had brought her a considerable amount of seeds, including the medicinal seeds left by Su Jing from years past. Beyond corn, cabbage, and tomatoes, the remainder comprised spiritual herb seeds collected by Su Jing during his mountain excursions, the nature of which remained a mystery to her. Su Qing also relocated 2 ginseng plants to the cultivation field. With the trench dug, seeds sown, and water poured, she clapped her hands in completion. It was a straightforward task. The cultivation field boasted a water source and some fertilizer, all of which Su Qing utilized. Su Mingwan did not plant fruit trees here. Despite their value, the returns took too long to materialize, which did not align with the Li family's focus on immediate gains. Thus, for several years, the primary crops had been corn and vegetables, never sold, but solely intended to sustain the family. Now, the land lay barren, as the earlier seedlings had been uprooted by Su Mingwan for stir-frying. In a plot of land measuring 1 acre, Su Qing whimsically sowed seeds. Gazing at her burgeoning results with satisfaction, Luo Xilan could hardly bear to watch. Su Qing's haphazard method of burying all the seeds into the earth seemed utterly reckless. Farming, after all, requires a certain level of expertise. Although she had never cultivated crops herself, she had observed the process numerous times. Must they be soaked? It matters not. The worst that could happen is a slight delay in germination. It reminded her of something called priming the seeds. Su Qing, dismissing her concerns with a wave of her hand, recalled that a brief mention of this could be found in the introductory textbooks of botany, while a more thorough explanation awaited in the intermediate level classes. She was uncertain about the specifics, opting instead to plant according to her instincts. Despite being one of the rare wood element superpowers in the universe, Luo Xilan had never personally engaged in planting. Her family's formidable influence and her husband's status as a starry strongman had shielded her from such tasks. Having only observed others in their agricultural endeavors, she chose to remain silent, recognizing that this was merely an opportunity for Su Qing to hone her skills and gradually amass experience. Once all the seeds were sown, Su Qing closed the gate to the cultivation field, aware that the empty plot would not attract any interest from passersby. She then retrieved a mat, seated herself in a meditative posture, and began her cultivation. A vast amount of spiritual energy surged into her body, refining her physical form, while anomalous energies radiated outward, softly permeating the soil and nurturing the buried seeds to take root and sprout. Cultivation involves absorbing spiritual energy, expanding meridians, refining the body, and enabling the dantian to store greater amounts of spiritual energy. After completing a full cycle of the Great Circulation, it is time for lessons. Luo's island does not permit Su Qing to meditate for extended periods. As she is merely 3 years old, there is no necessity for her to engage in rigorous cultivation. A modest refinement of her physique to establish a solid foundation suffices. Typically, one enters the foundation establishment stage by the age of 18, which is already an extraordinary talent. The remaining time should be devoted to the study of other disciplines. The path of cultivation is not merely about sitting in meditation day after day. It encompasses an understanding of techniques, comprehension of the cosmic principles, and knowledge of the various professions within cultivation. Moreover, Luo Xylan excels in alchemy and formations, both of which are among the most challenging subjects to master, necessitating a foundational understanding from a young age. Su Qing sits on a stool, listening attentively and taking notes, questioning anything she does not grasp. The knowledge imparted by Luo Xylan is not extensive. She fears that Su Qing may not comprehend everything, and thus prefers to introduce concepts gradually. Much of her discourse revolves around the wonders of the universe and the specialties of various planets, which, although outdated by millennia, often have only undergone nominal changes. This exposure is essential for Su Qing as the direct descendant of her teachings. Ignorance is not an option. After all, time is on her side. She is capable of enduring for a century. Once Su Qing attains the status of a sage and possesses the ability to protect herself, Luo Xylan will exhaust her energy and fade away. After all, she is but a fragment of the original spirit, sustained until now due to a seal. Otherwise, she would have long since dissipated. Observing that there is still time, Su Qing decides to practice the 9 transformations of the mysterious art. Should there be any discrepancies, Luo Xylan will correct her, explaining that it is a body refinement technique, which Su Qing perceives merely as a system of martial arts, completing a full set of movements. Cultivating her physical form has rendered her body more agile. Previously, Su Qing spent her days cooped up at home, eschewing exercise, and many of her chronic ailments were born from a sedentary lifestyle. Now that she has the opportunity to engage in physical training, she is determined not to be lazy any longer. If Luo Xylan were privy to her thoughts, she would undoubtedly be amused. No cultivator worries about their physical condition. Daily practice, coupled with the refinement of spiritual energy, has rendered her body far superior to one that merely performs physical exercises repetitively. As her cultivation level ascends, the resilience of her body becomes such that ordinary blades cannot pierce it. Zhu Shiyun, observing her diligently reading in the cultivation field, felt a sense of relief. She even cast a glance at the small plot of land that Qing had cultivated, smiling without uttering a word. For the time being, they refrained from planting vegetables, allowing the children to play. Su Mingwan, however, perpetually wore a sullen expression, as if the entire world owed her something. Zhu Xiuyun contemplated intervening, hoping that over time, they would forget the Li family entirely. Given her age, it seemed inappropriate for a mother to constantly lament. Such sentiments were unwelcome and would only foster a rift between them. Chapter 47. Shocked at present, Zhu Xiuyun's thoughts predominantly revolve around her granddaughter. Qing embodies her hopes. This focus has only deepened Su Mingjuan's dissatisfaction and even sparked a tinge of jealousy within her. In the afternoon, Su Qing opted not to tend to the cultivation field, instead remaining at home to study. She was quite busy, needing to learn what her ancestors had imparted as well as the coursework from her junior class. As she progressed to the 4th grade curriculum, her pace inevitably slowed, primarily due to the increasing difficulty. With over 20 subjects to master, even the finest memory could not encapsulate all the material in just a day or two. The myriad theories of the interstellar realm posed a considerable challenge for Su Qing to comprehend. Many of the knowledge systems diverged significantly from those on Earth, particularly in terms of energy frameworks. While Earth primarily relied on mechanical power, the interstellar world flourished with a diverse array of energy dynamics. The plethora of planets and star regions, each with its unique developmental models and an abundance of disciplines, necessitated an extensive scope of study. The average individual's cognitive capacity was insufficient to cope, leaving the majority of inhabitants on primitive planets only able to complete basic education. If Su Qing were truly a mere 3-year-old, she would have been overwhelmed by the burdensome academic load, unable to manage such extensive coursework. While children of her age in the village remained blissfully engaged in play, her demeanor elicited a sense of fondness in Zhu Shuyun, who found Su Qing remarkably easy to care for, so young yet so serene, quietly engrossed in reading and writing. After dinner, they gathered to watch the stars at the village chief's home. Despite the busyness, Su Qing felt a profound joy, provided she could disregard the eccentricities of her biological mother. Meng Shi, as promised, when the holiday arrives this week, you shall join me in cultivating vegetables. Everything we grow will be for our own consumption. Should we happen upon any miraculous herbs, only then will we consider selling them. Absolutely, Meng Shi readily agreed, possessing an unthinking trust in Su Qing. Whatever she proposed seemed inherently correct, without any contemplation on whether a 3-year-old could indeed engage in such endeavors. To the adults, Su Qing appeared merely to be playing house. The following day, she returned to the fields as usual, her heart brimming with joy upon witnessing the seeds had sprouted. Grand Ancestor, do you see? Everything I planted yesterday has germinated. Ah, what is so extraordinary about this? Yesterday, after a brief period of cultivation, you expelled a considerable amount of wood-based abilities. It would be strange if the seeds did not germinate. In my time, I could make a single seed bloom and bear fruit in an instant. Individuals possessing innate talents across various elemental roots are truly exceptional geniuses, exceedingly rare throughout the cosmos, appearing perhaps once in many years. The wood element, in particular, is unparalleled in the realms of planting and alchemy, with its formidable nurturing capabilities that can yield a plethora of spiritual flora. Oh, I shall devote myself to my cultivation, striving to expedite the growth of spiritual herbs so that I may sell them sooner. Upon hearing the elder's words, Su Qing, though not entirely comprehending, nodded in agreement. That will take a century. For now, being able to accelerate the growth of ordinary plants is already commendable. Spiritual plants cannot be summoned into instant existence with your current cultivation level. Only after you enter the nascent soul stage will that be feasible. Otherwise, do you think there are so many wood element practitioners? Why have spiritual herbs remained scarce? Feeling somewhat disheartened, Su Qing realized that it was not as simple as she had hoped. The empire boasts many wood element experts. If cultivating spiritual herbs were easy, there would be an abundance. Indeed, the higher the grade of spiritual flora, the more energy is required for its cultivation. It is all right, elder. Even if I can only cultivate one batch of spiritual herbs a year, I shall be content. I am still young, and I have ample time to accumulate wealth. When I grow older, opportunities to earn will multiply. Su Qing is no child. Such a setback would not defeat her. After nurturing the tender sprouts with a watering can, the following day, the corn, cabbage, and tomatoes she had sown began to sprout. By the third day, the seedlings had grown to half a foot in height. Zhu Shuyun, after briefly visiting to help move things in, would hastily leave after placing Su Qing down, unaware of how her vegetables were faring. In her mind, she believed that it would take at least a week for the seeds to germinate. On the fourth day, the corn in the field had begun to tassel, while the cabbage and tomatoes flourished in lush green clusters, necessitating thinning. Although the corn was planted rather densely, it could grow tall without occupying excessive space. Su Qing recognized that she had sown the seeds too closely together, yet she was uncertain about how to proceed. Luo Xylan had merely informed her that thinning was required, without elaborating on the method. When Zhu Xiuyun arrived to pick up Su Qing at noon, she was beckoned inside. Pointing to the flourishing vegetable seedlings, Su Qing inquired, "Grandma, my seedlings are too crowded. What should I do about thinning?" Zhu Xiuyun was rendered speechless by the sight of the verdant field. Could this truly be happening? Even with the energy stone's power, it typically took 5 days for seeds to soak, root, and sprout. Yet, in just 3 days, the casually sown seeds had grown to over half a foot tall, and the corn was on the verge of tasseling. What an astonishing feat! Zhu Xiuyun stiffly lowered her gaze to her innocent granddaughter, exclaiming, "Qing, how did you manage to grow your seedlings to such heights in merely 3 days?" "I simply watered and fertilized them, then sat here with my eyes closed, urging them in my heart to grow faster. Then they truly grew up, albeit only in these 3 aspects, while the seeds of the spiritual herbs had merely begun to sprout." What spiritual herb seeds had also germinated? Zhu Xiuyun exclaimed in astonishment. Taking a few steps forward, and as she turned past the cornfield, she discovered numerous seedlings had emerged from the soil behind, indeed sprouting. Her mouth agape in surprise. She recalled how her husband had pondered for over a decade without success, yet her little granddaughter, with such ease, had managed to make the seeds germinate. She cast a bewildered glance at Su Qing. It was well known that practitioners of extraordinary abilities possessed a variety of miraculous powers. The elite of the empire often showcased such talents, enjoying a high status within the realm. Zhu Xiuyun had never imagined that her granddaughter might possess such extraordinary powers, particularly of the wood element, especially since Ming-1 also had a wood affinity but had never practiced due to their family's inability to afford the exorbitant costs of training. Clearly, Qingqing's talent was remarkable. Having activated her extraordinary abilities without any prior training, she must be a prodigy. When Qingqing had her talent tested years ago, the result had shockingly been zero. It was evident that the outdated testing equipment at the medical insurance office had failed to detect her exceptional gifts, nearly causing a grave oversight regarding the child's potential. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Zhu Xiuyun's mind, and she swiftly resolved that her granddaughter's extraordinary talents must remain a closely guarded secret. Crouching down, she grasped Su Qing's hand and said, "Qingqing, you must not speak of your ability to grow vegetables. From now on, your grandmother will assist you in tending to the garden. Not even your mother should be allowed in. When your grandmother is not around, you must lock the door, understand?" Su Qing blinked in confusion, struggling to comprehend Zhu Xiuyun's intentions. Was it truly necessary to keep the ability to grow vegetables a secret? Chapter 48, The Acquisition Station. Does the Empire not provide preferential treatment to those who awaken extraordinary abilities? Shouldn't grandmother joyfully report and allow the Empire to nurture her? Qingqing, you are still too young and do not comprehend much. It is quite possible that you have awakened your extraordinary abilities, which is both a blessing and a predicament. If your grandfather were to discover your remarkable talent, he would surely take you away. Do you wish to leave grandmother and accompany them to unfamiliar places? Su Qing's expression changed as she shook her head. That family is exceedingly selfish. If they were to realize her capabilities, they would undoubtedly exploit her to the fullest. Moreover, in a large family, there are numerous conflicts, and as a vulnerable child without any support, she would likely be bullied. She immediately exclaimed, "Grandmother, I do not want to leave you." Zhu Xiuyun replied, "You must remember that the matter of planting vegetables is a secret. Do not disclose it. Even Ming Li must keep it confidential, and your mother cannot speak of it either. You are still too young to understand. Many prodigies meet untimely ends along the way. Our family is neither wealthy nor powerful, so you must learn to conceal your abilities, revealing them only gradually. Grandmother does not know much either. When you grow older and attend school, you will comprehend. Your grandfather often says that a poor child's high talent is not necessarily a blessing. Sometimes it can jeopardize their very life." "Yes, I understand," Su Qing nodded. Grandmother's concerns were indeed valid. Although Zhu Xiuyun lacked formal education and had limited experiences, her life experiences were vast, and she considered matters comprehensively. Summarizing her lengthy discourse, it was essentially that a tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. Well, she is still young and has no need to rush. After all, she has always been a low-key person, preferring solitude in her tasks. Zhu Xiuyun repeatedly urged her to lock the door of the planting field, clasped her hand, and hurried home. Throughout the journey, I pondered how to conceal my granddaughter's abilities, believing that allowing her to cultivate vegetables would squander her potential. Moreover, Qingqing also has a fondness for gardening, even if she does not sell the produce. It would suffice for our own consumption. We must ensure the child does not suffer from hunger in the future. After finishing lunch, Zhu Xiuyun spoke to her daughter, Ming-1. "Please gather the medicinal herbs and wild produce we have collected over the past few days and pack them into the carrying basket. We shall sell them in town." "Ah, mother, we haven't gathered much, and once dried, it weighs even less. Let's accumulate more and sell it in a few days," Ming-1 replied. "There's no need for concern. I have contemplated that the cultivation fields cannot remain fallow indefinitely. We might also purchase a new energy stone to plant in the land. Given that vegetables grow rapidly during summer, we can cultivate several batches, earn some money, and in another 2 years, Qingqing will be ready for school, which entails numerous expenses. We should save more funds." Though she typically approached such matters with a carefree attitude, she paid little heed and thought it would be fine to go. It was a good opportunity to visit the town and relieve some stress. "Qingqing, you should join us. We will take you to the town for some leisure. Do not remain cooped up at home. Encountering more people will help you gain confidence." Su Qing nodded eagerly, thrilled at the prospect of finally stepping out of the novice village to explore the outside world, even if it was just the town. Su Mingwan frowned, contemplating how they would manage so many items while caring for the child, believing it would be better for her to stay at home. However, upon catching her mother's glance, she decided to remain silent and acquiesce to the plan. After their meal, Zhu Xiaoyun and her daughter busied themselves organizing the herbs and wild produce they had gathered. The three of them worked efficiently, secured the door, placed the carrying basket onto the electric vehicle, and set off towards the village outskirts as Zhu Xiaoyun drove. With Su Mingwan and Su Qing seated in the truck bed, it was Su Qing's first visit to the village entrance, as no one had accompanied her prior. Their home lay at a considerable distance from the village, even further than the journey into the mountains. Without a vehicle and burdened with heavy loads, both Zhu Xiaoyun and Su Mingwan would undoubtedly feel exhausted. Driving to transport their belongings and parking the car at the station incurred a significant expense. However, the greenery and transportation in Mountain Spring Village were commendable. The roads were lined with vibrant flora and trees. After a brief journey of over 10 minutes, they arrived at the bus station. Zhu Xiaoyun drove the electric car into the parking area, removed the key, and the mother and daughter donned their backpacks. Holding on to Qing, the trio entered the waiting room. The buses here operated similarly to urban trains on Earth, moving swiftly between various villages and towns with remarkably low fares. Children even traveled for free. Meng Li and his companions took this bus daily to attend school, with the journey taking less than 10 minutes, making it exceptionally convenient. After a short wait, Su Qing spotted the bus arriving at the station, gliding in like a maglev train. The advanced level of civilization in the empire was remarkable. Even a remote area on a primitive planet boasted such public transport. One could only imagine the development of the Central Star System, further igniting her desire to explore it one day. As the bus came to a stop and the doors opened, there were not many passengers heading to the town in the afternoon, just a sparse few from the same village, who sat together, enjoying the opportunity to converse. Regardless of the fact that no one in the village recognizes Su Qing, she quietly sits beside her grandmother, appearing quite obedient. When others inquire of Zhu Xiaoyun about why she brought a child to the town, she smiles and replies that she is taking her child for a stroll to broaden her horizons. The villagers merely chuckle, offering compliments about Su Qing's striking beauty. The 3-year-old girl, with her delicate brows, bright eyes, rosy lips, and pearly white teeth, possesses skin so fair and tender that it seems to glisten with moisture, attracting many curious glances. Before long, the vehicle arrives at Huanglong Town. Villagers come to the town primarily for purchasing or selling mountain goods and fresh produce, each carrying a woven basket. Su Qing finds it peculiar that, even in the age of interstellar advancements, the villagers still prefer using baskets for transporting their goods, which seems rather out of place in the modern vehicle. Few alight from the transport at Huanglong Town. Zhu Xiaoyun, holding Su Qing's hand, cautions her, Qing, you mustn't wander off once we arrive in town. There are many people, and if you get lost, you won't be able to find your grandmother. Su Qing nods, assuring her grandmother, rest assured, I will stay close to you. As they converse, her gaze continues to scan the surroundings. Upon exiting the station, they walk along the road, where the pedestrians are dressed in a more fashionable manner compared to the villagers. The primary mode of transportation here is electric scooters, and occasionally, an old motorcycle passes by, appearing quite worn. Finally, we have arrived. If we had to walk any further, I truly would not manage it. At my age, my health has declined. Back in the day, your father and I would carry you without breaking a sweat on our way to the purchasing station. Before them stood a 3-story edifice, its entrance bustling with individuals entering and exiting. It appeared that this was the procurement station of Huanglong Town, operated by energy food processing factories. These establishments collected the villagers' mountain goods, medicinal herbs, and energy foods, subsequently sorting and dispatching them to the metropolis. There were also stores within Huanglong Town selling energy foods, though their sales were meager, primarily catering to transient visitors, as the local populace engaged in their own agricultural endeavors, resulting in diminished demand. Upon entering, they noticed a considerable number of people already present, burdened with various goods, awaiting verification and weighing. In Chapter 49, Purchasing Seeds, Zhu Xiaoyun and her daughter approached and positioned themselves at the end of the queue, gradually advancing as the line moved forward. Soon, it was their turn. They meticulously produced their items, one by one, placing them on the counter. The staff member inside sorted them into a square container. which displayed different colors according to the classifications. They were instructed to take a slip of paper to another area to collect their payment. In the Empire, cash was obsolete, replaced entirely by digital currency stored on identity cards or anonymous financial cards. Zhu Xiuyun presented the slip to the counter attendant, who promptly scanned it with a device and announced a figure before calling out, "Please provide your identity card or financial card." "All right, here you go," Zhu Xiuyun replied, handing over her identity card. The staff member swiftly processed it through a machine and returned it to her, declaring, "Next." Zhu Xiuyun quickly vacated the counter, securing her identity card and beckoning her daughter Qing to exit the procurement station. "Mother, let us first indulge in some shopping before we purchase the energy stones. Let us proceed to purchase some seeds first, and then acquire some notebooks and pens for Qing." She is apprehensive whenever Zhu Xiuyun reminisces about how her parents treated her in the past. Occasionally, Su Mingwan yearns to draw closer to her daughter. After all, she carried her for 10 months. However, it seems that Qing harbors a significant emotional distance and is reluctant to approach her. The three of them strolled along the bustling street, veering into another lane where the throngs of people increased, flanked by shops and stalls selling a variety of goods. Yet, fruit and vegetable stores were scarce, with the majority offering everyday necessities and restaurants. Su Qing surveyed the shops, finding nothing particularly remarkable. They resembled those on Earth, merely differing in the items sold. Regardless of technological advancements, humanity's fundamental needs remain the same: food, drink, and the essentials of life. They first entered a shop specializing in seeds, where the shelves were laden with an array of seeds, both in bulk and packaged, encompassing vegetables, fruits, grains, herbs, and flowers, alongside some exotic varieties from other planets. Zhu Xiuyun specifically selected seeds for vegetables with lengthy growth cycles, wary of the rapid maturation that had occurred with her granddaughter's vegetables. In the fruit section, Su Qing chose seeds for apples and pears, as Zhu Xiuyun believed that cultivating fruit trees would be advantageous. They could enjoy the fruits at home and potentially sell the surplus. Dreamwest Star lacked saplings for sale, as they were difficult to preserve and prone to energy contamination. Su Mingwan proposed, "Mother, let us weigh some corn and wheat seeds as well. We cannot solely rely on synthetic food. Just look at how Qing hasn't grown much. We should also catch a few chicks to raise, making it convenient to have fresh eggs." Upon reflection, Zhu Xiuyun realized that Qing could no longer consume synthetic food. Although she was unaware of the issues associated with such food, she believed that energy-rich sustenance could enhance one's innate abilities, thereby empowering her granddaughter's extraordinary potential. She grasped Zhu Xiuyun's garment and whispered, "Grandma, could you buy me some herbal seeds?" Zhu Xiuyun was momentarily taken aback. Herbal seeds were exceedingly expensive. Typically, they were purchased by families with children possessing wood-type talents for practice or cultivated in schools to familiarize children with spiritual herbs. The shop had a limited variety in stock. Other seeds were sold by weight, where a mere 2 seeds could yield a vast expanse of crops. However, herbal seeds were sold individually, with 10 seeds constituting a single portion, costing 10 times that of vegetable seeds. Yet, upon witnessing her granddaughter's eager gaze and considering her extraordinary abilities, she readily instructed the shopkeeper, "Please give me one of each type of herbal seed." The shopkeeper eagerly complied, promptly preparing the order. However, Su Mingwan anxiously interjected, "Mom, you're being foolish. The seeds left by Dad are insufficient for Qing's whims. Why spend more money on her? She cannot have everything she desires. It will only spoil her." Zhu Xiuyun shot her a glance, retorting, "Mind your own business. What I am purchasing for Qing is essential. Some talents must be nurtured from a young age." "Indeed, this lady possesses discernment," the shopkeeper chimed in. "If a child shows interest in something, it is imperative to cultivate it, lest one regret it in the future. This little girl clearly displays intelligence and cleverness." The shopkeeper continued to flatter, emphasizing the considerable cost of buying a single portion. Su Mingwan, in her urgency, tugged at her mother's sleeve. "Mom, you know that Qing." "Silence. Speak with more restraint. Do you think this is your own home?" Zhu Xiuyun admonished sharply, interrupting her before she could continue. Su Mingwan suddenly realized that she had nearly revealed Qing's lack of talent, a revelation that would undoubtedly lead to embarrassment. "Mother, how can you squander money like this? You constantly lament about finances being tight, yet you are unwilling to purchase energy stones. How can you waste money on Qing's desire to cultivate medicinal herbs?" Su Mingwan endeavored to dissuade Zhu Xiuyun. Ignoring her, Zhu Xiaoyun turned to the shopkeeper. Please calculate the total cost for us. One moment, please, the proprietor replied promptly. As he began placing all the seeds into a single bag and entered the information into the register. Your total comes to 278 interstellar coins. Zhu Xiaoyun produced her identification card and completed the transaction. Come on, Mingwan, let us purchase some chicks. Otherwise, the planting fields will lack fertilizer. In the village, a portion of the planting fields was typically allocated for raising chickens, ducks, rabbits, and pigs. The manure, once fermented, would serve as excellent fertilizer. The vegetable seedlings that were unfit for consumption and the older leaves could be fed to the chickens and pigs, thus saving on fertilizer expenses. Su Mingwan wholeheartedly supported the idea of raising chickens, as it would ensure a regular supply of eggs. However, she felt a simmering resentment towards her mother for indulging Qing. As the primary laborer in the family, Zhang Liang dared not withhold Su Mingjuan's rations, for the entire family relied on her for sustenance. At this moment, seeing that Zhu Xiaoyun had completed the payment, she could only cast a glare at Qing before stepping outside first. At a vendor selling chicks in the street, a mother and her daughter selected 10 little chickens. They laid a tattered cloth in their basket, placed the chicks inside, and covered it with the lid. Initially, Zhu Xiaoyun intended to purchase a new outfit for her granddaughter Qing, but Su Qing declined, saying, "Grandma, I am still young. New clothes become small within a year and are too wasteful. Please alter one of my mother's old dresses for me instead. We can buy new clothes when I start school." The granddaughter's words melted Zhu Xiaoyun's heart. At merely 3 years old, Qing displayed such maturity, and Zhu Xiaoyun cast a disdainful glance at her own daughter, who once appeared quite clever but now seemed lacking in comparison. Chapter 50. Learning to farm. Su Mingwan scoffed internally, pondering the costs of clothing versus the expensive seeds and medicines, which they never mentioned. They then proceeded to a daily necessities store to purchase energy stones. Here, Su Qing felt a hint of the interstellar world. With an array of gadgets such as light brains, learning machines, communication devices, hover cars, household smart appliances, and robots, all imaginable items were present, albeit mostly secondhand, discarded by urban dwellers. In Huanglong Town, there was only one store selling these goods, which had a moderately thriving business, with the highest demand for energy stones. Due to the extensive agricultural land surrounding the town, nutrient manufacturers from Anyang would also come here to supply goods, fostering commercial prosperity. As they passed a grocery store, the trio picked up some everyday essentials: oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, until Su Mingwan's basket was filled to the brim. Su Qing discovered that apart from basic condiments such as oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and sugar, the earth seemed to lack an abundance of seasonings. It was no wonder that the food tasted rather bland. It was likely that a wider variety of spices could only be found in the bustling cities. While Huanglong Town's low standard of living limited such options, Zhu Xiaoyun said to her daughter, "I will head over to the fields to place the chicks in their coop. And while I'm at it, I shall till the soil and spread some fertilizer. You can stay here to wash the clothes, tidy up the vegetable patch, feed the pigs and chickens, and prepare dinner." "Mom, I want to go with you," her daughter insisted. "No need. It's just a few tasks, and I can manage. I'll install the energy stone, prepare feed and water for the chicks, and spread fertilizer in the fields. That's more than enough work. You stay here and handle things on this side. I'll be off now." Zhu Xiaoyun, fearing her daughter would insist on accompanying her, hurriedly took Qing with her, grabbing the tools and carrying the chicks. Behind them, Su Mingwan remarked curiously, "Why the rush to work? Taking that stubborn girl along every day, always with that sour expression. Not charming at all, and certainly not like her father." Li Mubai was sweet-tongued, showering her with flattering words, and Su Mingwan was undoubtedly enchanted by his compliments, likely disapproving of Su Qing's unappealing demeanor. She was also naturally a diligent worker, her incessant chatter not hindering her tasks. Once she immersed herself in work, her mind was occupied, and her mood lightened a bit. However, in her moments of respite, thoughts of her husband would bring her pain, while thoughts of her daughter would ignite her frustration. As the corn husks boiled in the pot, sitting before the earthen stove, Su Mingwan pondered, "Will I continue to live this way forever?" Her husband had often remarked on how the residents of Bichenseng lived their lives, and deep within her heart, she yearned for such a life of comfort. However, being compelled to divorce had severed her ties to a life of ease, leaving her in a state of discontent. She could not quite decipher the source of her anger. It was simply a sense of unwillingness. At that moment, Zhu Xiaoyun was in the planting field, tending to the cabbages and tomatoes while carefully instructing Su Qing on the intricacies of breeding and sowing, how deep to plant the seeds, and the appropriate amount of water to use. Cultivating vegetables was no simple task. The farmers possessed a wealth of ancestral knowledge and techniques. Of course, Su Qing's extraordinary abilities were akin to cheating. She listened intently. For in her previous life, apart from nurturing flowers, she had never engaged in the cultivation of other crops. Once Zhu Xiuyun had planted the last seedling, she stood up, her brow furrowed as she gazed at the small patch of corn, nearly as tall as a person. The cabbages and tomatoes were faring better, albeit densely planted by Qing, which hindered their growth. But what to do about the corn? It seemed a pity to uproot them just when they were on the verge of maturity. Su Qing noticed her concern and raised her head to address her. Zhu Xiuyun exclaimed with delight, "Really? That makes things easier. Next time, be more mindful when using your abilities. You can't always prevent your mother from coming in. You know how she can be a bit scatterbrained. What if she says something foolish outside and it gets around?" "Yes, I understand. Tomorrow morning, we will come to the planting field to sow seeds, and, while we're at it, harvest the corn," Su Qing replied. "All right, I will first apply some fertilizer to the land. It's about time to clean out the chicken coop and pig pen. I can just toss that manure directly onto the field. It will be just right for tomorrow's use." Su Qing chuckled to herself, hoping that Meng Li would not shed any tears. The following day, Zhu Xiuyun arranged with her daughter for her to venture into the mountains alongside Wang Sanmei, while she took Qing to the fields to plant vegetables. Upon learning this, she replied, "Go ahead. If you don't finish, I will join you in the afternoon." Zhu Xiuyun waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It's just a bit of work. Your mother can manage it. Hurry along. Don't keep your aunt waiting." Once Su Mingwan departed, Zhu Xiuyun gathered the seeds that had soaked overnight, along with energy stones, a sickle, and a stack of bamboo baskets, and headed straight to the new planting fields with Qing. As soon as they entered, Zhu Xiuyun promptly secured the door. Indeed, the corn had grown taller and now bore green ears. "Qing, these corns are still far from being ripe. Did you not say they would mature today?" "Oh, I know. You can meditate here while I tend to the fields. I hope it won't disturb you." "It won't. As long as I keep my eyes closed and you don't wake me," she assured. "Understood." Zhu Xiuyun observed her granddaughter sitting cross-legged on the cushion, attempting to meditate with a semblance of seriousness, reminiscent of the psychic practitioners portrayed in the starry visions. This reassured her, and she thought little of it. After all, how could a 3-year-old truly meditate or awaken any latent abilities? Without proper guidance, would it not pose a risk? This was a common concern in Dream Moonstar, particularly in remote areas where most people were aware of psychic practitioners, but entirely ignorant of the intricacies involved. In the introductory classes, instructors primarily covered the basics, likely possessing limited knowledge themselves, merely reciting simple introductions and describing the practitioner's extraordinary abilities. According to Zhu Xiuyun's understanding, extraordinary abilities are innate, and with the passage of time, they can become increasingly formidable. As for the cultivation taboos and the resources required, she remains entirely oblivious. Indeed, one might say that ignorance can sometimes be a form of bliss. This simple, rural woman still believes that through diligent efforts to earn money, she can nurture her granddaughter into a cosmic powerhouse. Little does she know that the path to becoming a formidable being is winding and arduous. Even the prestigious families from the central star systems, who invest their entire lineage's resources to cultivate a top-tier powerhouse, often find themselves at a loss. Su Qing, under the watchful gaze of her ancestor, is unperturbed by Zhu Xiuyun's presence and begins to meditate, channeling her energy to promote the rapid growth of the nearby vegetables and corn. Chapter 51. The corn has ripened. Zhu Xiuyun busily digs trenches, sows seeds, and covers them with soil, hardly able to pay attention to her surroundings. After an hour of diligent labor, once all the soaked seeds are planted and watered, she lifts her gaze, only to be taken aback. In such a short span, the corn has grown considerably, now ripe enough to be sold as fresh corn to the purchasing station. Even the cabbage and tomatoes, transplanted just last night, have thrived. The tomato seedlings have grown so much that they require a simple support structure, lest they collapse under the weight of their fruit. Qing remains seated in meditation, her eyes still closed. Zhu Xiuyun dares not disturb her, and instead searches for some wooden sticks left over from previous supports to prop up the tomatoes. Upon finishing, she discovers that the tomatoes are on the verge of blooming. Zhu Xiuyun felt both joy and concern. Her granddaughter was still so young, yet possessed such remarkable abilities. What would happen as she grew older? Being so young, it was imperative to guide and protect her, ensuring she did not fall prey to the deceitful charms of men. As Mingwan had, Su Qing opened her eyes and saw Zhu Xiuyun watering the tomatoes and cabbages. "Grandma," she called. "Ah, Qing, you're awake. Has the corn ripened? Can we harvest it now?" Su Qing's gaze shifted to the verdant patch. The corn had indeed matured. "Yes, it's ready. Let's pick it and put it in the basket. I will sell it this afternoon. I'll help." Zhu Xiuyun teased. "You would only be a hindrance. You can't even reach the ears." Su Qing realized the truth in her words. At less than 3 feet tall, she was quite helpless, much to her chagrin. Zhu Xiuyun found her granddaughter's pouting expression quite amusing and smiled warmly. Once other crops were planted, in 10 days or so, Mingwan would not suspect anything. By then, the field would be a lush green. Straightening her back, she patted her shoulders lightly. Working continuously was tiring. As she wiped the sweat from her brow, Su Qing hurriedly brought her a glass of water. Good. Grandma, I've been longing for boiled corn for a long time." Su Qing believed the greatest advantage of cultivating was the freedom to enjoy energy-rich food without worry. She could grow whatever she desired. Ha, you little foodie." Zhu Xiuyun tenderly caressed her head, resolute that the Li family would never be able to take Qing away from her. Although she could not offer Qing a more affluent material life, she would dedicate herself to nurturing the child to the best of her abilities. The members of the Li family, each selfish and self-serving, would surely lead the child astray. After all, the essence of being a person lies in possessing noble qualities. "Grandmother, there are still 2 baskets of corn. Are you planning to sell them in town this afternoon? Leave some for us to eat. We can sell the rest. It would be just right for my mother and me to each carry a basket." "Grandmother, the town is so far away. It's quite arduous to carry everything there. Can't we just buy a cart?" Su Qing pondered that in the future, she would undoubtedly need to frequently transport vegetables and fruits. With a bountiful harvest and no cart for delivery, relying solely on human strength would be exceedingly burdensome. However, a cart is too expensive. We cannot afford it. Even if we could purchase one, the maintenance costs would be substantial. The income of those in the mountains is limited, and how much can one earn from growing vegetables? Our village does have an old cart, primarily used during the autumn harvest to transport grains. If any family has excess goods, they can rent it for a modest fee. Why is it that townsfolk can thrive from vegetable cultivation, yet we in the village cannot cultivate as much? Alas, the town has established large-scale farming. Every year, a multitude of city dwellers come to procure goods, and they can also sell to nutrient processing factories. Our village, however, struggles. We are hesitant to invest a significant sum initially, and, moreover, we must cultivate land. Our annual taxes are paid in grain, while those in town simply have their taxes deducted directly. Su Qing found herself perplexed by the management system of Minjiwexing. Perhaps it stemmed from a fear that if everyone cultivated vegetables, no one would farm, resulting in a lack of food supply. It resembled the ancient policy of prioritizing agriculture over commerce, though she did not fully grasp it. Boiled corn served as their staple food, accompanied by a refreshing salad of cucumbers and tomatoes. In the sweltering heat, such fare was indeed delightful. When Su Mingwan returned home, she arrived just in time for the meal. Spotting the corn on the table, she exclaimed in surprise, "Mom, how could you bear to cook the green corn? 3 cobs per person, go ahead and eat." "You've had a tough time lately," replied Zhu Xiuyun. No matter how much she scolded her daughter, she still cherished her deeply. Su Mingwan chuckled softly, eagerly devouring the corn while deftly using her chopsticks to pick up the vegetables. Su Qing also relished the meal, motivated by the desire to enjoy regular food daily. She called out to her daughter in the back room, "Mingwan, let us head to the town and sell the green corn." She noticed she was increasingly unable to comprehend her mother's intentions, especially with the peculiar decisions she had been making lately. Su Qing nodded in agreement, and seeing her mother's determination, Su Mingwan had no choice but to join her on the trip to sell the corn. At home, only Su Qing remained, and she felt a sense of comfort in solitude. Despite the seemingly harmonious relationship she shared with her grandmother and Su Mingwan, she harbored a lingering wariness. Having grown accustomed to solitude after many years, she preferred her own company, save for her grandmother, Luo Xylan, who was merely a fragment of spirit and not a true person. As her mentor in cultivation, she held no reservations towards her. Yesterday, Luo Xylan had no opportunity to make an appearance until now, when only Su Qing remained at home. As she emerged, she immediately lamented the abysmal conditions of Mengyueshing, expressing disbelief that after a millennium, Such a primitive place still existed. Su Qing listened in silence, refraining from interjecting. Eventually, Luo Xylan grew weary of her own monologue. Noting the lack of response made the conversation rather tedious. She remarked on Su Qing's solemn demeanor, deeming it unappealing, and suggested they return to their lessons. Only then did Su Qing allow a smile to grace her lips as she settled in to await the teachings of their venerable ancestor. Su Qing relished these lessons, thirsting for knowledge that would serve as the foundation for her future stability. The interstellar realm was both enchanting and perilous, a domain where the inept were reduced to mere insects. Luo Xylan, however, often found herself in a state of quiet astonishment. She had been continuously adjusting her teaching pace for Su Qing, who, despite her youth, exhibited remarkable comprehension. Her intellect transcended that of an ordinary 3-year-old. As cultivators, their daily practice of refining their essence naturally enhanced their strength and bestowed them with extraordinary memory, yet innate understanding was a rare gift. At times, Luo Xylan could scarcely believe that she had a descendant of such prodigious talent and insight. Was fate not exceedingly benevolent towards her? From that day forth, Zhu Xiuyun dedicated her thoughts to the planting fields of the new courtyard, making regular trips to the mountains every other day. When not engaged in her agricultural tasks, watering and fertilizing the plants, she would accompany Su Qing in meditation, and in the afternoons, toil alongside Su Mingwan in the fields beyond the village, watering and weeding. She also hurriedly harvested the corn from her home's cultivation plot, anxious that Su Mingwan might question why the corn in their fields was thriving while the green corn had already been sold, thus revealing the truth. During this period, she witnessed firsthand how the seeds she had sown the previous day sprouted the next, climbed the trellis by the third day, forming a verdant wall, and by the fourth day, blossomed and bore fruit, ready for harvest in no time. Fortunately, the seeds were for pole beans and cucumbers, which required support structures. These vegetables took a bit longer to mature, allowing for less frequent seed purchases, as they could be sown in successive batches. The herbs cultivated by Su Qing also sprouted, growing at a normal pace, with only 1 or 2 leaves emerging daily. Little did she know, in Zhu Xiuyun's eyes, the herbs that grew normally would take quite a while to mature in nature. If an adept cultivator were to observe, they would surely exclaim that this was quite abnormal. The newly sown corn and wheat had also begun to sprout. Just 3 days in, the fields were already awash in green. Zhu Xiuyun knew that should she speak of this, no one would believe her. Having erected supports for the beans, cucumbers, and loofahs, she cast a glance at the newly planted sweet potatoes and potatoes, which remained unseen beneath the soil, while the corn and wheat stood out rather prominently, blending into the surroundings. Sweet potato vines were an excellent feed for pigs, a staple in every household in the village. Requiring no special seed purchases, one could simply save seeds from their own harvest. A single sweet potato could produce many vines, which could be cut and planted in a plot, while a potato could be sliced into small pieces, with just a few pieces sufficient for planting. After 7 or 8 days, the wheat and corn began to yellow, signaling harvest time. Zhu Xiuyun completed the task alone, grateful that she had not sown too many of each crop. Aside from assisting with husking the corn, Su Qing was of little help in other matters. Zhu Xiuyun comforted her, saying, "Qing, you are still young. When you grow up, you will be able to assist me with these tasks. This little bit of work is nothing. Your grandmother has grown accustomed to it." After peeling the corn, she spread it out in the new yard to sunbathe, while the corn stalks were stored in the firewood shed for future use. The harvested wheat required machinery for threshing. The bundles of wheat were fed into the machine, which produced wheat grains at the front and chaff at the back. The machinery in Mountain Spring Village was located in the courtyard of the village chief's office. Any household in need could simply swipe a card to pay for its use. It was also possible to grind the wheat directly into flour at a very low cost. This flour could be mixed into synthetic grains for consumption, and Mingwan would remain none the wiser, as corn and wheat had already been replanted in the fields. Once the beans and other vegetables matured, Zhu Xiuyun made several trips to the town to sell them. However, as the harvest became overwhelming, she found herself unable to carry it all and even rented a cart from the village. After half a month, during the 3rd corn harvest, Zhu Xiuyun called her daughter to join her in the work. Su Mingwan had assumed that after half a month, the vegetables would yield just a first harvest, and it would be fortunate if the corn and wheat could even produce ears, not to mention the supply of energy stones. Yet, upon witnessing the scene in the fields, she was utterly astonished. A lush array of vegetables climbed the frames, and the wheat and corn were plump and ready for harvest. Heavens! How did you manage to grow everything so splendidly, mother? It has only been a little over half a month. How can it have grown so much? Zhu Shiyun nonchalantly replied, what is there to it? Your mother possesses a secret for farming. By maximizing the energy output from the energy stones, the vegetables will undoubtedly thrive. This explanation seems reasonable. The energy stone primarily serves to release energy, which in turn promotes plant growth, a notion that Su Mingwan has embraced. She furrowed her brow and remarked, Mother, utilizing the energy stone in such a manner is wasteful. Besides, can the vegetables cultivated this way pass inspection? Su Mingwan opted not to inquire further, picking up a sickle to commence their work. The two women were remarkably efficient, swiftly harvesting corn and wheat, which they transported directly to the village for threshing. Despite the dampness, the purchasing station accepted their yield, as they employed professionals for processing. Once everything was organized, Su Mingwan gazed at the numerous baskets of vegetables alongside several bags of grain, feeling troubled. Mother, this is an overwhelming amount. We will have to make several trips, and it will exhaust us. It would be better to harvest fewer vegetables. Earlier, the mother and daughter had gathered ripe green beans, loofahs, and tomatoes, intending to sell them together, but they had not anticipated such a bountiful yield. Why are you being so obstinate? Selling more will yield enough money to rent a ride to the village. You can go fetch the vehicle, and we shall head to the town afterward. Oh, how could I be so forgetful? Very well, I shall go at once. After Su Mingwan departed, Zhu Xiuyun felt a mix of relief and melancholy, her emotions somewhat complex. Her daughter was indeed easy to deceive. Approaching Qing, who was seated in a corner engrossed in a book, she took a few sips from the cup on the table before speaking. Your mother has not raised any suspicions this time, but over time, who can say? You should exercise restraint in the future. Visiting the fields every couple of days will suffice. Allow the vegetables to grow less conspicuously. We have enough energy food at home. Let us refrain from planting corn and wheat for now, focusing instead on cultivating a few hardy vegetables. Indeed, Su Qing was surprised to discover that the energy she emitted caused ordinary vegetables to grow at such an astonishing rate. Initially, she had intended to cultivate more herbs, but that plan now seemed futile. With her grandmother taking charge of the fields, she could no longer experiment freely. Moreover, with her slender arms and legs, she felt incapable of contributing much, relying on her grandmother's labor. Perhaps she should simply embrace her role as a human charger. She was still young. With ample time ahead, humility was essential. Additionally, she had a mother whose mind was consumed by love, willing to sacrifice everything for it. She feared that Su Mingwan might even consider selling her off just to be with Li Mubai. Her grandmother, Zhu Shiyun, mused that she certainly lacked the ability to induce rapid growth in animals. Thankfully, for if a chicken could mature in 3 days, it would be quite terrifying. Having personally witnessed her granddaughter's formidable powers in recent days left her both astonished and apprehensive. Only then did she grasp why her husband remarked that the emergence of a gifted child in an ordinary family could be both a blessing and a curse. She found herself contemplating the possibility of having Qing stimulate the growth of crops daily, thereby alleviating their financial struggles. Over the past fortnight, she had been able to sell a truckload of vegetables every other day, earning a modest fortune. Moreover, the new storage facility was filled with numerous bags of corn and wheat, with the prices of energy grains remaining quite favorable. Fruits were even more expensive, and the seeds of the fruit trees they had planted had already sprouted, reaching over a meter in height. This was still the result of her restrictions. Otherwise, as Qing had suggested, they would surely bloom and bear fruit within 10 days. Chapter 53. Extraordinary vegetables. Such an astonishing ability, if discovered by the affluent and powerful, could result in them confining Qing, forcing her to cultivate vegetables for them throughout her life. Although the empire offers free education to children with talents above the 5th tier, and exceptional ones receive special training, those with such talents are exceedingly rare. Even possessing talent does not guarantee the activation of extraordinary abilities, as the practitioners require substantial resources for their development. Zhu Xiuyun, despite her lack of intelligence, understood that Qing was unlike all the other children. In the entirety of Huanglong Town, no child had independently awakened their extraordinary powers. They could only gain admission to intermediate schools, where, through study and under the guidance of teachers, there was a possibility of awakening their abilities. It was also said that a significant amount of money was required to purchase a gene evolution potion beforehand. During her inquiries in town over the past few days, She learned that cultivating children to awaken their powers necessitated energy-rich food, and that training required abundant resources. Only by enrolling in prestigious intermediate classes, under the mentorship of renowned teachers, could one hope for success, all of which demanded considerable financial investment. Zhu Xiuyun resolved to continue cultivating vegetables, striving to save money for Qing's future education, while also ensuring her safety from exploitation. The residents of Huanglong Town had a broader understanding of cultivating extraordinary abilities than those in Shanquan Village, particularly with a few children attending intermediate classes in Anyang, where tuition reportedly reached hundreds of thousands of interstellar coins per semester. The exorbitant fees did not daunt Zhu Xiuyun. Rather, they ignited her determination to nurture Qing. For her talent surpassed that of all others. Qing's extraordinary powers needed to be utilized further, yet it would be prudent to delay their activation, avoiding the daily stimulation of the cultivation fields to prevent the vegetables from growing too rapidly and raising suspicions. Recently, she has been in a state of constant anxiety, fearing that Qing might be discovered and taken away. The sound of a flying vehicle echoed outside, as Su Mingwan parked the village's old transport vehicle at the entrance. It was a cargo flying car, equipped with a spacious bed capable of holding a significant amount of goods. The mother and daughter lifted a bamboo basket and placed it onto the vehicle. Su Mingwan turned to Su Qing, suggesting, "Let us take it all. This time we can head to the bulk goods area without waiting in line, and there is plenty of space in the car." Su Mingwan did not oppose the idea, adding, "All right, Qing, hurry and get in the car." Su Qing had previously seen Zhu Xiuyun operating a flying vehicle, but she had never witnessed it take flight. Would it truly soar into the air? Experiencing it firsthand would certainly be delightful. Zhu Xiuyun lifted her into the car and fastened her seatbelt before taking her own seat. Su Mingwan settled into the driver's seat, saying, "Mom, buckle up. I'm about to drive." "All right," Su Mingwan responded, pressing the controls on the dashboard to set the route. The vehicle initially traveled along the village's road, and upon reaching the wider road outside the village, Su Mingwan pressed another control button. The flying car ascended swiftly into the air, soaring towards Huanglong Town at a speed comparable to that of a bus. For Su Qing, this was her first experience in a flying vehicle, and it was indeed remarkable to be in a car that could glide through the skies. The Empire boasts a plethora of transportation options. Within the central star system, one can find spaceships, flying machines, shuttles, flying cars, and hoverboards, facilitating everything from interstellar travel and planetary flights to urban navigation. It is only in primitive regions like Dream Moon Star that such occurrences are rare. Even when they do exist, they are often remnants from other areas, outdated products that only the upper echelons of society can afford to utilize. Many individuals here have never even laid eyes on a shuttle in their entire lives. The old luxury car in Mountain Spring Village, dating back to an indeterminate era, is a notable sight, especially considering that their machinery still relies on primitive electric power as its driving force. With great speed, the journey to Huanglong Town took merely 10 minutes, indeed more convenient than taking the bus. However, each trip incurs a rental fee of 30 interstellar coins, rendering it less economical given the limited goods available. As they approached Huanglong Town, Su Mingwan guided the flying vehicle to descend, transitioning to ground travel. The town was bustling with people and buildings, prohibiting the hovering of vehicles. All must navigate upon the earth. Upon entering the town, the flying vehicle headed directly to the acquisition station, bypassing the main entrance, as Su Mingwan maneuvered the car to a dedicated passage at the rear. This location served as the procurement area for bulk goods, where the front section catered to individual vendors from various villages, each delivering no more than 30 to 40 pounds of produce, while the back section handled shipments exceeding 100 pounds. As soon as the vehicle arrived, staff members promptly approached to assist with unloading. "Ma'am, sister, we are here to help with the unloading," they offered. Su Mingwan and her companions disembarked, opening the rear compartment to allow several individuals to collectively lift all the vegetables, corn, and wheat inside. The verification and weighing processes remained consistent, albeit with larger equipment capable of accommodating greater quantities. Zhou Liang had been transferred from the capital to oversee Huanglong Town, a mere consequence of having offended someone, subsequently being ostracized to this desolate location, devoid of any prestigious goods. He often strolled back and forth, observing the performance of his subordinates, for he was indeed a supervisor here. Suddenly, an old, dilapidated car drove in, undoubtedly belonging to a local villager come to sell goods. As expected, Several baskets of vegetables and a few bags of grain were unloaded. In such a desolate area, one could hardly expect anything of value. There wasn't even a legitimate element ability practitioner. What was available consisted of either wild produce that grew naturally in the mountains or vegetables and fruits from small-scale farms, none of which were particularly noteworthy. However, the subsequent turn of events took him by surprise. After inspection, all the vegetables and grains turned out to be of exceptional quality. This was quite rare, as even in the bustling cities, such premium produce was seldom seen, requiring an exceptionally pure energy to cultivate. With this thought in mind, Zhou Liang approached with a beaming smile and addressed Su Mingwan. "Good day, madam. Did you grow these vegetables and grains yourselves?" Su Mingwan was busy packing the emptied bamboo baskets while Zhu Xiuyun accompanied Qing to settle the accounts. Hearing someone speak to her, she looked up to see a man in a black uniform with a fair complexion standing before her. "Oh, hello. Yes, they are grown by our family," she replied. "Oh, I am the supervisor here. I must say, the quality of the vegetables you brought is impressive. Have your family's crops always been of such exceptional quality?" Zhou Liang inquired. Su Mingwan paused, then shook her head. "How could that be? This is the first time we've grown exceptional produce. It was my mother who maximized the output energy of the energy stones, which resulted in this. We must not waste it in the future, as the money we earn is barely enough to purchase more energy stones." Zhou Liang inquired with astonishment. "Is it true that merely adjusting the output of the energy stone to its maximum allows you to cultivate exceptional vegetables?" He found it hard to believe the claims made by the peasant woman before him. If it were indeed that simple to grow extraordinary produce, then those adept in wood-based abilities and planting techniques would not be so revered. The energy stone is a universally recognized source of power within the empire. If it possessed such capabilities, it would have been discovered long ago. Surely, the reality is not as she portrays it. Of course it is true, but this is a one-time occurrence. The quality of future crops remains uncertain, she replied. Zhou Liang mused that perhaps it was merely a fortuitous yield and smiled. "Indeed. May I ask how to address you?" "I am Zhou Liang. I am Su Mingwan, and over there are my mother and my daughter." Zhou Liang cast a glance at Zhu Xiuyun and Su Qing. Zhu Xiuyun appeared quite ordinary, yet Su Qing caught his attention. This young girl, despite her humble attire, exuded an air of tranquility. Her gaze was icy and devoid of childishness, and her delicate features were strikingly attractive. She looked more like a fallen young lady from the city than the daughter of a peasant woman. Chapter 54. Cultivating Spiritual Medicine for Profit. "Your daughter is truly beautiful," Zhou Liang remarked, prompting Su Mingwan to smile radiantly, even if she was not particularly fond of Qing's personality. "Oh, where is that?" "She is just a little girl." "Well then, Mr. Zhou, goodbye. I shall return with more vegetables when they are ripe." "Goodbye. As long as they remain exceptional, I will certainly offer you a generous price." "All right. Thank you, Mr. Zhou." Su Mingwan waved her hand and took her place in the driver's seat. Zhu Xiuyun and Su Qing were already waiting for her in the vehicle. As they departed from the acquisition station, Zhu Xiuyun inquired, "Who was the man speaking with Mingwan?" "That individual is the supervisor of the acquisition station. He seemed quite amiable and polite, merely asking how I cultivated those exceptional vegetables," Su Mingwan replied. Zhu Xiuyun's expression changed abruptly, and she questioned sharply, "What did you tell him?" "Of course, I informed him about increasing the output energy of the energy stones." Su Mingwan responded. Zhu Xiuyun's gaze tightened. "Did he believe you?" "Whether he believes it or not is beyond my concern." "Mother, why are you so anxious?" "He merely noticed the high quality of our vegetables and expressed a desire for us to cultivate more for him." "Don't think I'm foolish. That would waste too much energy stone. They sell the produce to the big cities at over 10 times the price. Please, do not engage in foolishness in the future. The profits won't even suffice to purchase energy stones." "Understood." Zhu Xiuyun felt a surge of caution. If they were to supply the acquisition station too frequently, would it raise suspicions? Being noticed by the supervisor after just one sale of exceptional vegetables was already concerning. Repeated visits would certainly provoke doubts. It seems prudent to visit the town occasionally, seeking out those convoys passing through for deliveries and inquiring if they purchase vegetables. Despite Huanglong Town's remoteness, there are indeed convoys that come to collect mountain goods, often offering a better price than the acquisition station, focusing mainly on mountain products, medicinal herbs, and exotic beasts. These convoys typically head to Tianhu, near Huanglong Town, to acquire fish and river delicacies. They generally do not accept ordinary vegetables or grains, but exceptional quality produce could be negotiated. The convoys do not arrive daily, They typically come once or twice a week. Zhu Xiaoyun intended to seek an opportunity for inquiry, opting for a discreet approach to selling her goods so as to avoid drawing attention. Upon returning home, it was merely 10 o'clock. When Su Mingwan went to return the village's motorcycle, she learned that the village chief had ventured into the mountains again. Originally, Shangquan village primarily engaged in hunting, with farming serving merely as a supplementary activity, mainly for personal sustenance and the payment of taxes to the empire. The exotic beasts and spiritual herbs found in the mountains constituted their principal sources of income. To live well and enjoy ample provisions, everyone needed to strive diligently. Thus, days passed in a monotonous rhythm. Su Qing would visit the fields to stimulate growth every few days, concerned that her daughter might sense something amiss. Zhu Xiaoyun decided to replant the household's cultivation fields with the same vegetables, ensuring a greater yield and a shortened growth period, thereby delaying any immediate discovery by Su Mingwan. Zhu Xiaoyun then observed for a couple of days before contacting a transportation team, selecting only the finest vegetables to sell to them. Initially, the owner of the team was uninterested, but upon Zhu Xiaoyun's assurance of their exceptional quality and subsequent verification confirming this claim, he agreed to purchase them. They arranged for deliveries once a week, directly to an area near Tianhu, which was conveniently close enough that renting a vehicle was unnecessary. The family's electric bike could suffice, requiring at most 2 trips. The remaining vegetables, of lesser quality and unappealing in appearance, were harvested and packaged for Su Mingwan to sell at the town's collection station, where they would not be identified as premium products, with the occasional exceptional item not being overly conspicuous. As time gradually slipped away, over the course of more than 2 months, Zhu Xiaoyun successfully accumulated a sum of money. At this juncture, several varieties of herbs initially planted by Su Qing were nearing maturity and ready for harvest. The villagers of Shangquan possess a remarkable proficiency in herbal foraging, possessing a keen understanding of the optimal times to harvest medicinal plants. Some herbs are annual, while others improve in potency with age. Zhu Xiaoyun carefully excavated the annual herbs, leaving several varieties to continue their growth. Su Qing instructed her to retain 1 specimen of each for seed propagation, recalling the exorbitant cost of the medicinal seeds purchased previously. It would be far more advantageous to cultivate their own. With Zhu Xiaoyun's unique energy emanating from her, they were certain to yield seeds of superior quality. After gathering approximately 100 pounds of medicinal herbs, Zhu Xiaoyun sold them directly to the caravan. The proprietor, Mr. Yang, purchased them with great enthusiasm, verifying their exceptional quality and offering her a remarkably high price. The earnings from that modest quantity of herbs surpassed the profits she had garnered from tirelessly cultivating numerous batches of vegetables and grains multiple times over. In that moment, Zhu Xiaoyun came to a profound realization. She could no longer blame her husband for insisting that if they could cultivate medicinal herbs, their financial worries would be alleviated. Even Qing had initially advocated for planting medicinal herbs, illustrating that she had been short-sighted, even more so than her child. Had they focused solely on cultivating medicinal plants, life would have been considerably easier. Upon sharing this insight with Qing, the child readily agreed, as Su Qing had always envisioned growing medicinal herbs. Su Qing had previously assumed that her grandmother would persist in cultivating vegetables and grains. However, after a single sale of herbs, her perspective shifted dramatically, revealing that medicinal plants were indeed the more lucrative endeavor. Yet, given the frequent foraging and selling of herbs by the villagers of Shangquan, how could her grandmother have been unaware of this? In essence, this is a matter of perspective. Zhu Xiaoyun is aware of the value of spiritual herbs. However, under ordinary circumstances, the villagers of Mountain Spring Village can only gather common spiritual herbs, which do not fetch a significant price and are of mediocre quality. It is only the perennial herbs, obtained through collective efforts in the deep mountains, that can command a higher market value. These are sold collectively by the village chief, and the individual shares, therefore, appear rather modest. The spiritual herbs that Su Qing's abilities have cultivated possess a purity surpassing that of wild varieties, requiring little to no refinement by an ability practitioner to remove impurities. They are considered high-quality materials for potion crafting. Furthermore, having harvested 100 pounds at once, even if the herbs are not particularly valuable, the price offered will undoubtedly be substantial. It is worth noting that these herbs could potentially multiply in value by 100-fold once processed into potions by alchemists in the larger cities. Zhu Xiaoyun intends to plant herbs throughout the new cultivation fields, which has even brought a sigh of relief from Su Mingwan. Lately, The growth of the vegetables in their fields has been astonishingly rapid. She merely attributes this to a family secret technique, which she cannot disclose. This piques the interest of others, and while she is quite perturbed by the inquiries, her mother mentioned a secret recipe but did not elaborate on the methods. She too has engaged in the cultivation, following the same old routine, questioning the existence of any true secret. Mingwan, let us first harvest the potatoes and sweet potatoes. Once the beans have climbed, we shall cease vegetable planting. I believe cultivating herbs is more fitting. It is profitable, and in the future, we shall exclusively grow spiritual herbs. We should purchase some seeds on our next trip to the town. At this moment, we are harvesting potatoes and sweet potatoes. How much can they grow? Additionally, the leaves of the sweet potato can be fed to the pigs, saving us a considerable amount on feed. Zhu Xiuyun also realized that in her excitement, she had overlooked the fact that they were raising 2 pigs. Su Mingwan thought to herself that they wouldn't have enough time to harvest the potatoes either. Observing her mother's determination, she resigned herself to the situation. After all, it was merely a few plots of land. They could dig them up. And even if the potatoes turned out small and unsellable, they could simply consume them themselves. Chapter 55, A Bountiful Potato Harvest. As for the spirit plants, Su Mingwan only paid attention to them during the initial days of sprouting. They were fresh and invigorating then, but her interest waned thereafter. She believed that as long as there was sufficient energy, any seed could thrive. Others struggled with their crops not sprouting. Yet it was merely a matter of not wanting to expend energy stones. In the past 2 months, the mother and daughter from the Su family frequently rented a flying vehicle to sell vegetables in town, attracting the villagers' attention. Inquisitive, they wondered how the Su family's vegetable yield was so remarkably high. Both women attributed their success to the abundant energy stones they utilized, claiming that the current weather was particularly conducive to vegetable growth, resulting in a substantial increase in yield. Some villagers experimented with increasing the energy output in their fields, and indeed, it enabled their vegetables to grow more rapidly. However, the consumption of energy stones was alarmingly swift, causing many to exclaim that it was unbearable. This approach proved to be unprofitable for the Su family. They would be better off adhering to the traditional farming methods passed down through generations. Even Su Feng opposed their continued waste of energy stones, urging Zhu Xiuyun to reconsider several times. Eventually, Zhu Xiuyun decided to restrict Su Qing's frequent visits to the fields, resulting in a significant decrease in yield. The villagers applauded the Su family's decision to heed their advice. Regarding the cultivation of spiritual herbs, Zhu Xiuyun cautioned Su Mingwan to keep it a secret to avoid inciting others' greed, as many were eager to uncover their family's secrets. Mingwan, you mustn't casually divulge our family's ability to cultivate precious herbs. It is a secret painstakingly developed by your father. We must rely on this for our livelihood to support Qing's education. Su Mingwan, taken aback, inquired, is there truly a secret formula? When did my father devise it? How come I was unaware? Zhu Xiuyun shot her a glance. Do you think he would let you in on such information? You, with your heart set solely on the Li family, would only squander it, allowing them to benefit. If they were to discover this, your father would be utterly heartbroken. Mother, the Li family isn't as dreadful as you portray. They simply live in different circumstances, and their methods may seem unfamiliar to us. Mubai genuinely cares for me. Zhu Xiuyun's temper flared, and she pointed an accusatory finger at her daughter, exclaiming, such words are not pleasing to hear. This struck a nerve with Su Mingwan, who, despite her awareness of being in the wrong, stubbornly retorted, how long has it been? Why do you still bring it up? Just because my father has passed. Should we also follow him into the grave? Regardless of Mubai's faults, he is still Qing's father. What will Qing think of your constant disparagement of the Li family? Regrettably, Su Qing overheard and would likely respond, I have no particular thoughts about it, just speaking casually. As for Su Mingwan, she seemed beyond reasoning. Forever trapped in her obstinate mindset, Zhu Xiuyun cast a glance at Qing, who was engrossed in her studies not far away, falling silent. She feared that as Qing matured, she might resent her for the divorce, for not having fought for a better life for her. Get to work, keep yourself occupied, lest you dwell on nonsensical thoughts that cloud your mind further. Zhu Xiuyun muttered in annoyance and began to dig for potatoes. Su Mingwan, wishing to avoid further quarrels with her mother, lowered her head in silence and bent down to unearth the topsoil. Grasping a potato vine, she pulled with all her might. Yet it remained stubbornly anchored. Reluctantly, she continued to excavate deeper. When the first potato emerged, it nearly prompted a gasp from both women. My goodness, it's as large as a child's head. No wonder it had been so resistant. They proceeded with utmost care, continuing to dig downwards. To their astonishment, beneath the single vine lay an entire cluster, each tuber remarkably large. The plot was too small to accommodate them all, resulting in a dense congregation, forcing the potatoes to grow deeper, extending over half a meter underground. This proved quite laborious, yet despite the effort, the mother and daughter felt a thrill of excitement coursing through them. Farmers cherish a bountiful harvest, and the more, the merrier. This was their first encounter with such a plentiful yield of potatoes, even from a modest area of merely over 10 square meters, yielding an impressive output. While digging, Zhu Xiaoyun cast a worried glance at the sweet potato patch. If left to continue growing, they might transform into giants. She resolved to take advantage of Mingzhuan's trip to the mountains and gradually harvest the sweet potatoes, replanting new vines. The potential consequences of neglect were too daunting to contemplate. Meanwhile, Su Mingwan tirelessly dug for potatoes, wishing that ordinary potatoes could grow to such a magnificent size. Alas, these had been stimulated by energy stones, and her heart ached at the thought of depleting such precious resources. Once all the potatoes were harvested, they dug a little deeper to ensure there were no more potatoes left. Exhausted, the mother and daughter collapsed onto the ground, surrounded by a mountainous pile of large potatoes, each 2 or 3 times the size of ordinary ones. Qing brought over a stack of bamboo baskets, embracing them as she filled them up. Qing, don't move. Your mother and I will handle the packing, Zhu Xiaoyun quickly intervened, stopping her granddaughter. The 2 women rose to begin filling the baskets, but soon found that all the bamboo containers at home were insufficient to hold their yield. Even so, they could not consume it all. Sometimes they lacked the time to sell at the market, and the vegetables from the fields would spoil by the next day. Zhu Xiaoyun had no choice but to keep some for seeds, the only benefit being the savings on seed costs. Typically, families did not retain seeds from their crops due to the uncertainty of germination rates. They would purchase seeds from the shops instead. However, the produce from Qing's efforts was exceptionally plump and suitable for saving as seeds, prompting Zhu Xiaoyun to forego buying seeds altogether. Suddenly, Zhu Xiaoyun said, Mingwan, let us go to Tianhu. Su Mingwan looked puzzled. Why go to Tianhu? Aren't we supposed to sell the potatoes in town? The Tianhu fisheries team will have a convoy coming in today to purchase goods. If we sell the potatoes to them, it won't draw too much attention. You mentioned that Supervisor Zhou always asks you about how we grow our vegetables. Do we want to reveal our family secret? That's true. Mom, can you teach me our secret? Just take your time to learn from me. Don't assume that just because you've farmed for a few days, you know everything. The art of agriculture is profound. If you hadn't frustrated your father to the brink of a fit back then, you would have learned it long ago. All right, Mom. Could you please refrain from bringing up past grievances? By the way, how did you come to know the people from the transportation team? Su Mingwan expressed her discontent with her mother's tendency to dwell on bygone events, although she felt a twinge of regret for her drastic actions, which felt akin to a curse. She recalled her father's prophetic words. To divert the conversation, she continued, a few days ago, I unearthed the purple clover and black lotus as they ripened, intending to sell them. However, the price offered by the collection station was far too low. I inquired with the transportation team, and to my surprise, they do indeed purchase them. The owner is quite amiable and offered me a price double that of the collection station. Really? That's wonderful. But I heard that the transportation team only deals in exotic beasts and spiritual herbs. Do they accept potatoes? I already asked, and they do buy them. Our produce is of excellent quality. I've sold to them once before. With this reassurance, Su Mingwan felt at ease and piloted her flying vehicle towards Tianhu. Chapter 56. Ancestral Martial Arts. Su Qing sat in the courtyard, engrossed in a book, yet her spirits were somewhat dampened. She had initially envisioned the newly established planting field as her secret sanctuary, where she and Meng Li could cultivate spiritual herbs and generate income. To her dismay, she had overlooked her own limitations. While the act of planting seemed deceptively simple, sowing seeds, watering, and fertilizing, she found herself struggling even with the straightforward task of harvesting cucumbers and green beans, as her diminutive stature rendered her unable to reach them. This reality severely dampened her enthusiasm. Perhaps I should let Grandma handle the planting while I continue to recharge my energy, she concluded. Subsequently, her grandmother prohibited her from using the power bank daily, compelling her to remain at home to engage in her studies and cultivation. She refrained from mentioning her gardening aspirations to Meng Shi. Su Qing felt that her understanding of the interstellar era was still inadequate. She had underestimated the marvels of extraordinary abilities, foolishly contemplating a continuous endeavor of cultivating herbs with Meng Shi. Fortunately, that notion never materialized. Had Mingxi divulged her capacity to stimulate plant growth, it would undoubtedly have led to complications. Instead, she resolved to diligently follow her ancestors' teachings and engage in activities befitting her youth. Mingxi, on the other hand, found himself in a quandary. After all, Qing had imparted the ancestral martial arts of the Li family to him, yet he possessed little of equivalent value to reciprocate, resorting instead to the knowledge gleaned from his schooling. Mingxi had attended school for several years and performed commendably in martial arts classes. His instructor had remarked that the martial techniques they practiced were merely foundational skills. More profound techniques required enrollment in intermediate classes or prestigious academies to access. Numerous martial arts secrets were closely guarded by prominent families, forbidden to be shared with outsiders. He pondered whether the Li family would consent to him learning Qing's grandfather's martial arts. Qing, can you truly master the Li family's techniques? What if they discover this in the future and seek to nullify my martial prowess? Su Qing mused, the Li family would never uncover this. Why fret? I have already modified numerous movements, rendering them ambiguous. They will not perceive the truth. Furthermore, do you truly believe you will ever leave Dream Moonstar and encounter the Li family again? Indeed, it seemed unlikely. The chubby boy had previously spoken to Su Qing with great fervor, yet he was acutely aware that he was merely boasting. He recalled the teacher's stern admonition in class, warning that learning another's martial arts without permission was a grave transgression, subject to severe repercussions from the aggrieved party. With a hint of concern, he inquired, "But what if we are discovered?" "There is no what if to consider," she replied confidently. "The rules of the galaxy dictate that strength commands respect. From this moment on, devote yourself to your training, and you shall become invincible across the stars. Who would you fear then? Even the Emperor of the Empire would treat you with deference." Mingxi blinked, slightly confused by Qing's intent, yet grasping that it meant he would be the most formidable and thus fear no one. He pondered that he would likely never leave Dream Moonstar, so why overthink it? With that thought, he set his mind at ease and began his training earnestly. Su Qing would occasionally remind him, "Mingxi, the body refinement technique I have taught you must remain a secret. Do not wield it lightly unless your life is at stake. We are still young, and our minds are not fully mature. We could be exploited or deceived. If anyone discovers your advanced martial skills, they may incapacitate you and force you to divulge your techniques. Can you endure such torment? If you refuse to surrender them, your life is forfeit, and if you do comply, you may not survive, as they may wish to eliminate any witnesses." Mingxi, filled with trepidation, asked, "Can't my parents be informed?" "It cannot be revealed. This is a secret between us. Everything I teach you must remain confidential. Do you wish to be abducted? Torn from your homeland? If the wrongdoers acquire this secret, they may sell you to a mining planet, relegating you to a life of servitude as a miner." Mingxi recalled interstellar films where a family, having obtained a precious treasure, attracted bandits who annihilated them, or wealthy children who were kidnapped and later executed by the criminals. Such scenarios are terrifying. He must keep it a secret, even if it means risking his life to do so. Mingxi nodded vigorously, resolving to no longer show off at school. What if he were discovered? What if his entire family were killed, or worse, he were sold into slavery? Over 2 months passed, and Mingxi made commendable progress in his cultivation of the nine turns mystical skill, to the extent that even Luo Xylan remarked on his exceptional martial aptitude. The mother and daughter of the Su family were oblivious, mistaking their practice of martial techniques for mere games, which only highlighted how inexperienced they had been in their junior classes. Should a martial arts master witness this, they would undoubtedly be left astounded by the notion of referring to it as a game. After Qing completed a full cycle of the Great Zhou Tian, she began to review the lessons taught by the ancestor, poring over the key points in her notes. Whenever she encountered confusion, she would seek clarification from the ancestor. This continued until the door swung open with a loud clang, and Mingxi rushed in, drenched in sweat. "Qing, you are still studying. You spend all day buried in books. Don't you ever tire of it? Let us go play in the mountains during the break." Recently, Mingxi felt his martial arts training flowing increasingly smoothly, and after some testing, he surprisingly advanced to the second tier. The excitement was overwhelming. He had longed to showcase his skills, and capturing exotic beasts in the mountains would be the most impressive display. The junior class at Dream Moonstar held a holiday once a month. Although there were no breaks during regular classes, the duration was short, allowing Mingxi to return home by 3 o'clock. Su Qing's gaze was fixed on her notes as she held a pen in her hand, writing intently without lifting her head. That's fine, as long as you can pass all your subjects during the exam. She chuckled lightly. Perhaps it's better if I study military strategy and martial arts with you instead. Otherwise, you could share a few stories about battles. Drawing from her own experiences, Su Qing advised, you should take advantage of your youth to study diligently. Don't wait until you're old to regret it. Meng Li nodded, feeling that something was amiss. After all, he was still quite young, barely 10 years old. Whenever he interacted with Qing, he often forgot that she was merely a 3-year-old child. He perceived her more like an elderly woman who took pleasure in admonishing him in a didactic tone, causing him to forget that he was the elder brother. Furthermore, Qing was skilled in martial arts, knowledgeable in military tactics, and capable of recounting many delightful tales. Was her grandfather truly remarkable? Why had no one ever noticed this before the Li family moved away? He pulled a chair and sat across from Qing. Opening his backpack to retrieve the homework assigned by their teacher that day. Leaning over the table, he began to work on his assignments. Seeking Su Qing's guidance whenever he encountered a challenging question. He was now considered a diligent student in class, completing his homework daily and receiving praise from his teacher, which motivated him to continue his efforts. Meng Li, you're here. Make sure to focus on your homework. Yes, thankfully, Qing teaches well. Without her, I would surely struggle with many questions. Chapter 57. Digging sweet potatoes. Zhu Xiaoyun, unfazed, laughed. Haha, you always have a sense of humor. What does Qing know? It's impressive enough that she can recognize a few characters. Whenever Meng Qi mentioned that Qing was teaching him his homework, Zhu Xiaoyun always assumed it was a jest. Just moments ago, while in the fields, she happened to encounter Wang Sanmei, who had arranged with Su Mingwan to venture into the mountains the following day to gather mushrooms. Zhu Xiaoyun was not inclined to join. Instead, she wished to take advantage of her daughter's absence to dig up a row of sweet potatoes. She discreetly packed a bag and said to Meng Qi, Granny Zhu, please keep this to sell. Our family has an abundance of vegetables. Meng Qi understood that Granny Zhu was indeed referring to the potatoes. During summer, vegetables ripened quickly, and every household relied on selling them for income. Although they also consumed a fair share. It's just 2 potatoes, what does it matter? Be obedient and take them with you when you leave. Having frequented the Su household since childhood, it was customary for both families to exchange gifts. Seeing Granny Zhu's insistence, he decided to forego further politeness. All right, thank you. Granny Zhu, you silly child, why are you being polite with me? Zhu Xiaoyun chuckled, thinking to herself how this little chubby boy had grown up. Now exhibiting manners and expressing gratitude, something he would not have done in the past. As a farmer's wife, she was perpetually busy, with little time to spare. When Meng Qi departed, he lifted the cloth bag that Zhu Xiaoyun had placed in the corner and was taken aback, momentarily stunned. Why is this bag so heavy with just 2 potatoes? How many did Granny Zhu put in here? Upon opening the bag, he almost gasped in astonishment. Indeed, there were 2 potatoes, each the size of a child's head. Qing, come quickly and see how enormous the potatoes Granny Zhu gave us are. Su Qing cast him a sidelong glance and remarked nonchalantly, Meng Qi, that is indeed true. However, it is merely a large potato. We have encountered such oversized potatoes before during harvest time. Su Qing nodded. Today, having harvested a substantial amount of potatoes, the mother and daughter of the Su family planned to prepare potato pancakes. They selected a few that were less visually appealing and smaller in size, peeling and cutting them into chunks before steaming them until tender. After allowing them to cool, they mashed the potatoes and combined them with a packet of cornmeal and a bowl of flour to form a dough, which they then flattened into thin pancakes, filling them with leafy greens, scallions, and a savory paste, resulting in a delightful dish. The household still had a considerable supply of synthesized grains. Even if the food was unpalatable, it was essential to mix it in to avoid waste. The synthesized corn and wheat required blending in a specialized machine to achieve a palatable consistency. Typically, people preferred to vacuum pack the food for storage in the refrigerator, heating it as needed. In the village, most residents, despite the increased yield of summer crops, were reluctant to indulge in energy-rich vegetables. Instead, they sold their produce to collection stations to save money for their children's education, housing, weddings, funerals, and daily necessities, as financial demands were ever present. Consuming homegrown greens, while somewhat lacking in flavor, was tolerable, causing only mild digestive discomfort, and it certainly did not pose a threat to life. Mixing it with synthesized grains was sufficient to stave off hunger. No one cooked like the Su family. Su Mingwan had grown accustomed to the Li family's meals, where energy vegetables were rarely sold, as most were consumed. Since her mother was willing to enjoy these provisions, and she herself was not picky, she was content to eat whatever was available. Zhu Shiyun understood her granddaughter's capabilities. The household was not lacking in energy-rich food, so there was no need to hold back. Recalling the astonished gaze of Boss Yang when they sold the potatoes that day, she realized there might be complications ahead. They would have to limit Qing's use of her abilities in the future. The following morning, Su Mingwan rode her electric bike up the mountain with Wang Sanmei to forage for mushrooms, while Zhu Xiaoyun took Qing to the new garden plot to dig for sweet potatoes. "Grandmother, I'll help you put the sweet potatoes into the basket after you dig them up," Zhu Xiaoyun said with a furrowed brow. "Qing, I didn't notice at first. Who would have thought that the potatoes and sweet potatoes would grow to such a size? When we went to sell the potatoes yesterday, the owner was utterly astonished. If we sell him the sweet potatoes, won't that draw too much attention? Does he only buy raw potatoes and sweet potatoes? Can't we process them before selling? Cooked items are not accepted. According to the regulations set by the Minjiwexing government, individuals are prohibited from selling processed foods without a license, which is quite difficult to obtain. The transport team merely acts as intermediaries. The goods they collect go directly to factories or large businesses. What about dried sweet potatoes? If we slice the sweet potatoes and dry them, their essence hasn't changed much. They remain raw, much like dried herbs or mushrooms, and they are easier to preserve." Zhu Xiaoyan pondered for a moment. In her understanding, they had always sold to the collection station or paid taxes on fresh produce, never considering an alternative approach of drying the vegetables for sale. "I'll dig up a row to try it out. Even if they don't accept them, we can still eat them ourselves." Zhu Xiaoyan felt at a loss. She arrived at the designated planting field and selected a central row of sweet potatoes. First, she used a sickle to cut away the sweet potato vines. Then she carefully dug into the soil from the side. Indeed, the sweet potatoes were even larger than the potatoes. Zhu Xiaoyan felt a mix of excitement and worry after a lifetime of farming. Who would have imagined that one day she would be troubled by her crops growing too abundantly? Anyone who encounters a sweet potato the size of a basin would undoubtedly be astonished. Even Su Qing gaped in disbelief, exclaiming how extraordinarily large it was. It was inconceivable that, instead of selling it, a family would take an eternity to consume it all. The Empire enforces stringent regulations on primitive planets, and one can't help but ponder how beneficial it would be to process and sell such resources, concealed from the scrutiny of others. Unbeknownst to Su Qing, such management is exclusive to primitive star systems, stemming from a desire to control resources and impose limitations on the rights of the inhabitants. In certain regions of medium star systems in the central star system, the societal structure is vastly different from that of Dream Moon Star. Life there is imbued with freedom. Commerce flourishes, and many individuals can effortlessly establish businesses on the star network. In stark contrast, Dream Moon Star is not even connected to a genuine star network, merely possessing a local planetary network, leaving numerous residents entirely unacquainted with the internet. After more than an hour, Zhu Xiaoyun finally unearthed an entire row of sweet potatoes. Staring in astonishment at the bounty before them, the two were momentarily speechless. "Grandma, how shall we transport the sweet potatoes?" Su Qing inquired. "Do not fret. Allow me a moment to rest," Zhu Xiaoyun replied as she seated herself on the ground, beads of sweat adorning her forehead. After a brief respite, she continued, "Qing, wait here. I will go fetch a wheelbarrow. With a few trips, we can transport them all to the neighboring yard, and then we can slice and sun-dry them at our leisure." Zhu Xiaoyun, unsure from whom she borrowed a single-wheeled cart, first laid a layer of straw within it before loading sweet potatoes, pushing the cart out to the planting field and unloading it into the adjacent yard. She made several trips until all the sweet potatoes were secured. After locking the new yard's gate, she had no time to tend to the sweet potatoes within. Instead, she restored the dug-up sweet potato field, selecting suitable stalks from the cut vines to replant in a row. Once her tasks were completed, she felt the ache in her arms and the fatigue in her legs. She gathered all the sweet potato vines and piled them beside the pig pen to feed the pigs gradually. Dusting off her clothes, she thought to rest after a meal before returning to work. Chapter 58. Dried sweet potatoes. The sweltering heat made it quite uncomfortable to toil in the planting field for half the day. Yesterday, with Su Mingjuan's company, she did not feel overly fatigued, but today, digging alone truly revealed her waning strength. "Grandma, once we earn some money, let us buy a flying car and a planting robot. Relying solely on manual labor for farming is exceedingly arduous." Qing, don't indulge in fanciful dreams. Have you been watching too much Starvision? Our primitive planet cannot compare to those from the central interstellar regions. Merely cultivating some grains and vegetables to dream of purchasing a flying car is sheer folly. But the town's commercial establishments sell planting robots. Yet, few can afford them. Only large businesses or factories make such purchases, and it is the government departments that buy them. Who among us mountain folks has the wealth to acquire a flying car? Su Qing felt helpless. She possessed the capability but could not utilize it frequently, and besides, earning money through farming was painfully slow. How could the societal development of Dream Moon Star be so distorted? Despite the existence of highly advanced technology, many individuals remain unable to afford it. Agriculture still relies on primitive human labor, while the Earth has long embraced mechanized farming. It perplexed Ming Yuesheng that such a technologically superior world still depended on manual cultivation. Perhaps her limited exposure to different regions contributed to her confusion. Other developed areas might not share this predicament. Reality left Su Qing feeling helpless as she observed her grandmother toiling tirelessly, unable to offer assistance, which weighed heavily on her conscience. She was no longer a mere child, and the sight of her grandmother's struggles was profoundly distressing. Qing, do not be disheartened. You have made significant progress in your training. Once I teach you some minor spells, you will find those tasks effortless. The voice of Luo Xylan resonated in her ear. A smile graced Su Qing's face as she remembered that her ancestor was indeed a celestial being. With the acquisition of some spells, those chores would soon become a breeze for her. Zhu Xiuyun busied herself with the planting fields of the new courtyard, delegating the care of their home's fields to Su Mingwan. Each woman took responsibility for her respective area, and both households also raised pigs and chickens. When the workload intensified, the mother and daughter would labor together throughout the day. Over the course of several months, Su Mingwan did not perceive anything amiss. The vegetables simply grew at an accelerated pace. Zhu Xiuyun claimed that her family possessed a secret to successful farming, a statement Su Mingwan initially dismissed. However, after witnessing the phenomenon, particularly the discovery of large potatoes, she began to believe that her father had indeed uncovered a farming secret. The women of the village would venture into the mountains to gather wild produce for sale during their free time, spending the majority of their hours tending to their planting and grain fields. Meanwhile, the men would form teams to hunt exotic beasts in the mountains, and couples would work side by side in the fields at home. This year, the Su family's tasks are far from easy. With the departure of the Li family, the land belonging to the 7 remaining members has been allocated entirely to Su Mingwan. Fortunately, Su Mingwan is still youthful and possesses a robust constitution. Over the past few years, she has been cultivating the fields that once belonged to several households, and the harvest has not been significantly diminished. Moreover, this year she has assistance. Zhu Xiuyun has entrusted her with managing the family's cultivation fields, which has resulted in Su Mingwan visiting the new courtyard less frequently. Since the work is essentially the same, she only goes if Zhu Xiuyun calls for her. Otherwise, she prefers to forage in the mountains to gather wild produce to sell. After a midday meal, when the sun is at its zenith, an unsuitable time for labor, the 3 of them recline on their beds for a brief rest. After 2 o'clock, Zhu Xiuyun rises and informs Su Mingwan in the west chamber of her intention to tend to the fields at the new courtyard. She takes Qing along, gathering their tools before departing. The grandmother and granddaughter arrive at the entrance of the new courtyard, swiftly opening the large gate and entering. They promptly secure the gate, wary of anyone spotting the sweet potatoes in the yard. The courtyard is brimming with sweet potatoes, each as large as a basin, with the smaller ones resembling plates. Selling these at the collection station would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. Zhu Xiuyun retrieves a large chopping board from the newly constructed kitchen, places the cutting knife she brought from home upon it, and finds 2 large wooden basins. She refrains from discarding the basins that the Li family had left behind. Recognizing the cost involved in acquiring such items, every usable piece is retained, including the drying racks for herbs and wild produce. Filling the wooden basins with water, they begin to wash the sweet potatoes. Once cleaned, the potatoes are placed in a basket to dry. Qing assists with the washing, and Zhu Xiuyun, seeing her diligence, does not decline her help. It takes several buckets of water just to clean the sweet potatoes, but they are fortunate that the water resources in Shangquan village are abundant, resulting in minimal expense for water. The sweet potatoes have been thoroughly washed. Zhu Xiuyun cleans the large cutting board with water and begins slicing the sweet potatoes. As the tubers are rather large, each must be cut into smaller chunks before being sliced, all the while attempting to conceal their size. Qing assists by neatly arranging the sweet potato slices on the drying rack. Unable to reach the higher spots, she pulls out a chair to stand on. Zhu Xiaoyun, concerned for her safety, calls out urgently, Qing, come down. You can't reach up there. Your grandmother will handle it shortly. I'm being very careful and won't fall. Su Qing thinks to herself, reflecting on her training as a cultivator, believing it improbable that she would stumble. Seeing that she stands firmly, Zhu Xiaoyun allows her to continue, hoping to hasten the slicing process so she can take over soon, glancing back at her from time to time. All the drying racks have been filled, yet half of the sweet potatoes remain uncut and must be stored in the kitchen until tomorrow. Zhu Xiaoyun tirelessly continues slicing the sweet potatoes, her arms beginning to tire. For several consecutive days, Zhu Xiaoyun and Qing have been engaged in this laborious task, excavating the tubers, washing them, slicing, and drying them. While Su Mingwan and her brother-in-law's family have managed the fieldwork, and Su Mingwan has taken it upon herself to sell vegetables at the market. At last, all the sweet potatoes have been unearthed, sliced, and dried, filling numerous cloth bags that now occupy an entire storeroom. Over 100 bags have been utilized, purchased from the town, which, despite being inexpensive, still amounts to a considerable expense. With such an abundance of sweet potato slices, they must be sold, otherwise, how long would they sustain themselves? On that day, Su Mingwan ventured into the mountains once more, for Zhu Xiaoyun had informed her that henceforth, the profits from the wild produce she gathered would be hers to keep. This declaration invigorated her spirit. During her time with the Li family, she had amassed a modest sum by selling mountain goods, for otherwise, she would have lacked even the means to purchase a garment. Upon returning to her maternal home, she initially toiled alongside her mother in selling vegetables, only to have all earnings, including the support funds from the Li family, collected by Zhu Xiaoyun. Su Mingwan, however, was not oblivious to Zhu Xiaoyun's intentions. She understood that her mother had only one daughter, and eventually, all would belong to her. Since Su Qing had begun using her extraordinary abilities to hasten the growth of vegetables, Zhu Xiaoyun had seldom ascended the mountain, dedicating herself entirely to the cultivation of their fields. The wild herbs and produce were solely collected by Su Mingwan, who was encouraged by Zhu Xiaoyun to retain the proceeds from their sales. With the sweet potatoes having been dried, they needed to devise a means to sell them, exchanging them for interstellar currency, as they could never consume all that they had harvested. In the morning, Zhu Xiaoyun first watered all the vegetables before summoning Qing. Come, let us inquire if Boss Yang is willing to purchase the dried sweet potatoes. Grandma, how shall we go? Qing replied, the electric cart has been taken by my mother, and the village's flying vehicle is also commandeered by the village head to the town. As they journeyed, they observed the flying vehicle being driven away by the village head, reportedly to deliver goods to the town. As for the electric cart at home, Su Mingwan had taken it up the mountain. Now, they were left pondering how to transport their goods. Zhu Xiaoyun nonchalantly remarked, it's nothing. I'll borrow an electric bike from someone and use it for half a day. In Shanwan village, every household possesses an electric bike. These vehicles are simple in design, powered by electricity, making them quite affordable. Every family in the village can afford one. In contrast, sophisticated household devices, flying vehicles, and robots necessitate expensive energy stones to operate, which renders them unattainable for the villagers. Chapter 59. The Yang family fleet in the Central Star System. A prominent family can own numerous planets. A single agricultural planet can be managed by just a few individuals, with operations entirely automated through advanced machinery. Most labor-intensive tasks are performed by robots, while humans merely oversee and direct the processes. Zhu Xiaoyun found it difficult to fathom such a scene, truly embodying the saying that poverty and primitiveness constrain one's imagination. In the hearts of the Shanquan villagers, the greatest happiness lies in being able to eat well, dress warmly, and live peacefully, oblivious to the vast chasm that separates their way of life from that of the empire's other regions, a distance akin to half a universe. Zhu Xiaoyun borrowed an electric bike from a familiar villager's home, loaded it with several bags of sweet potato chips, and had Qing sit atop the snacks as she drove straight towards Tianhu. The lake was merely a little over 10 miles from Shanquan village, and the journey took just 5 minutes by bike. A flying vehicle would have made it even quicker, had it not been for the abundance of potatoes last time. They would not have needed to rent a flying vehicle to make the trip. Su Qing felt an immense sense of joy as her grandmother took her out for a leisurely stroll. She was eager to see the world beyond her village. Upon departing from the village entrance, they drove along the main road in the opposite direction of Huanglong town for about 10 minutes, until they came across a cluster of residences. The streets were lined with numerous vendors selling aquatic delicacies such as fish, shrimp, and crabs. Zhu Xiaoyun explained to Qing that these vendors hailed from nearby villages around Tianhu and made their living through fishing and aquaculture. The town's fishing teams were also based here. The atmosphere was bustling with activity. Those wishing to indulge in seafood could purchase directly from the vendors and then pay a small fee to the fishing team to purify the chaotic energies, making the delicacies safe to consume. However, it was predominantly the affluent families who could afford such luxuries, while the local villagers seldom indulged, and even when they did, they were reluctant to spend money on purifying the chaotic energies. Zhu Xiaoyun cautiously navigated her electric vehicle to a nearby square where a multitude of cargo vehicles were parked. These were large trucks, significantly taller and longer than the village's old-fashioned cars, capable of carrying substantial loads and transporting goods to any location on Mingwestar within 2 days. As Zhu Xiaoyun approached on her electric scooter, a man alighted from one of the trucks and called out from a distance, "Sister Zhu, you've come. What delightful items do you bring today?" Su Qing observed the man. He was tall and robust, with a sun-kissed complexion, clad in a specially tailored black outfit. And he smiled warmly at them. Zhu Xiaoyun dismounted her vehicle and replied, "Boss Yang, today I don't have any fresh goods, just some dried ones I prepared myself. Are you interested?" Yang Daong inquired. "Are they medicinal herbs?" Zhu Xiaoyun shook her head, clarifying that it was not herbal medicine but rather sweet potatoes cultivated in her own garden, recently harvested. Concerned about their preservation, she had dried them into sweet potato chips to show him if they could be accepted. "Sweet potato chips, let me see their condition," Yang Daong said as he approached. He was familiar with sweet potatoes, yet he was uncertain about the consumption of the dried variant. Zhu Xiaoyun gently set Su Qing down and opened a cloth bag, inviting Yang Daong to take a closer look. Inside were slices of golden sweet potato chips, having lost their moisture and significantly reduced in weight, yet capable of lasting longer. Yang Daong inquired, "How do you consume these sweet potato chips?" He was aware that sweet potatoes could be steamed, roasted, or cut into pieces for frying, but he had never seen anyone prepare them in this manner. Despite having delivered goods to various malls and nutritional factories, they could also be placed directly into a grinder to be milled into flour, suitable for making cakes or steamed buns, which taste delightful and are less prone to spoilage. Yang Daong observed that there were only 10 bags, totaling about 500 pounds, which was a mere drop in the bucket for their team. "Well, Zhu Dajia, since your sweet potato chips have shrunk considerably, I trust you will offer me a better price." Yang Daong chuckled, "Rest assured, I will double the price for you." "That sounds wonderful. Thank you, young boss. Now, let us proceed to verify the weight. Is this lovely girl your granddaughter? She is truly beautiful." Yang Daong was immediately captivated by Su Qing. In such a remote area, encountering a girl of such exquisite appearance was a rare delight. Moreover, after Su Qing infused her energy into her body and diligently practiced daily to refine her physique, she naturally exuded an innate elegance and grace that could not be concealed even by tattered garments. "Indeed, my granddaughter, with no one else at home. I shall take her along." Yang Daong placed all the dried sweet potatoes into the inspection equipment. Several indicator lights illuminated, the progress bar steadily ascended, energy levels soared. And there were no toxins or other mixed energies present in exceptional quality. Yang Daong chuckled. "Well, I thought it was just dried sweet potatoes. Who would have guessed? I merely brought some for you to see, to decide whether you wish to procure them. I still have plenty at home, and if they sell well, I shall deliver them all to you." All right. Give me your card, and I shall transfer the payment." Yang Daong handed Zhu Xiaoyun his financial card and processed the payment for the dried sweet potatoes. The convoy was set to depart Huanglong town at 12 o'clock, so she needed to hasten her pace. Su Qing waved goodbye to Yang Daong, saying, "Uncle, farewell. You must wait for Grandma to bring the vegetables." "Ha, of course." As he watched the pair of grandmother and granddaughter recede into the distance, Yang Daong murmured to himself, "They truly do not resemble children from the mountain village. Their appearance is far too exquisite. While Zhu Dajia's daughter is not particularly striking, her little granddaughter is exquisitely charming." Yang Daong, in his 40s, owns a transportation fleet and resides in the prestigious Mingwei city of Minjuexing, embodying the essence of the middle class. The Yang family earns their livelihood through hard work, with their greatest aspiration being for the next generation to gain admission into a distinguished imperial academy and to produce a high-level ability master. However, aspirations often clash with reality. His grandfather had such hopes for his father, which went unfulfilled. His father harbored similar dreams for him, yet those two remained elusive. Now for his son. the standards must be tempered. Yang Daiyong's foremost wish is for his son, Yang Wei, to enroll in the only higher education institution on Minjuexing, the Xinghua Academy, and to become an ability master. To this end, he diligently nurtures his son, ensuring he attends the finest schools and providing ample resources for his training, even procuring a bottle of the expensive gene evolution liquid. His efforts bear fruit as his son successfully gains admission to Xinghua Academy, which, although not an imperial institution, fills him with contentment. Yang Wei possesses fire-type abilities and has chosen pharmacology as his major, a field of great popularity. Graduating from the academy will open doors to numerous research institutes and large pharmaceutical companies eager to recruit him. With his son well prepared, the Yang family's standing will ascend. And when Yang Wei establishes his own family and begets a grandson, it is certain that the next generation will surpass the current one. Additionally, the Yang family operates a small boutique store that sells energy-rich fruits, vegetables, and grains, following a premium business model, which has been performing reasonably well. When Zhu Xiuyun first inquired, Yang Daiyong initially declined, but upon learning that it was a special product, he consented to accept it, as it was for his own convenience store. Each time Zhu Xiuyun delivered goods, he accepted them all, provided they met quality standards. In Chapter 60, titled Mingyue City, Yang Daiyong lamented the hardships faced by those in the mountains. Their limited exposure rendered them oblivious to the lives led by the inhabitants of Mingyue City. The roughness of Zhu Deseo's hands spoke volumes. He offered assistance to the best of his ability, for those goods were but trifles to him. Yet they constituted the very essence of survival for Zhu Deseo's family. Zhu Deseo proved to be quite adept at farming. With rudimentary tools, she cultivated exceptional vegetables, demonstrating genuine dedication. Yang Daiyong, hailing from Mingyue City and possessing a breadth of experience, certainly did not covet the modest yield of a peasant woman. His demeanor starkly contrasted with that of Zhou Yang, making Zhu Xiuyun fortunate to have encountered Yang Daiyong. Should she not sell to Boss Yang, her only recourse would be to deliver to the purchasing station in Huanglong Town. While small quantities were manageable, larger deliveries necessitated visits to the individual vendor counters, where Zhou Liang, the supervisor, was seldom present. However, upon significant deliveries, he would undoubtedly engage in tiresome conversations with her and her mother, unable to assist. Su Qing could only sit cross-legged in a corner, meditating with closed eyes. Her grandmother, perceiving her state, refrained from disturbing her. It had been several days since she had practiced in the fields. It was time to replenish the energy of the vegetables. Zhu Xiuyun observed Qing meditating once more and chose not to disturb her. Swiftly, she harvested the green beans, cucumbers, loofahs, and tomatoes, placing them into a bamboo basket until it was filled to the brim. After gathering 5 baskets in total, she ceased her efforts when there was simply no more room in the cart, securely locking the door before delivering the produce to Boss Yang. The situation was markedly different from the past. During times when the fields were barren, and with Qing in meditation, it was imperative to keep the door locked. After completing a full cycle of meditation for merely an hour, Su Qing opened her eyes and saw her grandmother fertilizing the vegetable garden. Once the fertilizer was thoroughly mixed with the soil, sowing could commence. The previous batch of herbs had fetched several thousand interstellar coins, and after deducting the costs for seeds and energy stones, a substantial profit remained. Zhu Xiuyun was wholeheartedly focused on cultivating more herbs. In the afternoon, Yang Daiyong, having concluded his aquaculture endeavors at Tianhu, led his convoy away from Huanglong Town towards the next procurement point. After taking a 2-day respite, they were set to undertake a new delivery task, simultaneously transporting goods while acquiring more, aiming to earn some profit from the price differences. This journey would span several days, but their advanced freight vehicles were expertly equipped to maintain the freshness of the goods. Mingyue City stands as the heart of the Dream Moon Star, characterized by towering skyscrapers, broad thoroughfares bustling with vehicles and crowds, commercial districts, residential areas, schools, government offices, and various entertainment facilities. If Shangquan Village epitomizes life in the 1980s on Earth, Mingyue City reflects the lifestyle of the 2030s, where technology has been utilized to its fullest potential. It is also the location of the spaceport for Dream Moon Star. The colossal airport sprawls over an immense area, encompassing nearly 5% of the planet's surface. It accommodates everything from ordinary aircraft to interstellar warships and spacecraft, with a bustling array of cargo vessels traversing its expanse. A wealth of premium resources from Dream Moon is exported, while exotic products from other star systems arrive in abundance. The splendor and advanced technology here are beyond Su Qing's imagination, surpassing Earth's capabilities by leaps and bounds. When she passed away, humanity had yet to breach the speed of light, confined to terrestrial travel without the luxury of interstellar exploration. Yang Daiyong's convoy is but a humble string of delivery vehicles within this grand metropolis, with many specialized routes prohibited to them. The convoy first heads to a nutrient solution processing plant, where they unload all the exotic beasts and mountain goods. After settling their accounts, they proceed to the next apothecary, delivering all the herbs, culminating at a large trading establishment where all aquatic products are pre-ordered by them. The demands of each establishment are not static prior to procurement. Yang Daiyong's company engages in signing contracts to ensure they stock according to orders. This enterprise yields modest earnings. Yang Daiyong pilots a small cargo flying vehicle, instructing others to load it with vegetables, fruits, and the sweet potato chips from the Su family. The family-run fresh produce supermarket is managed by his parents and wife, while Yang Daiyong focuses solely on inventory. Business is neither booming nor faltering. Once his son, Yang Wei, successfully graduates and becomes a pharmacist, their family will ascend to a higher social echelon, undoubtedly leading to a more fortunate existence than that of the city's underprivileged. Every bustling metropolis harbors a shadowy side, where a multitude of impoverished individuals struggle to survive beneath the poverty line. The lower echelons of society are often the most populous in these urban landscapes. They form the very foundation of the city, embodying those who genuinely create value through their lives. These individuals labor tirelessly each day, earning meager wages, residing in dilapidated housing, and subsisting on synthetic foods and nutritional supplements, all while selflessly contributing to society throughout their lives. The Yang family, however, has fared better, a result of 3 generations of toil and perseverance. They established a transportation company boasting over 100 freight vehicles alongside a fresh market, positioning themselves within the middle class of Minghua City. Compared to the underprivileged, their family enjoys a significantly improved standard of living, never resorting to synthetic foods. Most of their earnings are dedicated to nurturing their progeny, harboring hopes of ascending the social ladder. Yet, the burdensome cost of tuition and training materials sometimes leave the Yang family feeling overwhelmed. Fortunately, their son, Yang Wei, has proven himself, successfully gaining admission to Xinghua Academy. Yang Daiyong envisions a future where, in a couple of years upon Yang Wei's graduation, he can finally take a breath of relief. The family also has a daughter, Yang Shui, who is just 8 years old. He anticipates that in 3 years, he will be able to invest in her education as well. Alas, life offers no shortcuts to success. One must always strive, for complacency marks the beginning of decline. As Yang Daiyong's freight vehicle came to a halt in front of their supermarket, his father and wife hurried out to assist with the unloading. The family's establishment, though modest at just over 50 square meters, is filled with an array of energetic fruits and vegetables. Together, the 3 of them brought in various fresh produce. When Xiaomei, Yang Daiyong's wife, noticed a preservation box filled with yellow, flat-dried goods and curiously inquired, "What is this you've brought?" "Oh, Sister Yu is quite astute, having devised such an excellent method. The sweltering heat indeed poses challenges for preservation, and I can hardly fathom their lives in the remote mountainous areas. Thus, I have accepted every shipment she has sent. Even if they are difficult to sell, we shall simply keep them for our own consumption." Zhao Mei nodded, feeling it is only right to lend a helping hand. They are not wealthy, yet they possess kind hearts. Chapter 61. The Harvest of Wheat that evening. At the Yang family dining table, a large platter of steamed sweet potato slices was presented. Yang Shui, ever curious about fresh food, was the first to pick up a piece. Upon taking a bite, her eyes lit up. "Mom, this sweet potato is delicious. It has much more chewiness than steamed sweet potatoes. I absolutely love it." The other members of the Yang family followed suit, sampling the dish and nodding in agreement. Indeed, it was quite delightful. "Honey, you could prepare some in advance tomorrow. Cut them into pieces for tasting. I'm certain people will enjoy it. It makes for a perfect snack." Zhao Mei nodded in acknowledgement. From the following day, the Yang family supermarket launched the new sweet potato slices, which quickly became a hit. Alas, the supply was limited, totaling just over 500 pounds. Zhao Mei grew anxious about the potential shortage. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. She could slice and dehydrate the sweet potatoes already sold in the supermarket, steam them afterward. The flavor would be nearly the same, albeit with a slightly different texture. Still, many would eagerly purchase them. 2 days later, As Yang Daiyong's convoy was about to set off, Zhao Mei incessantly reminded him to inquire whether Sister Zhu had any more sweet potato slices. Hers are the best. They have a taste reminiscent of sunshine, while the dehydrated ones lack that essence. Yang Daiyong nodded, realizing that the recent surge in sales of sweet potato slices had unveiled a new business opportunity for him. He could produce them in bulk for wholesale distribution. In the tranquil village of Shangquan, the Su family led a life of simplicity, tending to their fields, nurturing pigs and chickens, and selling their produce in the town. At times, Zhu Xiuyun would accompany her daughter, while on other occasions, Su Mingwan ventured alone. When a bountiful harvest of vegetables was ready for sale, they would occasionally hire a cart for delivery. Each time they made a delivery, Zhou Liang, the supervisor at the purchasing station, would attempt to engage in conversation. Yet Su Mingwan remained indifferent, offering little response. Zhu Xiuyun, wise with age, spoke with impeccable discretion. Moreover, with Qing visiting the fields every 3 days, the quality of their vegetables varied, not always being of the finest standard. Gradually, Zhou Liang's interest waned, yet he remained persistent. He noted that Zhu Xiuyun's age made her less susceptible to his advances, while Su Mingjuan's naive disposition made her an easier target. He believed that even a simple country girl could be swayed with charming words, trinkets, and fine garments. One day, while delivering vegetables to Boss Yang at Tianhu, Yang Daiyong expressed his desire for sweet potato chips, indicating that he would take as many as she could provide. This news brought immense joy to Zhu Xiuyun, who eagerly agreed. Upon returning home, she rented a cart from the village and filled it to the brim with sweet potato chips from their storeroom, closing the door only when there was no more room left. When Yang Daiyong saw the cart overflowing with sweet potato chips, he was momentarily taken aback, wondering if Sister Zhu might be deceiving him. Just how many sweet potatoes had her family cultivated? He called over a few helpers to assist with the unloading, and after verifying the quality, which remained exceptional, he felt reassured. The weight is astonishingly nearly 3,000 pounds, all derived from sun-dried produce. This begs the question of just how many raw sweet potatoes were required to yield such an amount. Yang Daiyong, filled with curiosity for the first time, inquired, Sister Zhu, your cultivation plot is only a little over 1 acre. How could you possibly grow so many sweet potatoes and still have enough space for vegetables? As he inputted figures into the affluent machine, he swiped Zhu Xiuyun's financial card and handed it back to her, informing her that the payment for the sweet potatoes had already been transferred. Zhu Xiuyun received the card, tucking it away carefully. Once she confirmed that the busy workers were oblivious to their conversation, she whispered, Boss Yang, I am aware of your good nature and the care you have shown me. To be frank, my family does not possess only 1 cultivation plot. We have 2, and the other belongs to my daughter. Yang Daiyong chuckled, oh. Then your daughters-in-laws must have quite a bit of faith in you, allowing you to assist in selling their vegetables. Zhu Xiuyun offered a bitter smile. Indeed, I have no shame in admitting this. I won't elaborate further, but I simply wanted to clarify that we have 2 cultivation plots. Yang Daiyong nodded, refraining from probing further. It was perplexing how her daughter could have married an extraterrestrial, as there were indeed many aliens exiled to Dream Moon Star. Such occurrences were not uncommon, and rather than feeling disdain, he found himself sympathizing with Sister Zhu and her daughter. Generally, these extraterrestrials were banished to the remote areas of Dream Moon Star, far from bustling cities, which would never accommodate them. As for their future survival, the government merely ensured they would not starve, leaving the rest to their own devices. In their quest for stability, they sought to integrate with the locals, and marrying local residents proved to be the simplest and most effective means of gaining acceptance from the community. Yang Daiyong concluded, all right. As long as it's from your family's harvest, I will purchase it all. Ah, do you accept the pigs and chickens I raise, along with the eggs? Yang Daiyong assured, absolutely. I will offer a price higher than that at the Huanglong Town purchasing station. Splendid. It's settled then. Thank you, Boss Yang. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Goodbye, Sister Zhu. Yang Daiyong waved as he watched her depart swiftly. By the way, he hadn't inquired where Boss Yang hailed from or whether he was knowledgeable about child-rearing. He often traversed various places, well-versed in many matters. Surely he would know. Next time, I shall seize the opportunity to ask. Previously, they merely exchanged pleasantries while selling vegetables. Had it not been for Boss Yang's inquiry today, she wouldn't have mentioned Mingwan's situation. Voicing it made her feel a little closer to him, and in the future, she would gather more information regarding children's education. In the blink of an eye, the vast fields outside the village began to turn golden, the wheat ripening as the annual harvest season commenced. Some families in the village, anxious about the impending harvest, had already begun to reap by hand. Who knew when the town's harvesting machines would arrive? If rain were to fall, the good wheat might be ruined. Moreover, the town's harvesting machines charged a fee, albeit a modest one. Every family sought to save wherever possible. This year, the Su family faced considerable effort during the harvest, especially with the addition of the Li family's 9 mouths to feed. However, Su Feng insisted that their family of 6 should not merely wait idly. Surely they could manage to harvest a couple of acres of wheat themselves. Time was of the essence, and the entire village was bustling with activity. Zhu Shuyun could not persuade her brother-in-law, so she suggested they first harvest his land, leaving Su Mingwan's larger plot for last, to be done by machine. Su Feng agreed but insisted they first complete the harvest of Zhu Shuyun's modest plot. Zhu Shuyun contemplated that since the 2 families' fields were adjacent and her own land was limited, it wouldn't take much time to assist. Thus, the 6 members of the Su family joined the fervent autumn harvest, while the school in Huanglong town granted a 10-day vacation for the wheat harvest. Many older children became the primary labor force, while the younger ones picked up stray wheat ears. As they gazed at the sun-dried grain, everyone was busily engaged in their tasks. In Chapter 62, The Beginner's Spell, Zhu Shuyun was responsible for preparing meals at home and delivering water and food to the workers in the fields. She meticulously washed the tomatoes and cucumbers, chilling them in the refrigerator before placing them in a basket. 2 large buckets of hot water steeped with chrysanthemums and dandelions were loaded onto the cart to be taken to the field. The laborers would enjoy a bowl of tea to quench their thirst and cool their bodies, followed by refreshing bites of chilled cucumbers and tomatoes, which invigorated them for another round of work in the fields. With some free time, she too needed to contribute. She couldn't simply stand by. It wasn't just the Su family. Every household was engaged in the frantic wheat harvest. Families queued to use the village's threshing machine, with each household allotted a maximum of 30 minutes. Given the size of the Su family, 2 members were responsible for transportation while 1 monitored the pile of wheat, which soon grew into a small mountain. When it was the Su family's turn, the 3 women worked in unison. 2 tossed the wheat into the machine while 1 held the sack open to catch the grains. Once filled, they secured the sack and exchanged it for another. In less than 30 minutes, they completed the threshing of a substantial heap of wheat. This cycle of diligent labor continued until dusk, with everyone drenched in sweat and weary from the toil. Zhu Shuyun no longer scrimped on energy-boosting foods, recognizing that Qing could facilitate the growth of corn and wheat in just 2 days. Why should she still hold back on nourishment? Su Feng gazed at the lavish spread before him and remarked, "Sister-in-law, you have outdone yourself. Why have you even slaughtered the chickens? Shouldn't they be left to lay eggs?" He encouraged everyone. "Come on, let us indulge. After all, we have toiled hard. How can we recuperate without a proper meal? Tomorrow, we must resume our labors." "Well then, with such a feast, how can you not be delighted? Hurry and eat. We have more work awaiting us tomorrow." Wang Sanmei skillfully filled a large bowl with noodles, drenching them in sauce before placing it before Su Feng. The others, unbidden, served themselves and began slurping down the noodles with fervor, as if a tempest were sweeping through, rapidly depleting the dishes on the table. Zhu Shuyun promptly offered a chicken leg and a wing to Su Qing, knowing her granddaughter's delicate nature would prevent her from eagerly taking food for herself. 2 days later, Zhu Shuyun and her uncle Su Er's fields were finally harvested, and the family busied themselves with drying the wheat, anxious to protect it from the rain that could dampen their efforts. As for Su Mingzhuan's land, Zhu Shuyun deemed it excessive and decided to wait for the harvester to arrive. "Tomorrow, it will be the turn of Shangquan village. There's no need for us to fuss. We will simply tally the grain together when the time comes." In Huanglong town, there was but one large, state-of-the-art harvester, which, upon making a circuit of the field, would thresh, dry, and bag the wheat, proving far more convenient than manual labor. The Li family also awaited the machine for their harvest, which would directly deduct taxes as in previous years, to which Su Mingwan readily agreed. After all, the wheat deducted would eventually be returned to her uncle. Her mother's grain was essentially her own, benefiting everyone involved by simplifying the process. Zhu Shuyun believed her daughter had finally emerged from her struggles, and a secret joy blossomed within her heart. As for Su Qing, she is indifferent to such matters. She is quite occupied, you see. At home, she assists in boiling water and brewing tea, tends to the fields, and helps feed the chickens and pigs. She also takes the time to nourish the plants. Her ancestor has begun to teach her some spells, and she has made considerable progress. Manipulating objects has become a simple task for her. and she has even mastered rain summoning and dust cleansing spells, among others, which have proven to be immensely helpful in her daily life. When she cannot reach something, she merely gestures, and it descends to her. A simple dust-cleansing spell renders soiled garments pristine once more. To water the vegetable garden, she employs a spell, and instantly, moisture in the air condenses into raindrops that fall to the earth. These experiences have fascinated Su Qing for quite some time, and she has also uncovered a remarkable secret. She can transform the vegetables grown outdoors into energy-rich produce. On one occasion, Zhu Shiyun harvested a basket of bok choy from her personal plot, intending to prepare pickled cabbage for storage. Su Qing, wishing to enhance the flavor of the bok choy, inquired with Luo Xylan about the best method to achieve this. Zhu Shiyun, puzzled, asked her, "Mingwan, what happened to the bok choy you took?" "Of course, I sold it, mother. The quality of the bok choy you grow is exceptional, indeed a fine product," Su Mingwan replied while placing the basket into the storage room. Zhu Shiyun, alarmed, pressed, "What did you say?" "The bok choy you took was accepted by the purchasing station without any issues. Rest assured, mother, there is truly no problem. I have been keeping a close watch. They would not dare to deceive us. It is not uncommon for our vegetables to be top quality. If they attempt to trick me, I will report them to Supervisor Zhou and have their wages deducted." Zhu Shiyun was somewhat bewildered. Could it be? How is that possible? "Mother, why are you daydreaming? Did you pull out the cabbage just to sell it?" It's nothing. Zhu Shiyun concealed her inner confusion, unable to comprehend why the vegetables grown outside, even if they were not genetically modified seeds, had not been detected as energy vegetables during testing. It was quite perplexing, and she couldn't directly inquire with Mingwan, who was still in a muddled state. Hearing their conversation in the courtyard, Su Qing diverted her gaze from her textbook and quietly said to Luo Xylan beside her, "Master, could the cabbage be affected by my actions?" "Of course. The testing machine measures the purity of energy. If you've absorbed all the spiritual energy, that basket of cabbage must certainly meet the purity standards." Luo Xylan replied with a chuckle. "Does that mean I can freely cultivate herbs outside, and the collection station won't be able to detect anything?" Su Qing asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Absolutely," Luo Xylan confirmed. Su Qing realized she had unlocked yet another skill to earn money, ensuring she would not go hungry in the future. However, Luo Xylan always seemed to douse her enthusiasm with cold water. Stop fixating on trivial matters like selling vegetables or herbs. Once you master alchemy, a single pill can exchange for an immeasurable amount of worldly wealth. In my day, I exclusively used spirit stones for transactions. I had no regard for mundane currency, as it held little value. Su Qing sighed, "Master, please don't always discourage me. I need money right now. And who knows how many years it will take to learn alchemy. I can only focus on the immediate needs." "All right, I understand. Just make your own decisions. After all, you haven't experienced such hardships." Su Qing felt a sense of helplessness, burdened by the presence of a venerable ancestor of noble birth, whose incessant criticisms accompanied her every meal and movement. Chapter 63. Purifying Energy. Naturally reticent, Su Qing had spent her previous life in seclusion, plagued by overwhelming self-doubt and a profound dislike for herself. Her inability to articulate her thoughts and her lack of intelligence often led to harsh judgments from others. This constant criticism rendered her sensitive and ultimately shattered her mental state, making it impossible for her to engage in normal interactions. Luo Xylan often remarked on her good comprehension, yet Su Qing recognized that it was merely the result of decades of experience. Even the most foolish individual could acquire a modicum of wisdom over the years. Deep down, Su Qing harbored a belief in her own foolishness, with the trials of her orphaned past subjecting her to scorn, which only heightened her sensitivity. Criticism from others terrified her, and even a single disparaging remark could leave her despondent for an extended period. Consequently, she refrained from initiating contact with others, including her biological mother, Su Mingwan. It was painfully evident that Su Mingwan harbored disdain for her, perhaps even hatred, prompting Su Qing to maintain a distance unless absolutely necessary. To her, her mother was akin to a stranger, far less significant than Mengli. In contrast, Luo Xylan, a distinguished daughter from a prominent lineage, enjoyed a smooth path to immortality. Her personality was the antithesis of Su Qing's. Initially, Su Qing found it intolerable to endure the criticisms from her ancestor. However, as she became more acquainted with Luo Xylan, she realized that such critiques were simply part of her nature, a disdain for the mundane mindset of common folk. With time, she grew accustomed to this dynamic, learning not to take it to heart. Moreover, it prompted Su Qing to begin paying attention to her posture and demeanor, for such qualities must be cultivated gradually, subtly permeating one's essence. After the cabbage incident, Su Qing discreetly confided in Zhu Xiuyun the reasons behind the events. The revelation left Zhu Xiuyun in a state of shock for 10 minutes, still harboring doubts. Thus, one day while delivering goods to Boss Yang, she purposefully picked a basket of vegetables from her own garden for Qing to handle, intending to take it along and, should any issues arise, simply claim it was a mix-up. Upon arriving at Tianhu and meeting Boss Yang, Zhu Xiuyun felt a surge of anxiety as she fixated on the basket of vegetables. To her astonishment and delight, she discovered her little granddaughter possessed such remarkable abilities. She had previously inquired about Boss Yang's background and learned that he hailed from Minghua City, the very heart of Dream Moon Star. Regarding the matter of children's education, Boss Yang mentioned that those with special abilities must choose their professions early on and receive dedicated training in a specific direction, necessitating abundant resources. His son had endured considerable hardships to gain admission to Xinghua Academy, graduating as an apothecary, and at that moment, Boss Yang's face radiated pride and brilliance. Zhu Xiuyun, however, scoffed inwardly, dismissing it as nothing extraordinary, as he was merely from Minghua City, having spent a fortune to secure his son's place in a local academy. Her granddaughter, Qing, had awakened her abilities at the tender age of 3, without any reliance on resources or rare treasures, and she was certain that in due time, Qing would surpass Boss Yang's son, possibly gaining admission to the Imperial Central Galaxy. Of course, neither of the two spoke of this matter, both agreeing that it was wise to keep their fortune discreet. Su Qing, having mastered the art of sorcery, chose not to disclose this to her grandmother. It was prudent to maintain secrecy. She was acutely aware that revealing her newfound abilities could overwhelm the ordinary peasant woman, who might find the revelation too much to bear. Furthermore, she could hardly explain the manner in which she had acquired such skills. After the autumn harvest, the Su family's wheat, once taxes were settled, could also be partially sold. Each year, during this season, merchants would visit the village to procure grain. Provided the price was reasonable, villagers readily sold their surplus, ensuring enough provisions for their families. Together, Zhu Xiuyun and her daughter had amassed several tens of thousands of jin of grain, and they were eager to sell it. As their home was overflowing, with sacks piled up to the roof, Zhu Xiuyun, feeling for Su Mingwan, proposed that they keep the wheat they had grown for their own consumption, suggesting that Su Mingwan sell all the wheat from the Li family's land, keeping the profits for herself, as if they were a compensation from the Li family. Overjoyed, Su Mingwan nearly erupted in celebration. Selling all the wheat would yield several tens of thousands of interstellar coins, all for herself. Her mother was truly the best. She had never held such a sum of money before. With the wheat harvested, the fields needed to be replanted with corn, soybeans, red beans, and green beans. Some families would also plant peanuts and millet, which could be consumed and sold alike. Although genetically modified crops lacked flavor, their high yield made them a staple for many impoverished families, serving both as sustenance and a source of income. The entire Su family participated in the sowing and watering of the fields. Su Ershu and his family were exceptionally considerate towards Zhu Xiuyun and her daughter, continuously assisting with the farming and the autumn harvest without a hint of complaint. Even though Su Mingwan occasionally felt a pang of selfishness, she couldn't help but feel a sense of obligation. Thus, she made a special trip to the town to purchase 2 bottles of fine wine for her uncle, 2 new garments for her aunt, and a gaming console for her 2 younger brothers. That time, she did not come empty-handed. She took away numerous bags, having scarcely shown any filial piety to her own parents. Now, having gained wisdom, she expresses gratitude towards her younger brother's family, which marks a significant improvement. However, there remains a matter that vexes Zhu Xiuyun. Mingwan persistently inquires about the farming secrets left by her father, asking to be taught. Yet, there are no secrets. It is simply the extraordinary abilities of Qing. After Zhu Xiuyun confided in Su Qing suggested, "Grandma, let us fabricate a secret recipe for Mom, otherwise, she will never relent." They both understood Su Mingjuan's stubbornness. But how do we concoct one? Farming merely involves sowing, fertilizing, watering, and weeding, skills everyone possesses. Although Su Qing lacked profound knowledge of agriculture, she was aware of the fundamental needs of plants: nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and photosynthesis. Thus, she devised a plan based on these essentials. "Grandma, we should think of a few unique methods, ones that differ from conventional farming." At her age, Zhu Xiuyun found it taxing to fabricate such elaborate notions. Eventually, the grandmother and granddaughter sat in the fields, pondering deeply and brainstorming together until they arrived at a few ideas. The first was to change the soil in the planting field every year, preferably selecting rich black soil from beneath large trees on the mountain. The second involved taking the ashes from the household stove and mixing them evenly into the soil before sowing. The third, and most crucial, was to gather the internal organs and bones of exotic beasts, crush them into a paste, and combine them with the organic fertilizers from home. If all 3 points were adhered to, they believed it would be quite easy to cultivate exceptional vegetables. Whether it would actually work remained uncertain, but at the very least, they had concocted a tale that would surely deceive Su Mingwan. Indeed, Su Mingwan was quite convinced. She diligently purchased some exotic beast entrails to mix into the fertilizer and busied herself with changing the soil and incorporating ash from the stove, thoroughly engrossed in her tasks. Observing her fervor, the grandmother and granddaughter paid her no mind, each occupied with their own endeavors, Su Qing immersed in her studies and cultivation, while Zhu Xiuyan busied herself with planting vegetables and herbs in their private plot. Since discovering that the vegetables grown outside could also be sold as energy produce, Zhu Xiuyan's confidence had soared, leading her to cultivate a considerable amount in their garden. The plants thrived naturally outdoors, benefiting from the abundant sunlight, rain, and fresh air, along with the natural pollination from various insects. Although the garden vegetables were not meticulously cared for, they grew at a commendable pace. Yet, what kind of ability this was, Su Qing did not comprehend, and Zhu Xiuyan was not entirely certain either. Zhu Xiuyan frequently sold vegetables and had become acquainted with Yang Daong. Engaging in casual conversation about his family's affairs, she contemplated that since Boss Yang resided in Mingyue City and had a wealth of knowledge, feigning curiosity to ask a few questions would not raise his suspicions. Thus, after Yang Daong settled her bill, she remained and pretended to be inquisitive, inquiring, "You raise your own, like the pigs and chickens and the eggs. The exotic beasts I collect are purified by specialized ability masters before being sold in supermarkets. The higher grade ones are transported to other planets, while the lower grade ones, much like the river delicacies from your fishing team, can also be processed using energy filtration machines." Zhu Xiuyan chuckled. "Energy filtration machines, I know of them. So, it turns out that ability masters can do this kind of work as well." Her words evoked laughter from Yang Daong. Indeed, not every beast can be handled by an ability master. Typically, purification is the realm of lower-tier ability practitioners. Those with slightly stronger capabilities often find themselves in desirable positions. Thus, everyone eagerly strives to awaken their abilities. For becoming an ability master is akin to ascending to great heights, elevating one's social standing, and availing numerous privileges, ensuring a lifetime free from financial worries. Oh, are those ability masters who can handle medicinal herbs equally impressive, like your Yangwei? Haha, Sister Zhu, that is not quite comparable. The ability masters who can manage both beasts and medicinal herbs are quite numerous due to the lucrative nature of their work. My Yangwei has been accepted into an academy. Upon graduation, he will become a pharmacist, a profession that commands even greater respect and status, earning income exponentially more than others. Yang Daong spoke with pride. After his son graduates, he would belong to the upper echelons of society on Dream Moon Star. Your Yangwei will also be able to adjust the energy of medicinal herbs, enhancing their quality. I'm not entirely certain about that. Perhaps he can, though it should be rather simple. However, pharmacists primarily focus on concocting potions, refining spiritual herbs into medicinal liquids. I believe so as well, Boss Yang. It truly makes one envious to have such a fine son. Indeed, it has taken our family 3 generations of effort to nurture him. I have expended an immeasurable amount of interstellar currency during his intermediate classes to facilitate his early awakening of abilities. A single gene potion costs several million. The spiritual herbs he has wasted in practice amount to several large carts, all accumulated wealth. Zhu Xiuyan's expression revealed astonishment. Ah, you have spent so much money just for him to become a pharmacist? In the heart of Zhu Xiuyan, a sense of worthlessness lingered. How many interstellar coins would be required? Regardless of the expense, it was all deemed worthwhile. Children are the debts of a previous life, having brought them into existence. One naturally wishes for their well-being, ready to pay any price. At last, her efforts were not in vain. He had indeed achieved success. Yes, indeed. Zhu Xiuyan responded somewhat absent-mindedly. Upon returning home and sharing this with Su Qing was taken aback. She had not anticipated that merely attending school could be so costly. Grandmother, you need not worry. There will surely be a way when we arrive at the mountain. We shall begin saving gradually. If it comes to it, I will strive for excellence in my exams, and perhaps the school offers scholarships. Furthermore, those with talents exceeding the 5th tier may attend school for free. Zhu Xiaoyun nodded in agreement. After all, the child was still young. With 2 more years until entering the junior class, there was no rush. She would endeavor to earn money. After the wheat harvest and the completion of planting corn and beans, the villagers found themselves with some leisure time. One day, Wang Sanmei visited her sister-in-law. The two sat together, engaging in idle conversation. Sister-in-law, I must tell you, tomorrow we will go to the neighboring Taohua village to arrange a match for Wang Ping. I have heard that the girl is quite admirable, diligent and efficient, with a family background that aligns well with ours. If the two find favor in each other, we will arrange their marriage after this year's autumn harvest. Congratulations are in order then. You are to acquire a daughter-in-law. Your household will soon welcome another member. Someone to assist with the labor. Indeed, isn't that the essence of our lives? To bear children and live well. The two middle-aged women shared a profound connection as they discussed the marriages of their children and the intricacies of daily life. Outside, Su Qing was immersed in her book, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She relished this atmosphere, devoid of scheming, hurtful words, and disdainful sarcasm. Everyone's thoughts were uncomplicated as they led their ordinary lives. However, her brows furrowed slightly. Recently, Su Mingwan had ceased her endeavors in the fields and instead frequented the town with remarkable zeal. Zhu Xiaoyun had just bid farewell to her siblings and glanced at the time. It was time to prepare the meal. She went to the fields to gather some vegetables. The weather remained warm, so they would continue with noodles for lunch. She had departed for the town quite early, and although a sense of unease nagged at Zhu Xiaoyun, she dismissed it. In their region, there had been no incidents of robbery or theft for centuries, let alone murder. Furthermore, a patrol team ensured the safety of the town, making it exceedingly unlikely for anything to go awry. Su Qing nodded in agreement, suspecting that Su Mingwan had gone on a date. Her thoughts echoing that love-stricken women often lacked sense. Could she not even inform her grandmother? She lifted her bowl and began to eat her noodles, still a child, uninterested in the affairs of adults. Zhu Xiaoyun, feeling flustered, had never encountered such a situation before. Meng Li reassured her, Grandma Zhu, do not worry. I will take care of Qingqing. This was indeed their lifetime savings, along with the compensation from the Li family. In a state of desperation, Zhu Xiaoyun dashed to Su Feng's house, flinging the door open and exclaiming in a panic, Su Feng, third sister, Su Ping, Su In, come quickly with me. The Su Feng family rushed out, seeing Zhu Xiaoyun's pale face, and inquired, Sister-in-law, what has happened? Please, do not panic. Su Ping had already prepared the electric bike, awaiting their departure. You all go ahead. I will be here at home, so you need not worry. Zhu Xiaoyun boarded the electric car as Su Ping drove swiftly with the 3 companions towards the station. Chapter 65. The search. The 4 arrived at Huanglong town precisely at 5 o'clock. The purchasing station had not yet closed. Zhu Xiaoyun, slightly agitated, declared, let us first inquire at the purchasing station. Sister-in-law, I shall accompany you to the station to gather information. Su Ping, Su In, you two should separate and ask around the town if anyone has seen your sister. We will reconvene at the station. Understood, Dad. We shall take our leave. Su Ping and his brother opted for different paths, seeking information from nearby residents and shopkeepers. Zhu Xiaoyun and Su Feng hurried to the purchasing station. At this hour, the station was nearly devoid of sellers, with staff busy packing up the day's goods, sorting similar items into large cardboard boxes, awaiting the freight vehicle for collection. Zhu Xiaoyun approached the counter with determination, exclaiming, Hey! The men and women working glanced her way, one woman scoffing dismissively, Who knows who your daughter is? She is not a child. There is no need for concern. She won't get lost. Zhu Xiaoyun had no time for petty arguments. Spotting a familiar face among the crowd, her eyes brightened. Xiao Zhao. Miss Zhao, my daughter and I frequently come to sell goods, always of the finest quality. You praised the quality of my vegetables before. Have you forgotten? A delicate girl lifted her head and glanced at Zhu Xiaoyun, as if recalling something. Her expression turned somewhat unfavorable, yet she still managed to wear a professional smile as she approached and said, It's you, madam. Your daughter indeed came by this morning, selling a basket of vegetables and herbs before leaving. I have no knowledge of her whereabouts. Thank you, young lady. Please, carry on with your duties, Zhu Xiaoyun replied, departing from the counter with a sense of disappointment. After the two had left, someone inquired, Xiao Zhao, how do you know her daughter? With a knowing smile laced with a hint of jealousy, Xiao Zhao responded, "Not only do I know her, but all of you do as well. Who exactly are you referring to? How would we know?" This piqued everyone's curiosity, turning their attention to Xiao Zhao. With a disdainful expression, Xiao Zhao remarked, "Isn't she the village woman who's been getting cozy with Zhou Yang lately? She may not be particularly attractive, yet he seems infatuated with her. It's evident where they've been sneaking off to, and now her mother is searching for her. How shameless." "Oh, so it's her," the crowd acknowledged, their understanding dawning. An older man furrowed his brow and said, "Xiao Zhao, you shouldn't speak so harshly. Mind your words. People are engaging in a legitimate relationship. How can you call that shameless? It seems to me you are simply envious." "What? Jealous of her?" The young woman named Zhao exploded, her voice rising in indignation. "That woman is of average appearance and divorced. How could she possibly compare to me?" The man dismissed her with a glance, replying, "What did you say?" "Zhou Yang has been reassigned," the young woman surnamed Zhao exclaimed, attracting the surprised gazes of those around her. She quickly added, "Well, I must admit I am a bit astonished. There was no hint of this beforehand." Another responded, "Even if there were whispers, they wouldn't share it with you. It's better to remain grounded, focus on your work, and refrain from daydreaming." The group exchanged glances, falling into a silent diligence, except for the Zhao girl, who seethed with unexpressed anger. As Zhu Xiaoyun and Su Feng exited the acquisition station, Zhu Xiaoyun suddenly had a thought. "Su Feng, let us inquire further at the back. Sometimes when there is an abundance of vegetables, we rush to deliver them without delay." "Indeed, we should hurry. We must ask before the workday ends," he replied. The two hastily made their way to the rear, where a spacious area behind the building was filled with large freight vehicles, and industrious workers were busily loading goods. Zhu Xiaoyun finally spotted a familiar worker and grasped his arm, inquiring, "Young man, may I ask you something?" "Oh, it's you, Andy. What brings you here at this hour?" "Delivering goods?" he responded. No, I'm not here to sell vegetables. You recognize me, don't you? My daughter and I frequently come to deliver." She replied with a chuckle. "Of course, Auntie, how could I forget you? You and your daughter have become quite the celebrities at the acquisition station." The young man's words carried an odd undertone, which Zhu Xiaoyun failed to perceive. Not understanding fully, Zhu Xiaoyun pressed on. "What do you mean by that?" "Auntie, you may not know, but your eldest daughter is dating our supervisor Zhou." Zhu Xiaoyun gasped. "What? What did you say? They are seeing each other? How could I be unaware of this? You must be joking. How could I deceive you? We all know that when Sister Sue arrives with deliveries, our supervisor's eyes light up, bustling around her like a devoted attendant. You have witnessed it yourself." Eventually, the supervisor began to shower her with gifts, and gradually, the two became close. "Now, you tell me, what is the point of Mingwan continuing to pursue a relationship when he has already left?" Zhu Xiaoyun's heart blazed with anger. She had never seen her daughter behave so foolishly. Suffering once was not enough, and yet she repeatedly made the same mistakes, lacking discernment. Could it be that her naive daughter intended to squander their entire savings on him? When her father was around, she did not dare to act so recklessly. But now emboldened, she even resorted to stealing. This time, even Su Feng was alarmed and hastily remarked. Being a man, he pondered deeply, suspecting that the man had deceived Mingwan merely to gain access to the family's money. As a mere worker, he felt out of place and was not well acquainted with the supervisor, yet it was evident that he shared a close relationship with your daughter. "Well, this conversation cannot continue. I still have work to do." The man was not inclined to elaborate further, ignoring the two and directly proceeding to move the goods. "Sister-in-law, let us step outside to check if Su Ping and the others have found Mingwan." Zhu Xiaoyun's mind was in a daze. It was only through others that she learned her daughter was in a relationship, and still, she remained oblivious, even learning to hide things from her. What sort of person was that Zhou Liang? Silver-tongued and cunning, he was clearly not a man of integrity or stability. How could Mingwan be so gullible? This was driving her to the brink of exasperation. Could it be that now that he had left, she intended to follow him? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Zhu Xiaoyun's mind. Surely Mingwan would not do such a thing to her. After all, she was her own mother. Upon reflecting on this, with a pallor of despair, she grasped Su Feng tightly. "Su Feng, do you think Mingwan will abscond with all the family's money to elope with that man?" "No, she wouldn't he do that to me. Her father and I have raised her with great effort since childhood," Zhu Xiaoyun murmured to herself, uttering words devoid of any convincing power. Chapter 66. Elopement. Initially, they believed their daughter had matured, yet they discovered the situation to be far graver. She dared to pilfer all the family's savings to run away with a man. Although Su Feng harbored similar thoughts, he felt compelled to console his sister-in-law, whose emotional state was on the brink of collapse and could not endure further distress. Zhu Xiaoyun weakly declared, "Let us proceed as you suggest. Let us go." Su Feng hurriedly steadied his unsteady sister-in-law. "Be cautious, sister-in-law. I'll support you." "No, I'm fine. Let us just go." In her moment of mental distress, she momentarily lost her balance. The two hurried to the bus station, where Su Feng helped Zhu Xiaoyun to a seat and comforted her. "Sister-in-law, do not rush. We will search thoroughly." Zhu Xiaoyun's forehead was lined with tension, her breath shallow as she pressed her hand to her heart, tears threatening to spill. They had only one daughter, whom they had cherished and nurtured, despite the necessity of labor. As villagers, they all grew up working the land and mountains. They had never wronged her in any way. How could Ming once so callously plunge a knife into her mother's heart? Once was not enough. She had to strike again, this time with even greater severity, effectively dismantling their entire household. Though Su Feng continuously offered her solace, she understood in her heart that Ming Wan had likely run away. "Father, have you found Ming Wan?" Su Ping hurriedly rushed into the station. "No, we have inquired. Has anyone seen Ming Wan?" "We asked, but no one has seen her. We specifically inquired with the shop owners and street vendors, and they all claimed they had not seen her." Clinging to the last vestige of hope, Su Feng contacted the village head, Wu Yud, using the public communication device provided at the station. Upon hearing the news, village head Wu readily agreed, instructing them to call back in about 10 minutes for updates. However, when Su Feng dialed the village's communication device again 15 minutes later, the final glimmer of hope was extinguished. The person had vanished without a trace. What were they to do? Su Feng, no longer hesitating, firmly declared, "Sister-in-law, we must ascertain where Ming Wan has gone and with whom. We cannot find her on our own. Let us file a report and enlist the help of the patrol team. There are surveillance systems throughout the town that can surely assist us, and even if she has gone far, identification is still required." Zhu Xiaoyun abruptly rose to her feet, exclaiming, "Let us go file a report. I am determined to discover where she has gone." Ultimately, they needed to obtain definitive information, and Zhu Xiaoyun, having not witnessed it herself, was unwilling to accept otherwise. The four of them hurried to the patrol team in town, where personnel were on duty around the clock. Upon entering, someone immediately inquired about their purpose. "Please provide the relationship between the documents and the missing person, as only direct relatives have the authority to file a report." "Sister-in-law, present your identification, and please state Ming Zhuan's identification number." Zhu Xiaoyun handed over her ID card, saying, "This is my identification card. The missing person is my daughter, Su Mingwan, and her ID number is 87640. 9750, understood. Please take a seat while I verify this," said the officer from the patrol team, whose demeanor was exceptionally courteous. This was indeed a significant news event for Huanglong Town. It was the first time he had encountered a case of a missing person. And if something unfortunate had transpired, it would escalate into a serious incident. He engaged with the holographic interface, retrieving several screens displaying the surveillance footage from various locations in the town, focusing on the area near the collection station. He began reviewing footage from around 9 a.m. And by approximately 9:30, Su Mingwan was seen at the entrance of the collection station, entering the premises. "That is my daughter," exclaimed Zhu Xiaoyun, pointing excitedly at the image of Su Mingwan on the screen. The crowd patiently awaited her emergence from within, and indeed, after about 15 minutes, she walked out. "This simplifies matters. We just need to follow her to ascertain her final destination." The video depicted Su Mingwan carrying a bamboo basket with some items inside, making her way toward the rear of the collection station. There, a small aerial vehicle was stationed, and a man stood beside it. Zhu Xiaoyun's face flushed with excitement as she shouted, "That is Zhou Liang. Sister-in-law, do not rush. Let us continue to observe," the officer advised. Su Mingwan approached the man, engaging in a warm conversation that clearly indicated an extraordinary connection between them. Her expression seemed to waver with uncertainty as the man grasped her hand, guiding her onto the aircraft. As the vehicle ascended, leaving Huanglong Town behind, the anxiety in her heart materialized into a grim reality. Zhu Xiaoyun, despite her resilience, could no longer endure the emotional turmoil. "Mingwan, how could you be so heartless?" she exclaimed, a mixture of sorrow and anger in her voice. The world around her erupted into chaos as her vision darkened, plunging her into unconsciousness. Panic ensued among the onlookers, calling out, "Aunt! Sister-in-law! Su Ping swiftly caught Zhu Xiaoyun to prevent her from collapsing onto the ground. The members of the inspection team were equally alarmed, several rushing to assist, with one shouting, "Get her onto a chair. It's a case of emotional distress. We must hurry her to the hospital." Seeing his sister-in-law faint from anger, Su Feng's face darkened as he turned to his two sons, instructing, "Take your aunt to the hospital for treatment. I need to continue investigating where your sister is gone. I will join you shortly." Understanding his directive, Su Ping promptly lifted Zhu Xiaoyun onto his back, rallying his brother to sprint towards the town's hospital. Su Feng remained with the inspection team, turning to a young member and inquiring, "Could you investigate their whereabouts? My sister-in-law has only one daughter, and she left without a word. We need to ascertain her destination so we can search for her. I have looked into it." The vehicle in question is a passenger aircraft from a taxi service, headed for Mingwei City. The man accompanying her is Zhou Liang, the manager of the acquisition station. "Your niece has indeed departed with him, undoubtedly on their way to Mingwei City." Su Feng exclaimed in astonishment. "It truly is Mingwei City. It's so far away. I haven't even been to Anyang City, let alone Mingwei City. To seek out Mingwan would require a considerable sum of interstellar currency. Moreover, my sister-in-law mentioned that Mingwan has taken all the money from home. Mr. Su, since Su Mingwan left of her own volition, it does not constitute a crime nor does it designate her as a missing person. She is an adult and has the right to go wherever she pleases. Her parents have no authority to intervene. You can only search for her yourselves." The young man felt a deep sympathy for their family. An unfilial daughter had eloped, leaving her family in a state of panic, with her mother so distressed that she fainted. Such ingratitude was truly lamentable. "All right, I understand. Thank you for your help. I will clarify things with my sister-in-law. You all are busy. I must head to the hospital to check on my sister-in-law." With a heavy heart, Su Feng departed from the patrol team and hurried to the hospital. At the hospital, after administering a medication to Zhu Xiaoyun, it was not long before she slowly regained consciousness. Su Ping, sitting by her bedside, noticed her eyes flutter open and quickly inquired, "Aunt, how are you? Are you feeling any better?" "Aunt, where am I?" Zhu Xiaoyun asked weakly. "Aunt, you fainted. We are in the hospital. You truly frightened us. Mingwan has indeed run away with someone, hasn't he? I am not dreaming, am I?" Chapter 67. Reporting a loss, Zhu Xiaoyun let out a sorrowful laugh. "Huh. What is there to discuss? I have raised a wonderful daughter with your uncle. For her sake, your uncle has passed away. This is a testament to my resilience. They have stolen all our savings, intending to drive me to my demise so that I may reunite with your uncle." Suan exclaimed in anger, "Aunt, it is not as you think. Mingwan is inherently kind. It must be that man's fault, the one named Zhou Liang who deceived her. Enough. I know in my heart that if she had even a shred of affection for me as her mother, she would not have taken everything and vanished without a trace." Su Feng hurried over. "Sister-in-law, how are you?" "I am fine. I will not perish. Have you inquired about their whereabouts?" Su Feng fell silent, fearing that his sister-in-law would be further distressed. "Speak freely. I can bear it. I will not be driven to despair." In truth, Zhu Xiaoyun already possessed the answer in her heart. That man is Zhou Liang from the collection station, and Mingwan has gone to Mingwei City with him. I thought so. Once again, she has fallen for a man's sweet words. It turns out he was willing to take her away. After spending years with the Li family, she learned nothing but selfishness, vanity, and the pursuit of pleasure. I had hoped she could lovely move by until the end of time, yet in such a short span, she elopes with another man. How could I have raised such a foolish daughter? In her sorrow, Zhu Xiaoyun pounded the bed vigorously. "Sister-in-law, Mingwan has left just like that. Should we enlist someone to search for her?" "Huh. She no longer cares for me. Why would I seek her out? The patrol team has stated that adults have the right to go wherever they please. I cannot control her. However, she cannot expect to take my money without consequence. Su Feng, let us hasten to the bank and report all my accounts as lost. It will not be so easy for her to abscond with my funds." Zhu Xiaoyun was truly heartbroken by Su Mingjuan's actions. She cherished her daughter dearly, willing to sacrifice everything for her. Yet her daughter treated her in such a callous manner, silently taking the family's money and eloping with someone. Did she not consider how her elderly mother would survive thereafter? Yes, this is indeed a pressing matter. We must act quickly and not delay until she has withdrawn all the money. Zhu Xiaoyun suddenly recalled her financial cards and sat up straight, requesting Su Ping's support. The group departed the hospital and made their way to the nearest bank branch. By this time, the bank had already closed, leaving only the automated service available. Nonetheless, assistance could still be rendered. Zhu Xiaoyun scanned her identity card. And the robotic voice responded, "Greetings, Ms. Zhu. How may I assist you today? I have lost several financial cards and wish to report them as lost." "Understood. Please hold on while I process your request." The intelligent ATM illuminated its expansive screen, and a progress bar advanced swiftly, displaying the information of the 3 financial cards registered under Zhu Xiuyun's name. "Ms. Zhu, I have located one of your financial cards, which has been used to withdraw 1 million interstellar coins at the Mingwest City branch. The individual who made the withdrawal is Su Mingwan, for whom you had previously granted authorization. Would you like to file a police report?" Zhu Xiuyun had anticipated a portion of her funds would be missing, but she had underestimated Mingwan's audacity and greed, daring to withdraw such a substantial amount in one go. No need to involve the authorities. Simply revoke Su Mingwan's authorization and issue new cards for all 3 accounts. "Please scan your identity card once more," the robot prompted as Zhu Xiuyun complied, allowing her card to be scanned. The robot continued, "Kindly scan your fingerprint and iris for binding." Zhu Xiuyun extended her finger for the robot to scan, then leaned forward so it could capture her eye for the binding process, nullifying her previous card number and issuing a new financial card. "Ms. Zhu, please take good care of your financial card. Do you require assistance with any other services?" The machine dispensed 3 new financial cards, which Zhu Xiuyun collected, replying, "No, I do not require any further services." The intelligent kiosk responded, "Goodbye, Ms. Zhu. We welcome you to visit again at the Huanglong Town branch of the Central Bank of the Galactic Empire, Minghua Star." As the Su family exited the bank, they pondered the purpose behind Su Mingwan withdrawing 1 million interstellar coins, which included 500,000 as compensation from the Li family, alongside Zhu Xiuyun's long-saved funds. In Hualong Town, where the standard of living was exceedingly low, there were few families with substantial wealth. The Su family's modest affluence was a legacy from when Su Jing was alive. A sum of 1 million interstellar coins could even procure a house in Anyang City. The maglev train arrived, and the 4 of them boarded after swiping their cards. Zhu Xiuyun gazed out at the swiftly changing scenery beyond the window and sighed bitterly. "Second brother, I cannot control Mingwan. She will not heed my words. What kind of place is Mingwest City? Is it somewhere we can venture?" Tears streamed down her cheeks, and the sorrowful tone of her words moved Su Ping and Su into tears as well. They could not comprehend why Mingwan was so inclined to upheaval. Years ago, she had insisted on marrying Li Mubai, and now she was eloping with another man, a scandalous affair in the simple community of Huanglong Town. Assuage your ire, refrain from agitation, and safeguard your health. Remember, Qing relies on you for upbringing. Rest assured, sister-in-law. The cultivation fields and sustenance plots will be tended to by us 3 men. We shall not permit you to become weary. The Su residence was ablaze with light, emanating the savory aroma of nourishment. The instant the courtyard gate was ajar, Qing darted forth. "Grandmother, have you located mother? That unconscionable woman has abandoned us, eloping with another." She lamented. A pall descended upon Su Qing's heart. Verily, Su Mingwan had absconded with a paramour. Yet wherefore? Even if enamored with a man, could she not have voiced it directly? Why the necessity for such a clandestine departure? The denizens of the abode emerged post-haste, encompassing Wang Sanmei, Granny Meng, and Meng Lihua. Granny Meng, known as Luo Zuolan, and Zhu Xiuyun had been intimate confidants since their nascent years, further united by matrimony within the same hamlet. Their mutual solicitude fostered a profound bond. Upon learning of Su Mingwan's disappearance, they were beset by anxiety. Having hastily partaken of their evening repast at home, they had been ensconced at the Su residence, awaiting tidings. Wang Sanmei, at a loss, proffered her a diminutive tomato to appease her hunger. Little did she anticipate that this vigil would extend beyond 3 hours, until the very onset of nightfall, before the courtyard gate was finally breached. Wang Sanmei, discerning the absence of Mingwan behind the returning figures, comprehended that the search had proved fruitless. The elder sister-in-law, cradling Qing, wept copiously, her utterances sending tremors through the hearts of those awaiting within. Wang Sanmei, with brisk strides, assisted Zhu Xiuyun to her feet. In accordance with Wang Sanmei's unadorned perspective, Su Mingwan had been subjected to mistreatment in the town, either confined within the hospital's walls or detained by the constabulary. Let us not invoke her name henceforth. Let us deem her expunged from our existence, Zhu Xiuyun declared, her voice devoid of vigor, as she feebly waved her hand. A collective astonishment seized those remaining within the domicile, failing to comprehend the rationale behind her pronouncement. Chapter 68, Consolation. Su Feng pondered silently. The incident at home was indeed shameful. If word got out, It would bring disgrace to the entire Su family. In the past, Mingwan had shown some sense by marrying into the Li family properly, yet now, without any explanation, she had run off with someone else. How could he possibly articulate this? Let us talk inside. Big sister-in-law is tired. Allow her to rest on the bed for a while. I have prepared a meal. You must be hungry, so please eat first. Wang Sanmei assisted Zhu Xiuyun into the house, while Luo Zuolan followed suit. Su Qing and Meng Yi remained motionless in the courtyard. She tugged at Su Ping's sleeve, and he bent down to gaze at the little one. Tears nearly spilled. Mingwan's heartlessness was palpable, abandoning her own child. Qingqing, dear, this is adult business. You wouldn't understand, Su Qing said with a stern expression. Uncle, you need not hide the truth from me. I comprehend everything. Is it true that my mother has eloped with a man, forsaking me and grandmother? Su Ping was taken aback by Qingqing's words. He had never anticipated that the 3-year-old could grasp such complexities. Well, Qingqing, your mother may have compelling reasons. It seemed he had guessed correctly. He was astonished that her own mother, in a state of confusion, would resort to elopement. Was she perhaps afraid of her mother's disapproval regarding her marriage? Su Qing hurried inside to check on her grandmother, not overly concerned with the specifics of what had transpired. She only sought to understand the outcome. The two women listened in astonishment. Having lived for so many years, they had never encountered a girl as audacious as Su Mingwan. In the history of Huanglong Town, there had never been a woman bold enough to elope with a man to the capital, an act that surpassed their wildest imaginations. Mingwei City, the capital of Dreamy Moon Star, was indeed far from Huanglong Town, accessible only by flying vehicles, which would take 2 to 3 days even by air. Seeing that her sister-in-law was truly disinterested in food, Wang Sanmei refrained from urging her. Instead, she went outside to summon her husband, son, and Qingqing for dinner, leaving only Grandma Ming and Luo Zuolan to keep her company inside. Sister Zuolan, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, ever since Mingwan recklessly married into the Li family, my son Su Jing has lost his life in an attempt to save Li Mubai. My heart has grown cold. This time, I am utterly disillusioned with Mingwan. I did not raise a daughter but a creditor for my husband, and I owe her from our past lives. Luo Zuolan was at a loss for words on how to console her. Xiuyun truly had a hard lot in life, having lost her husband in midlife. And now her daughter has fled. She was left with only the elderly and the young. Outside, the family sat in silence around the dining table, their hunger evident after 3 hours of anxious running about. Wang Sanmei prepared a typical summer dish of cornmeal porridge, and under Su Qing's insistence, a generous portion of vegetables was made, along with several egg pancakes. Though the meal was delightful, the atmosphere was heavy with gloom. As each diner felt a weight in their hearts, Wang Sanmei cast a glance at her silent husband. I will stay tonight to care for my sister-in-law. I will prepare a steamed egg custard for her shortly. She ought to have something to eat. Tomorrow, you and the elder brother will go to the fields to weed, while all the agricultural tasks will fall to you. I shall tend to the planting in the fields, allowing my sister-in-law a couple of days' respite. Su Feng silently nodded in agreement, sharing her thoughts. Observing his sister-in-law's condition, he could only imagine the depth of her anguish. She had toiled tirelessly to raise her children, only to depart quietly as if stabbed in the heart. Furthermore, Mingwan had taken a substantial portion of their savings. Had they not reacted swiftly to report the loss? Would Mingwan have left even a penny for her sister-in-law? Anyone faced with such unfilial children would be driven to despair. After dinner, Wang Sanmei tidied up and proceeded to steam the egg custard for her sister-in-law. The Su family was in disarray, and Ming Li, fearing to speak, stood against the wall like an invisible presence. He was uncertain how to comfort Qingqing. However, Qingqing appeared entirely untroubled, leading him to maintain his silence. Grandmother, do not be saddened. You still have me, Qingqing. I will not leave your side, and wherever I go, you shall accompany me. Zhu Xiuyun forced a grim smile. Qingqing, you are far too sensible. If only your mother possessed even a fraction of your understanding. Grandmother, you must eat something, otherwise your health will suffer. And we'll prepare egg custard for you. Yes, I know. Do not worry, our Qingqing has yet to grow up. I shall not falter. Sister-in-law, if you think this way, I shall find solace. Please eat something, then rest well. Tomorrow will bring a new day. Wang Sanmei entered with a tray, upon which rested a bowl of steamed egg custard, garnished with scallions and soy sauce, exuding an inviting aroma. At this moment, after receiving comfort and encouragement from several individuals, her spirits had significantly lifted. The delightful scent made her stomach grumble, prompting her to jest, Regardless of how sorrowful one may feel, hunger remains an undeniable truth. Sustenance is essential for survival. The notion that love can quench one's thirst is sheer nonsense. She lamented the naivety of Mingwan, that foolish girl, who would come to understand this when faced with her own trials, realizing that love is ultimately inconsequential. Wang Sanmei sighed. The youth of today are often overly idealistic. Who among us has not experienced youth? We have all traversed that age. It is merely that Mingwan dares to act, while we have chosen to accept reality. Do not dwell too much on your sorrow. Let her venture forth and learn. After finishing her bowl of egg custard, Zhu Xiaoyun retired to bed. Wang Sanmei lingered, allowing her to rest in the west room, where bedding was readily available. Zhu Xiaoyun, having scoured several places in town, was already overwhelmed with frustration and utterly exhausted. Soon succumbing to slumber, Su Qing sat up, casting a glance at her grandmother's pale visage, and sighed. Henceforth, she resolved to take her grandmother wherever she went, vowing never to leave her alone. This necessitated nurturing her grandmother's health. The elder had once spoken of a miraculous elixir known as the longevity pill, capable of extending the life of those who could not cultivate, potentially granting them an additional century of life. Gently, Su Qing placed her hand upon Zhu Xiaoyun's forehead, channeling a thread of spiritual energy into her. Today, her grandmother's spirit had been profoundly unsettled. Although no outward signs were evident, Su Qing could sense the turmoil within her grandmother's spiritual essence. Thus, she intended to provide her grandmother with the necessary care once she fell into a deep sleep. As dawn broke, Su Qing quietly rose from her slumber, careful not to rouse Zhu Xiaoyun. Wang Sanmei was also awake, contemplating the arduous task of tending to 3 fields of crops that lay ahead, wishing to allow her sister-in-law a day of repose. After washing her face, Su Qing encountered Wang Sanmei in the courtyard. "Good morning, Annie. Have you risen?" she inquired. "How is grandmother? Did she sleep well through the night?" "Grandmother's spirit is not at its best. Let her rest a little longer." "I shall assist with the chores," Su Qing replied. "Ah, splendid," Wang Sanmei responded with a smile, harboring doubts about Su Qing's ability to contribute significantly. Chapter 69. Enlightenment. After visiting the lavatory and washing her face casually, Wang Sanmei commenced preparing breakfast, as was her custom, by boiling a large pot of porridge. Meanwhile, Su Qing ventured into the fields to harvest cucumbers and eggplants, attended to the pigs and chickens, and collected 2 eggs. She employed her magic to summon rain, watering the vegetable patch and swiftly completing her tasks in the fields. "Auntie, let us have a cucumber salad and garlic eggplant for breakfast. I have gathered plenty," she suggested. Seated by the stove, Wang Sanmei looked up, feigning annoyance. "Su Qing, why have you picked so many nutritious vegetables? Half would suffice. We must reserve some for sale." With a gentle smile, Su Qing reassured her, "It matters not. Last night, Uncle and my 2 uncles worked hard. A bit of fresh produce is hardly an issue. I shall tend to the stove. Please call them for breakfast." Wang Sanmei affectionately patted Su Qing's head, saying, "Good child, you are still young. Let us adults handle these matters in the future." She then rose to wash the vegetables from the basket, flattening and salting the cucumbers while slicing the eggplants in preparation. The porridge has been cooked and is now cooling in a basin. Water is added to the pot, and a steamer is placed on top, with slices of eggplant set to steam until tender. Su Qing declares that she will tend to the fire, instructing Wang Sanmei to summon Su Feng and his family for dinner. There is no need for formality among family, just as Zhu Xiaoyun had called out yesterday, prompting Su Feng to bustle about eagerly. Wang Sanmei has prepared an elaborate meal for the family. Initially, she was apprehensive about leaving Qingqing in charge of the pot, but seeing her adeptly adding firewood and offering a few reminders, she felt reassured. Su Qing occasionally tossed in some wheat straw, watching the rising steam and sighing inwardly. It felt much the same as in her previous life, her father gone, her mother fled, leaving only her and her grandmother. Thankfully, she still had her venerable master, who imparted knowledge and skills to her, making the learning process far swifter than her own trial and error. Even if she were alone, she could still thrive. The eggplant would be perfectly steamed after a little over 10 minutes, coinciding with the arrival of Su Feng's family. Wang Sanmei insisted that Su Qing refrain from helping in the kitchen, fearing she might burn herself. Before long, the cold cucumber salad and garlic eggplant were ready. She brought over some flatbreads from her home, as it wouldn't do for their family of 4 to solely consume her sister-in-law's provisions. Fortunately, there were some flatbreads she had made earlier. Although they lacked flavor, they were filling. The composite grain may have been less palatable, but the nutrition was sufficient, especially when paired with the porridge, enough to satisfy the appetites of 3 grown men. The voices from outside finally roused Zhu Xiaoyun from her slumber. Realizing the sun had risen high, she hurried to wash her face and assist in the kitchen, chiding Wang Sanmei for not calling her sooner. Sister-in-law, I merely rose early to prepare breakfast. What is the fuss about? Yet, you should take a day to rest at home. Your complexion still appears rather poor. Zhu Xiaoyun spoke with a calm demeanor, saying, I am perfectly fine. When your elder brother departed this world, I endured a sensation akin to the sky collapsing upon me. Since then, what else could possibly defeat me? Let Mingwan do as she wishes. We still have our lives to lead, and we must continue to thrive. Rest assured, I am all right. Wang Sanmei placed the dishes she was holding onto the table, revealing a bright smile. Sister-in-law, it is good that you can think clearly. Is it not true that in this world, no one is indispensable? Life goes on regardless. Let the youth venture out into the world. Su Qing observed her grandmother, nodding in agreement. Compared to the emotional collapse she had experienced upon learning of Su Mingjuan's elopement after a night's rest, her grandmother appeared significantly improved and had come to terms with the situation, which was reassuring. The group sat in silence as they finished their breakfast. In the past, Zhu Xiaoyun would share laughter and conversation with Su Mingwan at the dining table, while Su Qing, although quiet, found joy in the exchanges. Now, with Zhu Xiaoyun in low spirits, the atmosphere was heavy, and everyone ate in silence. The oppressive ambience made Wang Sanmei, who typically enjoyed conversing, feel extremely uncomfortable. She glanced at her expressionless sister-in-law, then at her husband, son, and little Qing, noting how they all shared a tendency for reticence, managing to eat in this somber mood. Zhu Xiaoyun insisted on not resting at home. She was determined to tend to the fields. Her younger brother had taken on the farming tasks. Yet it was unreasonable to expect her sister-in-law to shoulder all the responsibilities. The mountain folk were not so delicate as to forsake work merely due to a sour mood. Would she cease to live simply because her daughter had left home? It is inconceivable. She has endured far greater blows and will continue to live well. Wang Sanmei, unable to persuade her otherwise, reluctantly acquiesced. The two, accompanied by Qing, ventured to the fields to work, for life must go on, and they would carry on as usual. Upon entering the planting field of her sister-in-law, Wang Sanmei was left in awe. It had been quite some time since she last visited, and the sight before her was astonishingly lush. The area was brimming with trellised vegetables, alongside a modest yield of corn, wheat, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. The crops, though commonplace, thrived remarkably, as if nourished by growth hormones. The loofahs, cucumbers, green beans, and tomatoes grew in clusters, so abundant that they seemed poised to collapse the wooden frames supporting them. Furthermore, the vegetable patch had already been watered. Who could have done such a thing? Sanmei, today I need to deliver vegetables to Baxiang. Let us first gather the ripe produce and send it off promptly. Oh right, by the way, have the pigs and chickens at your sister-in-law's been fed? I'll tend to them. You focus on harvesting the vegetables. Su Qing immediately raised her hand, declaring, Grandma, I fed the pigs and chickens this morning, and I also watered the vegetable patch. Zhu Xiaoyun was not surprised at this revelation, but Wang Sanmei was utterly taken aback. It turned out that Qing was exceptionally capable, managing to feed the pigs and chickens at merely 3 years of age, as well as tending to the garden. Her gaze was filled with astonishment as she looked at the little girl. Qing truly was remarkable. Isn't it surprising? I wonder what sort of life Qing has experienced at the Li family. She is exceedingly mature and eager to help with any task, unless it is beyond her ability. Do you recall during the wheat harvest? She assisted me with numerous tasks. Wang Sanmei nodded, contemplating Zhang Liying's disposition. It was evident that the Li family held an aversion towards Qing, which illuminated the environment in which the child was raised. It was only after she began residing with her sister-in-law that she found the courage to speak. The two sisters-in-law swiftly gathered vegetables, and once they completed this task, they moved on to the planting field in the new courtyard to continue their harvest. The crops in this garden flourished just as abundantly. Wang Sanmei jestingly remarked, Sister-in-law, how is it that the vegetables you cultivate thrive so remarkably? Zhu Xiaoyun casually responded, with meticulous care, ample watering, and generous fertilization, when one maximizes the energy stones, the results are naturally splendid. This was a common inquiry, and she had mastered this response. I could never bear to waste energy stones. It's no wonder the villagers claim you possess a secret to successful gardening. Wang Sanmei aimed to amuse her sister-in-law, having previously said this in jest during village banter. However, to Zhu Xiuyun and Su Qing, it struck like thunder, sending a shock through their hearts. The secret to gardening was revealed in this manner. Zhu Xiuyun suddenly sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Wang Sanmei was taken aback. She had merely made a light-hearted comment, yet it had deeply upset her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? Please don't cry. Did I say something wrong? Chapter 70. Unraveling the truth. Zhu Xiuyun, through her sobs, managed to articulate, "It is all my fault. Mingwan must have been deceived. She asked me for the secret to growing vegetables, and I casually concocted a response to dismiss her. Farming has no secret. It merely requires diligent care. That foolish girl took me seriously. She must have conveyed this to that man named Zhou Liang. There is no secret at all. And when Zhou Liang discovers that Mingwan has misled him, there will surely be trouble." Zhu Xiuyun felt as if her insides were ablaze. No matter how eloquently she spoke, it could not rival the authentic emotions that churned within her. Su Mingwan was her only daughter. How could she possibly let go? The realization that her own lies had precipitated her daughter's departure was a truth she could hardly bear. She could not accept that she had caused Mingjuan's suffering. Su Qing, burdened by guilt, was acutely aware of Mingjuan's unreliability and lack of cunning, yet she had still suggested the deceitful plan. Witnessing her grandmother weep inconsolably filled her with sorrow, her eyes brimming with tears. "Grandmother, please don't cry. We can pay Grandpa Yang to help find Mother. There is nothing in this world that cannot be resolved with money. Starting today, we will deliver vegetables to Grandpa Yang without charge, and in return, he can assist us in locating Mother. Yes, and we should also ask Boss Yang for his help." How could a mere jest evoke such a profound reaction? What secret was hidden? What did it mean that Mingwan had been deceived? Su Qing pulled her aside to a corner, succinctly explaining the situation. And it was only then that Wang Sanmei began to grasp the gravity of the matter. This commotion is simply a fabrication to deceive Mingwan. How could she take it seriously and discuss it with others? Now that someone has been duped, what shall we do? Su Qing tugged at Wang Sanmei's sleeve. "Auntie, you should come along when we deliver the goods. My grandmother is not in good spirits. Do not let her drive." "I understand. How could the eldest sister sell vegetables alone? You, little one, are quite considerate." Unbeknownst to her, a fleeting thought from her childhood emerged. Her grandmother often recited a phrase: "The children of the poor mature early." The child's understanding is not merely a product of their upbringing. Her own two sons, at the tender age of 3, were still prone to bedwetting. Yet Qing was already capable of assisting with chores and tending to others. Wang Sanmei's emotions ebbed and flowed. Yet she did not allow them to hinder her work. She quickly organized the vegetables and proactively suggested, "Sister-in-law, I shall rent a cart from the village. There are too many items for us to transport with the electric cart. Even if we could manage it, today is not the day for you to drive. What if something were to happen on the road while you are distracted? Spending a little money to rent a cart from the village is both prudent and safe." Generally, few villagers utilized carts, as the vegetables from other households did not ripen daily. Furthermore, there were individuals in the village who came to purchase produce. As long as the price was right, the villagers would gladly sell to them. "Very well, go ahead. I shall wait for you," Zhu Xiuyun replied, not concerned for herself. As her eagerness to see Boss Yang was palpable, Wang Sanmei, being efficient, swiftly traveled to the village, rented a cart, and loaded the vegetables from 2 planting fields. She took a brief 5-minute pause at her own doorstep to feed her pigs and chickens some fresh grass, intending to complete her sister-in-law's business before attending to her own. Before long, they arrived at Tianhu, where Yang's fleet was stationed in an open area, bustling with individuals transporting various goods. The workers hired by Yang Daong were diligently weighing and processing transactions. As the proprietor, Yang Daong need not involve himself in such tasks. He merely observed from the sidelines. Each time Zhu Xiuyun brought vegetables, he personally welcomed her, as the goods were for his family's supermarket, not entered into the company's accounts. As the dilapidated old car emerged in the village, Yang Daong instantly recognized that Sister Zhu had arrived. He promptly waved his hand, signaling the vehicle to move forward. It was Wang Sanmei's inaugural visit to Tianhu, and upon witnessing a middle-aged man gesturing towards them beside the convoy of trucks, she felt compelled to heed Sister Zhu's encouragement to drive past the queue, halting beside the burly man. Wang Sanmei, Zhu Xiuyun, and Qing alighted from the car, while Yang Daong, ever the businessman, greeted them with a warm smile, for regardless of his mood, he understood that a cheerful demeanor fosters prosperity. Upon spotting Yang Daong, Zhu Xiuyun grasped his arm tightly, tears streaming down her face as she implored, "Boss Yang, I beg you, please help me. Sister Zhu, please calm down. Whatever the matter, let us discuss it clearly. Oh, please do not cry," he urged. Wang Samei quickly stepped forward to support Zhu Xiaoyun, advising, "Sister, release Boss Yang for now. We can talk slowly." Observing Zhu Xiaoyun's agitation, Yang Daong took a chair from the car, saying, "Sister Zhu, please sit down. Do not rush. Share your concerns slowly. Tears alone will not resolve the issue." Su Qing lifted her small face to Yang Daong and stated, "Yang Daong, please help her find her mother." Yang Daong, taken aback, inquired, "What do you mean? Help her find her mother?" Zhu Xiaoyun nodded, her voice choked with emotion. "Boss Yang, I know you are a kind-hearted person. I have no other recourse but to turn to you. My wayward daughter has been deceived and taken to Mingwei City." Yang Daong, astonished, asked, "Your daughter has been tricked into going to Mingwei City? What was the motive behind this deceit?" Yang Daong found it utterly inconceivable. He had encountered Su Mingwan, a mere ordinary woman from a rural village, diligent, kind-hearted, and capable of enduring hardship. There was nothing remarkable about her. How could anyone be lured into abducting such a woman? What possible gain could there be? To his astonishment, she had indeed fallen for it. The man had taken her aboard a flying vehicle to Mingwei City. He had deceived her regarding the secret to cultivating crops. What would happen to my daughter when that man discovers the truth? I can hardly bear to think about it. It feels as though my heart is shattering. Zhu Xiaoyun spoke through tears, her words often requiring Wang Sanmei's assistance for translation. Her speech was fragmented. But with Wang Sanmei's clarifications, Yang Daong began to comprehend the situation. Zhu Dajia had cultivated exceptional vegetables, which had caught the attention of the supervisor at the purchasing station, who subsequently began pursuing her daughter to glean information. Overwhelmed by her daughter's troubles, Zhu Dajia concocted a falsehood. The man, finding the secret recipe insufficiently secure, decided to take both the recipe and the woman. Indeed, Zhu Dajiao's vegetables were remarkable, and Yang Daong was curious as to why they were always of superior quality. However, he did not delve too deeply into it. After all, Mingwei City boasted an abundance of fine goods, and Dreamy Moonstar was replete with various exceptional fruits and vegetables. The ability to cultivate such superior crops largely depended on aspects like climate, soil quality, water, and fertilizers, not particularly novel. Chapter 71. Seeking mother. Seeing Zhu Xiaoyun and Qingqing gazing at him with hopeful anticipation, Yang Daong found it impossible to refuse. Zhu Xiaoyun promptly nodded in affirmation. "Yes, it's Zhou Yang. All right, rest assured, having a name makes it easier to find. Boss Yang, in the future, I shall deliver vegetables to you free of charge, considering it as compensation. I cannot allow you to assist me without reward." Yang Daong quickly waved his hand, saying, "Sister Zhu, referring to it as compensation feels too distant. It is merely a matter of helping to find someone, and there is no guarantee of success. No, it must be given. If it weren't for Mingwan taking away all the family's savings, I would certainly pay you in cash. For now, we can only settle with vegetables. Please accept them." Boss Yang. Wang Samei, who was nearby, also urged Yang Daong to accept the offer, fearing that if he declined the money, he might not be as diligent in helping to find the person. If he accepted the payment, he would likely be more meticulous. In the end, Yang Daong, unable to refuse, said, "Then just 2 deliveries of vegetables will suffice. I cannot accept more." With a kind heart, how could he take more money from Zhu Xiaoyun? The value of 2 deliveries would not exceed 1,000 interstellar coins, which he believed would not significantly impact the lives of the grandmother and granddaughter. Zhu Xiaoyun insisted that 2 deliveries were too few, and that it should be at least 10. Yang Daong was resolute in refusing to accept 10. "Grandma, please agree with Grandpa Yang. First, let us see if my mother is indeed in Mingwei City with that man. Afterward, we can discuss further." Yang Daong considered this and found it reasonable, agreeing to proceed in that manner. However, he was uncertain about the situation and knew he could not ask Sister Zhu for 10 truckloads of vegetables. Yet, to inquire about finding someone would require spending money to gather information. He estimated that the cost would be roughly equivalent to 2 truckloads of vegetables, which is why he proposed that amount. Su Qing's words rang true. Since Boss Yang was unwilling to ask for more, Zhu Xiaoyun no longer insisted. Having reached an understanding, the group began to transport the vegetables, verifying and weighing them. Yang Daong even took the time to write Zhu Xiaoyun a receipt, detailing the vegetables received and their monetary value. He aimed to ensure that Zhu Xiaoyun understood the worth of the produce in interstellar currency, and should he not render any assistance, he would return the exact amount to Sister Zhu. "Boss Yang, there's no need for a receipt. I trust you, Zhu Xiuyun replied. In our village, only the village chief possesses a communicator. Others cannot afford the rental fees. Please relay any messages directly to our chief. That works too, Yang Daong said, knowing well that each village had a communicator. Otherwise, their next meeting would not occur for another week. If something crucial arose, time would be of the essence. All right, Qingqing. You are truly a wonderful child. Yang Daong gently stroked Qingqing's head. What a good child you are, enduring such hardships at such a tender age. How could your mother bear to abandon you? Grandpa Yang, you are also a good person. Good people will be rewarded, Qingqing replied earnestly. Yang Daong burst into hearty laughter. Su Qing's innocent praise delighted him more than any flattery could. The thoughts of a child are the purest, and their words are undoubtedly the most sincere. Zhu Xiuyun and Yang Daong agreed to contact village chief should any news arise, and after expressing her profound gratitude multiple times, she took her leave. Alas, she is a pitiful soul, Yang Daong sighed. Sister Zhu is indeed unfortunate, having a restless daughter who dares to run off to Minghui City. What place is this? The center of the world, the only location capable of connecting with the stars. It is a land where every inch is invaluable, marked by severe polarization, where the plight of the impoverished is truly dire. A woman from the mountains, utterly unfamiliar with the ways of the world, ventures into Minghui City. If she possesses any skill, she may find her worth. However, should she be deemed insignificant, peril awaits her. She gathers fresh vegetables and places them in a basket. For in the afternoon, the Su family will take them to the market. Wang Sanmei does not mention selling her family's produce to Boss Yang, fully aware that their crops lack distinction and she cannot place him in an awkward position. Sanmei, why not come to my house for lunch? You saw that after harvesting, there are still many vegetables that are not presentable for sale. We might as well keep them for ourselves. Today, we'll steam vegetable dumplings. Upon hearing this, she nods in agreement. All right, sister-in-law, but the flour must be taken from my home. You need not worry about the flour. We have an abundance of energy cornmeal at my place. If we don't consume it soon, it will spoil, Zhu Xiuyun asserts, speaking the truth. There is a significant quantity of cornmeal stored in her new granary, which she has not had the chance to sell. Each time she takes a little out, it lingers for too long, fearing that if she takes too much, Mingwan will sense something amiss and spread rumors. Seeing that Wang Sanmei remains hesitant, Zhu Xiuyun's expression darkens. Sanmei, as your sister-in-law, I invite you to share a meal at my home, and you still insist on bringing your own grain? Wang Sanmei, upon hearing this, no longer declines. After all, they are family, and there is no need for such distinctions. They tidy up and head to Zhu Xiuyun's home to prepare the meal. Wang Sanmei, surprised, inquires, Sister-in-law, how come you have amassed so much energy grain without selling it? I have reserved this for Qingqing. I have heard that children must consume energy-rich foods from an early age to awaken their extraordinary abilities. I am determined to nurture her properly. I cannot allow Qingqing to live her life as we have, confined to the village and toiling in the fields. She is different from us. Her genes are superior. The Li family is short-sighted, failing to recognize her potential. In Chapter 72, Searching for Su Mingwan, Wang Sanmei does not comprehend the meaning behind her sister-in-law's words. She merely feels that investing considerable effort in cultivating Qingqing may not be worthwhile. Attending a junior class in the city requires substantial financial resources. And even if one were to gain admission to a prestigious academy, does her sister-in-law possess the means to support Qingqing's education? There are tales of children from the town who, after a year in junior class, have withdrawn from their studies. The various academies across the planets, with their extraordinary ability masters and diverse vocational opportunities, seem so distant from their reality. Yet, one cannot dampen her sister-in-law's enthusiasm, perhaps after Qingqing begins school. Her innate gifts may prove modest, prompting her sister-in-law to reconsider. After all, how much energy-rich food can a single child consume? It is perhaps best to remain silent on this matter. At noon, the family gathered together, sharing dishes of dumplings and egg soup. Zhu Xiuyun and Su Feng expressed their suspicions, believing that Su Mingwan had been deceived by Zhou Liang. Su Feng even took the initiative to inform the village chief, Wu Yud, who promised to relay any news as soon as it arrived. The rumor that Su Mingwan had been lured away by a man while selling vegetables in the town began to circulate within the village, with various interpretations emerging. Most people felt sympathy for Zhu Xiuyun, and parents used this incident to caution their daughters against trusting unfamiliar men, particularly those from outside the region. Consequently, parents of eligible young women forbade their daughters from venturing alone to the town. Even Wu Lizhin and the young girls still attending school were obliged to go to and from school with their companions from the village. The pair of grandparents anxiously awaited news. To achieve such a feat is already commendable, otherwise, without a substantial sum of interstellar currency, who would be willing to assist in gathering information? His son, Yang Wei, lamented with sympathy. Alas, the people in the mountains are so naively uninformed. A mere bit of persuasion can lead them to unknown places. Fortunately, we have a father with a kind heart who is willing to help search for others. After all, our family is filled with good souls. I will inquire about this matter. My classmates' parents all work at that company. Yang Daong slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Indeed, how could I forget about you? I was planning to visit the headquarters of that acquisition station tomorrow to gather information. It would be far simpler if you asked your classmates." Yang Wei nodded proudly. Of course, most of the students at Xinghua Academy are children of the upper echelons. Asking them for a small favor is hardly a challenge. We are merely looking for a man named Zhou Liang. The Yang family nodded in agreement, recognizing this as a good deed that required little effort. If they could help, they would. After dinner, Yang Wei called a few classmates, and before long, he received the information, which he noted down with a triumphant smile. This is the advantage of having connections. Had he not been admitted to Xinghua Academy, would he ever have the opportunity to be classmates with so many children from high society? It is no wonder that my father spared no effort in nurturing my growth. The perspective of the elders is indeed unparalleled. I recall during my intermediate classes how many times I contemplated giving up, overwhelmed by the thought of wasting precious elixirs. It was my father who assured me that he would always support me, urging me to cast aside my fears and focus solely on my studies, promising that whatever I needed would be provided for me. It was only after I gained admission to the esteemed Xinghua Academy, where I encountered individuals from diverse backgrounds, that I truly comprehended the disparities arising from different identities and statuses. Now, Yang Wei's extraordinary abilities have reached the 3rd tier, while his innate talent is at the 10th tier, signifying his potential to become a saint. He vowed to exert himself diligently. The young Yang Wei, filled with hopeful aspirations, drifted into slumber, unaware that his comfortable life was the result of the tireless efforts of 3 generations, his great-grandfather, grandfather, and father. His ability to study in peace was earned through the hard work of Yang Daong, who toiled each month, braving the elements in his profession. One morning, after breakfast, the young duo planned to meet a man named Zhou Liang, coinciding with the school holiday, and Yang Wei, having nothing else to do, decided to accompany them. They possessed 2 addresses, one for Zhou Liang's company and another for his residence, which also served as the company dormitory. Upon hearing Yang Wei mention this, Yang Daong furrowed his brow and remarked, "Could the so-called contributions merely be the ability to cultivate exceptional vegetables? Indeed, it is highly probable that specialty vegetables have always been coveted by the upper echelons of society. They possess a certain purity of energy, even though their nutritional value remains largely unchanged. High-ranking supernatural beings disdain such endeavors, while the lower-tier practitioners and machines yield products that are not particularly pristine. Only those that are cultivated naturally in the fields meet the requisite standards." Yang Daong harbors a profound aversion towards such capricious and immature individuals who, despite their parents' arduous efforts in raising them, repay their guardians with sorrow and tears. The young father and son ascended into their family's flying vehicle and navigated towards their destination. Minghua City boasts a remarkably efficient transportation system, teeming with numerous flying cars. The landscape is adorned with an array of overpasses and subterranean passages, while colossal edifices line the streets, continuously springing forth. Outside the city, the aerospace port is alive with the constant takeoff and landing of various aircraft, shuttles, and small spacecraft, creating a scene of bustling prosperity. Yang Daong parked beneath a towering skyscraper, confirming the address. Indeed, it was the employee dormitory of the acquisition station's headquarters in Huanglong Town, where Zhou Liang resided. The father and son ascended the elevator to the 97th floor. The advancement of technology has enabled the construction of ever-taller edifices, catering to the burgeoning demand for housing. Buildings reaching hundreds of stories are commonplace, thereby expanding residential space. After approximately a minute, the elevator arrived at the 97th floor, where there were only 2 households. Yang Daong reached out and pressed the doorbell. If it is indeed true, a promotion and a raise are inevitable. However, should he dare to deceive him, Zhou Liang would never be able to make a living in Minghua City. On this day of rest, Zhou Liang reclined on the sofa, legs crossed, gazing at the television with an air of indifference. Meanwhile, Su Mingwan, who had run away from home, busily tidied the rooms inside and out. Zhou Liang occasionally cast a scornful glance in her direction. Life with someone to attend to his needs was rather pleasant. This woman was quite simple-minded, easily swayed to follow him, even parting with all her savings for his enjoyment. How naive she was to believe that his affections were genuine. That he would marry her, it was utterly foolish of her. Were it not for the secret recipe, he would never have subjected himself to such indignity. Although Su Mingwan had shared with him a few methods for cultivating vegetables, he was not adept at gardening. What if he were to misstep in the process? As he harbored sinister thoughts in his mind, a smile adorned his face as he spoke. Su Mingwan, having finished cleaning the floor, straightened up and looked at Zhou Liang with a sweet expression. This is nothing. We mountain folk gather herbs and toil in the fields daily. Aren't those tasks far more exhausting? A house this clean requires constant upkeep. I feel as though I've fallen into a nest of fortune. My mother would surely rejoice upon learning of this. Zhou Liang, with an awkward smile, replied, of course. You invested 1 million interstellar coins in our company. Once we cultivate a substantial yield of specialty vegetables, your dividends will follow. At that time, we shall bring your mother and child over to enjoy a good life together. Elated, Su Mingjuan's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, Really? That's wonderful. Zhou Liang is so kind to me. She giggled. Initially, I found you rather off-putting, with your glib demeanor. I thought I would never forget my former husband. Until your profound affection moved me. Su Mingjuan's eyes, brimming with affection, recounted her feelings with a rapturous expression. It was so gratifying to be loved. Witnessing Su Mingjuan's reaction, Zhou Liang felt a shudder of revulsion. Each time he uttered insincere endearments to her, he experienced a nauseating sensation. Yet, the woman was utterly enthralled. Ugh! If not for the money, he would never debase himself. Su Mingjuan's appearance was merely plain, with a rustic quality. Uneducated and lacking in style. Her skin was coarse and slightly dark from years of toil, offering him no appeal whatsoever. Yet, he had to feign deep affection for her, which was quite a trial for him. Suddenly, the doorbell chimed. Who could it be so early in the morning? He had no close acquaintances. Zhou Liang glanced at the door in surprise. Su Mingwan stood in the living room, somewhat bewildered, her expression flustered. She knew someone had arrived, but she dared not answer the door, fearing Zhou Liang's reprimand. When she first arrived in Bright Moon City, she was like a country bumpkin, marveling at everything with naive wonder, which led to many embarrassing situations. Zhou Liang, disgusted by her perceived disgrace, erupted in a fit of anger. She then realized that this was not Yellow Dragon Town, and that proper etiquette was required in speech and action. Since then, she had refrained from stepping forward in any matter. She has yet to truly witness the splendid prosperity of Mingwei City. Apart from her first day here, when Zhou Liang treated her to a meal, bought her some clothes, and withdrew 1 million interstellar coins from the bank, she had been astonished that her parents could save such a considerable sum. She only withdrew a portion of the money, well aware that, despite her current situation, she needed to leave some funds for her mother and daughter to live on. She understood that her mother would undoubtedly be furious about her taking so much money. But this was for a legitimate purpose. She had invested in Zhou Liang's company, hoping that in the future, they could harvest premium vegetables and share the profits, ensuring a better life for the entire family. Little did she know that Zhou Liang was using the 1 million she provided to indulge in a life of revelry and leisure. In this unfamiliar place, surrounded by a strange environment and incongruous living habits, Su Mingwan felt a profound sense of unease. She clung tightly to Zhou Liang, becoming overly dependent, which inevitably led to his impatience and reprimands. Therefore, when Zhou Liang remained silent, she hesitated to approach the door, instead looking to him for guidance. As Zhou Liang rose to answer the door, he turned to Su Mingwan and said, I'll see who it is. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by 2 men who bore a striking resemblance to one another, clearly a father and son. May I ask whom you were looking for? Zhou Liang inquired. Yang Daong replied. Hello, are you Zhou Liang? Yes, is there something you need? Zhou Liang responded, perplexed, as he did not recognize them. I am Yang Daong, and this is my son, Yang Wei. We are here to find Su Mingwan. I know her. Zhou Liang's expression turned frantic as he said, Su Mingwan? I don't know her. You must have the wrong person. Yang Daong smiled, revealing the true nature of a petty individual. Zhou Liang, you need not deny it. I am fully aware that you have abducted Su Mingwan. Her mother has already filed a report in Huanglong Town, and the patrol team, through their investigation, has confirmed that it was indeed you who took her away. Should you dare to claim ignorance of Su Mingwan, I have ample reason to suspect that you have sold her. Your son has reported that there is a case of woman trafficking. In a state of agitation, Zhou Liang shouted, Wait. I am not a villain. You say you are looking for Su Mingwan, yet she has no acquaintances in Mingwei City. Naturally, I must remain vigilant. Yang Daong sneered. Then can I see Su Mingwan now? With a laugh, he continued, Of course. Gentleman Yang, please come in. Let us converse calmly without resorting to calling the police. We are entrusted by her mother to find Su Mingwan. Yang Daong and Yang Wei stepped into the room, and Zhou Liang closed the door, calling out, Mingwan, come out. They are here for you. Seated on the bed, Su Mingwan, startled by the unexpected visitors, emerged with a puzzled expression. Upon seeing Yang Daong, she exclaimed in surprise, Boss Yang, what brings you here? Yang Daong observed Su Mingwan, noting her hair and attire, now transformed to reflect the latest trends in Mingwei City, and she had even learned to apply makeup. It seemed she was living quite well. Su Mingwan, you have absconded with your family's entire savings to live a carefree life, oblivious to the anguish and longing of your family, who suffer day and night. As a daughter, how could you be so heartless as to abandon your elderly mother and young siblings? Did you steal money merely to squander it on a scoundrel? That is your parents' hard-earned money. Chapter 74. I believe him. Su Mingwan did not anticipate that Yang Daong would expose her shortcomings right away, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. She hastily clarified, Mr. Yang, it is not as you perceive. I am doing this for my mother and child so that they may lead a better life. Zhou Liang mentioned that the funds are an investment in their company's cultivation fields, and in due course, I could reap substantial dividends. That 1 million could yield significant returns. Humph, do you genuinely believe such words? That is a ruse indeed. My family has resided in Mingwei City for generations, yet we have never encountered such fortuitous opportunities. My financial resources surpass yours, don't they? Zhou Liang, I shall contact your boss right now. How about I invest 20 million? Yang Wei promptly activated his communicator, reaching out to a fellow classmate. Hello, Han Ming? I have located the individual you asked me to find. He claims that your father's company is capable of investing in cultivation fields. He has already invested 1 million. Is that true? Please inquire with your father. Who mentioned that? I was unaware. Han Ming's father overheard this and approached with inquiry. Yang Wei directed the screen towards Zhou Liang. Good day, uncle. This is the person I referred to. An employee of your company named Zhou Liang. What department are you from? How dare you spread rumors and tarnish the company's reputation? Zhou Liang's countenance shifted dramatically. The chairman Han spoke sternly. Even jesting is unacceptable. Is the company's honor a matter for amusement? Zhou Liang nodded vigorously. Yes. I shall never dare to do so again. Yang Wei, thank you, uncle. I thought I had encountered something fortuitous, but alas, it seems I was merely being jested with. Han Ming grinned, seemingly perplexed by Yang's cryptic remark. Having terminated the communication, Yang Daong cast a sardonic glance at Zhou Liang and addressed Su Mingwan. Su Mingwan stared blankly at Zhou Liang, her mind struggling to comprehend the situation. Zhou Liang, if there was no investment, why did you ask me to take so much money from my family? What did you do with it? Return the money to me. It belongs to my parents. These words elicited disbelief from the Yang family, while Zhou Liang's face lit up with glee. Mingwan, listen to me. I truly did invest the money, but it was in a small company, not the one where I work. Su Mingwan inquired with skepticism. Really? You must believe me, Mingwan. Disregarding any sense of shame, Zhou Liang promptly seized Su Mingwan's hand with ardent affection. Su Mingwan smiled sweetly. I believe you. You love me so much. You would never deceive me. The Yang family exchanged glances, their teeth grinding in annoyance. Could Su Mingwan be so naive? It was evident that Zhou Liang was fabricating a falsehood, yet she still chose to believe him. Zhou Liang was indeed deceiving her. 1 million star coins may be inconsequential to the Yang family, but for a family from the mountains, it represented a lifetime of accumulated earnings. She readily handed it over to a man she had known for a short time, placing her own family in dire straits. Yang Daong could not resist interjecting, Su Mingwan, are you not comprehending the situation? Zhou Liang is deceiving you. Su Mingwan said with a smile, Boss Yang, thank you for coming to see me. I believe Zhou Liang would never mislead me. Yang Daong, filled with indignation, felt the urge to explode. He pondered how Zhu Deseo could have such a daughter with such a muddled mind. Ultimately, he decided it was unnecessary for an outsider like himself to meddle in family matters. He turned to the pressing issue at hand. You have run away from home, and your mother is frantically searching for you. She was still in town at midnight and ultimately had to report your absence to the patrol team. As her child, your lack of filial piety is one thing, but why didn't you even leave a message? Su Mingwan clasped her hands tightly together, her face flushed as she replied. I was afraid my mother would disapprove. When I married Qing's father, my parents were opposed, and I did not want to quarrel with my mother. Yang Daong retorted sternly. So you chose to leave without a word and took all the money from home? Fine, I am not your elder and have no right to chastise you. Let us set that aside for now. Su Mingwan lowered her gaze but suddenly lifted it, glaring at Yang Daong in anger. You are talking nonsense. My mother would never deceive me. I have indeed cultivated high-quality vegetables using those 3 methods. Yang Daong was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from Su Mingwan upon hearing that the secret was false. Su Mingwan, you are not a child. You possess your own judgment. Do not be ungrateful. Your mother was nearly on her knees begging me to help find you. She is worried sick, unable to eat or sleep. Her eyes swollen from crying. I am only assisting out of pity for Zhu Deseo. Since the matter is now in your hands, you should clarify things with your mother. You have been in Mingyue City for several days and have not even checked in. Yang Daong was exceedingly incensed by Su Mingjuan's conduct. She was no child, yet she did not trust her own mother's words. It was evident that Zhou Liang possessed a communicator. Yet she failed to reach out to Sister Zhu to clarify the situation, causing her mother constant worry. Having spent several days in Mingyue City, she seemed carefree and oblivious to the concerns around her. Yang Daong took out his communicator, inputting village head Wu's number to inform him that Su Mingwan had been located and requested Sister Zhu to come and speak with her. On the other end, Wu Yud appeared on the screen, and indeed, he saw Su Mingwan with a man. He immediately called out to Yang Daong, waiting for his nod before terminating the communication. Zhou Liang sat on the sofa, his eyes darting about, having overheard Yang Daong declare that the farming secret was a fabrication. Su Mingwan was in turmoil, fretting over how to explain to her mother. Yang Daong and Yang Wei sat in silence on the sofa, perplexed. It was blatantly clear that Zhou Liang was a fraud. So why did Su Mingwan refuse to acknowledge this, insisting on her belief in him? Before long, perhaps 5 minutes had passed, and Yang Daong's communicator chimed. He activated the screen, enlarging it to its maximum, capturing everyone in the room. The display revealed Zhu Xiaoying, Su Qing, and Su Feng, gathered in the courtyard of the Su family home. Upon seeing Su Mingwan, Zhu Xiaoying exclaimed with excitement. Su Mingwan, initially anxious and fearing her mother's reprimand, was taken aback when Zhu Xiaoying claimed that the farming secret was a falsehood. Overwhelmed by her tumultuous emotions, the guilt that had briefly crossed her face vanished. And she cried out, Mom, I refuse to believe it. The secret must be genuine. Otherwise, how can I explain that the vegetables I cultivate are all exceptional? Rest assured, Mother, I shall earn a substantial fortune to ensure you live well. Chapter 75. Obsession. Su Mingjuan's expression twisted in fury, her brows furrowing and a hint of madness glimmering in her eyes as she roared, leaving everyone astounded except for Zhou Liang, who wore a smug smile. Zhu Xiaoyun, incensed, struggled to maintain her balance, supported by Wang Sanmei, who urged, Mingwan, what your mother says is true. If there were indeed a secret to growing vegetables, our Su family would have already prospered, and it would not have come to you. With her lips pursed in defiance, Su Mingwan displayed an unwavering expression of disbelief. Su Feng, filled with rage, exclaimed, Mother, you have never been to Mingyue City. You have no idea how the people here live. This is the life I aspire to. Zhu Xiaoyun's face turned ashen. She realized that Su Mingwan was being obstinate again, willing to forsake everything for love. Mingwan, are you truly prepared to abandon your parents and family for a man once more? Have you forgotten the lessons from the past? Su Mingwan retorted, this situation is different. Qing's father left me out of necessity, but Zhou Liang is not like that. He will never leave Mingyuexing. We will strive together. Huh? What difference does it make? Men are merely using you. Once you lose your value, you will be discarded like an old shoe. Even then, you will have no regrets. Su Mingwan turned her gaze towards Zhou Liang, who immediately responded with fervor, Mingwan, you must trust me. My feelings for you are genuine. I will never abandon you. Zhou Liang harbored a cold sneer within, for I genuinely desired your family's secret recipe. Su Mingwan smiled blissfully, proclaiming, Mother, I believe he is sincere towards me. Zhu Xiaoyu nearly spewed blood in her fury, feeling that the sorrow and anguish of recent days had been in vain, unworthy of this wretched creature's plea. Allowing Boss Yang to witness her humiliation, a grand disgrace indeed. Su Mingwan, remember what you have said today. From this moment forth, we sever our mother-daughter ties. Whether you live or die is of no concern to me. I have stated that there is no farming secret. It was but a fabrication of my own. Believe it or not, This is my final act of motherly affection towards you. Boss Yang, I appreciate your understanding. We shall discuss further upon our next meeting. Mingwan, take care of yourself. On the other end, Wu had switched off the communicator, leaving the courtyard shrouded in silence. Su Mingjuan's actions were most unexpected. Anyone with a modicum of sense could see that the man harbored ill intentions. Why did Mingwan refuse to heed their warnings? Yang Daong regarded Su Mingwan as though she were a fool. Had it not been for Sister Zhu, he would have stormed out long ago. Su Mingwan. The love of parents for their children is the truest of all affections. Romantic relationships are not so steadfast, especially when forged for the sake of gain. With that, he turned and departed, unwilling to cast another glance at the scoundrel Zhou Liang. The father and son exited, while Zhou Liang feigned courtesy, seeing them to the elevator. Yang Daong simmered with indignation, pitying Sister Zhu for having such a foolish daughter, her efforts utterly wasted. Father, as outsiders, we must not meddle excessively. That woman does not even heed her own mother's words. Let her be. Regardless of Su Mingjuan's situation, it has no bearing on the Yang family. It merely evokes a sense of lamentation upon hearing the unfolding events. How distressing it must be for parents to have a child who causes them such heartache. After the departure of the Yang father and son, Su Mingwan sat in a daze, her mind a tumult of confusion. She questioned the righteousness of her actions. Her previous marriage to Li Mubai had met with vehement opposition from her parents, and her mother continued to disapprove of Zhou Liang. Was she destined to be perpetually in the wrong? Was every love she pursued deemed unsuitable by her mother? Zhou Liang shivered at the thought of his own fate. He could hardly bear to contemplate the prospect of being ruthlessly reprimanded by the manager. Su Mingwan, Zhou Liang shouted, prompting her to look at him in a daze. Her eyes filled with questions. Is what your mother said true? Is there truly no secret to farming? Merely her fabrication? The exceptional vegetables you produce are simply a stroke of luck? He scoffed. I hope that is indeed the case. Otherwise, neither of us shall find solace. With that, Zhou Liang donned his outer garments and exited, leaving Su Mingwan staring blankly at the closed door. The veracity of her mother's words eluded her comprehension. What if the secret was a mere illusion? Surely not. She had succeeded in her cultivation, she reassured herself. In the courtyard of the Su family, Zhu Xiuyun wept uncontrollably, feeling as though her heart had shattered. It seemed she had given birth to an ungrateful wretch. We had stood by, struggling for a considerable time to find a comforting phrase, and after a moment of contemplation, he finally said, Sister-in-law, let me assist you inside. You should rest for a while. Wang Samei helped her into the inner room, where she lay down on the bed, and even provided her with a glass of water to drink. Sister-in-law, perhaps you should lighten up. Do you not recall what you said that day? Zhu Xiuyun weakly remarked. Third sister, please allow me some solitude. You all tend to your tasks without delaying the work in the fields for my sake. Wang Sanmei sighed and left the room. Su Feng exchanged glances, inquiring about the situation. Su Qing quietly entered to check on her grandmother before retreating again, finding herself seated on a small stool, lost in thought. Would her grandmother harbor resentment towards her? Had it not been for her urging the vegetables to grow rapidly, Zhou Liang would not have taken notice. Nor would Su Mingwan have pressed for the secret formula. Consequently, her grandmother would not have felt compelled to deceive Su Mingwan, and everything else might have unfolded differently. The family would still be well. Contemplating this, Su Qing felt uncertain about how to face her grandmother, as this matter had created a rift between them, complicating their future interactions. After lunch, following a brief respite, Zhu Xiuyun insisted on returning to the fields, despite Su Feng's attempts to dissuade her. Accepting her determination, he decided to let her engage in some labor, hoping that fatigue might quell her troubled thoughts. Su Qing sighed softly, realizing her grandmother's spirits would likely remain low for some time. With everyone gone, she too felt the urge to leave the house. Grabbing her keys, she stepped outside to her own cultivated land, locked the door from within, and began to meditate in a secluded spot, performing a full cycle of energy circulation. For days, Zhu Xiuyun had been preoccupied with concerns over Su Mingwan, neglecting to properly tend to the planting fields. With Yang Daong's visit imminent in a couple of days, the vegetables promised to him were far from mature. Su Qing approached to cultivate her energy, expelling a significant amount of excess power, which accelerated the growth of the crops in the fields. On a swift Sunday, Su Qing rose to feed the chickens and pigs. Fortunately, having mastered a few spells, she was able to toss in the grass, vegetable leaves, and sweet potato vines into the pig pen, despite her stature being shorter than the pen itself. At the entrance, she fortuitously encountered Meng Qi, who approached with a backpack slung over his shoulder. The chubby boy quickened his pace, exclaiming, "Qing, I heard you found Aunt Mingwan." Su Qing replied coolly, pushing the door open and stepping into the courtyard. Meng Qi followed her inside, casually closing the courtyard door behind him. Upon reaching the main room, he flung his backpack onto the table. "Qing, I attended martial arts class today, and I found the instructor's teachings rather simplistic. I truly have no desire to continue. Yet I cannot seek special treatment. You've advised me to maintain a low profile. Speaking of playing the pig to eat the tiger, it is quite a challenge." At merely 10 years of age, Meng Qi was at that tender stage of understanding just enough to be curious, yet still naive. Children often relish in showing off. And having just grasped the fundamentals of body refinement, maintaining a low profile was indeed a tall order for him. However, Su Qing incessantly whispered cautionary tales into his ear, emphasizing that discretion was paramount. She regaled him with stories of superheroes, urging him to embody a humble hero, which he managed to endure. As Su Qing perused the notes Meng Qi had taken in class that day, she recognized that her own self-study lacked the depth of a teacher's instruction. The initial lessons had been manageable, but after 5th grade, certain specialized subjects became too complex for independent comprehension. Meng Qi produced a hefty stack of textbooks and assignments, lamenting the daily burden of homework. "What? No way." His round face was a picture of astonishment. Su Qing spoke with a calm demeanor. "My mother's character is such that she would forsake everything for love, disregarding any harm it may cause to others." Coupled with her simplistic mindset, she is entirely under the control of that scoundrel, who surely takes advantage of her. Meng Qi offered her sympathy, comforting her. "Qing, do not be disheartened. I will be here for you. I am not sad. It is my grandmother who suffers," the chubby boy remarked, feeling somewhat perplexed by Qing's words. Stealing a glance at her, he noted that she did not appear to be grieving, yet he could sense her underlying distress. As she perused her notes, a flicker of worry crossed her features. In the face of Su Qing's stern expression, Meng Qi refrained from speaking further, choosing instead to quietly focus on his homework. Not daring to inquire about the questions he struggled with, Su Qing was indeed troubled, fearing that Zhu Shiyun might harbor resentment towards her, potentially jeopardizing their bond. Meng Qi, scratching his head in frustration, found himself unable to solve several questions, and after a moment of silence, he could not help but speak again. "Qing, once you start school, I am certain you will excel in every subject and become the most formidable scholar in our entire school. Principal May will undoubtedly take special interest in your development." Upon hearing this, Su Qing's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, she could attend school. Having already begun her journey in cultivation, she possessed abilities that should not remain dormant. She could masquerade as a practitioner of extraordinary powers. Consequently, the original timeline must be expedited. The objective is to complete the elementary courses with utmost alacrity, subsequently matriculating into the intermediate class, and ultimately gaining admission into the academy. This endeavor would not only broaden her understanding of the world, but also gradually unveil her extraordinary talents. Furthermore, her ability to manifest powers could be attributed to the institution's nurturing environment, thereby allowing her to wield her abilities without reservation while simultaneously enhancing her quality of life and receiving a superior education. "Mengli," she inquired, "do you believe the school would accept my application?" "Alas, it may be unfeasible, given your diminutive stature. You are not yet tall enough to reach the desk, and your range of mobility is limited. Our daily commute to school necessitates a brisk run to the station." Su Qing cast a displeased glance in his direction. "I now possess the arcane ability to traverse vast distances instantaneously. Distance is of no consequence. I believe I am capable. I shall skip grades to join your class, where I shall have the benefit of your care." "What? I object," Meng Li exclaimed, his countenance aghast. He envisioned the prospect of being classmates with the diminutive Qing and being compelled to attend to her every need like a maternal figure. He would become the object of ridicule for the entire student body. He would have none of it. "Qing," he implored, "you are still young. You are unaware of the tribulations of attending school. It requires daily early rising, the undertaking of numerous academic subjects, the wrath of instructors for inadequate performance, and a litany of examinations, including major, minor, midterm, and final assessments, each subject demanding its own evaluation." Meng Li remained seated, earnestly enumerating the disadvantages of attending school in an attempt to dissuade Qing from her aspiration. Su Qing responded nonchalantly, "Do you consider me to be your equal? Incapable of mastering even the most rudimentary knowledge? Given my exceptional aptitude and academic prowess, the headmaster would undoubtedly accept my enrollment. I could advance directly to the 5th grade, thereby joining your class. I simply told the principal that you are my older brother and that you will take good care of me. Mingyi's mouth fell agape, struck dumb by Qing's piercing words. He could scarcely bear to imagine the ridicule he would endure from his classmates should he become her caretaker. How utterly humiliating. The thought of such a scenario was too dreadful to contemplate. While at home, where no one could witness it, he had grown accustomed to Qing's occasional reprimands. But if he were to be perceived as her subordinate at school, following her every command under the watchful eyes of teachers and peers, it would be an embarrassment of monumental proportions. Would his classmates mock him? Oh no, he did not want to be classmates with Qing. The carefree little chubby boy found himself beset by worries for the first time, his brow furrowed in distress. Homework became inconsequential as he desperately urged Su Qing to abandon the idea of attending school. That evening, the Su family gathered for dinner. Wang Samei, concerned for her exhausted sister-in-law who had toiled all day, eagerly rushed to assist with the cooking. In the fields, the sister-in-law worked silently, understanding the task at hand without a word, refusing to rest even when urged. They were all worried, hoping that she would come to a realization by the next day. After dinner, Su Qing and Zhu Xiuyun retired early, the day's labor leaving Zhu Xiuyun utterly fatigued as she fell asleep upon her pillow. Su Qing diligently tidied her up, for otherwise, her grandmother would suffer from headaches for days. Su Qing was genuinely invested in the matter of schooling. She needed to find a plausible explanation for her extraordinary abilities. If she continued to enhance vegetable growth, it would soon become impossible to conceal. Initially, she had planned to wait 3 years before attending school, but the unexpected arrival of Su Mingwan had disrupted her entire scheme, compelling her to prepare ahead of time. The following morning, Zhu Xiuyun prepared breakfast. After the two had eaten, they proceeded to the fields. Gazing upon the bountiful array of vegetables, Zhu Xiuyun remarked, Qing, henceforth, administer your abilities to the vegetables once a week, discreetly. Should the produce fail to meet standards, we shall cease deliveries to Mr. Yang. Your mother and that man are incapable of cultivating exceptional vegetables. They will eventually suspect us. It is prudent to defer pecuniary gain until you are older. Since the previous day, Su Qing had been beset by anxiety, fearing her grandmother's resentment. However, upon hearing Zhu Xiuyun's words, her apprehension dissipated, replaced by elation. Her grandmother harbored no ill will and was instead endeavoring to safeguard her. A smile graced her countenance as she nodded in affirmation. Yes, I shall heed your counsel, grandmother. Zhu Xiuyun, preoccupied with tending to the chickens and pigs, remained oblivious to her granddaughter's internal vicissitudes. Furthermore, she failed to perceive Su Qing's persistent apprehension since the previous day. In her estimation, Qing, despite her intelligence, was merely a child of limited comprehension. Thus, Su Qing's worries were entirely unfounded. Since commencing her cultivation studies with the old ancestor, Su Qing's health had improved markedly, and she had grown taller. Nourished by the energy-rich food, Su Qing flourished like a tender sapling, experiencing rapid growth. In another 6 months, she would continue to grow taller, and she had already surpassed her peers in height. The rumors surrounding Su Mingwan's affairs circulated throughout the village. Some deemed her foolish and naive, destined for hardship. However, the majority of young people envied her opportunity to reside in Bright Moon City, a place they could never hope to reach in their lifetimes. 2 days later, it was once again time for Zhu Xiuyun to deliver vegetables to Yang Daong. This time, she decided against renting a motorcycle, opting instead for herself and Wang Samei to each ride an electric vehicle to make the delivery. Early in the morning, the two sisters-in-law began harvesting and packaging the vegetables. Both electric bikes were filled to capacity as they set off towards Tianhu to deliver the goods to Boss Yang. Upon seeing Yang Daong, Zhu Xiuyun repeatedly expressed her apologies, saying, I am truly sorry, Boss Yang. My unworthy daughter has caused you trouble, making you go out of your way and endure this embarrassment. I feel too ashamed to face you. Yang Daong, however, harbored no thoughts of ridicule. Rather, he felt a sense of pity for Zhu Dajiao. As fellow parents, they shared a similar affection for their children. It was disheartening to see Su Mingwan be so ungrateful, which deeply wounded her mother's heart. Zhu Dajiao, there is no need for such formality. I have not truly been of much assistance, he reassured her. Zhu Xiuyun smiled bitterly, her expression tinged with sadness. Then let me express my gratitude to you, Boss Yang. Your willingness to go out of your way for someone unrelated is commendable. I have brought the vegetables for you today, but after this setback, I will have less energy to tend to the 2 fields, so my deliveries will become less frequent. Please, Boss Yang, Let us stick to our agreement. These vegetables are a token of gratitude, and you must accept them. I already feel I have no face to see you. If you refuse these vegetables, it will weigh even heavier on my heart. Please, do accept them. Yang Daong gestured for his staff to unload the vegetables for inspection. Once verified as satisfactory, they were placed in the refrigerated storage. Zhu Xiuyun gazed at Yang Daong, her expression laden with unspoken words. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke. With a deep bow, she expressed her gratitude, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Thank you, Boss Yang, she said. Her heartfelt appreciation left Yang Daong deeply moved, touched by her maternal affection. After Zhu Xiuyun departed, Yang Daong couldn't help but sigh, lamenting the universal compassion of parents. As days slipped by, the yield from the Su family's cultivation fields dwindled. The villagers, noticing that Zhu Xiuyun no longer rendered a vehicle to sell vegetables, ceased to speculate on whether the Su family truly possessed a secret for growing produce. Initially, there was little belief in such secrets. The villagers were merely envious of Zhu Xiuyun's frequent sales. With fewer vegetables ripening, Zhu Xiuyun would collaborate with Wang Sanmei to sell their produce at the town's purchasing station. It was only on the eve of Yang Daong's arrival that she would ask Su Qing to accelerate the ripening of a batch, ensuring they had enough to sell to Yang Daong. This arrangement not only maintained their relationship, but also provided Zhu Xiuyun with opportunities to inquire about Su Mingwan's whereabouts. With the absence of a key laborer at home, the new cultivation fields could not be properly managed. Fortunately, Zhu Xiuyun had already planned to cultivate medicinal herbs in that area. The growth cycle of these herbs was lengthy, requiring less daily attention, and their value far surpassed that of ordinary vegetables. She devoted herself to managing her household's fields, managing to keep up with the work. But the labor required for the grain fields outside the village was insurmountable for her alone, coupled with the several acres of land belonging to Su Mingwan. The tasks of weeding and watering were overwhelming. Fortuitously, with the assistance of Uncle Su's family, Zhu Xiuyun proposed that during the autumn harvest, the produce from Li's fields be shared equally between their families. After all, she felt it improper to continually rely on her younger brother-in-law's family for help. Su Feng was resolute in his refusal, believing that it was unfair to demand half of the harvest from his sister-in-law, who had already endured enough hardships. After much deliberation, he reluctantly agreed to take only 1/3 of the yield, and no further negotiation would sway him. Zhu Xiuyun acquiesced, recognizing that it was merely for 1 year, as the autumn harvest was only 2 to 3 months away, and the following year would see a reduction in the amount of grain fields. Su Qing was preoccupied with her aspirations for education, though the opportunity to attend school was still some time away. She was exceedingly young. After the wheat harvest, she would only be 4 years and a few months old, and by the turn of the year, she would reach the age of 6. The new semester would present a chance for her to try. Hence she expressed to Zhu Xiuyun her desire to study diligently and her concerns about disturbing her rest, suggesting she move to the west room to sleep alone. Initially, Zhu Xiuyun was resistant, considering Qingqing's tender age and the potential troubles of her kicking off the covers at night. However, after Su Qing's repeated assurances that it would be fine, Zhu Xiuyun reflected on her granddaughter's remarkable qualities and ultimately consented. She couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary lineage of the Li family, which seemed to produce inherently intelligent children. Su Jing had often remarked that the Li family was distinct from others, possessing a naturally high IQ and superior genetics, and he had long foreseen that Shangquan village would not be able to retain them for long. Indeed, Qingqing demonstrated her exceptional abilities and wisdom at such a tender age, a testament to her heritage. Filled with joy, Su Qing began to organize the West Room, finally claiming her own independent space. She packed Su Mingzhuan's bedding and clothing into a large box and replaced them with her own sheets and covers. After a few dusting spells, the room sparkled with cleanliness. She even brought in a pot of wildflowers to place atop the cabinet, and with careful arrangement, the ambience of the room transformed entirely. Chapter 78. Registration. After lavishly praising Su Qing, in stark contrast to the capable and understanding Qingqing, the narrator lamented that their own daughter was not only foolish but also willful and obstinate. With a granddaughter as obedient as Qingqing, how could Zhu Xiuyun not shower her with affection, gradually shifting her maternal love towards Su Qing? Ever since Su Qing acquired her own independent room, everything became considerably more convenient. At night, while Zhu Xiuyun slumbered, Su Qing could indulge in meditation and cultivation, drawing in copious amounts of the world's spiritual energy, causing the plants and trees in the courtyard to thrive exuberantly. Even the grass in the corner flourished. Fortunately, Su Qing would rise early to tend to it. As time passed, Zhu Xiuyun continued to deliver vegetables to Yang Daong, never inquiring about Su Mingjuan's well-being. If Boss Yang had not mentioned it, then all must be well. Over a month later, the first batch of vegetables cultivated by Su Mingwan in Mingwest City reached maturity. After inspection, a remarkable 80% were deemed top quality, with only 20% failing to meet the standards. Nevertheless, this achievement was already impressive. Zhou Liang received commendation from the manager and was overjoyed, consequently improving his demeanor towards Su Mingwan. The anxious heart that Su Mingwan had long carried finally found solace, as the autumn breeze brought a refreshing chill. The crops in Shanwan village were on the verge of ripening, and the villagers began preparing for the harvest. Vast fields were planted with corn, various beans, peanuts, and sweet potatoes stretching endlessly before the eye, a truly delightful sight. The agricultural tax imposed by the empire was still relatively low, collected only once. The crops harvested belonged entirely to the villagers, allowing them to sell directly to the purchasing station. The joy of the bountiful harvest radiated from the villagers' faces. After a year of hard work, they could finally anticipate a financial return, enabling them to support their children's education, provide medical care for the elderly, and cover household expenses. As the days waned, the annual harvest season commenced, with villagers engrossed in the activities of picking corn, cutting soybeans, and digging peanuts. Engaging in agricultural labor is arduous, and the inhabitants of Mountain Spring Village, reluctant to expend funds on agricultural machinery, were compelled to rely on manual labor, which undoubtedly intensified their fatigue. As a child, Su Qing's mere absence of mischief would have sufficed to satisfy the adults. However, her competence proved invaluable, as she rendered considerable assistance to Zhu Xiuyun. Zhu Xiuyun relinquished all of the harvested synthetic grain, selling it entirely to the purchasing station. During the autumn season, the purchasing station in Huanglong town would venture into the countryside to acquire grain, thereby facilitating numerous villagers. The pricing, of course, remained at their discretion. The Dream Moonstar grain industry had long been monopolized by a select few families, rendering it improbable for farmers to amass wealth. The villagers' year-long toil in the fields yielded, at best, a subsistence income. The majority were compelled to supplement their household income by venturing into the mountains to hunt exotic beasts and gather spiritual herbs. Yang Daong's procurement of local specialties, however, offered comparatively higher prices. Following the culmination of the autumn harvest, the men of the village, after a brief respite of several days, embarked on a hunting expedition into the mountains under the leadership of village chief Wu Yud. This endeavor was essential to augment their earnings, as even a mere participation in the mountain excursion would entitle them to a share of the proceeds. Despite the inherent perils, the men of the village were robust and skilled hunters, ensuring a successful harvest on each occasion. Amidst the bustling activity, the weather gradually turned cooler, and with the advent of the first snowfall, Mountain Spring Village ushered in the winter season. Su Qing learned from Meng Li that the winters here were not particularly harsh, with the snow melting upon contact with the ground, akin to the climate of southern regions on Earth. At night, the addition of an extra quilt sufficed for warmth, obviating the need for a fire. Affluent families could install a warm air blower, but the villagers, unpretentious in their ways, would endure the cold. The heat dissipation function of all the cultivated fields in the village has commenced, resulting in an increased energy consumption of the energy stones. This is essential to ensure the normal growth of vegetables and grains in the fields, especially as the prices of winter vegetables have risen. Zhu Xiuyun has adjusted her vegetable deliveries to Yang Daong to once every half month, as the winter harvest has significantly decreased. In the blink of an eye, Su Qing has spent nearly a year in this world, undergoing a remarkable transformation. She has transitioned from an elderly woman in her 60s to a 3-year-old child. She has learned the art of farming, scaled mountains, and acquired a plethora of unusual knowledge. Most importantly, she has overcome her aversion to human interaction, for which she is grateful to her ancestors for teaching her cultivation, enabling her to thrive in this realm. After the new year, she will be able to attend school, an experience that fills Su Qing with anticipation. The Su family celebrated the new year together with Zhu Xiuyun and her granddaughter, enjoying a reunion dinner to usher in the new year. Going to school is not feasible. Qing, you are too young, and the school does not accept children your age. Zhu Xiuyun firmly declined her granddaughter's request. Su Qing gazed at her grandmother with her glistening eyes. Grandma, I wish to attend school. I am of no help at home, wasting time every day. It would be far better to acquire knowledge at school. If I complete my education sooner, I can start earning money earlier. Qing. You are still quite young and unable to care for yourself. Attending school would require daily travel, which makes me uneasy, Zhu Xiaoyun replied. Grandma, I can take the school bus. Although it may incur some expenses, we can afford it. At school, Mengyi can look after me. Being incessantly importuned by her granddaughter. Zhu Xiaoyun, with a month still remaining before the commencement of the school term, prevaricated, I shall escort you to the school during registration. If the instructors deem you unsuitable, you must then relinquish the notion. Su Qing nodded in assent. Mengli had already ascertained that the registration day for the junior class in Huanglong Town was imminent. She diligently applied herself to her studies at home, aspiring to impress the instructors and secure an exceptional admission. In the blink of an eye, the day of school registration arrived. Grandmother, please remember to take me to school for registration tomorrow, Su Qing entreated. I am aware, Zhu Xiaoyun responded with a smile. Taken aback that Qing still remembered the matter. Very well, I shall take her for a visit. If they do not accept her, she will no longer dwell upon it. Since Su Mingzhuan's departure, Zhu Xiaoyun had devoted all her attention, save for her chores, to caring for Su Qing. She provided her with everything she needed, catering to every request. The vegetables cultivated in the fields were sold to Yang Daong, who offered generous prices, enabling Zhu Xiaoyun to amass a considerable sum of interstellar currency and indulge Su Qing's desires. The following day, Su Qing donned a newly acquired ensemble, styled her hair into an elegant ponytail, and, after completing her preparations, accompanied her grandmother to the town school for registration. They first traveled to the station via electric vehicle and then boarded a bus train to the Huanglong Town Junior Class School. This marked Su Qing's second visit to Huanglong Town. Zhu Xiaoyun, clasping her hand, exited the station and proceeded eastward, passing a shopping mall and a hospital before arriving at Huanglong Town's Seoul Junior Class School. The school grounds were expansive, encompassing several academic buildings and boasting commendable facilities. Numerous parents were present at the school entrance, escorting their children for registration, familiar with these procedures, as they had remained consistent for centuries. Zhu Xiaoyun found herself amidst the enrollment day for first graders, a period preceding the commencement of the school year. Families from the surrounding countryside had gathered, accompanying their children of eligible age to register. Zhu Xiaoyun, with Qing in tow, casually joined a queue, positioning themselves behind a mother and her son. The young woman, noticing Qing, inquired with surprise, Madam, is this your granddaughter? Is she of age to enroll in school? Zhu Xiaoyun responded with a smile, Alas, what can I do? This girl of mine has a penchant for learning. Barely 5 years old, she insisted on attending school. I had no choice but to bring her and see if the teacher approves. If not, she will have to resign herself to it. Such enthusiasm for learning is indeed rare. My son, on the other hand, is quite mischievous. Bringing him to school was a Herculean task, marked by incessant crying and fussing. Parents often engage in conversations about their children, subtly boasting about their extraordinary qualities while feigning complaints about their disobedience. The woman's son, in particular, was quite impish, pulling faces at Su Qing. However, Su Qing remained impassive, her expression unchanging. Madam, your granddaughter must be remarkably well-behaved. She has been silent all along, so serene, the woman remarked. Chapter 79, Prodigy. The little boy ahead in line was truly mischievous. Despite his mother's efforts to restrain him, he flailed his arms and legs, making faces at Su Qing. He even attempted to touch Su Qing's face. Unwilling to engage with such a boisterous child, Su Qing maintained a stern countenance, casting a cold glare at the boy, which effectively deterred him. Soon, it was the turn of the little boy in front to undergo the entrance examination. For children of appropriate age, the primary school would readily accept them. Prior to enrollment, a brief assessment was conducted to gauge the children's innate abilities and intelligence, serving as a criterion for class placement. The foremost positions were allocated to advanced classes, while those at the rear were assigned to the pastoral care class. The teacher instructed the young boy to count from 1 to 100. After some stumbles, he finally completed the task. Next came literacy, mathematics, and recognition of mythical creatures and magical plants, among other basic knowledge. The boy struggled with most of the questions. Yet the teacher recorded a passing score and informed him that he would be placed in class 4, handing him a card. The parents expressed their gratitude to the teacher with smiles and took their son away. Next in line was Qing. The admissions lady was taken aback and asked, "Little girl, how old are you? Are you here to enroll in school?" Zhu Xiaoyun quickly interjected, "Teacher, my granddaughter has developed a fondness for reading and learning. She has been clamoring to enroll." The teacher chuckled, observing that Su Qing was not yet tall enough to reach the desk. My dear, you are too small. We cannot accept you. Come back in a couple of years. Su Qing calmly replied, Teacher, I am already 5 years old. I am not small. I am smarter than them. Why can't I attend school? You can test me. I have already mastered the textbooks from grades 1 to 5 at home. Feel free to pose any questions. Counting and basic addition and subtraction are too easy. Try something more challenging. The teacher couldn't help but laugh. Oh my. This little girl is quite confident. Very well, let us see how she fares. She took out a Chinese language textbook and asked Su Qing to read a passage to determine how many characters she could recognize. Commencing her recitation, Su Qing nearly perused the entirety of the tome before the instructor interjected. Subsequently, she transcribed a poem onto paper, her penmanship refined and orderly, surpassing that of many adults. The female pedagogue's gaze betrayed astonishment, recognizing the child's exceptional abilities. Not only was the teacher rendered speechless, but all present were astounded, jaws agape. Even Zhu Xiaoyun regarded Qingqing with incredulity, pondering if her granddaughter was indeed an extraordinary prodigy. The female instructor abruptly arose, exclaiming with mirth, Indeed. A high-caliber intellect has emerged in Huanglong Town. I must apprise the headmaster. Su Qing inquired, Madam, may I matriculate? The female teacher assented without delay, Affirmative, affirmative. We shall conduct a comprehensive assessment. Accompany me. Xiao Wang, Xiao Sun, the admissions process is entrusted to you. I shall seek the headmaster. The female instructor beckoned the still stupefied Zhu Xiaoyun and, with Su Qing in tow, hastened towards the principal's office in the adjacent edifice. My appellation is Zhao. You may address me as Teacher Zhao. Your name is Su Qing, correct? Which grade level do you deem appropriate for your enrollment? Well, my elder brother is in the 6th grade. For ease of supervision, I shall also enroll in the 6th grade. Teacher Zhao stumbled, nearly losing her balance. What? The 6th grade? The youthful female teacher sensed a hint of presumptuousness in the child's assertion. Su Qing nodded. Indeed, I believe I am capable. Any unfamiliar subjects I shall diligently study to catch up. I am confident in my grasp of the foundational subjects, though certain specialized disciplines require further comprehension. Teacher Zhao rolled her eyes. Little Su Qing truly had audacity. In the era of interstellar education, the curriculum was vast and varied. Despite being in the junior class, new subjects would be introduced annually, encompassing a plethora of knowledge. How much could a 5-year-old child possibly learn, having only begun speaking? The notion of advancing directly to the 6th grade was utterly ludicrous. Zhu Xiaoyun trembled internally, at a loss for words. She was aware of Qingqing's intelligence in her daily studies with Meng Yi, yet she had not anticipated such remarkable prowess, aspiring to skip grades. Goodness! Would this not cause a stir throughout the town? A 5-year-old attending school. Wait, Qingqing wasn't even 5 yet. Standing at the principal's office, Teacher Zhao gently knocked on the door, and a composed female voice beckoned from within. Please come in. Zhao pushed the door open, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, Principal. We stumbled upon a treasure. Su Qi was promptly pulled inside, with Zhu Xiaoyun closely trailing behind. In the tidy and orderly office, the first thing that caught the eye was the desk, behind which sat a middle-aged woman wearing glasses, engrossed in her reading. Upon hearing Teacher Zhao's words, she looked up. Teacher Zhao, are you not engaged in enrollment? What brings you here? Principal May, take a look at this little girl. She is a gem. At just 5 years old, she has self-studied a multitude of subjects across various grades. I have tested her, and her foundational knowledge is solid. She is capable of accelerated learning. We must accept her. The principal of Huanglong Town's junior class was named Mei Ying, in her 40s. Devoted to the field of education with the aspiration of nurturing several students who would attend prestigious academies, though she had yet to fulfill this dream. In Huanglong Town, the children possess average talents and come from ordinary families. Even those who, despite having a talent level of 5, are granted free admission to school, often struggle to pass their subjects. The empire seeks well-rounded individuals. Mere talent is insufficient. One must also consider the extent of their acquired abilities. Mastery of various subjects is one aspect, while individual specialties are another. This creates limitations for the majority of children, as 9 out of 10 families cannot afford the resources necessary for specialized education. Schools cannot provide unlimited support and can only focus on nurturing a select few of the most outstanding students. Even then, the admission rates from Huanglong Town remain low. Thus, when a child of such high intelligence as Su Qing emerges, Teacher Zhao is compelled to approach the principal with enthusiasm. She excitedly recounts the marvels of Su Qing, a mere 5-year-old displaying such extraordinary aptitude. With proper guidance from the school, the results could be astounding, truly a prodigy. Principal Mei Ying's eyes gleam with interest as she gazes at Su Qing, urgently inquiring, "Teacher Zhao, is everything you said true?" "Indeed, it is true, Principal Mei. If you have any doubts, we can conduct further tests." This child wishes to skip straight to the 6th grade. Though young, she speaks with impressive confidence. Haha, I find it delightful. Principal Mei Ying smiles and nods, acknowledging that the child is still young and may not fully grasp the situation, possibly feeling a bit proud for having learned to read and acquire substantial knowledge. Mei then asks, "Your name is Su Qing, and you wish to skip to the 6th grade?" Su Qing calmly nods and replies, "Yes, I have already studied the curriculum from 1st to 5th grade. I do not wish to waste time repeating it. If there is something I do not understand, I can directly ask the teacher and catch up. I believe I can keep pace with the 6th grade curriculum." Chapter 80. Entrance Examination. Indeed, mere words hold no weight. An examination is required. You must complete the final assessments for all subjects from grades 1 to 5. If you achieve a passing score, I shall permit you to advance to the 6th grade. Su Qing nodded affirmatively. "Very well, Principal Mei, please prepare the questions." Principal Mei smiled, recognizing the pride of this little one. She promptly activated the holographic computer on her desk, swiftly accessed a file, confirmed her selections, and the printer commenced producing examination papers, one after another. Principal Mei turned to Zhu Xiaoyun with a grin, standing to greet her. "Hello, you must be Su Qing's parent. I apologize for my oversight in focusing solely on the child. Please, have a seat." "Oh, no need for formality, Principal Mei. I am truly astonished that you are allowing my little Qingqing to attend school. She is merely 5 years old, far too young." Zhu Xiaoyun settled into a chair, still somewhat in disbelief, grappling with the reality that the school would indeed accept Su Qing. After all, the child is only 5. "Certainly, we must enroll Su Qing. Your child possesses remarkable potential. I wonder, what is her aptitude level as per the tests?" "Principal Mei, my granddaughter displayed no aptitude at all during her assessment at the medical insurance office when she was 1 year old." Principal Mei was taken aback. "Oh, has she exhibited any peculiarities in recent years?" She could not fathom that a child of such high intelligence would lack any semblance of talent. Surely, the testing apparatus in Huanglong Town must have been flawed, or the level too rudimentary. Many exceptional abilities are latent and cannot be detected by standard evaluations. Nothing unusual, really. She has always been somewhat reticent and fearful of strangers, though she has improved somewhat as she has grown. Is that so? Mei Ying contemplated that the primary class focused on various foundational knowledge, serving as a basis for awakening abilities and choosing a profession. Perhaps once this child advanced to the intermediate class, her innate talents would manifest, making her worthy of cultivation. Mei Ying could not believe that such an astute child would lack any talent. Logically, it seemed impossible. Having made up her mind, she resolved to assess Su Qing's grasp of the material through the examination and subsequently determine the appropriate grade for her. The printer had ceased its operation, and a substantial stack of examination papers had been printed. Mei Ying glanced at the little girl, who sat obediently beside Zhu Xiaoyun. "Su Qing, if you wish to advance to the 6th grade, you must complete all these papers and pass them. Only then will I allow you to move up to the 6th grade." "All right," Su Qing replied with a calm nod, displaying a demeanor far beyond that of an ordinary 5-year-old. The other students, upon encountering the principal, would typically flee at the first sight, but Su Qing remained undeterred. Mei Ying found the child intriguing. Her composure and poise at such a tender age were remarkable, and she showed no signs of intimidation in Mei Ying's presence. "Teacher Zhao, please arrange an examination for Su Qing and bring a suitable set of desks and chairs from the classroom. The furniture in the office is too high for her to work comfortably," Mei Ying instructed. "Understood. I will do it right away," came the prompt response. They adjusted the furniture to suit Su Qing's height and began the examination with the 1st grade papers. Mei Ying settled beside Zhu Xiaoyun, engaging in light conversation to learn about Su Qing's family situation, nodding along as she listened. Although Zhu Xiaoyun possessed a modicum of cleverness, she was no match for the astute and formidable Mei Ying, who soon had her divulging all the details of her family's affairs. As Su Qing tackled her exam, she rolled her eyes, thinking how remarkable her grandmother was. Fortunately, it was all common knowledge and needed no concealment. Mei Ying glanced knowingly at Su Qing, realizing the truth. Her father hailed from an illustrious lineage but was exiled to Dream Moonstar, thus endowing her with formidable genes. Su Qing hastened her pace, Having perused an estimated 100 papers, her mind functioned like a computer, swiftly computing answers. Her cultivation had accelerated the growth of her primordial spirit, making her studies remarkably efficient. The introductory course was exceedingly simple, especially considering her innate memory skills. Now, she possessed an extraordinary ability to remember everything, etching it indelibly in her mind. Had it not been for the necessity of writing down the answers, she would have completed the papers even faster. Upon finishing one sheet, Teacher Zhao graded it, marking it with a perfect score, perfect score, perfect score. Each paper received the highest marks. Moreover, Su Qing's answering speed was astonishing. Before Teacher Zhao could finish grading one, she had already completed another. Soon, beads of sweat began to form on Teacher Zhao's forehead, nearly prompting her to slam the table in disbelief. Principal Mei had been engaged in conversation with Zhu Xiuyan, her gaze never straying towards them. At last, upon completing the final paper, Su Qing leaped from her chair and approached her grandmother. Only then did the two turn their attention towards her. Principal Mei gently inquired, "Su Qing, why have you stopped writing?" "Principal, I have finished all my work. I wrote down everything I knew," Su Qing replied. Mei Ying, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? You completed all those papers?" She stood in astonishment, moving closer to inspect Teacher Zhao's graded papers, each marked with full marks. Only when reaching the fourth grade papers did any deductions appear, primarily for the more challenging questions, which few students in the entire school could solve. As soon as Teacher Zhao finished grading the last paper, Principal Mei eagerly snatched it to take a look, revealing a remarkable score of 90%. Su Qing was the most extraordinary prodigy that Mei Ying had encountered in over 20 years of teaching. Xiao Zhao remarked on Su Qing's high aptitude, admitting he had underestimated her capabilities. Teacher Zhao was utterly delighted, as their Huanglong Town junior class was finally on the brink of recognition. Principal Mei's eyes sparkled with excitement as she fixed her gaze on Su Qing, repeatedly exclaiming her approval. However, both Zhu Xiuyan and Su Qing were puzzled by their reactions, wondering what was so commendable. "Principal Mei, Teacher Zhao, will my Qing be able to attend school?" Teacher Zhao nodded vigorously, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. "Of course. Su Qing, you are incredibly talented. How is it possible that at such a young age, you excel in the 5th grade examinations?" Mei Ying sighed, noting, "Talents like Su Qing are rare in our dream moon star, yet not uncommon in the central star system. Children there are often administered the basic genetic enhancement liquid at birth, endowing them with physical and mental capabilities far exceeding those of ordinary children. Learning the material in these junior classes poses no challenge for them. Su Qing's paternal lineage must be exceptionally strong, surely granting her formidable mental prowess. Dear sister, please do not squander this child's potential. Nurture her diligently. Su Qing will undoubtedly gain admission to the academy. If you face any financial difficulties, do not hesitate to approach me. Our school will not only waive all tuition and miscellaneous fees for Su Qing, but also reward her with 500 interstellar coins each month. A student of such brilliance deserves our utmost care and investment." Zhu Xiuyan and Su Qing stood in astonishment, their mouths agape. "Is it true? We can attend school without incurring any expenses and even earn money?" "Very well, Su Qing," Mei Ying assented. "I concur with your direct advancement to the 6th grade. I hope you will achieve excellent results in this year's All-Empire Junior Class Unified Examination, thereby bringing honor to our institution. Given your innate talent, we will provide you with specialized nurturing, striving to ensure your admission to Dream Moon Star's premier advanced class, which would guarantee direct entry to the academy. If that comes to pass, I, Mei Ying, would be content for the rest of my days. To cultivate an academy student is my ultimate aspiration." Upon hearing Principal Mei Ying's terms, Teacher Zhao was somewhat taken aback. The principal was evidently sparing no effort in nurturing her. Chapter 81. Free admission. Su Qing nodded earnestly. Principal Mei's words were entirely to her liking. Originally, she had only aimed to be admitted to a school in Anyang City. But now they were planning for her to attend a global premier school. If she did not exert herself, she would be squandering the principal's appreciation. From the beginning, Zhu Xiuyan had been in a state of shock. Not only had the school accepted Qing, but they were also allowing her to enter the 6th grade. Heavens! The 6th grade, in the same class as Meng Li. She gazed at her well-behaved granddaughter. Was she truly a peerless prodigy? Principal Mei had even said that they would nurture her and that she could borrow money from her if needed. She would start saving diligently, giving her life a renewed sense of purpose. Qing would be able to participate in the junior class graduation examination this year. Other children needed to attend junior class for 6 years to graduate, but her granddaughter could graduate in 1 year. Was she truly not dreaming? Teacher Zhao handed Su Qing a card confirming her successful registration. Su Qing, come to the school to find me on the day of the commencement. I will take you to the classroom. And since you are so young, will you require the school bus to pick you up and drop you off every day? Zhu Xiaoyun and Su Qing nodded in unison. Teacher, we will pay the fees. My little Qingqing cannot take the city train alone. She will ride the school bus to and from school. At school, we can have Meng Shizhao from our village take care of her. Our Qingqing is very sensible. All right. It's settled then. There's no need to pay for the school bus. Didn't you say all tuition and miscellaneous fees are waived? Our school provides Su Qing with a monthly subsidy of 500 interstellar coins, which is sufficient for her lunch. Really? Thank you, teacher. Thank you, Principal Mei. Zhu Xiaoyun persistently expressed her gratitude. As she walked down the street with Su Qing, the two of them were filled with astonishment and excitement. Qingqing, you are going to school. I will buy you a lunchbox since the school meals are not tasty. We should bring food from home. Also, let us purchase a few more outfits so that your classmates won't ridicule you. Su Qing nodded. At school, it is different from the village. One must be mindful of appearances. People often respect those who dress well first before acknowledging their character. Although I do not care much, I wish to avoid trouble. I will only attend the junior class for a year. Time is precious, and I need to learn a plethora of knowledge. Leaving no room for frivolous games with unruly children, Zhu Xiaoyun took Qingqing on a shopping spree in town, even purchasing her a children's watch so she could accurately tell the time. Upon returning home, Zhu Xiaoyun refrained from spreading the news about Qingqing starting school. Only the Meng family and Uncle Su knew, and they were not gossipy individuals, offering kind words of praise for Su Qing. Thus, everyone praised Su Qing for her intelligence. Except for Meng Shi, who wore a look of despair, worrying that he and Qingqing might be mocked in class. Su Qing could no longer tolerate his dejected demeanor. In an effort to uplift Meng Qi's spirits, she inquired, "Do you wish to continue being my classmate after graduating from the junior class?" Meng Qi found the world to be quite surreal. He would require 6 years to graduate, while Qingqing, at not even 5 years of age, was poised to take the same graduation examination as him. You are so young yet have already stopped attending school. A child's duty is to learn. I have imparted such excellent martial skills to you, yet you cannot achieve good grades or secure a place in a reputable intermediate school to further your studies. In a state of confusion, Meng Qi contemplated continuing to the intermediate class, but he lamented that no one from their village ever succeeded in passing the entrance examinations. Even if I could manage to pass, my parents cannot afford the exorbitant tuition fees. With my support, your academic performance will be assured. Did you not place in the top 10 of your entire grade this time? You have already made remarkable progress. Have confidence. Even if you lack it, I will instill it in you. As long as you study diligently, tuition can be waived, and I have heard that some prestigious schools offer scholarships. In her heart, Su Qing devised numerous study strategies for the chubby boy, employing rigorous methods and extensive exercises to ensure he practiced diligently. Meng Qi, feeling a chill run through him for reasons he could not comprehend, brushed down his arms and replied, "Qingqing, if I were truly able to achieve good grades, I would indeed wish to attend the intermediate class and continue my studies in advanced martial skills. The teacher has stated that the martial techniques taught in the intermediate class are of a certain caliber, whereas what we are currently learning is rather inferior. If I could awaken my latent abilities, regardless of the discipline, becoming an ability master would elevate me to great heights. Merely excelling in martial arts will not guarantee a promising career upon graduation." Su Qing stood on a chair and patted his head, reassuring Meng Qi, "Rest assured, Meng Qi, I shall ensure that we both gain admission to the same institution. I will pursue pharmacology while you delve into martial arts. With my guidance in the 9 turns mysterious art, you are bound to excel in any martial discipline. Do not forget your dreams of the vast cosmos." Meng Qi opened his mouth, yearning to confess, "I have truly forgotten long ago." A few days later, the school in Huanglong town officially commenced its academic year. Early in the morning, Zhu Xiaoyun accompanied Su Qing to school. At 7 o'clock, she gathered Qingqing and Meng Qi to take the bus. At the station, they encountered several parents from the village, also escorting their children to school. This year, 3 children from Shangquan village were entering the 1st grade. And on the inaugural day of school, parents were understandably anxious and insisted on accompanying them. Zhu Xiaoyun greeted them with a smile. And upon learning that Qingqing was also attending school, they engaged in lively conversation about other matters. Meng Qi, feeling discontent, followed the adults onto the bus. For the past few days, Zhu grandma, his grandmother, father, and mother had all incessantly reminded him to take good care of Qing, which left him feeling quite frustrated. Upon arriving at the school, Meng Qi headed to the classroom first, while Zhu Xiuyun and the other parents waited. The homeroom teacher arrived to collect her students. Teacher Zhao had negotiated with Principal Mei for quite some time, and was finally granted the position of homeroom teacher for class 1 of the 6th grade, the very class that Su Qing belonged to. Teacher Zhao was elated. What teacher wouldn't he desire a prodigious student, especially one of exceptional brilliance? If Su Qing were to gain admission to a prestigious academy one day, she would take pride in declaring, "This is my student." Just envisioning that moment sent shivers of excitement coursing through her. She arrived at the 1st grade assembly point well in advance. A teacher inquired, puzzled, "Teacher Zhao, what brings you here?" "I'm here to receive my student, of course," she replied. "Ah, she's in 6th grade already. Does she still need you to pick her up?" "It's not her first day of school." "Indeed, it is her first day. It's an honor to be her teacher, albeit for only a year." Several homeroom teachers, there to greet their students, were baffled, unable to comprehend the meaning. Suddenly, Teacher Zhao's eyes lit up, and she dashed forward. "Su Qing, you're here. I've been waiting for you." "Good morning, Aunt Zhu." Zhu Xiuyun smiled and greeted, "Good morning, Teacher Zhao. I'm here to accompany Qing to school." "Excellent, let's go. I'll escort you to the classroom. From now on, I'll be Su Qing's homeroom teacher. By the way, did Su Qing bring her identification card? We need to register her." "Yes, I brought it," she replied. Zhu Xiuyun thought to herself, "Luckily, we took care of it beforehand." Who would have thought Qing would be starting school at only 5 years old? Originally, Su Qing had no registered residence, only a birth record in Shangquan village. The Li family never registered Su Qing's birth. This time, for school enrollment, Zhu Xiuyun took the birth certificate to the town and registered her under her own name. Su Qing officially became her name, severing all ties with the Li family. Teacher Zhao first took the grandmother and granddaughter to the office to register Su Qing's student information and capture her photograph. Afterwards, he guided her to the classroom of the 6th grade, Class 1. In the first row, a special desk and chair had already been reserved for Su Qing. "Su Qing, you may sit here. I will help you up," Teacher Zhao gently said as he lifted Su Qing onto the chair. Embarrassed, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, teacher." She had not anticipated that the young teacher would pick her up, although she was capable of climbing onto the chair herself. At that moment, many students were already seated in the classroom, all gazing at Teacher Zhao in astonishment. Zhu Xiuyun, upon seeing her granddaughter in the front row, nodded in approval. Reassured that Teacher Zhao was indeed a kind person, she had not expected him to provide such thoughtful assistance for Qing. After arranging Su Qing, Teacher Zhao stepped outside the classroom and spoke to Zhu Xiuyun. "Aunt Zhu, you see, I will take good care of Su Qing, and Meng Li is also here. So you needn't worry. This afternoon, the school bus will safely deliver Su Qing right to your doorstep." Zhu Xiuyun smiled and replied, "Thank you, Teacher Zhao, for your concern. Although my Qing is sensible, she is still quite young, and I worry about her eating, drinking, and going to the restroom." "No worries, no worries. I am here for you. Rest assured, I will ensure the child is well looked after." "All right, Aunt Zhu, take care, and you can trust me with Su Qing." Huanglong Town boasts excellent public safety. It has been years since a major incident occurred, and children are not in danger. The school bus reliably transports students home, primarily catering to younger children who are not yet independent enough to commute to school alone. Families often spend money to ensure their children can attend school safely. In the classroom, students covertly scrutinized Su Qing. Who is this child? What brings her here? Could she be Teacher Zhao's daughter? Su Qing's deskmate, Sun Li, a charming young girl, leaned in closer and whispered, "Hey, little friend, are you Teacher Zhao's daughter? Why aren't you at home? What are you doing in our class?" Su Qing replied coolly, "I have no connection to Teacher Zhao. I am here to attend class, and from today onward, we will be classmates." "What did you say?" Sun Li exclaimed, nearly biting her tongue in astonishment. "You, my classmate? How old are you? Can you even recognize a few characters? Can you count from 1 to 100 correctly? Haha, that's the funniest joke I've ever heard." Su Qing shot her a cold glance and chose to remain silent. She was not naturally inclined to warmth and had little desire to engage in idle chatter with unfamiliar individuals, especially not with a thoughtless little brat. Despite Su Qing's indifference, Sun Li was intensely curious. "Hey, little friend, what is your name?" "I'm Sun Li." Su Qing continued to ignore her. Sun Li felt displeased. Where did this child come from? Young yet with such a temper. Nevertheless, Sun Li dared not act out, for after all, she was brought in by teacher Zhao herself. At 13, she was no longer a child and understood the importance of discretion. Offending a teacher was not an option. As the bell for class rang, teacher Zhao appeared at the classroom door, pushing a small cart laden with supplies. Class monitor, please call a few students to come out and help carry the textbooks inside. With a clatter, several robust boys emerged from the classroom, exclaiming, "Teacher, we will carry them." Each boy took a stack of books and transported them inside, placing them beside the podium until they formed a small mountain. Teacher Zhao moved to the front and began to unpack, instructing the class monitor to distribute the textbooks to the students one by one. The first recipient was Su Qing. The class monitor, Li Ming, hesitated and asked, "Teacher Zhao, should we give her one too?" Teacher Zhao nodded. "Yes, Su Qing is also a student in our class." "Oh," Li Ming, filled with curiosity, handed a book to Su Qing. Each student received 15 books, 8 for the core subjects and 7 for the elective courses. All core subjects must be passed to graduate, while the electives do not affect graduation but influence school admissions. Everyone couldn't help but steal glances at Su Qing. After all, she was indeed a member of their class. How could it be? She was only 5 years old and already in the 6th grade. Once the books were distributed, teacher Zhao addressed the class, "Please settle down. This semester, I will be your homeroom teacher and will teach you the subject of exotic beasts. I hope you all study diligently and achieve good results, which will also facilitate your graduation. There is one more thing. We have a special new student in our class, Su Qing. She has been specially admitted to our school and, having tested out of the 1st through 5th grade curriculum, Principal May has permitted her to advance directly to the 6th grade. Since Su Qing is quite young, only 5 years old, I expect all of you, as her older brothers and sisters, to take good care of her, understood? Meng Qi, you and Su Qing are from the same village, so you must take good care of her, do you understand?" Meng Qi replied listlessly, "Understood, teacher." Suddenly, a flurry of whispers erupted among the crowd. To be in 6th grade at such a young age, what an impressive intellect. Knock, knock. Principal Zhao rapped on the podium, commanding silence. "Everyone, please refrain from talking. We shall now commence the formal class. Open to the first page of beastology." As Principal Zhao began the lecture, Su Qing took out her pen and notebook, opened her book, and attentively listened while taking notes. For her, the foundational courses posed no challenge. It was the subjects like beastology and pharmacology, which diverged significantly from those on Earth, that warranted her focus. Some elders would impart knowledge to her, yet it seemed to belong to an entirely different system. Thankfully, her spiritual essence had been gradually strengthening with her cultivation, allowing her to manage. Otherwise, it would have been quite taxing. It was no wonder that few children from Huanglong Town managed to enter the intermediate class. The volume and complexity of knowledge required were overwhelming. To the astonishment of the students, their pharmacology instructor turned out to be Principal May, who had not taught for a decade. The first class of 6th grade had undergone significant adjustments due to Su Qing's transfer, resulting in the assignment of only the most exceptional teachers in the school as class advisors and instructors. After a full morning of classes, the students were still in shock, discussing among themselves, how could it be Principal May teaching us pharmacology? Goodness, if I fail, I won't be able to face anyone again. I've heard Principal May graduated from a prestigious academy. Indeed. Did you check the schedule? Several of the instructors for various subjects have changed. Irrespective of any discourse among his peers, Meng Li devoted himself wholeheartedly to being a good brother. As soon as class was dismissed, he inquired of Su Qing whether she was thirsty or needed to use the restroom. He also addressed Sun Li, saying, "Hey, Sun Li, this is my little sister from our village. She's timid and doesn't talk much. Please look after her. There will be benefits for you. If you can't solve any problems, just ask her." While taking care of Su Qing was not an issue, academic assistance was another matter. Could a child of her age comprehend the content of the teacher's lectures? Meng Li cast a sidelong glance at her, ignoring her words, and thought, "You'll soon realize Qing's capabilities." The scene of Meng Li being ridiculed by his classmates, as he had imagined, did not materialize. Instead, everyone swarmed around Su Qing, eager to converse with this adorable little sister. However, Su Qing's response was indifferent, and Meng Li acted as a barrier, leaving everyone with no choice but to besiege Meng Li, envying him for having such a cute sister. Meng Li couldn't help but feel a sense of smugness in his heart. "Su Qing, come with me. I'll treat you to lunch." Su Qing surmised that the headmaster might have something to discuss with her, so she nodded in agreement. Chapter 83. Tutoring. She hopped off her chair, tidied up her books, placed them in her school bag, stowed it in her desk, took her valuable items, put them in her pocket, walked to Meng Li's side, and said, "Headmaster Mei has something to discuss with me. You eat lunch by yourself. Keep an eye on my school bag." Meng Li nodded in a daze, too shocked to utter a word. Headmaster Mei had already led Su Qing out of the classroom. Not only him, but all the students in the classroom were astonished. What was the child's identity? How could she receive such special attention from the headmaster, who was even treating her to lunch? It is common knowledge that Headmaster Mei is renowned for her strictness, inspiring trepidation in all her students. Headmaster Mei took Su Qing to the cafeteria to procure 2 servings of sustenance, opting for nourishing fare without hesitation. "Su Qing, are you capable of feeding yourself?" Su Qing nodded. "Indeed, Headmaster Mei. I am not a mere toddler. Indeed, I am aware. Let us partake in our meal before broaching other matters." The two commenced their repast in silence. Mei Ying noted Su Qing's impeccable table manners, divergent from those of an average child, indicative of formal etiquette training. It was evident that this was not acquired from her maternal grandmother, underscoring the profound influence of familial environment. In actuality, Headmaster Mei was mistaken. Her deportment was not a consequence of familial influence, but rather the result of assiduous instruction from an ancestral figure of noble lineage, coupled with Su Qing's deliberate efforts to refine her demeanor. Upon concluding their meal, Headmaster Mei cleared the tableware, poured Su Qing a glass of water, and inquired solicitously, "Su Qing, on your inaugural day of school, were you able to comprehend the lessons imparted by the instructors?" "Tolerably well. However, numerous queries persist. Previously, while studying at home, I lacked a mentor to consult. The presence of instructors at school, capable of elucidating my doubts, promises immediate resolutions." "Precisely. Irrespective of the extent of self-study, it cannot supplant the perspicacity afforded by pedagogical guidance. Textbooks merely furnish foundational knowledge, exclusive of individual interpretation. Should uncertainties arise, I shall elucidate them for you, thereby rectifying any deficiencies in your foundational understanding." Su Qing nodded in surprise, promptly voicing the questions she had encountered during her studies. Principal Mei patiently provided her with thoughtful answers. Before long, the 2-hour lunch break was nearing its conclusion. Principal Mei escorted Su Qing to the classroom door, encouraging her to come to the principal's office for tutoring every noon. Su Qing, filled with joy, eagerly agreed, realizing that the principal was offering her a rare opportunity. How could she possibly refuse such a splendid chance? She also took the liberty to propose a condition. She wished for Ming Qi to attend the lessons alongside her. Principal Mei acquiesced, believing that the young girl might feel more at ease with her brother by her side. Ming Qi helped Su Qing with her backpack, guiding her to the school bus and assisting her in swiping her card to board. He waved goodbye, stating, "It's not possible. The school bus is indeed faster." "Oh, don't doubt it. The bus has to drop off many children from various villages. It's not certain you will arrive home first. We'll see each other soon." With that, Meng Qi dashed out of the school gates, hurrying toward the bus station. Su Qing sat on the school bus, watching his retreating figure with a faint smile. Once all the children were seated on the bus, the accompanying teacher verified the attendance records before signaling the driver to start the journey, ensuring each student was safely delivered into their parents' hands. Naturally, Shanquan village was not the first to arrive. It occupied a relatively later position. At this moment, outside the office building of Shanquan village, parents were already waiting. Zhu Xiuyan stood at the roadside, eagerly anticipating how Qingqing's first day of school had unfolded. Was she adapting well? Had anyone bullied her? Surrounded by children who were all around 10 years old, how could Qingqing, being so young, compete with them? Would Meng Qi be able to take good care of her? She was filled with unease. In the anxious anticipation of Zhu Xiuyan, an elongated vehicle entered the village, marking the arrival of the long-awaited school bus. The bus came to a halt, its doors opening automatically. The first to disembark were 3 children from the village, followed by Su Qing, whom Zhu Xiuyan eagerly embraced as she stepped down from the vehicle. As the bus closed its doors and resumed its journey to deliver the remaining children, Zhu Xiuyan gently set Su Qing down and, with a hint of anxiety, inquired, "Qingqing, how is school? Are you adjusting well?" "Yes, it's quite enjoyable, much more interesting than staying at home. The principal even invited me to lunch today," Su Qing responded. "Grandma, I would like to start bringing my own meals from tomorrow. Could you prepare a bit more? I want the principal to taste your cooking." Zhu Xiuyan nodded in agreement, her heart finally at ease upon hearing how well Principal Mei was caring for her granddaughter. Su Qing continued, explaining that each day she was required to find Principal Mei for extra lessons, and that Meng Ji would accompany her. I understand. I will inform Grandma Meng to prepare meals for Meng Ji. Your school has facilities for students to heat their meals, right? I inquired during my last visit. Many students from less fortunate families bring their own lunches, as not everyone can afford to eat in the cafeteria. Some families face difficulties and thus bring food from home, which they can heat at school using the provided equipment. The students commonly utilize a compact, interstellar-style food preservation box, equipped with cooling functions. A single battery lasts a considerable amount of time, making it quite economical. They simply need to heat the food before consuming it. As Zhu Xiaoyan held Su Qing's hand, intending to head home, footsteps were heard behind them. Grandma Zhu, Qing, wait for me. As the two turned around, they saw Mingxi panting heavily. What do you think? Qing, am I not as quick as you? Su Qing nodded, and they walked home together. Along the way, they encountered curious villagers who wished to inquire a few things. However, the villagers were quite simple-minded and felt no particular sentiment about Su Qing starting school at the tender age of 5. After all, children inevitably attend school sooner or later. From that day forth, Su Qing embarked on the initial steps of her academic journey. Within a week, Principal Mei was pleasantly surprised to realize that she had indeed underestimated Su Qing's learning capacity. Every afternoon, as she increased the difficulty of the supplementary lessons, Su Qing's performance astounded her. The child's innate talent was remarkable. She grasped concepts effortlessly and exhibited an exceptional memory. While Meng Shi, who studied alongside her, often found himself bewildered, Su Qing had already comprehended the material and could apply her understanding creatively. The greatest joy for a teacher lies in encountering exemplary students. Principal Mei wished fervently to impart all her knowledge to Su Qing, who absorbed it like a sponge, gradually filling the gaps in her understanding. Although Meng Shi's intelligence did not match Su Qing's, their daily practice together had elevated his proficiency above that of their peers. Principal Mei, a graduate from a reputable institution with a major in pharmacology, found herself assigned to Huanglong Town due to her relatively low. Nevertheless, her teaching prowess rivaled that of educators in larger cities, as most of her colleagues had only graduated from intermediate programs. Su Qing's astonishing talent in botany and pharmacology compelled Principal Mei to invest her own money in acquiring numerous spiritual herbs, teaching her the art of basic potion brewing. In comparison to alchemy, pharmacology pales in complexity. It is merely a simplified version of the ancient art of potion making. Su Qing, having acquired the fundamentals of alchemy from her elder, then proceeded to learn the intricacies of potion crafting under Mei Ying's tutelage. To her, it seemed almost effortless. Akin to the preparation of traditional herbal medicines, familiarizing oneself with the properties of herbs, meticulously measuring ingredients, and mastering the precise heat required. Ultimately, she was certain to produce a commendable potion. With each demonstration by Mei Ying, Su Qing could flawlessly replicate the process, albeit with slight deficiencies in potency. However, considering Su Qing was merely 5 years old, a child prodigy in the realm of potion making, Mei Ying had never encountered such a phenomenon, leaving her utterly exhilarated. In Chapter 84, during the graduation examination, Principal Mei devoted herself even more diligently to Su Qing's education, ensuring her knowledge continued to flourish. In class, Su Qing maintained a humble demeanor. Whenever she encountered difficulties, she would pose her inquiries to Principal Mei, not wishing to draw undue attention in her peers' presence. Since Su Qing began sharing meals with Meng Shi, they had forsaken the canteen's offerings altogether. Principal Mei would occasionally bring delightful homemade treats, and the trio would dine together. As the principal, Meng enjoyed a substantial monthly salary and had modest personal expenses, allowing her to indulge in culinary delights. Meng Shi, being the sole heir in his family, was similarly well catered to. His grandmother, concerned for his well-being, ensured he received only the finest nourishment, devoid of any inferior fare. Zhu Xiaoyun was equally generous, preparing delectable dishes for Su Qing, allowing her to feast on the energy-rich produce from their garden. Once harvested, they would quickly regenerate. And after a brief period of meditation, Su Qing would soon reap the rewards. Consequently, the trio enjoyed a bountiful diet, especially the two children, who were in a crucial growth phase and relished their meals. In a remarkable display of academic prowess, Su Qing achieved the highest score in her class of 15 subjects, her results significantly surpassing those of the second-place student. Meng Yi also secured a position within the top 10. The announcement of their scores astonished their classmates, revealing that this petite individual was indeed exceptional. Su Qing excelled in numerous foundational courses, attaining perfect scores in subjects that predominantly required rote memorization. For her, Achieving full marks was effortlessly attainable. This recent examination propelled Su Qing into the limelight of the school, where everyone became aware of the young prodigy in class 1 of the 6th grade. Only 5 years old, yet ranking first in overall scores, far ahead of her peers. In Hualong Town, it is rare to find exceptionally talented children, and Su Qing's emergence left many in disbelief for an extended period. Numerous students, feeling a sense of rivalry, attributed their performance to carelessness and vowed to improve in the next examination. While Su Qing was diligently engaged in her studies, Zhu Xiuyun busied herself with farming, tending to pigs and chickens, leading a life that was both fulfilling and vibrant. As spring transitioned into summer, the wheat was harvested, the fields were replanted, and the refreshing autumn breeze arrived, soon followed by the gentle fall of snowflakes. In the blink of an eye, Su Qing and Meng Yi were on the verge of participating in this year's unified examination for junior classes across the entire empire. However, the examination papers varied in difficulty according to the 3 major star systems. The educational standards of the primitive star system were vastly different from those of the central star system, making it implausible to use the same set of examination papers. Otherwise, the majority of children from the primitive star system would struggle to graduate successfully. As the examination date approached, Su Qing became increasingly fervent in her preparations, tirelessly practicing past papers and a multitude of questions. Principal May's holographic computer housed not only the historical examination questions from the primitive star system, but also those from the intermediate and central star systems. Su Qing not only worked through these herself, but also insisted that Meng Yi join her in this rigorous study regimen, which resulted in the once plump Meng Yi losing weight under the strain of such intense preparation. Su Qing's approach to studying was also adopted by teacher Zhao, applied to all students preparing for their graduation examination. Everyone was striving diligently. There was no room for complacency. It was disheartening to witness even a 5-year-old sister studying harder than they were, prompting them to feel a sense of shame. For the first time, they were motivated to toil day and night for the sake of learning. Meng Li exhibited commendable talent in martial arts. The ordinary techniques taught at school remarkably elevated him to the 4th level of martial arts. This achievement would earn him additional points during the recruitment for the intermediate class, much to his delight. Finally, at the end of November, over 100 6th grade students from Huanglong Town were prepared to undertake their inaugural graduation examination. The examination spanned 3 days, requiring all students to travel to Anyang, the superior city of Huanglong Town, for a standardized assessment. On this day, under the guidance of their teachers, the students boarded a rented large passenger vehicle and departed from Huanglong Town, heading towards Anyang City. Zhu Xiuyun felt a sense of anxious unrest, repeatedly imploring the teachers to keep a watchful eye on Su Qing. The child was so young to be participating in a graduation examination, leaving her with the sensation of being in a dream. Her granddaughter had been attending school for nearly a year, yet Zhu Xiuyun remained unconvinced. Not only was Zhu Xiuyun troubled, but the entire junior class of Huanglong Town, from the principal to the teachers, shared a collective apprehension. While they never voiced it aloud, they all hoped for Su Qing to achieve excellent results and bring honor to the school. They refrained from placing undue pressure on a 5-year-old child. As Su Qing's teachers, anyone who had taught her would inevitably exclaim, "A genius." Each harbored a glimmer of hope that perhaps their school might produce a student capable of gaining admission to a prestigious intermediate class globally. In Su Qing's heart, there was no sense of pressure. After all, she was still young. Even if she had to study for another year, it mattered little to her. Moreover, she was confident that she would surely qualify for the intermediate class. She felt a surge of anticipation as she approached Anyang City, eager to discover what the city of Dream Moonstar looked like, her heart fluttering with excitement. The interstellar vehicle traveled at an astonishing speed, and within half an hour, it had arrived near Anyang. The only intermediate school in Anyang hosted the graduation examinations for the 6th grade of all the primary classes throughout the city's villages and towns. As the vehicle glided into Anyang, Su Qing gazed out the window, taking in the well-maintained city. It was remarkably clean, with a diverse array of transportation on the streets, and some architectural styles were quite peculiar. However, the streets were not crowded. Dream Moonstar was vast, yet sparsely populated, lacking the multitude of inhabitants found in a major country on Earth. Having made the effort to visit the city, she could only afford a fleeting glance. Her focus remained on the impending examination. The vehicle came to a stop at the entrance of the intermediate school in Anyang. Following the teacher's guidance, All the students filed into the unfamiliar classrooms and took their seats. Su Qing was personally escorted by Principal Mei, who adjusted her chair and reassured her. Su Qing, do not feel overly pressured. If you do not perform well, you can always try again next year. You are still young. In fact, you are the youngest candidate in the world. Su Qing calmly nodded, and Principal Mei appreciated this quality in her, despite her tender age. She exhibited a composure akin to that of adults many decades her senior. Yet, there was one aspect that seemed to be lacking, the vibrant innocence characteristic of childhood. Perhaps all geniuses are thus. Their exceptional intellect leads to an early maturation of the mind. Mei Ying exited the classroom and took the time to inform the invigilator that Su Qing was still young, requesting her to extend a bit more care. The invigilator nodded, yet was astonished that there were still children from Huanglong Town participating in the graduation examination, which was rather peculiar. As the examination commenced, all candidates began to answer the questions with palpable tension, the classroom enveloped in an eerie silence. In the primitive star system, paper examination papers were still utilized, whereas in the central star system, students undertook their assessments entirely on light brains, a method that ensured rapidity and effectively eliminated cheating. Due to the sluggish development of the primitive star system, many facilities could not be universally implemented, thus hindering the adoption of light brain examinations across all regions. After 3 arduous days of concentrated effort, numerous vibrant young men and women completed their graduation examinations. What remained was the anxious wait at home for the results, which would determine their official graduation status. Meanwhile, some fortunate students from affluent families began preparing to fill out their applications for the intermediate class. Su Qing felt that she had performed quite well. While she could not claim a perfect score in every subject, her accuracy rate stood at around 90%. Principal Mei began to assist her in considering school options. Qing, she advised, once you enter the intermediate class, advancing to a higher grade will become more challenging. I recommend that you follow a steady learning pace, rather than seeking rapid progression. You are still quite young and must solidify your foundational knowledge, especially in the first 3 years. The latter 3 years will require specialization. You must choose your future career path and focus on a specific subject. Su Qing nodded thoughtfully. Principal Mei, I aspire to become a pharmacist, intending to specialize in botany and pharmacology. Once I awaken my abilities, I shall be able to purify medicinal liquids with precision and craft potions with great skill. Principal Mei smiled and nodded in agreement with her thoughts, pondering how this young girl, at such a tender age, had already meticulously mapped out her future. When the scores were released, Mei Ying's first inquiry was about Su Qing's results. Upon seeing the grades, she beamed with joy. Su Qing believed that as long as she was placed in a junior class, it would suffice, but Mei Ying held a differing opinion. The caliber of the faculty, the standard of education, and the annual government funding were incomparable between ordinary schools and prestigious institutions. Only esteemed educators could cultivate exceptional students. The reason why renowned schools are distinguished is due to their superior standards. It is essential to strive for the best possible educational environment. Chapter 85. Results. Renowned schools offer substantial financial aid to students, making them particularly suitable for those from underprivileged backgrounds. The scholarships alone are often sufficient to cover tuition fees. Su Qing's academic performance was more than adequate to apply for the first junior class in Mingwest City. Even Ming Li surpassed the required scores. And with his bonus for 4th-tier martial skills, his admission was virtually guaranteed. This year's 6th grade class exhibited commendable results, as it comprised the most outstanding students from the entire school, all resolutely determined to pursue admission to the junior class. Historically, achieving a 50% acceptance rate to schools in Anyang was considered commendable. No one anticipated that Su Qing would emerge, advancing to the first class at such a young age. Her remarkable academic achievements astounding the entire cohort, leaving her peers far behind. This sparked a fierce competitive spirit among her classmates, compelling them to double their efforts in their studies, as they found it humiliating to be outperformed by a younger girl. Since the conclusion of the examinations, Su Qing and Ming Li had been on break, eagerly awaiting the release of their results to apply to schools. The two individuals felt utterly at ease, no longer burdened by the daily grind of relentless studying. Ming Yi was in a phase of rapid growth, his stature increasing noticeably, and his once round face was transforming into one with sharper features. Su Qing had also grown considerably taller, approximately reaching the height typical for an average 8-year-old, which made her chores more manageable. As Ming Yi pushed open the gate of the Su family yard and entered the main room, He observed Zhu Xiuyun busily threshing millet by hand, as it seemed futile to use machinery for such a small quantity. Grandma Zhu, I'm looking for Qing to ask which school we should apply to. Zhu Xiuyun turned her gaze towards him. Meng Yi, have your parents agreed to let you attend the intermediate class? Yes, he replied confidently. I assured them that I would study diligently and earn a scholarship. I will try to minimize expenses and can also take on odd jobs, which made them agree. Zhu Xiuyun chuckled softly. Is that so? Qing is in the inner room. You should go find her. Meng Yi, still quite young, did not comprehend that his parents' consent was likely not solely based on his assurances. He made his way to the west room to seek out Su Qing. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiuyun pondered deeply. Qing was set to enter the intermediate class, yet she had not saved enough money. It was not feasible to have Qing constantly foraging for herbs and vegetables. How could she earn enough to support her education? Initially, there was the compensation of 500,000 from the Li family, coupled with her own savings, which seemed adequate. However, she never anticipated that Ming Wan would pilfer 1 million and give it to that scoundrel, leaving her finances a bit strained. With the Meng family consenting to Meng Yi's continued education, she felt a sense of relief. This way, Meng Yi could still look after Qing. Otherwise, Zhu Xiuyun had contemplated having Su Qing forego the intermediate class altogether. Just moments ago, Ming Shi was elated to hear from her about the scholarship opportunities at school. With Qing's capabilities, securing a scholarship would undoubtedly be more attainable, thus resolving her concerns about schooling. She lifted the curtain of the western room and discovered Qing seated on the bed, engrossed in her studies. Qing, you've already graduated. What more are you studying for? Su Qing glanced at her, replying, I'm preparing for the intermediate class curriculum. Principal May assisted me in locating the textbooks for the intermediate level. It's better to be prepared than to risk missing out on the scholarship. Do you think the educational standards of the intermediate class are comparable to those of Huanglong Town? You're quite remarkable. Thinking ahead, Meng Shi remarked. Su Qing responded nonchalantly. What else can we do? Our foundation is weak. We must exert ourselves. Haven't you heard the saying, the early bird catches the worm? Meng Shi scoffed inwardly. If she was a bird, what did that make him? Observing the industrious Qing, who was not only more intelligent but also more diligent, was a rather disheartening experience. He had endured Su Qing's relentless insistence on practicing problems, studying tirelessly, which had indeed elevated his grades. Just when he thought he had found respite, he realized that even more arduous days lay ahead. Meng Shi cast a glance at the textbook, which appeared to him as an inscrutable tome. After a moment of hesitation, he finally stammered, Qing, perhaps I should study alongside you. If I don't secure the scholarship, how will I manage my tuition? You must know that my mother is pregnant. I will soon have a younger brother or sister. The Meng family had previously been a single-child household with minimal expenses. But with the impending addition of a new life and Meng Shi's schooling, relying solely on his parents' income would prove challenging. Consequently, Meng Shi contemplated the prospect of finding work. Meng Shi aspired to attend school alongside Qing. Initially, the Ming family opposed the idea, but eventually, Meng Qi persuaded them by mentioning a scholarship. The primary catalyst for their eventual consent was the unwavering support of Grandma Meng, who insisted that the children should seize this opportunity to avoid future regrets. Given that they had the chance to succeed, why not pursue it? Their village had not seen a child admitted to the intermediate class for many years, and as parents, they should be proud of their son. No matter how arduous the journey, they must not hinder his future. With such reasoning, Meng Qi's parents found themselves at a loss for words. The old lady had a point. Their son might possess exceptional talent, and if he were to awaken extraordinary abilities, it could lead to great success, despite their inner skepticism regarding such possibilities. Meng Qi secretly overheard the adult's conversation and, as if experiencing a sudden awakening, began to contemplate his own future. Observing Su Qing's diligent efforts spurred him on to strive for improvement. Su Qing shot him a surprised glance. It was unexpected for him to voluntarily propose studying together. With the arrival of a second child, the eldest finally felt a sense of competition and a desire to excel. How wonderful! She had been worried about her solitary studying, and thus, they decided to continue their routine of learning together. Su Qing tossed him a book, along with a pen and notebook, instructing him to copy the text to enhance his memory. Meng Qi sighed, realizing that the days of leisure were now behind him. He resolved to work hard for the sake of the scholarship. A few days later, Zhu Xiuyun took Su Qing and Meng Qi to school to check their scores. The school's red notice board displayed Su Qing's name at the top, a testament to her achievement. Upon seeing her score, Su Qing nodded in satisfaction. confirming it was in line with her expectations. Meng Qi also performed admirably, and the chubby boy exclaimed in excitement amidst the crowd. "Ha! I got in. I got in." Students with sufficient scores began to fill out their application forms for their desired schools. Principal Mei, beaming with a radiant smile, said to Zhu Xiaoyun, "Sister Zhu, congratulations. Su Qing is ranked among the top 10 globally." "Thank you, Principal Mei. It is all due to your diligent guidance. Otherwise, how could my Qing achieve such remarkable results?" Principal Mei graciously exchanged a few pleasantries before turning her attention to the two children. "Su Qing, Meng Yi, please accompany me to my office to complete your application forms. Both of you have scores that qualify you for the first intermediate class in Minghua City." Meng Yi's martial arts specialty earned him an additional 10 points, just enough to meet the cutoff. "Especially for Su Qing, the principal from that institution has contacted me. If Su Qing applies there, her tuition for 6 years will be completely waived, along with free accommodation and meals, and her scholarship will be doubled." Zhu Xiaoyun suddenly halted in her tracks, bewildered, and asked, "Principal Mei, what did you just say? Su Qing can attend a school in Minghua City, not the intermediate class in Anyang City? Sister Zhu, what is a school in Anyang City even compare to? It pales in comparison to the top-ranking institution in Minghua City, where 90% of the students can advance directly to Xinghua Academy, and many others gain admission to renowned universities on other planets. How could one not seize such an opportunity?" Zhu Xiaoyun began to feel anxious, saying, "The foremost school in Minghua City is something I can hardly dare to imagine. This goes beyond just tuition waivers and doubled scholarships." Meng Yi reassured her, "Grandma Zhu, do not worry. I will take care of Qing." Zhu Xiaoyun could not help but smile bitterly. She herself needed care. While she could assist at school, the everyday necessities of life were another matter entirely, not to mention the distinctions between genders that would preclude them from living in the same place. In Chapter 86, she explained to Principal Mei, "Rest assured, Sister Zhu, the facilities at the school in Minghua City are fully automated. The dormitories are equipped with intelligent robotic butlers to assist the students. Minghua City is vastly different from our humble Huanglong town. It is remarkably advanced." Zhu Xiaoyun then turned her gaze to Su Qing and asked, "Qing, do you wish to study in Minghua City?" Su Qing nodded quietly. She certainly wanted to go. Minghua City was the heart of Dream Moon Star, the largest city in the world, a political and economic epicenter, boasting the only spaceport globally and a passage for interstellar connections. "Grandma, do not worry. I can take care of myself. Alternatively, you could join me, and we could rent an apartment together." Zhu Xiaoyun smiled, recognizing the naivety of her granddaughter's thoughts. Minghua City was not a place where just anyone could afford to live. How would they sustain themselves? "Rest assured, Sister Zhu, I have a friend teaching at that school who will also help look after Su Qing and Meng Li. With Su Qing's academic achievements, she can negotiate conditions with the school. They could share a villa, being in the same class. You have yet to experience the first intermediate class. The facilities are exceptionally luxurious, and the students enjoy remarkable benefits." Under Mei Ying's elucidation, Zhu Xiaoyun finally acquiesced. Considering her child's aspirations and Principal Mei's assertion that ordinary schools would only impede Su Qing's innate abilities, coupled with their lack of capacity to nurture her talent, she resolved to consent for the sake of Qing's future. "Sister Zhu, Su Qing's stellar performance has garnered accolades from both Anyang City and Huanglong Town. With these funds, you can personally escort her to school, assess the campus environment, and set your mind at ease. Fret not, I shall accompany you as well." "Really? Principal Mei, I can personally take Qing to school? If Principal Mei joins us, I'll be completely relieved. Otherwise, I fear I wouldn't even be able to locate the school." Mei Ying chuckled, "Rest assured, I'll handle everything. Come, let's complete the registration forms." Under Mei Ying's guidance, Su Qing and Meng Li completed their registration forms, awaiting the school's acceptance letters. The commencement of the academic year was scheduled for March, but students like Su Qing, residing far from home and requiring acclimatization, could arrive earlier. With the current date being late December, Su Qing had over 2 months to spend at home. Zhu Xiaoyun intended to seize these months to amass a considerable sum of money. Thus, she resolved not to exclusively sell her produce to the purchasing station and Mr. Yang, but to seek additional buyers. Coincidentally, a merchant who frequently visited rural areas to procure agricultural products had arrived in the village, and Zhu Xiaoyun mingled among the villagers to sell him a portion of her vegetables. The merchant visited infrequently, every 10 days or so, and Zhu Xiaoyun blended into the crowd, her sales unremarkable. Although her quantity was substantial and quality commendable, she attracted little attention. Many remarked sarcastically that high quality was of little use if it barely earned enough to cover energy stone consumption. Zhu Xiuyun merely smiled and chose to disregard their comments. She instructed Qing to alternate between 2 planting fields daily, meditating to stimulate the growth of vegetables, gradually accumulating interstellar currency to prepare for Su Qing's education. When Yang Daong learned that Su Qing had been accepted into the prestigious first intermediate class of Mingwei City, he was left utterly astonished, unable to close his mouth in disbelief. Initially suspecting Zhu Xiuyun was jesting, it was evident how profound his shock was. The little girl was undeniably gifted, having gained admission to the foremost school in Mingwei City. It became apparent that some individuals were simply beyond reach, born with an insurmountable advantage over others. Yang Daong, smiling, repeatedly congratulated Zhu Xiuyun, who responded, "Boss Yang, I will send Qing to school in Mingwei City and will visit your home, as well as check on my unfilial daughter to see how she fares." Yang Daong welcomed her visit and mentioned Su Mingwan, saying, "Sister Zhu, my son Yang Wei is classmates with the son of that company's owner. He has been keeping an eye on things. Zhou Liang's vegetable cultivation has been successful and has garnered praise from the leadership. This past year has been quite good. Mingwan initially helped in the fields, but has since become a full-time housewife. That is indeed fortunate. However, it is quite remarkable that they have managed to cultivate successfully. The luck of that young man is truly extraordinary, especially after consuming such a significant amount of energy stones. One would be baffled if he had failed. Haha." As Sister Zhu aptly noted, how could success be improbable? With high-capacity energy stones exchanged monthly, the vegetables are virtually grown from money. If they were to fail, one might wonder how Zhou Liang would treat Mingwan, for that young man is no saint. Zhu Xiuyun casually agreed, masking her inner turmoil, as she never anticipated that her offhand suggestion would genuinely yield exceptional vegetables. Time passed swiftly, and Zhu Xiuyun began to pack her belongings, taking along the essentials that Su Qing frequently used. The Meng family also prepared a suitcase for Meng Shi, who tearfully bid farewell to his grandmother and mother, while his father, Meng Lin, escorted him to the town. It was Meng Shi's first venture away from home, embarking on a journey to an unknown and distant place, and he felt a pang of nostalgia. Meng Lin carried his son's suitcase and placed it on the electric cart, intending to transport Zhu Xiuyun and her grandchildren to the town, where they would meet Principal Mei to travel together to Mingwei City. "Aunt Yun, I entrust this child, Meng Shi, to your care. We mountain folk are quite uninformed and have never set foot in Mingwei City, which gives me quite a fright," Meng Lin expressed. Though he wished to accompany his son to Mingwei City, the family's circumstances did not permit it. Su Qing had earned the school's financial support for a flying vehicle due to her excellent grades, while his son was merely benefiting from her generosity. Zhu Xiuyun thought to herself that she too felt apprehensive, yet she said, "I will trouble you, Aunt Yun." The 4 of them exited the station and headed to the school gate to meet Principal Mei, who had already rented a flying vehicle and awaited their arrival. From a distance, Principal Mei spotted the 4 of them and waved enthusiastically. Principal Mei, adorned in an exquisite outfit and draped in a silver-gray trench coat, stood there with an air of elegance, awaiting their arrival. Zhu Xiuyun suddenly felt a pang of self-consciousness, wondering if her attire might be somewhat embarrassing, and thought she should have purchased more fine clothes for Qing. "Principal Mei, I apologize for keeping you waiting," Zhu Xiuyun said. "It is quite all right. Your timing is impeccable. Let us proceed. I have already made arrangements with the school over there. We will first stay at the school's guest house. We want to be able to register for a few days. The guest house is complimentary, so there is no need to worry about expenses. I brought your identity card and admission notice," Principal Mei reassured them. Zhu Xiuyun nodded eagerly. "Yes, I have them." Meng Lin hugged his son tightly, his eyes slightly reddened. "Meng Li, you must study diligently at school. If you find yourself short on funds, just send a message to the village chief, and I will transfer you money." "I understand, Dad. I'm heading up now." Meng Lin watched reluctantly as his son pulled his suitcase onto the aircraft. He reiterated his trust in Principal Mei and Zhu Xiuyun, who both nodded in acknowledgement and bid him farewell as they followed the boy inside. For Su Qing, this was her first experience aboard an aircraft. She leaned against the window, curiously gazing outside as the ground shrank into insignificance, with Huanglong Town gradually receding into the distance. Chapter 87. Campus Tour. Zhu Xiuyun felt a twinge of anxiety and quietly spoke to Principal Mei. "Do you think our attire is appropriate? Will we be looked down upon when we arrive in Mingwei City?" Mei comforted her, saying, "Sister Zhu, Mingyue City is indeed a place where the disparity between the rich and the poor is quite pronounced. Many children from noble families look down upon the less fortunate. However, Qing is still young and will not pay much heed to such matters. We come from a remote area. As long as her attire is suitable and clean, that suffices. The school values Su Qing's innate talent. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Xiuyun felt somewhat reassured. After all, they were of modest means, and no amount of adornment could rival the affluent. It was better not to squander their resources. Principal Mei was right. The competition lay in talent and aptitude, and as long as Qing outperformed the children from wealthy families in her studies, that was sufficient. As she sat in the craft, gazing down, Su Qing observed that many aspects of Dream Moon Star were indeed unlike Earth. The large cities boasted an abundance of towering structures. In the lower stratum of the flying vehicle, various types of aerial transports zipped by, including both passenger and cargo crafts, while ground-level circular trains encircled the city. Yet, vast regions remained dominated by towering mountains, suggesting a wealth of rare herbs and exotic beasts within. Beyond that lay an endless ocean, boundless and unyielding, with monstrous waves occasionally rising over 10 meters high. After several hours, the swiftly traversing vehicle finally drew near to Mingyue City. Su Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. Was that a spaceship? How magnificent! It was even larger than an aircraft carrier on Earth. Numerous small flying vehicles and shuttles buzzed about, and she could not name all the flying apparatuses entering and exiting the grand airport. What an expansive airport it was! They had been flying alongside it for over 10 minutes, and had yet to completely circle it. Soaring over the aviation port, one arrives at the illustrious Moonlight City, a true testament to the capital's grandeur, where urban development exudes a fashionable and sophisticated allure, leaving onlookers in awe. The aerial vehicles glide effortlessly through the skies, their capabilities surpassing those of conventional flying cars, allowing them to access the city directly, landing at designated addresses as per the customer's requests. Principal Mei has already reached out to a dear friend, informing him of the imminent arrival of the aircraft. The vehicle comes to a halt at the entrance of the first intermediate school of Moonlight City, and a few individuals disembark with their luggage. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in a navy blue casual outfit hurries towards the school gate. His fair complexion and refined demeanor radiate elegance. Upon seeing Mei Ying, he greets her with a warm smile. Mei Ying's face brightens, shedding her usual sternness. "Hello, Meng Zhitiao, my old classmate. Have you been well these past years?" Meng Zhitiao bursts into laughter. "Everything is splendid. Each day is filled with the joy of educating and nurturing students, truly a blissful existence. Allow me to introduce you to Sister Zhu." Mei continues. She is Su Qing's grandmother and has brought the two children to attend your esteemed school, Su Qing and Meng Qi. Meng Zhitiao turns his gaze towards Zhu Xiuyun. "Greetings, Sister Zhu. Your granddaughter Su Qing is remarkable, having secured a place among the top 10 globally, an extraordinary achievement that has sent ripples through the educational community. A 5-year-old genius is indeed a rare gem." Zhu Xiuyun appears somewhat flustered, her discomfort evident in this unfamiliar setting. Attempting to maintain her composure, she replies, "Hello, Teacher Meng. All credit goes to Principal Mei's guidance." Qing, Meng Qi quickly greet Teacher Meng. Su Qing steps forward confidently, performing a respectful bow. "Hello, Teacher Meng. I am Su Qing. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Meng Qi, feeling slightly apprehensive, merely follows suit with a shy greeting. "Greetings. At such a young age, you are indeed extraordinary. Su Qing, you are a coveted student at our school. Come, let me first escort you to the guest house to arrange your accommodations, and then I will show you around our campus." Meng Zhitong led a few individuals to the guest house, specially prepared for the reception of students' parents. By presenting Meng Li and Su Qing's admission letters at the front desk, they were granted complimentary lodging. The towering building, with its numerous floors, boasted lavish interiors, and each room was a suite, spacious enough to comfortably accommodate a family of 4. They were able to secure 2 rooms, one for Principal Mei and another for Zhu Xiuyun and her 2 children. The 2 adjacent rooms featured a living area and 2 bedrooms, equipped with all necessary amenities. Zhu Xiuyun and her children were like Lu Laolao stepping into the Grand View Garden, marveling at everything anew. Su Qing explored the bedroom, bathroom, and kitchen, even taking time to inspect the advanced bathing facilities and toilet, which were impressively modern and equipped with voice control for convenience and hygiene. Su Qing shared a room with Zhu Xiuyun, while Meng Li occupied a separate suite. After settling their luggage and gathering essential items, They ventured out to find Principal Mei and Teacher Meng, commencing their tour of the campus. Meng Jitai introduced as he walked. Our school occupies a considerable area, with each grade possessing a dedicated teaching building, complete with classrooms, laboratories, and an array of supporting facilities. This building, he pointed to a multi-story edifice, is where Su Qing and the others will attend classes in the future. At the entrance stood 2 robotic security guards. Since it was not the school term yet, entry was prohibited. Meng then guided them to the dormitory area, which was a vast villa district consisting of 2-story houses, each accommodating 4 individuals. The campus offers a plethora of amenities. Over there is a park, and here lies a commercial district. Shops will commence operations once the term begins, and many students take up part-time jobs to earn their tuition fees. They can also set up stalls at a designated flea market. Upon hearing about the opportunity for part-time work, Meng Li's face brightened, as he had been troubled by the issue of tuition fees, and this seemed like a viable solution. Meng seemed to perceive his thoughts and chuckled. Outside, minors are seldom employed, as it is illegal to employ child labor. However, within the campus, students have the freedom to work. Many do not merely seek to earn money, they wish to experience life. Especially since those who gain admission to our school generally come from well-off families. The group continued their stroll until they reached the school's spirit plant garden and exotic beast garden. The spirit plant garden serves as a place for students to study spiritual plants, housing the majority of spiritual plant specimens from various star systems of the Empire, with only a few exceptionally rare herbs unattainable. The exotic beast garden is similarly restricted, housing only beasts of up to the 5th tier, as more formidable creatures are deemed too dangerous for the campus. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was eager to enter the spirit plant garden and clung to the gate, reluctant to leave. Principal Mei chuckled. Su Qing, let's go. Once the school year begins, you can explore freely. They approached an immense building towering several stories high. This is our school library, he continued. You can find any information you need here, with a collection of no less than tens of millions of books. Additionally, you can log on to the Imperial Star Network through the Lightbring. It's worth noting that access to the Imperial Star Network is not universally granted. Upon hearing this, Su Qing and Meng Li's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to dive into the online world. Don't rush, Mr. Meng advised. All the facilities and resources at the school are provided to students free of charge, though they do require the deduction of credits. Su Qing and Meng Li felt a surge of delight. This system was splendid, as it would enhance students' motivation to study diligently, compelling everyone to focus on their education. What do you think? Do you like our campus environment? Mr. Meng inquired. Su Qing and Meng Li nodded in unison. Witnessing such an advanced school, Zhu Xiaoyun felt considerably reassured. Chapter 88. Meng Xiaoyu Meng Jitao, having heard Principal Mei express Zhu Xiaoyun's concerns, repeatedly assured her that Su Qing's life at school would be perfectly fine. Sister Zhu, you needn't worry about Su Qing being too young and lacking care. The student dormitories are equipped with household intelligent robots, and the amenities for laundry and cooking are highly advanced. There is also a vast area where students can freely plant flowers and herbs, with many enjoying the opportunity to cultivate and sell these plants. With his words, Zhu Xiaoyun finally felt at ease. Meng Jitao guided them through the entirety of the campus, leaving everyone with aching legs. Principal Mei lightly tapped his old waist and remarked, Old Meng, let us find a place to rest. I can hardly walk. Let us sit in the park for a while. There are places to relax there. Meng Jitao replied, leading a few individuals towards the school's park. Zhu Xiaoyun held on to Qingqing's hand, her eyes wide with wonder at everything she beheld. Ever since entering the school, an expression of astonishment had been perpetually etched on her face. The teaching standards here must be exceptionally high. With Qingqing's ability to awaken her extraordinary powers, people would naturally attribute this to the school's excellence, the high caliber of its educators, and the multitude of students who could awaken such abilities. Consequently, Qingqing would not attract undue attention, which provided her with greater peace of mind. Seated in the cool pavilion of the park, Teacher Meng addressed the group. Meiying, Sister Zhu, you may not know this, but when the teachers at our school learned that a 5-year-old prodigy was applying, they all rushed to become Su Qing's mentor, nearly causing a rift among themselves. In the end, it was Zhou Peilon, who teaches spirit plant studies in the 6th grade, who secured the position. Qingqing, you will have an extraordinary mentor. She is an expert in the field of spirit plant and potion studies, even qualified to teach at Qinghui Academy. Su Qing exclaimed in delight, Really? That is wonderful. I adore learning, especially spirit plant studies and potion studies. She was no child, She understood the significance of having a great teacher. A good mentor not only imparts knowledge but also provides invaluable connections, something she felt she lacked due to her background. Observing the rare innocence radiating from Su Qing, the adults chuckled, remarking that regardless of her brilliance, she remains a child. This little girl, having just turned 6 after the wheat harvest, embodies youthful exuberance. During lunch at the dining hall of the guest house, where accommodations and meals are generously provided by the school, a self-service buffet was offered. Many students, having traveled from afar to enroll, filled the dining area, representing a diverse array of individuals, primarily parents accompanying their children to school. Among them were the affluent, adorned in splendid attire, as well as those clad in humble garments, their rough skin betraying a life of labor. Among the crowd, Zhu Xiaoyun stood out as the eldest, her rustic charm unmistakable. Yet, none dared to cause trouble. After all, the students admitted to this esteemed institution are undoubtedly exceptional, and their parents, capable of nurturing such talent, possess commendable qualities. No one would engage in trivial antics. Meng Jitao advised the group against wandering aimlessly, cautioning that Mingyue City is vast and without a familiar guide, misadventures could easily occur. Zhu Xiaoyun expressed her gratitude for his concern, acknowledging the necessity of companionship in their exploration, lest they find themselves lost in unfamiliar surroundings. Seated on the sofa, Zhu Xiaoyun gazed blankly at the starry view, reflecting on her year-long separation from Su Mingwan. Despite any frustrations a mother may harbor regarding her child's lack of ambition, the bond of maternal concern remains ever strong. Early the next morning, Mei Ying knocked on their door, inviting Zhu Xiaoyun and the others to join her for breakfast. Zhu Xiaoyun hurriedly replied, "Principal Mei, you are too gracious. I am already immensely grateful for your kindness in bringing us to the school, and I appreciate Teacher Meng for taking care of our Qingqing. I shall remember this and feel no remorse." Principal Mei smiled, saying, "Sister Zhu, as long as you do not feel neglected, that is sufficient. Had it not been for the insistence of a few friends, I would certainly accompany you for a stroll. Thankfully, Meng Xiaoyu will take good care of you." After leaving the dining hall, the group sat on a bench downstairs, awaiting the arrival of the Meng father and daughter. It would be a shame not to explore Mingyue City while they were here, especially since Zhu Xiaoyun had arranged to visit Yang Daiyong's home. Meng Xiaoyu, a lively and charming girl, had just turned 20 and had entered Xinghue Academy the previous year. Today, her father had given her a task, to serve as a tour guide. "Dad, is it true? I will get to meet Su Qing, who graduated from the primary class at the tender age of 5. "Indeed, it is true. She arrived at our school yesterday. Over the next few days, you will accompany her and her grandmother as they explore the city. They hail from the mountains, and this is their first visit to Mingyue City. So there will be much they do not understand. Please look after them, and avoid the extravagant places. Instead, seek out lively markets and shops where common folk shop, and help them purchase some affordable local delicacies. Don't worry, Dad, I know where to take them. I am most curious about how such an extraordinarily gifted girl could emerge from the mountains." As the father and daughter approached the guest house, they spotted Zhu Xiaoyun and the others seated on the chairs. The two parties exchanged pleasantries and introduced themselves. Meng Xiaoyu had already spotted Su Qing, a charming young girl, whom she felt an overwhelming desire to embrace affectionately. "You must be Su Qing, renowned as you are. Come, dear sister will treat you to delightful food and pleasant experiences." "Thank you, Sister Xiaoyu. We appreciate your kindness," Su Qing replied with a smile. "Haha, it's no trouble at all. Aunt Zhu, shall we be off? Let us begin our shopping expedition." Meng Xiaoyu, possessing a spirited nature, was eager to depart as soon as she had collected her companion. Zhu Xiaoyun exchanged a few words with Mei Ying and Teacher Meng before taking the children and following Meng Xiaoyu. Observing the group as they receded into the distance, Mei Ying expressed her concern. "Old Meng, do you think your daughter will manage? There are 2 other children. We must ensure their safety. Rest assured, Xiaoyu may be a bit exuberant, but she is quite responsible. I have instructed her to avoid upscale venues and to frequent shops and markets favored by ordinary folk. I even provided her with 10,000 interstellar coins to discreetly alleviate Aunt Zhu's expenses," he reassured. Mei Ying nodded, understanding that Aunt Zhu was a person who valued her image, so it was wise to subtly help her spend less. Meng Xiaoyu cheerfully grasped Su Qing's hand, saying, "Qing, as you will be studying in Mingyue City, it is essential to familiarize yourself with the streets. Otherwise, you might easily get lost. Let us first take a vehicle to the central square of Mingyue City to explore, and then we can wander around that area." "All right, we are unfamiliar with this place, so we will follow your lead," Su Qing replied. Zhu Xiuyun tightly grasped Meng Qi's hand. As one ages, thoughts multiply. A bustling metropolis may be appealing. Yet the presence of petty thieves and potential child abductors cannot be overlooked. She must keep a vigilant eye on her child. Amidst all the excitement, she cannot let go. Nor can her gaze stray from Qing. As they stood on the roadside, a moment passed before a small passenger vehicle came to a halt, its doors automatically swinging open, revealing an absence of a driver. "Come on, let us board," Meng Qi urged. The flying vehicles of Mingyue City are equipped with advanced autonomous driving technology, devoid of any driver. This innovation is exclusive to Mingyue City. Do not forget to fasten your seatbelts. Meng Xiaoyu promptly seated herself, taking the time to explain and remind her companions not to neglect their safety belts. Chapter 89. Shopping. Zhu Xiuyun settled in the back seat with her two children. As the doors closed and the automated driving system engaged, they began their journey toward the central square of Mingyue City. Throughout the ride, Meng Xiaoyu and Meng Qi engaged in lively conversation. Meng Qi affectionately addressed her as Sister Xiaoyu, expressing her delight. "We share the Meng surname, and seeing you feels remarkably familiar. As an only child, I have always yearned for an elder sister to look after me. Meeting you has finally fulfilled that wish." "Really? Meng Qi, you certainly know how to charm," Meng Xiaoyu replied, genuinely appreciating her words. Indeed, Meng Qi's personality resonated well with Meng Xiaoyu's. They were both simple-minded optimists. The taxi swiftly transported them to the central square, coming to a halt at the designated stop. As the doors opened, a voice announced, "Dear customers, you have arrived at the central square. Please proceed to make your payment and exit the vehicle." As Zhu Xiuyun just extracted her identity card to align it with the card reader, Meng Xiaoyu, seated in front, eagerly took the lead and made the payment. With a cheerful demeanor, she called out, "Aunt Zhu, Qing, Meng Li, let us disembark." Upon exiting the vehicle, Zhu Xiuyun playfully chided, "Oh dear Xiaoyu, how could I allow you to cover the fare? As an elder, it is my duty to bear this expense." Meng Xiaoyu, with a bright smile, replied, "Aunt Zhu, it wasn't a significant amount. Please do not fret. Later, we shall visit the food street, and you can treat me to some delicious snacks." Hearing this, Zhu Xiuyun nodded in agreement. "Well, you must refrain from insisting on paying. You are the one who brought us out for enjoyment. It would be unbecoming of me, as your elder, to let you spend." "Understood. I shall ensure that Aunt Zhu treats us today." Meng Xiaoyu giggled. "Come on, Qing. Let us head to the square for some photographs." Enthusiastically, Meng Xiaoyu complied, pulling Su Qing along as they ventured forward. Zhu Xiuyun grasped Meng Li's arm to prevent him from wandering off and hurried to catch up with them. In her eyes, Meng Xiaoyu was still a child, and as the sole adult present, she felt responsible for their safety. The central square was a bustling hub, teeming with life and exuberance, showcasing a myriad of activities. At the heart of the square stood a vibrant flower bed, surrounded by numerous stalls featuring performances of various artistic expressions, alongside many promotional booths and advertising setups, creating a dazzling spectacle. Not only the two children, but even Zhu Xiuyun found herself entranced, marveling at the playful spirit of the city's inhabitants. Su Qing and Meng Li felt overwhelmed, their eyes wide with wonder at the novelty of everything around them. Meng Xiaoyu chattered incessantly, and once they had strolled around the square and indulged in their desires, they departed for their next destination. The area surrounding the central plaza was bustling with commercial activity, offering an abundance of goods that one could possibly imagine. A brief exploration would surely yield items of interest, from delectable treats and essential supplies to jewelry, clothing, fresh produce, various small pets, and home appliances. Everything was available. Both stalls and shops filled the space, showcasing not only the unique specialties of Dream Moonstar, but also an array of distinctive products from other planets. Su Qing exhibited a keen interest in everything, her eyes sparkling with excitement, yet her demeanor remained composed and aloof. She understood that whatever she desired, she would have to earn the money to purchase it herself. As her grandmother's resources were limited, Meng Xiaoyu noticed the radiant smile on Zhu Xiuyun's face and inwardly commended her own cleverness in opting for the local market rather than a large shopping mall. Such a free market was indeed more suitable for the average shopper. Zhu Xiuyun had also sold 2 gift boxes and, upon Meng Xiaoyu's recommendation, purchased 2 bottles of wine. It would be impolite to visit Boss Yang empty-handed in the afternoon, so she felt compelled to bring a gift, along with some snacks for the children, unwittingly spending over 10,000 interstellar coins. Meng Xiaoyu exuberantly indulged in shopping, acquiring hair accessories, trinkets, and stationery. Zhu Xiuyun assumed these were all items that Meng Xiaoyu desired for herself and refrained from insisting on paying, especially since her own finances were limited. She couldn't help but marvel at Meng Xiaoyu's seemingly affluent background. Observing Meng Xiaoyu selecting several exquisite ornaments, she also purchased 2 hairpins and a headband for Qing. With a delicious meat skewer in her mouth, Meng Xiaoyu winked playfully before swallowing her food. Aunt Zhu, on her visit to Minghua City, was determined to savor the local delicacies. Though the extravagant dishes were beyond her means, a bowl of noodles was still an option. Zhu Xiuyun looked down at the 2 children, clearly still yearning for more fun. Upon hearing Meng Xiaoyu's suggestion of trying the recommended delicacies, Zhu Xiuyun conceded, "All right then. Let us go for noodles. We can certainly afford a few bowls." Meng Xiaoyu nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "Hee, Aunt Zhu. I've been waiting for you to treat me to a meal." Internally, she celebrated her small victory, thinking, "Yes, Aunt Zhu hasn't caught on." Meng Jitao had given her 10,000 interstellar coins specifically to entertain Zhu Xiuyun and her grandchildren. Aware of Su Qing's financial difficulties, Meng's mother had advised her daughter to be discreet and considerate while handling payments, so as not to hurt Aunt Zhu's pride. Thus, Meng Xiaoyu took the initiative to pay for the taxi fare, pretending it was her usual habit. While shopping, she amassed numerous items, claiming they were for herself, though they were actually intended as gifts for Qing and the others. Initially, she had wished to treat Zhu Xiuyun and her family to a lavish meal, but it seemed that plan would have to be abandoned in favor of a frugal outing to the noodle shop. Meng Xiaoyu led them through winding paths until they discovered a quaint little shop, adorned with 5 tables. She chose a table set further inside and cheerfully remarked, "Aunt Zhu, do not be deceived by the modesty of this establishment. The proprietor's noodle-making skills are truly exceptional, and the taste is exquisite." Afterward, she rose to seek out the owner and whispered a few words. The owner, smiling, approached Zhu Xiuyun and inquired about her order. Zhu Xiuyun ordered 4 bowls of noodles. Glancing at the menu, she noted that the price surpassed 1,000 interstellar coins, causing her a pang of regret, yet she steeled herself to pay. Indeed, the cost of living in Minghua City was exorbitant. Initially, she had confidence in providing for Qing's education, but now she felt somewhat disheartened. Su Qing discerned her grandmother's concern over the expenses. It was undeniably challenging for the villagers of Shangquan to earn money, with each coin infused with their toil and sweat. Nevertheless, she decided to offer her grandmother some comfort, though she doubted her words about earning money would reassure her. They would simply take life one step at a time. Suddenly, the restaurant owner beamed with joy, congratulating them for being the 100th lucky customers, offering them 3 complimentary signature dishes. This news delighted Zhu Xiuyun, who felt that after spending so much, it was finally worthwhile. At the very least, it provided a semblance of dignity. As Meng Xiaoyu's modest bowl of noodles seemed rather pitiful, before long, the noodles and dishes arrived, and they were indeed delectable, far surpassing the synthetic grains frequently consumed in the village. Zhu Xiuyun then proposed a visit to the Yang family, primarily to inquire about news concerning Su Mingwan. Yang Daong provided both his home address and Zhou Liang's dormitory address to Zhu Xiuyun. However, she felt that since she had come to Minghua City and received kindness from Boss Yang, especially considering the troubles they had caused regarding Mingwan, it was only right and proper to pay a visit. Otherwise, it would seem as if she lacked decorum and gratitude. Qing, I will visit the Yang family and then seek out your mother. You and Mengyi can stay here, is that all right? Su Qing shook her head, Grandma. I also miss Mom. You should take us along. We can't go anywhere at school, so it would be better to take a stroll outside. Chapter 90. Visiting the Yang family, Zhu Xiuyun suddenly realized that despite Qing's intelligence, she was still a child. What child does not long for their mother? Although she often appeared mature, she might be feeling quite upset inside. All right, we will go together. Xiaoyu, I will trouble you again to take us on this trip. Meng Xiaoyu replied with a beaming smile. No worries at all. I have nothing else to do, and it's perfect for me to accompany you all around. It's just a few more trips. It's not tiring, and we can have some fun. It's a small matter. Meng Xiaoyu hailed from the Meng family of Minghua City. Though not a prestigious family, they held considerable esteem in the field of education, having nurtured countless talents. The Meng family cherished gifted students, and Meng Jitao's favor towards Su Qing stemmed from her exceptional abilities. Meng Xiaoyu was entrusted with the mission of befriending Su Qing. So, shall we head to Boss Yang's house now? I wonder if he is home. The gifts we bought cost us several thousand interstellar coins, with only 2 items. Zhu Xiuyun genuinely appreciated the Yang family, hence she spent this money with a willing heart. Moreover, she contemplated the long-term implications. It was only with Principal May's assistance that she could bring Qing to Mingyue City for school. Who could say what the future held? With Qing and Meng Yi attending school in Mingyue City, devoid of any familial ties, how could she possibly feel at ease? Society is intricate, and without a close confidant to look out for them, should anything befall the two children, they would be at a loss as to whom to turn for assistance. The Yang family, being natives of Mingyue City, provided a semblance of security. Should any misfortune befall the children, Yang Daong, being a kind and righteous man, would undoubtedly lend a helping hand. It was imperative for her to pay a visit and strengthen their rapport. A modest expenditure was a trivial matter. It was Ming Xiaoyu who hailed the taxi, and this time, Zhu Xiaoyun eagerly took a seat in the front. Setting the destination, they swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Yang family supermarket. Zhu Xiaoyun promptly paid with her card, leaving Meng Xiaoyu both surprised and amused. This Aunt Zhu was quite particular. Her father often remarked that the less affluent individuals tend to possess heightened self-esteem and are less inclined to impose on others, fearing disdain. The Yang family resided in a vast residential area, predominantly inhabited by long-standing residents of Mingyue City, many of whom had ancestral homes. Yang Daong had constructed a 3-story building on their property, with the upper 2 floors serving as their residence, while the ground floor operated as a supermarket. Zhu Xiaoyun, accompanied by the 3 children, pushed the door open, triggering an automated voice to welcome them. Zhao Mei and her mother-in-law were stationed at the checkout counter. Upon noticing a customer enter, they exchanged a brief glance but remained silent, as it was commonplace for customers to come and go. However, Zhu Xiaoyun approached her directly. "Hello? Are you the owner?" Zhao Mei nodded. "Yes, how may I assist you?" "I am Zhu Xiaoyun, and I have come to see Yang Daoren. We are from Huanglong Town, and it was agreed that I would pay him a visit." "Oh, I understand now. You must be Sister Zhu. Come, please take a seat." Zhao Mei busily moved several folding chairs for them to sit down. "Sister Zhu, my son Daong mentioned you were coming over some time ago, though he did not specify a date. I never expected you to arrive today. Allow me to introduce you to my mother-in-law." Upon seeing the elderly lady, who appeared to be in her 60s, Zhu Xiaoyun hesitated to speak and simply greeted her. "Hello, esteemed elder. You seem quite robust." The elderly woman smiled warmly, welcoming everyone and inquiring if Zhu Xiaoyun was thirsty. She fetched some drinks from the refrigerator for them, but Zhu Xiaoyun hurriedly tried to stop her. The elderly lady, with a firm expression, turned to Su Qing and said, "These are for the children. Just look at that lovely little face." The elder was utterly charmed by the beautiful young girl, and Zhu Xiaoyun found it difficult to intervene further, as they all found themselves with a bottle of drink in hand. Zhao Mei beamed with delight as her mother-in-law handed them drinks and cradled the adorable Su Qing in her arms, her face radiating joy. "So this is Qing? What a lovely little figure you are. I heard you've been accepted into the first junior class. That's quite an accomplishment. When my son was your age, he was still in kindergarten." Su Qing nodded and replied, "Hello, esteemed elder. Greetings, grandmother. I am Su Qing." Zhao Mei's expression appeared somewhat frozen, as Su Qing addressed her as grandma. Oh my heavens, she suddenly recalled that she was meant to call Zhu Xiaoyun's sister. Su Qing certainly did not intend to refer to her as grandma, which would have aged her prematurely. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she nodded and said, "Everyone is well, very good." Even her mother-in-law found her reaction amusing, while Meng Xiaoyu stifled a laugh behind her hand. Zhu Xiaoyun informed Yang's mother-in-law about the identities of Meng Li and Meng Xiaoyu, and the two greeted them politely. At that moment, Yang Daong received a message from his wife, informing him of Zhu Xiaoyun's arrival. He promptly descended from upstairs and warmly invited Zhu Xiaoyun and the others to join him upstairs for a while. Zhu Xiaoyun graciously accepted, acknowledging that the supermarket was not a place for idle chatter, wishing not to disrupt their business. Zhao Mei, apologetically, informed her that she could not accompany her as she had to tend to the shop, urging her to feel free and reminding Yang Daong to properly attend to their guests. Zhu Xiaoyun quickly expressed that it was she who was intruding upon them, and thus followed Yang Daong upstairs. He invited them to take a seat and poured them some tea, while chiding Zhu Xiaoyun, "Sister Zhu, your presence is more than enough. Why did you go to the trouble of bringing gifts?" Upon seeing the present, Yang Daong estimated its value to be several thousand interstellar coins, which was not a significant amount for him, yet it represented Zhu Xiaoyun's hard-earned money from selling vegetables multiple times. "Boss Yang, this is just a token of my appreciation. The gift may be modest, but the sentiment is profound. Although we mountain dwellers are not wealthy, we cannot visit empty-handed. especially since you have shown great kindness to our family. Ah, Sister Zhu, you are far too courteous. Please refrain from mentioning such great kindness. It was merely a small effort on my part. Since you are here, let us have dinner at my home this evening. Zhu Xiuyun waved her hand dismissively. No, I have other matters to attend to. It is not easy to come to Minghua City. I would like to see how Mingwan is faring. With Qingqing attending school here, her mother can look after her, which gives me some peace of mind. There's no need to rush. We can go tomorrow. Let my son Yangwei accompany you. There's no need to trouble your family further. With the detailed address, Xiaoyu can guide us, she continued. In just a few days, Qingqing will be able to enroll, and I want her mother to visit the school as well. After all, a child is closest to her mother. Yang Daong nodded in understanding. Despite Su Mingjuan's shortcomings, she is still Su Qing's biological mother and undoubtedly holds a significant place in the child's heart. No amount of care from others can replace the love of a mother. Su Qing maintained a neutral expression, her heart coldly dismissive. She did not desire maternal affection and merely hoped that Su Mingwan would not cause any trouble. Zhu Xiuyun enthusiastically extolled the school's environment, praising its numerous virtues. The dormitories were even small buildings, and she excitedly mentioned that due to Qingqing's excellent grades, the school had waived all tuition and accommodation fees, even doubling the scholarship. Her pride was unmistakable as she stated with great satisfaction, Boss Yang, our Qingqing will surely secure a scholarship. This child possesses remarkable talent. I have always feared that my inability might hinder her progress, but unexpectedly, the school has taken care of everything. My heart feels much more at ease now. Yang Daong listened with a cheerful facade, though inwardly he was deeply affected. He glanced at Su Qing, then thought of his own son, Yang Wei, whose circumstances were far superior to Qingqing's. Yet he had only managed to enter a decent intermediate class. The amount of cultivation resources spent to activate his abilities, the countless spiritual herbs wasted in practice, just to get him into the Star Brilliance Academy's pharmacist department, was staggering. What truly disheartened him was that Su Qing, at only 6 years old, had been accepted into the top-ranked intermediate class, an accomplishment that incited envy. Indeed, comparison is odious. Yang Wei, upon first hearing that Su Mingjuan's daughter had entered the premier intermediate class in Bright Moon City at the tender age of 5, was incredulous. However, his father's adamant assurance, coupled with the news that Aunt Zhu would be visiting, soon convinced him. As the start of the school year approached and the promised visit materialized, Yang Wei, grabbing Yang Shui, eagerly rushed into the living room. That boy, Yang Daong mused, so impetuous. Can't he see we have guests? This is Aunt Zhu and her granddaughter, Su Qing, along with Meng Li and Meng Xiaoyu. Upon seeing Zhu Xiuyun, Su Qing, and Meng Li, Yang Wei greeted them with a nod. However, spotting Meng Xiaoyu, he exclaimed in surprise, "What are you doing here at my house?" Meng Xiaoyu waved her hand dismissively. "Hi, Yang Wei, so this is your place. I'm Aunt Zhu's guide." Yang Wei rolled his eyes. Meng Xiaoyu was in the same year as him, but in a different major. They were acquainted, but not close. After all, Miss Meng was a prominent figure at the school, the belle of the exotic beasts department. It was then that Yang Daong and the others learned that Meng Xiaoyu and Yang Wei were classmates, a surprising coincidence. After Yang Wei and Yang Shui politely greeted Zhu Xiuyun, their curious gazes turned towards Su Qing. 10-year-old Yang Shui was in the 3rd grade of the junior class, and upon seeing Su Qing, who was even younger yet already in the intermediate class, she pondered the realm of prodigies. Ordinary children like them couldn't even muster feelings of jealousy. There was simply no basis for comparison. Having heard her father speak of the little girl, Su Qing, daily, she was exhilarated to finally see her in person. She dashed over and chattered incessantly beside Su Qing. Meng Li, upon first sighting the beautiful city girl, blushed and mumbled, at a loss for words. Su Qing, with her cool demeanor, found it hard to handle the enthusiastic older sister and sought help with her gaze towards Meng Li. Meng Li stepped forward to rescue her, her face blooming with a rosy hue. Meng Li then began to recount Su Qing's remarkable achievements, leaving everyone wide-eyed and repeatedly exclaiming how impressive she was. After sitting for about an hour, Zhu Xiuyun suggested taking her leave, as she needed to find Su Mingwan and could not linger any longer. At this mention, Yang Wei suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, Aunt Zhu, Zhou Yang has been dismissed from his company and surely no longer resides in that building. Your visit would be in vain." Everyone was taken aback. Yang Daong furrowed his brow and asked, "Dad, my classmate just mentioned this yesterday. With school not in session, we can't meet every day?" He only brought it up when Zhou Liang was dismissed from the company. Zhu Xiuyun hurriedly approached Yang Wei, anxious and inquiring. Yang Wei, what exactly led to his dismissal? Could you help find out? It would be best to know where they both went. Aunt Zhu, please do not fret. I will inquire with my classmates. Yang Wei swiftly dialed a classmate's communicator, and the connection was established promptly. He whispered the situation to his peer, beseeching for assistance. The classmate nodded, assuring him to wait, and that he would reach out shortly. Yang Wei refrained from activating the public screen. Thus the others remained oblivious to the conversation, anxiously fixated on him. Meeting the inquisitive gazes of those around him, he remarked, "My classmate informed me that Zhou Liang was expelled a few days ago. It seems the company deemed that despite his ability to cultivate exceptional vegetables in the planting fields he managed, the financial returns had consistently been in the red over the past year, adversely affecting the company's performance this year. The department manager faced severe reprimand from the board of directors, leading to the manager's fury and the subsequent dismissal of Zhou Liang." Zhu Xiuyun's countenance darkened. I had forewarned them. Without a farming secret, they chose to disbelieve. Such a method of mass vegetable cultivation is inherently unprofitable. Our family's modest planting fields, attended with care, still yield some profit, yet Mingwan refuses to listen. I always knew that trouble would eventually arise. There are no secrets to farming. That foolish girl does not even heed her own mother's counsel. Aunt Zhu, please remain calm. As long as we have a name, we can locate him. Before long. Yang Wei's communicator rang again. His classmate had managed to uncover that Zhou Liang had vacated his dormitory 3 days post-expulsion and his whereabouts were unknown. Notably, there was no sign of Su Mingwan accompanying him when he left. Yang Wei ended the call, meeting Zhu Xiuyun's hopeful gaze and feeling at a loss for words. He simply shook his head and relayed the information he had gathered. Zhu Xiuyun sat motionless on the sofa, lost in thought, and remained silent for a considerable time. Suddenly, Su Qing inquired, "Uncle Yang, do you happen to possess Zhou Liang's contact information? If so, could you inquire about my mother's whereabouts?" An epiphany dawned upon the assembly. Lamenting their oversight, Yang Wei, equally enlightened, promptly accessed his communicator interface. Indeed, a classmate recently furnished me with Zhou Liang's personal file. Let me peruse it. A communication number is present. I shall attempt to establish a connection. He initiated a call to Zhou Liang's designated number. After a protracted interval of approximately 30 seconds, the call was answered. Zhou Liang's visage materialized on the luminous screen, his disheveled attire and bleary eyes betraying his current state. "Who seeks me? Who are you all?" he questioned. Zhu Xiuyun abruptly arose, exclaiming, "Zhou Liang, where is my daughter, Su Mingwan?" Zhou Liang, evidently inebriated, upon hearing Zhu Xiuyun's inquiry, contorted his countenance in a grotesque manner, uttering, "Su Mingwan, you contemptible wretch! How dare you deceive me with your purported secret recipe? And now, your father has been dismissed because of you. Zhou Liang, where is my Mingwan?" Zhu Xiuyun reiterated. Zhou Liang, with a befuddled gaze, retorted, "Old hag, what is your incessant clamoring? Su Mingwan absconded of her own volition. Cease your inquiries regarding her affairs." Yang Daong, unable to restrain himself, admonished in a stentorian tone. "If not you, then who? You were the one who escorted Su Mingwan from her abode. Unless you elucidate the matter, I shall summon the constabulary and compel you to provide an explanation at the precinct." Yang Daong, having traversed the length and breadth of the land, exuded an imposing aura. His pronouncement immediately quelled Zhou Liang's resistance, prompting him to oscillate his ponderous head and massage his temples in an attempt to regain lucidity. Amidst the glow of the screen, Zhu Xiuyun and Yang Daong, among others, were present. Before he could utter a word, Zhu Xiuyun, filled with anxiety, inquired, "Zhou Liang, where on earth is my Mingwan? I am in Mingyue City, and I must find her myself." Zhou Liang's expression shifted dramatically. The old woman had come to Mingyue City solely to search for Su Mingwan. He forced a smile and responded. A youthful voice suddenly interjected. It was Su Qing, unable to contain her curiosity. Zhou Liang's gaze faltered. "How could that be? How could I possibly do such a thing? If you choose not to believe me, so be it. Su Mingwan left on her own accord. I intend to confront her. And if you wish to report this to the authorities, feel free." With that, he abruptly severed the connection, leaving the group in stunned silence, unsure of how to proceed. It was Yang Daong, with his vast experience, who promptly made a decision. "Sister Zhu, I suspect Zhou Liang is indeed hiding something. We should report this to the police." Zhu Xiuyun's feelings towards Su Mingwan were exceedingly complex. Her maternal instincts compelled her to care, Yet the reckless actions of Su Mingwan over the years had deeply wounded her. The bond of kinship had been significantly strained, yet despite this, Su Mingwan remained her daughter. She could not simply vanish without explanation. Upon hearing Yang Dayong's words, she nodded in agreement. Then let us contact the police. How could Mingwan suddenly disappear? Yang Dayong harbored a troubling suspicion in his heart, one he dared not voice. Hoping to preserve even a sliver of hope for Sister Zhu. Upon observing Zhu Xiuyun's consent to involve the authorities, he stated, "Understood. It's already past 3, and we mustn't delay any further." The group hastily descended the stairs. Yang Daong briefly informed his mother and Zhao Mei before driving Zhu Xiuyun to the police station to file a report, as detailed in Chapter 92, filing a report. Aboard the taxi, Yang Wei and Meng Xiaoyu found themselves at a loss for words, as none had anticipated Su Qing's mother's disappearance. They noticed the young Su Qing's somber expression, understanding that a child would naturally feel anxious and distressed upon the disappearance of her mother. Had Su Qing been privy to their thoughts, she would have dismissed their concerns, asserting her lack of worry for the witless, nominal mother, Su Mingwan. Rather, her concern lay with her maternal grandmother. Despite Zhu Xiuyun's verbal severance of ties, her eagerness to seek out Su Mingwan upon arriving in Moonrise City indicated her enduring affection for her daughter. Back in their room at the school's guest house, the group found themselves with idle time. Su Qing proposed that Yang Wei tutor her and Meng Xiaoyu, since they had brought along intermediate-level textbooks. Yang Wei immediately acquiesced, while Meng Xiaoyu insisted on joining in. Yang Wei specialized in pharmaceutics, while Meng Xiaoyu majored in xenobiology, each possessing unique expertise. Su Qing found the arrangement quite agreeable, though Meng Li harbored feelings of discontent. Barely having enjoyed a respite, he was now faced with the prospect of further study, much to his dismay. Yang Wei and Meng Xiaoyu lack any substantial experience in teaching students. There is no methodical progression or adherence to a curriculum. Their discussions veer off course frequently. In the intermediate class, they bounce around topics from grades 1 to 6, recalling whatever comes to mind. The two engage in a competitive rivalry, each striving to demonstrate a firmer grasp of the material and superior memory. Whenever one of them makes an oversight, the other is quick to mock their understanding of the intermediate curriculum, often blaming the teachers as well. Initially, Yang Wei had no intention of arguing with Meng Xiaoyu, but her relentless persistence provoked him into discussing the college curriculum, disregarding whether Su Qing and Meng Qi could comprehend it. Naturally, Meng Xiaoyu was not one to yield easily. Yang Wei asserted, "Su Qing, Meng Qi, you must remember that the most crucial aspect of potion brewing is purification, requiring precise manipulation of one's unique abilities. Even the slightest misstep may lead to failure." Meng Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, retorting, "Yang Wei, your words are meaningless. Neither of them possesses any unique abilities. Meng Qi, Qing, let me enlighten you about the study of exotic beasts. I must tell you, exotic beasts above the 5th tier not only provide us with high-quality meat, but numerous parts of their bodies are treasures that, when handed to a craftsman, can be fashioned into various weapons and magical artifacts." Huh, what use is your lecture? Can you even contend with a 5th-tier exotic beast? Ultimately, the two ceased their teaching and began to nitpick each other's expertise, criticizing the other's lack of depth in their studies. Su Qing remained unfazed, calmly taking notes, while Meng Qi stared in astonishment at the two, his mouth agape like a stunned chicken. Su Qing rapped her fingers on the table, her expression grave. "You two have strayed off topic. I have just entered the intermediate class, and what you are discussing is not applicable. We should adhere strictly to the textbook." Yang Wei and Meng Xiaoyu immediately ceased their squabbling, their faces flushed with embarrassment. It was utterly mortifying. Eventually, they resolved to teach separately, each responsible for one student, but soon they began to bicker over who would instruct Su Qing. In the end, Su Qing chose Yang Wei, which brought the matter to a close. She found their childishness rather exasperating, pondering that when they grew older, they would surely reflect on their youthful folly and the many foolish things they had done. Splitting into separate lessons proved remarkably effective. Yang Wei focused on imparting knowledge of botany and pharmacology to Su Qing, while Meng Xiaoyu instructed Meng Li on the subjects of ability studies and beast studies, both of which were crucial courses. In Su Qing's corner, there was a serene quiet, with only Yang Wei's voice resonating. In stark contrast, from Meng Xiaoyu's side, her incessant shrieks could be heard. "Meng Li, how can you be so dense? How do you not understand something so simple? Don't you grasp the concept of meditation? What? You feel sleepy the moment you meditate? What kind of talent is that? Yang Wei stifled a chuckle while secretly astonished. Su Qing indeed possessed an exceptionally high intelligence. After merely one explanation, she could retain the majority of the information and exhibited remarkable comprehension. Unlike his own halting experience with pharmacology during his school days, Su Qing grasped the concepts effortlessly, a source of envy for him. Suddenly, Yang Wei's communicator buzzed to life. Upon seeing it was a call from Yang Daong, he promptly answered. Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. When he opened it, he found the disheveled Zhu Xiaoyun standing outside. Su Qing rushed over. "Grandma, how is it? Have you found Mother?" Meng Xiaoyu waved goodbye to him, closed the door, and stood in the living room, contemplating how to handle the situation with the two children. Su Qing nodded, realizing that they should not go hungry simply because their grandmother was feeling unwell and lacked an appetite. It was already quite late. Dinner should have been served by now. Meng Xiaoyu led the two downstairs to the dining hall, which closed at 8 o'clock. After that, there would be no food available. On the registration card, Meng Xiaoyu's name was absent, and thus she could not dine for free. She promptly paid for one meal. After finishing their meal, she ordered a takeaway for Zhu Xiaoyun, once again covering the cost herself. Su Qing expressed her gratitude, pondering how she would repay Meng Xiaoyu in the future. Meng Xiaoyu replied, "Qing, a single meal box is not expensive. You are still a child. There's no need to be overly formal like an adult. It can be quite unappealing." "Thank you, Sister Xiaoyu. I appreciate your help throughout the day," Su Qing replied. The Meng family resided in the staff dormitory of the school, where each family occupied a separate 3-story building, providing very comfortable living conditions. After Meng Xiaoyu departed, Su Qing entered the room to check on Zhu Xiaoyun, asking if she would like to eat. Zhu Xiaoyun shook her head, indicating that she would rest a bit longer before dining. With nothing particular to do, Su Qing turned on the television at a low volume, settling on the sofa to watch a drama. Meng Li was not particularly concerned about the absence of Su Mingwan. At most, he had felt a fleeting worry at first. After all, he had been aware of her disappearance for over a year. In his mind, Aunt Mingwan had long been lost, making this situation feel rather unremarkable. Concerned primarily with her maternal grandmother's well-being, Su Qing harbored no deep affection for Su Mingwan. Consequently, the two remained in relatively high spirits. Otherwise, how could they have leisurely watched Yang Wei and Meng Xiaoyu bicker? It was not until 9 p.m. that Zhu Xiaoyun emerged, partaking sparingly of the now tepid meal. She then instructed Meng Li to bathe and retire for the night. Upon his emergence, she attended to Qing's ablutions, laundered the garments of all present, and suspended them upon the balcony before extinguishing the lights and succumbing to slumber, her mind burdened with anxieties. Meanwhile, the Yang household remained awake. Yang Wei, consumed by curiosity, inquired of his father the outcome of bringing Aunt Zhu to the authorities. Yang Daong then recounted the events that had transpired. Upon escorting Zhu Xiaoyun to the Mingyue City Constabulary, they were met with resistance, as the missing person was not a local resident. The authorities were unwilling to initiate an investigation. After all, Mingyue City experienced a massive influx of visitors daily, resulting in numerous disappearances. Were they to investigate each case, they would be overwhelmed. It was only through Yang Daong's connections that the police consented to assist in the inquiry. Su Mingwan neither ventured outdoors nor engaged in any purchases. Aside from withdrawing $1 million from the bank, she left no trace of her whereabouts. Eventually, Zhou Liang's residence was located, and the police paid him a visit. Zhou Liang, no longer daring to conceal the truth, confessed that approximately a month prior, he had accompanied Su Mingwan on a shopping excursion, during which she had vanished. Despite his diligent search, he had been unable to locate her. The police pressed him for the location of Su Mingwan's last known whereabouts, and Zhou Liang honestly recounted the circumstances, withholding nothing. He even audaciously asserted, "I have committed no crime, have I? Su Mingwan is missing, but I merely failed to find her. That is not against the law, is it?" Zhu Xiaoyun, consumed by rage, was about to charge at him in a fit of fury when Yang Daong intervened, suggesting they first await the police investigation results. This scoundrel was not worth her attention. The police scrutinized the surveillance footage from the area and confirmed that the two had been shopping when, inexplicably, they became separated in the throng. Su Mingwan frantically cried out amidst the crowd before ultimately vanishing beyond the reach of the cameras. A search of the city's extensive surveillance system yielded no trace of her image. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. This left the police at an impasse, as there was no means to pursue leads unless Su Mingwan had used her identity card for any purchases. Consequently, She was classified as a missing person. Zhu Xiaoyun was acutely aware that her daughter's disappearance was linked to Zhou Liang, yet lacked the evidence to prompt police action. They could not apprehend individuals without just cause. After enduring a harrowing ordeal that left her physically and emotionally drained, she resigned herself to the situation. Realizing she could not continually burden Yang Daong, nor could she fathom how she might repay the kindness of his family. As a woman of limited experience from a remote village, Zhu Xiaoyun was oblivious to the darker facets of society. Yang Daong harbored suspicions but refrained from voicing them, believing it better to preserve a glimmer of hope for her. The following morning, just as Zhu Xiaoyun and her companions awoke, Meng Xiaoyu hurried in, her naturally warm-hearted disposition driving her concern for Zhu Xiaoyun's well-being. She had skipped breakfast in her haste. Aunt Zhu had traveled from the secluded mountains to Mingyue City, initially filled with joy to share good news with her daughter, only to discover her inexplicably missing, a blow that was impossible to fathom. Meng Zhitong, recognizing Su Qing's extraordinary talent, agreed to reach out to friends in an effort to investigate Su Mingzhuan's whereabouts as swiftly as possible. Despite the absence of any substantial leads when Zhu Xiaoyun and Yang Daong approached the police station, it is evident that the Meng family has the means to accomplish their objectives. Securing assistance is a matter of social connections. A mere word or directive can summon a multitude of helpers. Initially, she presumed that Su Qing's parents had passed away, which is why Zhu Xiaoyun had consistently taken the initiative, never inquiring further. It was only recently that she learned Su Qing's mother was in Mingyue City and had gone missing. As the principal of a small-town school, she felt powerless in the capital, at best able to post a missing person notice on the Star Network. Today, Principal May had deliberately set aside time to show a few individuals around the renowned attractions of Mingyue City, having meticulously planned the excursion. However, with the recent events, Zhu Xiaoyun likely lacked the enthusiasm to partake in leisure activities. Sister Zhu, I had intended to take the children to explore the unique sights of Mingyue City, but it appears we must cancel, she lamented. Although Zhu Xiaoyun was disinclined to shop, the two children needed exposure to the world beyond, and she did not wish to dismiss Principal May's kind intentions. Principal May, since you have made all the arrangements, please take the children out to see the sights. Tomorrow is the registration deadline, and if we wait any longer, we may not have the time, she encouraged. I have long been disillusioned with that unfilial daughter. My search for her was solely in hopes that she would care for Qing. To my dismay, she has vanished again, and my heart has grown cold. Life cannot cease due to her absence. I still have Qing. Sister Zhu, it would do you well to remain optimistic. Perhaps Su Qing's mother is facing some unavoidable hardship. She might return home in glory one day, Principal May offered, her words eliciting a bittersweet smile from Zhu Xiaoyun, who was oblivious to the actions of Mingwan. Actions that would dishearten any parent. Upon hearing of the opportunity to go out, Meng Xiaoyu suggested inviting the Yang siblings to join, as a larger group would bring more joy. Certainly, no one opposed the idea. After consulting Principal May, the first destination was determined to be the History Museum. A message was sent to Yang Wei, arranging to gather at the museum entrance. Su Qing leaned closer to Principal May, glancing at her itinerary, which included various museums, memorials, science centers, and exhibitions. This tour would undoubtedly deepen their understanding of Mingyue City, a stark contrast to Meng Xiaoyu's approach of merely indulging them in food and entertainment. Principal May's philosophy was different. She believed in the integration of education and enjoyment, always thinking of ways to enhance her students' diverse abilities. After breakfast, the group took a taxi to the History Museum. Although Zhu Xiaoyun was feeling down, she managed to smile, not wanting to dampen the spirits of others. With Mingwan missing and the police unable to locate her, what could an ordinary woman do? If only she had remained indifferent. She might have felt that Mingwan was still around. Now, caught in a limbo of uncertainty, it was impossible not to care. Finding someone had become an insurmountable challenge. Despite her sorrow, life must go on. She observed her granddaughter, who had always been quiet and withdrawn, lacking the vivacity typical of children. Zhu Xiaoyun could not allow her emotions to affect the child. In contrast, Yang Dayong's daughter, Yang Shui, was full of sunshine and vivacity, resembling a little angel, evoking a sense of envy in her. For the sake of the children, she had to suppress her feelings and take them out to broaden their horizons. Otherwise, upon returning to school, both children would be at a disadvantage, and Yang Qing, being sensitive and delicate, would struggle in silence if bullied. Principal May sat beside Zhu Xiaoyun, but no amount of comforting words could alleviate the situation. Who could have anticipated that while joyfully escorting their children to school, they would suddenly discover that Su Qing's mother had vanished? Upon observing Zhu Xiuyun, her spirit appears relatively well, though her complexion bears a pallid hue, possibly indicative of insufficient rest. It seems that Sister Zhu is a resilient woman, undoubtedly capable of enduring her challenges. Upon arriving at the entrance of the History Museum, Principal Mei promptly took the initiative to pay, leaving Zhu Xiuyun unable to reciprocate. She felt unable to voice her thoughts to Principal Mei and contemplated purchasing the tickets herself. Min Xiaoyu, Aunt Zhu, you have arrived. It was Yang Wei, accompanied by Yang Shui, who stood at the museum's entrance. Earlier that morning, Yang Wei had been somewhat taken aback by Min Xiaoyu's message, wondering how Aunt Zhu still had the energy to take them out for a day of enjoyment. Yang Wei could not fully grasp Zhu Xiuyun's sentiments, but Yang Daong, after discussing with his wife, surmised that Su Mingzhuan's actions had wounded a mother's heart. Even between biological mother and daughter, emotional bonds can wane. While it is undeniable that sorrow and heartache exist, after all, she is her own daughter, the most painful experiences have already been endured. Thus, further blows would feel considerably less burdensome. Human psychology is indeed peculiar. Otherwise, how could one explain the existence of individuals who find solace in suffering? There is, fundamentally, a tendency for people to seek out discomfort. Yang Wei would not decline Min Xiaoyu's invitation. After informing his parents, he drove directly to the museum with Yang Shui, generously purchasing tickets for everyone. Upon his arrival, Min Xiaoyu exuberantly approached, exclaiming, "Hi, Yang Wei, Yang Shui, you are so quick. Allow me to introduce you to this esteemed lady, Principal Mei." Yang Wei and Yang Shui promptly extended their polite greetings, as their family holds teachers in the highest regard. They then turned their attention to Zhu Xiuyun, inquiring with genuine concern about her well-being. Zhu Xiuyun tugged at the corner of her mouth, revealing a faint smile. "Thank you, Yang Wei. Your family was a tremendous help to me yesterday. Otherwise, I would still be in the dark about Mingzhuan's disappearance. Without your father, I would have struggled to even file a report." Chapter 94. The exhibition fair. Zhu Xiuyun nodded, remaining silent as the atmosphere grew somewhat heavy. Meng Xiaoyu, with a glint in her eyes, pulled Su Qing and Yang Shui along. "Come on, let us enter and delve into the rich history and culture of our moonlight star, spanning thousands of miles." "Indeed, Principal Mei, Aunt Zhu, let us proceed inside. I have already purchased the tickets." Zhu Xiuyun and Mei Ying, the two adults, exchanged slightly awkward glances, realizing they had no opportunity to pay. However, the Yang family's financial